Just as my CEO wife wanted to divorce me, I was planning to cling to her and never let go. But suddenly, memories of a villainous supporting male character flashed through my mind. I realized that if I continued to pester her, not only would I lose everything, but my CEO wife would crush me until there was nothing left. I decisively took the 200 million yuan breakup fee she offered. After the divorce, with money and a house, I wouldn't have to care about that foolish wife of mine at all. Yu Ruyan clearly didn't expect me to be so resolute. She thought I'd be devastated, but as I tremblingly prepared to sign, she let out a sigh of relief. She probably thought I'd finally realized my mistakes and was starting to behave. However, in the next second, she heard my inner thoughts. Finally, the divorce is happening. That's 200 million. Think of how many houses I can buy and how many female models I can provide for. Her eyebrows twitched slightly. Even though I hadn't uttered a word, the voice was crystal clear, ringing in her ears. Shocked to her core, the ever-cautious Liu Ruyan glanced at her secretary, Jiboxiao, standing beside her. She noticed his eyes were burning with intensity as he stared fixedly at the divorce agreement. Sensing her gaze, Jiboxiao quickly put on a sympathetic face, as if he were lamenting the end of our marriage. Liu Ruyan didn't have time to dwell on Jiboxiao's strange behavior, as everything was becoming increasingly bizarre, especially that voice, which only she could hear. I paid absolutely no attention to Liu Ruyan's surprise and rushed to sign the papers almost frantically. Despite being framed, if I could divorce smoothly and receive such a massive settlement, I wouldn't even bother with the culprit. Liu Ruyan took the agreement I tossed over, and when she heard me mention being the scapegoat, she paused for a moment, nearly overwhelmed by this new information. She thought, was it not because of neglect that I intentionally stole company secrets for a rival? Right at that moment, Jiboxiao urged her, President Liu, you should sign now. Liu Ruyan hesitated to sign and he seemed impatient. There was an unusual hint of anxiety in his voice. In his usually gentle tone, this was a rare emotional fluctuation. Liu Ruyan suddenly realized that Jiboxiao's tone was slightly off. Suspicion began to bloom in her heart. Could Jiboxiao, whom she cherished and trusted, and who was even her university classmate, really betray the company? At this point, Jiboxiao was clearly getting agitated and hurriedly handed her the pen. I thought to myself, in this moment, none of you can wait any longer, can you? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's expression changed instantly. She flicked her wrist and slammed the black signing pen onto the table. This sudden action left both Jiboxiao and me stunned. I looked up, her face as dark and heavy as water. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, as if trying to pierce through my thoughts. She suddenly asked, I'm asking you one last time, did you really do this? Her gaze put immense pressure on me. My heart tightened as I thought, what does she mean? Is she planning to cheat me out of my 200 million? Can't we just finish signing before talking? But Liu Ruyan seemed not to hear and kept her eyes fixed on me without blinking. She was clearly forcing me to answer. I tried to stay calm, letting my eyes wander through the crowd. I couldn't help but think, I obviously didn't do it. It was clearly Jiboxiao. He entered the office after I did, yet those people completely ignored him. Liu Ruyan was suddenly taken aback, seemingly remembering that I wasn't the only one entering and leaving her office that night. All evidence pointed to me, turning me into the scapegoat instantly. Seeing her hesitation, I said coldly, there's nothing to say, just sign it already. Her expression turned frigid immediately. She was probably thinking, he clearly knows he isn't the culprit, so why doesn't he defend himself? Is he afraid she'll say she doesn't believe him? She pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up, opened the door and called for her assistant. Get the surveillance footage from the night of October 11th. I wasn't satisfied, suggesting that everyone check if I was the only one who had entered and exited her office. When Jiboxiao heard those words, his face changed instantly. Not long after, the surveillance footage was retrieved. Everyone stared intently at the screen. They saw me stay in the office for half an hour, then leave, the dark expression, looking as if I'd failed. The others chuckled quietly, feeling I was truly a lost cause. Only Jiboxiao was breaking into a cold sweat. The video began to pause on his silhouette. His face turned pale immediately. He stole a glance at Liu Ruyan. When the video finally stopped, Liu Ruyan's face was colder than ice. Her gaze swept over those who claimed only I had been there, and with a chilling tone she asked, do any of you have anything to say? The staff from the CEO's office lowered their heads one by one, none of them daring to speak. Next, she turned to question Jiboxiao. Is there anything you wish to confess? Jiboxiao feigned innocence. President Liu, are you suspecting me? I did go there, but have you forgotten? I go to your office every evening to prepare for the following day's meeting. Hearing this, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Turns out everyone works overtime every single night. Liu Ruyan truly is an exploitative capitalist. I should gift her a copy of the labor law after our divorce is finalized. Liu Ruyan was clearly affected by my sudden intrusive thought, hurriedly regained her composure and said coldly, Everyone who entered and exited my office must be investigated without exception. Jiboxiao put on a hurt expression, clearly not expecting Liu Ruyan to doubt him. The other assistants were also somewhat disgruntled, feeling that she was being far too strict. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a cold laugh drifted in from outside the door. I looked up to see several people aggressively storming in. Leading them was Director Shen, followed by his daughter, Shen Yao. She looked like a trendy young lady, clearly the type of rich socialite who only shows up at the office for appearance's sake. As soon as Shen Yao entered, she walked to Jiboxiao's side, staring at Liu Ruyan with a hostile expression. Liu Ruyan, have you lost your mind? How dare you suspect someone as loyal and devoted as Jiboxiao, and even forcing him to undergo an investigation? Having said that, she glared at me and hissed through gritted teeth. You useless piece of trash, even at this stage, you're still trying to drag others down with you? Before I could even retort, Liu Ruyan had already stepped forward to shield me. Just as she was about to speak, a thought suddenly popped into my head. Uh-oh. Liu Ruyan must have been startled by my sudden outburst of thought. She was momentarily distracted, listening to Shen Yao's long-winded tirade, while her mind was consumed with wondering what I had seen. I chuckled inwardly. Judging by Shen Yao's attitude, she's definitely Jiboxiao's devoted lapdog. Liu Ruyan was clearly astonished as well, not expecting Shen Yao to have feelings for Jiboxiao. She completely ignored Shen Yao's righteous and fiery defense of Jiboxiao, not knowing that I had already seen through everything. Seeing Liu Ruyan's lack of reaction, Shen Yao said angrily, "Don't forget, I'm the only one who has met Vice President Li of that rival company. I have both photos and videos." Hearing this, Liu Ruyan finally snapped out of it and turned to me, her tone becoming stern. "Why did you meet with him?" Last time she asked me, I didn't give her a proper answer at all. This time, she clearly intended to get to the bottom of it. Seeing her cold face and her grave expression, I suddenly felt everything becoming a major headache. I didn't want to get involved in any of this, I just wanted a quick divorce. Just as I was about to speak, due to nervousness, my tongue slipped. The manager arranged that job. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. Wasn't I just looking for trouble? Why did I have to walk right into a trap? Before anyone could react, Shen Yao scoffed. "Your manager is truly an idiot, assigning you work at a rival company. The Liu Corporation has its own entertainment company. No manager in their right mind would arrange for you to go to the competition unless it was intentional." She didn't wait for my explanation and immediately contacted my manager, Sister Wei. The call was connected quickly. Sister Wei heard the situation and immediately denied it. "What? I never made such an arrangement. Miss Liu, you cannot frame me like this." Hearing this, I sneered inwardly. So Sister Wei is also a problematic character. I thought it was just standard framing. I didn't expect the manager to be dragged into it too. Liu Ruyan clearly sensed something was amiss. Just as she was about to investigate further, before Sister Wei could even finish speaking, my inner voice rang out again. How much money did she take to frame me? Is my innocence really only worth a measly 2,000 yuan bribe? The suppressed composure on Liu Ruyan's face was about to crumble. "Then say something, otherwise how can I help prove your innocence?" Sister Wei was nearly driven mad by my taunting. Luckily, I accidentally hit upon a crucial point. Sister Wei is Jiboxiao's cousin. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's expression shifted, and she understood everything instantly. So Jiboxiao had been plotting behind her back all along. Everything was orchestrated by him. The assistant asked cautiously, "Should I hang up the call?" My mind was in a mess, feeling the tension in the room grow increasingly heavy. Liu Ruyan said coldly to Sister Wei on the other end, "If the testimonies don't match, I will have people continue the investigation. If you don't have physical evidence, then we will investigate your personal connections." The entire room fell into a dead silence. No one noticed Jiboxiao's rising panic. Shen Yao was still desperately trying to make excuses for him. However, Liu Ruyan calmly added, "I am well aware of all his connections. It's impossible for him to have any contact with the opposition. Sister Wei, we will notify you later. Just wait." Liu Ruyan didn't give Sister Wei a chance to explain and decisively hung up. The next second, her ice-cold gaze swept toward Jiboxiao. At this moment, Jiboxiao clearly felt the pressure, retreating a step in panic. Seeing this, Shen Yao stood up, angrily questioning Liu Ruyan. "Today you're determined to protect this man. Are you planning to make Jiboxiao the fall guy?" But everyone present here knows that for the past 2 days, Jiboxiao has either been at the office or at home. Jiboxiao took a deep breath, looking at Liu Ruyan with a look of resentment yet maintaining a firm tone. "President Liu, if you don't believe me, I am willing to accept any investigation." Normally, the investigation would involve Jiboxiao's recent whereabouts and all of his electronic devices. The reason Jiboxiao dared to say this was clearly because he was confident enough, proving that he had left no traces behind. Liu Ruyan frowned in thought, and I was also secretly guessing where Jiboxiao's confidence came from. Suddenly it hit me. Perhaps he had borrowed Shen Yao's computer to send the messages. That foolish Shen Yao trusts Jiboxiao completely, to the point that even her password is just her own birthday. Liu Ruyan's expression changed instantly, her unfriendly gaze sweeping from Jiboxiao to Shen Yao. She said coldly, "Call the technical department to inspect Jiboxiao's electronic devices." Jiboxiao didn't expect Liu Ruyan to order an on-the-spot inspection, and his face turned ashen immediately. Shen Yao, on the other hand, was fuming. "Liu Ruyan, do you really want to be this heartless?" This is clearly an insult to Jiboxiao's character. Even though she was angrily defending Jiboxiao, faced with Liu Ruyan's frigid aura, her rage could only be vented for so long. Finally, she declared, "If you find no issues, you must apologize to Jiboxiao." This scene attracted the attention of the entire corporation. More and more senior executives arrived as news spread. After all, Jiboxiao's status within the company was not low, but I suspected many of them were just there to watch the drama unfold. Swiftly, the technical department's investigation results came in. There was nothing unusual found on Jiboxiao's devices. Seeing this, Shen Yao said triumphantly, "Liu Ruyan, are you still trying to frame me?" Jiboxiao also feigned an air of helplessness. "President Liu, surely you should believe me this time." However, Liu Ruyan didn't respond to him at all, merely glancing down at her phone. That cold expression made Jiboxiao feel a secret sense of unease. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Liu Ruyan suddenly turned to stare intently at the large screen behind her. A new piece of surveillance footage was being displayed on the screen. The moment the images appeared, everyone was stunned, because this surveillance footage was from Shen Yao's office. The footage in the video was crystal clear, showing Jiboxiao entering Shen Yao's office. Jiboxiao's face drained of color instantly. Shen Yao also pointed at the screen in rage, questioning Liu Ruyan, "What are you trying to show? Is Jiboxiao even monitored just for delivering documents?" Liu Ruyan ignored Shen Yao's questioning, staring coldly at the screen. Director Shen's expression became complicated at this point, especially after seeing the timestamp on the camera. His face became extremely unsightly, and when the screen showed the scene where his daughter, Shen Yao, left by herself, leaving Jiboxiao alone in the office, Director Shen's face turned pale. He clearly realized the gravity of the situation. In the video, Jiboxiao left Shen Yao's office carrying a fruit plate, looking relaxed as he returned. However, after seeing that Shen Yao was gone, he became furious. While everyone was still baffled by this scene, the screen suddenly showed footage recording the operations on Shen Yao's computer. What was even more shocking was that Shen Yao's computer screen clearly displayed Jiboxiao's memo content. This scene caused everyone to look at Shen Yao with complicated expressions filled with implicit meaning and suspicion. Shame turned to rage as Shen Yao roared, "Liu Ruyan, you dare have people tamper with my computer!" At this moment, the technician on the screen was cracking Shen Yao's computer password, restoring all the deleted email history. Just as Shen Yao finished venting her anger, she felt Jiboxiao tremble slightly beside her. She still hadn't realized the tension of the situation, whereas Director Shen next to her was already so furious his face was flushed red, barely able to contain himself. The atmosphere in the room grew even more strained. The email contents were finally restored. The timestamps were clearly visible, perfectly matching the time in the surveillance video. The truth was now as clear as day. Shen Yao stared blankly at the screen for a moment, then turned back to angrily berate Liu Ruyan. "Are you crazy? Just to cover for Muge, you dare to faking a video like this." However, before her screaming could end, she was slapped on the back of the head by Director Shen. "Shut up," Director Shen then said to Liu Ruyan and the senior executives present. "As everyone can see, my daughter had absolutely no part in this. She was merely being used. She's truly a fool." Having said that, he turned to Jiboxiao angrily, accusing him, "Jiboxiao, you are truly wicked. What did President Liu ever do to you that you would betray her like this?" Within Director Shen's scolding, there was also a hidden intent to divert attention. Clearly, he was deliberately throwing out this gossip so that everyone would focus on Jiboxiao's betrayal rather than the foolish actions of his daughter, Shen Yao. The assistants in the CEO's office all turned pale. They had previously stood up to vouch for Jiboxiao, and now they just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Knowing Liu Ruyan's personality, they would likely all face the prospect of being fired. By now, Jiboxiao's face was completely bloodless, as if all life had been drained from him, looking at Liu Ruyan in despair, attempting one final struggle. "Liu Ruyan, I know the manager is your cousin. Did you collaborate with her just to frame me?" Liu Ruyan's cold response sent Jiboxiao into complete despair. Her words were the final straw. The entire hall was in an uproar. "How did you know all of this? Could it be that you've long—" These words completely shattered Jiboxiao's final mental defense. He collapsed onto the floor, his face a picture of collapse and despair. And it was only then that I slowly realized it turned out Liu Ruyan already knew Sister Weiss' identity and had suspected Jiboxiao from the start. But why did she think of Shen Yao? How did she uncover these clues? Liu Ruyan gave me a cold glance, obviously unable to admit in front of everyone that these clues were learned from the internal thoughts I accidentally revealed. Previously, Jiboxiao always thought that even if his movements in and out of Shen Yao's office were discovered, Liu Ruyan would at most investigate out of caution, but could never be so meticulous, to the point of even restoring email history. He never anticipated that when Liu Ruyan handled matters involving him, she could be so cold and ruthless. Realizing this, Jiboxiao completely broke down, slumping powerlessly to the floor, his eyes filled only with despair and fear. Shen Yao's breakdown had reached its peak. Her eyes were rimmed with red, grabbing Jiboxiao's arm, frantically questioning him. Was it really you? Why did you do it? Her voice was thick with confusion and pain. Seeing his daughter so agitated, Director Shen hurriedly pulled her back and sighed, saying, "What other reason could there be?" Naturally, he wanted to get rid of Mugi to climb the ladder himself. These words were like a thunderclap that left Shen Yao even more incredulous. "Do you like Liu Ruyan?" "That's impossible." Director Shen was truly speechless. He felt his daughter was incredibly slow-witted, as everyone else had long seen Jiboxiao's ill intentions, yet Shen Yao was completely blinded. Even I couldn't help but lament, Shen Yao is truly blind, trusting Jiboxiao to such an extent, without knowing he has coveted Liu Ruyan for a long time. By now, Jiboxiao was in a total state of panic, loudly denying everything. "It's not like that. I have no selfish motives." He looked at Liu Ruyan tensely, suddenly dropping a bombshell. "I admit I did these things, but I did it to help Zhang Hao. Just as my CEO wife wanted to divorce me, I was planning to cling to her and never let go. But suddenly, memories of a villainous supporting male character flashed through my mind. I realized that if I continued to pester her, not only would I lose everything, but my CEO wife would crush me until there was nothing left. I decisively took the 200 million yuan breakup fee she offered. However, in the next second, she heard my inner thoughts. Hearing that name, Liu Ruyan's pupils trembled slightly. She turned her head, casting me an unnatural glance. The name Zhang Hao was not unfamiliar to me either. He was Liu Ruyan's first love. Years ago, they were a wealthy couple that made everyone envious. But then, Zhang Hao abandoned her without a single word of warning. Now that this name had resurfaced, I couldn't help but feel a touch of curiosity. But what did any of this have to do with Zhang Hao? Liu Ruyan's expression was icy. "What does Zhang Hao's return have to do with what you've done?" Jiboxiao said, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. "Zhang Hao and I are good brothers. He left you out of necessity back then. I didn't want the two of you to miss out on each other due to a misunderstanding. Therefore, I'd rather play the villain, to help you two win back the opportunity." Having said that, Jiboxiao bowed his head as if he were truly acting out of the goodness of his heart. However, Liu Ruyan remained completely unmoved. "For your own selfish gain, you caused such a massive loss to the corporation, so no matter what the reason is, you won't escape punishment." Her voice was cold and ruthless, without a single trace of warmth. Jiboxiao, seeing the situation, realized that he couldn't get away with it, so he used Zhang Hao as an excuse, trying to snatch a glimmer of hope for himself. But Liu Ruyan had lost all patience for these things, these excuses. Disgust was written all over her face. In the past, every time I tried to talk to Liu Ruyan, Jiboxiao would soon take the chance to stir up trouble, causing us to fight endlessly. Jiboxiao always acted as if he had no choice, pretending to be an innocent victim. Liu Ruyan used to believe that these problems were all my fault, but now she finally saw the truth. Liu Ruyan didn't say another word and coldly ordered the police to handle it. Jiboxiao completely broke down. He suddenly raised his head, reaching out to grab Liu Ruyan, but she dodged him without hesitation. In despair, he turned to angry, shouting, "Why are you being so cruel to me? I've followed you for 10 years, and yet you treat me like this." Liu Ruyan gave him a cold glance, responding impassively, "Because you are not my husband." These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Jiboxiao's heart. He was struck dumb. Then the police arrived. Jiboxiao and those involved were taken away, and I had no choice but to follow along, going to the police station to give a statement. The last time I saw Jiboxiao, he had fallen into a frenzy, screaming at me, "Just you wait. Liu Ruyan will definitely divorce you. Don't get happy too soon." Coming out of the police station, the atmosphere in the car was quiet to the point of being stifling. I leaned against the car window, my head filled with that 200 million settlement. Recalling that I hadn't acted hysterically, it seemed I had missed out on that massive sum because of it. I felt a surge of frustration. Although Liu Ruyan appeared calm on the outside, she could still hear the complicated thoughts in my heart. 200 million, 200 million. Not long after, a notification popped up on my phone, showing that 3 million had been transferred to my account. My mind immediately went blank, and I mechanically turned to Liu Ruyan, asking in shock, "Damn, you didn't transfer it to the wrong person, did you?" Liu Ruyan glanced at me, saying seriously, "I'm sorry. I wrongly accused you before. This is compensation. I apologize to you." Although I acted very calm, inside I was ecstatic. Damn, just being wrongly accused gets me 3 million. Liu Ruyan really is a good person. The corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting that's what I'd be thinking. Her initially serious expression crumbled a bit because of this internal monologue. A moment later, she still asked seriously, "After everything happened, why didn't you try to argue your case more?" I thought for a moment, trying to maintain an indifferent attitude. "You've wanted to divorce me for a long time anyway. This was just an excuse. Whether it's true or false makes no difference." Liu Ruyan frowned upon hearing this, responding earnestly, "Truth and falsehood matter very much. Besides, I never had any intention of using this as a chance to divorce you." I was shaken inside, though I didn't show it, but mentally, I was already scoffing. "Dear ex-wife, you really are a good soul. But forced love isn't sweet. Your white moonlight Zhang Hao is coming home soon. Isn't it better if I clear out now?" Liu Ruyan was instantly stifled, feeling a surge of anger. What was between her and Jiang Hao was in the past, and she had absolutely no intention of getting entangled again. But she also didn't want my misunderstanding to continue, though she unfortunately couldn't tell me that she could hear my inner thoughts. Liu Ruyan could only say petulantly, "Don't think such nonsense. As long as you behave yourself, we won't get a divorce." The car slowly entered the Liu family estate. I noticed several unfamiliar cars parked in the courtyard, indicating that guests had arrived. As soon as we stepped through the main door, a familiar voice rang out from the living room. "Mom, Dad, this is the child that Ruyi and I are planning to adopt. His name is Jiboxiao." Liu Ruyan immediately realized that her eldest sister and brother-in-law had arrived. Before she could even process the adoption news, she felt me suddenly quicken my pace, as if I'd already caught the scent of some juicy gossip. Damn, there's more drama to witness. I was excited inside, appearing as if I couldn't wait to watch whatever good show was about to unfold. Liu Ruyan looked at my hurried demeanor, speechless to the extreme, even feeling that this made it look like I was a bit reluctant to get divorced. As soon as Liu Ruyan and I entered, the initial silence was immediately broken, and everyone's eyes instantly fell upon us. The butler came to take our coats. The moment Mother Liu saw us, she stood up from the sofa in tension, her eyes full of caution. Father Liu still maintained a facade of dignity, but I could see that he was also uneasy. When I was taken away this morning, Mother Liu had worriedly asked Liu Ruyan what to do, but Liu Ruyan had only coldly replied, "Mom, don't interfere this time." Father Liu had merely sighed, tacitly agreeing to let his daughter handle it herself. After all, I really had caused a major disaster this time. If it wasn't handled seriously, it would be hard to maintain order in the house. Actually, they hadn't wanted the eldest daughter's family to visit today, but unexpectedly, Liu Ruyi had said over the phone in a panic that she had something she needed to discuss at home. Helplessly, they had to let them come over. Following the behavior in my memories, I gave a detached nod, acting as cold as usual. Liu Ruyan didn't mention much either, first greeting her eldest sister's family. Father and Mother Liu, for the time being, didn't find it appropriate to ask about our results right then, so they intended to deal with the eldest sister's matters first. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. "Did the Liu couple get divorced? Why are they coming back together if they're divorced?" The scene immediately turned cold. Mother Liu Ruyi immediately spoke up to stop her, but her voice sounded weak and powerless. Her husband Li Ji also remained silent, letting his mother speak recklessly. Liu Ruyan frowned but remained calm. "We haven't divorced, so of course we came back together." Hearing this, Father and Mother Liu visibly sighed in relief, looking quite pleased. Unexpectedly, Mother Li refused to let it go, asking suspiciously, "Haven't the rumors already spread through the circles, saying that he committed a mistake?" Liu Ruyan was a bit displeased, and just as she was about to explain, she heard me suddenly speak. "Since when did the Lai family become part of high society, that you could even hear such news? The Lai family only thrived by relying on the Liu family, opening a private hospital. You can hardly be considered wealthy at all." My words made Mother Li's face turn pale with rage, her voice trembling with anger. "This is an insult to our Lai family." I waved my hands innocently and laughed, saying, "You're quite elderly, so why are you so sensitive? Did I say something wrong? How is it an insult?" Meanwhile, I cursed inwardly. "It's exactly an insult to you. Sticking a foxtail grass in your hair and pretending to be a big wolf. I've given you far too much face." Liu Ruyan, hearing me curse so bluntly in my heart, decidedly said nothing more, pulling me down to sit so we could talk slowly. As a result, just as I sat down, I noticed the astonished expressions on Father and Mother Lia's faces. They were clearly dazed, seeming not to have clearly heard what I just said, even though it was my voice, because they hadn't seen my mouth move. Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered, glancing at her eldest sister Liu Ruyi, who was also staring at me in a daze. The confrontation between Mother Li and me continued. She was so angry that the wrinkles on her face twisted, and she gave a cold snort, truly an uneducated person. The Liu family members' faces darkened. After all, I was considered someone they had raised for years. These words made Mother Liu want to retort, but I spoke up first. "True, They haven't taught me how to interact downwards. After saying that, I even looked Mother Li up and down, the look of disdain on my face completely undisguised. Li Ji, who had been standing by silently, until now, finally couldn't take it anymore. My phrase interact downwards had clearly struck a nerve with him. He supported Mother Li, who was almost fainting from rage, and looked up at Liu Ruyi, his face full of dissatisfaction. Liu Ruyi was in an awkward position, able only to try and soothe her mother-in-law. Mother, please don't be angry. Mugi is still young. He didn't mean any harm. I almost burst out laughing at her attempt to mediate. I'm 24 years old. Since when am I young? Father and Mother Lu couldn't stand it any longer, not wanting their eldest daughter to be embarrassed. Mother Lu hurriedly played peacemaker. All right, that's enough. Let's not bicker with the youngsters. Mugi is just in a bad mood today, so he's speaking a bit bluntly. Since Mother Lu had spoken, no matter how angry the Lai family was, they couldn't keep arguing, so the situation settled down slightly for the moment. Thanks to her parents' help, Liu Ruyi's mood improved slightly, but she was soon suffocated by the unhappy glares from her mother-in-law and husband. They were clearly uncomfortable with Liu Ruyi being ignored by her own family members. Noticing her sister's predicament, Liu Ruyan glanced to the side at the child playing with a Rubik's Cube. Recalling what I had mentioned before, she asked directly, "This child is—" Finally, we were getting to the main point. Li Ji smoothed over his unhappy expression, saying flatly, "The boy's name is Jiboxiao. We are preparing to adopt him. From now on, he will be our son." Jiboxiao was just about to open his mouth when Liu Ruyan interrupted. "What is so special about this boy that made you two decide to adopt him?" Hearing this, Mother Li's face immediately froze. "It's just that, the child and I. He looks a bit like my son and Ruyi, so we thought it was a kind of fate." Mother Li gave a forced laugh. Her words were like a stab to the heart. Father and Mother Liu carefully observed Li Jiboxiao and realized that the boy indeed had a slight resemblance to Li Ji and Liu Ruyi. However, hearing these words, Liu Ruyi's face became even more strained, with tears welling in her eyes. Even that Li Jiboxiao hung his head low, appearing extremely guilty. This is truly peak audacity. The one Li Ji wants to adopt is actually his own biological son. Since Liu Ruyi has no children, isn't it equivalent to forcing Liu Ruyi to raise his illegitimate child? Thicker-skinned than a city wall. The entire Liu family was instantly thunderstruck, looking in disbelief at the people on the opposite sofa. Liu Ruyan also looked toward me in disbelief, unable to understand how I knew these things, while I was still reminiscing about this melodramatic drama in my heart. The Lai family even forced Liu Ruyi to help hide the child's background, claiming they had to adopt him. They knew if the truth came out, the Liu family would definitely cause a massive scene. They told Liu Ruyi not to make trouble, saying a fuss would make both families unhappy, and blamed her for not being able to have children, claiming they couldn't let their lineage end. Do they have a throne to inherit or something? My internal thoughts were even more astonishing. The Liu family was profoundly shocked, staring intently at Liu Ruyi, who looked like a punctured balloon, her grievances welling up, nearly covering her face to sob. Witnessing this, Liu Ruyan began to understand the drama I mentioned, her expression instantly turning ice-cold as she immediately questioned in a frigid tone, "So who exactly are the biological parents of this child? Have you investigated clearly? Because if you haven't, I will have someone do it. If someone wants to become a member of my family, their background must be transparent." That one sentence caused the faces of Li Ji and his mother to change drastically. Their reaction also brought the shocked father and Mother Liu back to their senses. "This child is mine." Unexpectedly, Li Ji admitted it bluntly. This statement made Father Liu absolutely furious. He slammed his hand onto the marble table, nearly knocking over the butler's food tray. Seeing this, the butler considered whether to bring something for Father Liu to use on Li Ji. "Regarding this child, I haven't wronged Liu Ruyi. My ex-girlfriend kept him without telling me." Li Ji's face was pale, but he still tried to hold his ground. This time, the Liu family was even more incredulous, as rage and shock rose within them. I looked at Li Ji, feeling it was simply unbelievable, hard to believe that he didn't have even a shred of shame. Mother Lai hurriedly explained, "In-laws, please don't be angry. We only just found out about this child's existence ourselves. You both know about the marriage arrangement between our families back then, and now that Ruyi cannot conceive, it just so happens that there's a Lai family bloodline out there. So we thought that adopting him back wouldn't undermine Rui's position within our Lai family." Mother Liu turned red with anger. "So you're saying my daughter should thank you for giving her the chance to help your son and his ex-girlfriend raise their illegitimate child? You really have high hopes, don't you? Ruyi won't have the pressure to give birth, as there's already a son ready, and once the legal paperwork is done, it'll be no different from a biological child." Mother Li continued, leaving Mother Liu speechless with rage. "It turns out my daughter has endured such great grievance. It's because we raised our eldest daughter to be too gentle. She didn't know how to handle it, so she instinctively wanted to come home." Thinking of this, Mother Liu expressed her stance directly. "We do not agree." Father Liu also looked stern in support. Liu Ruyan looked at me eating my meal with a leisurely expression and helplessly rolled her eyes. She also ate while listening intently. Only with a full stomach can one handle things calmly. While their side was tense as if a fight were about to break out, they didn't notice these two people, who seemed completely oblivious to the atmosphere. Motherless expression was grim. Li Ji hated being suppressed by his wife's family most of all, but he didn't dare argue back, so he had to pick on the softest person. He said in a harsh tone, "Ruyi, didn't you say before that you didn't object?" Mother Li also followed suit with moral kidnapping. "Do you really want to cast out my only biological grandson?" Father Liu finally erupted. "Ruyi, no matter what you think, your parents will always have your back. No one is allowed to bully you." The faces of Li Ji and his mother immediately grew even grimmer. Liu Ruyi panicked, looking down at Li Ziqiao. Although the child was very well behaved, giving her a bit of comfort, thinking of the child's origins made her feel very uneasy. Liu Ruyi Li Ji threatened. Liu Ruyi grew even more flustered, asking as if for help. "I don't know. Mom, Dad, what do you two think?" Father and Mother Lia's faces were full of disappointment. Liu Ruyi used to have such a good disposition, but how did she become so weak and lacking in her own opinions after getting married? Liu Ruyan put down her chopsticks and sighed, thinking she had to take charge for this sister, who lacked any fighting spirit. This child absolutely cannot stay. Right at that moment, my inner thoughts burst forth. "Damn, what do you mean you don't know? They're already walking all over you. If you don't divorce now, are you waiting for the new year?" The three Liu family members had their hearts racing from this suddenness, this raw truth. As for Liu Ruyi, her face turned deathly pale. Her first reaction was to deny getting a divorce. Although she had never truly considered it, the stubbornness in her bones made her determined not to let go easily. Liu Ruyan took the lead, saying in a cold voice, "The appearance of this child shows that what happened back then was a mistake. I suggest a straight divorce." Li Ji and his mother immediately looked at Liu Ruyan in shock, while Liu Ruyi said weakly, "This doesn't count as Li Ji being at fault with me." This sentence made the three Liu family members feel deeply frustrated at her lack of resolve. I almost spat out the rice in my mouth. Liu Ruyi bowed her head, looking exceptionally helpless. Li Ji smirked. "That's right, it's really hard to say who is at fault with whom." His attitude fueled the Liu family's resentment, while Liu Rui's face was ashen, appearing struck speechless by the blow. My inner thoughts poured out like a flood. Liu Rui is the eldest daughter of the Liu family after all. How can she live so miserably after marriage? Li Ji has an illegitimate child and still acts so arrogant. I couldn't help but be curious, deciding to continue digging deeper into the original plot. When my CEO wife forced me to divorce, I originally planned to cling to her until the end, but suddenly awakened a gossip-seeking system. After learning that if I continued to linger, not only would I not get a single cent, but I'd also be crushed by my CEO wife and meet a gruesome end, so I decisively accepted the 200 million breakup fee she offered. But when she saw me excitedly preparing to sign, she hesitated, all because she suddenly heard my inner thoughts. With that 200 million, how many houses could I buy, and how many beautiful girls could I have fun with? Liu Ruyan's eyebrow twitched. She immediately changed her mind and dragged me home. Who would have thought that as soon as we got home, catch wind of the drama between her sister and brother-in-law? It turns out Li Ji and Liu Ruyi had a senior-junior relationship. Li Ji, drowning his sorrows in alcohol due to a breakup, ended up having a physical relationship with Liu Ruyi. Consequently, the next day, his ex-girlfriend Qiao Meng saw them together and left in heartbroken despair. Because of this, Li Ji resented Liu Ruyi, believing she had ruined his love with Qiao Meng. Now, the three Liu family members were as quiet as cicadas in winter, while Li Ji and his mother grew even more smug seeing this. Li Ji said to Liu Ruyi in a cold and arrogant tone, "Think it over carefully yourself." This posture of pretending to give her a choice made Liu Ruyi even more resigned. Just as she was about to speak, my mockery struck again. Li Ji is truly a master of being a freeloader with an attitude. Someone so shameless is truly something I'm seeing for the first time. My continuous stream of mockery made Liu Ruyi feel slightly uncomfortable, wanting to argue but not knowing where to start. My mockery continued. "What's all this about drunken loss of control? It's all just an excuse. As a man myself, I know very well that if you're truly unconscious, you basically can't perform at all. Mistaking someone or having amnesia is all a lie. It's just wanting to indulge while refusing to take any responsibility." Liu Ruyan and her parents were instantly struck by this bolt from the blue. Liu Ruyi was also stunned, her face turning deathly pale. Back then, a drunken Li Ji had pinned her down. She had originally struggled, but Li Ji had whispered gently to her, "I want to hold you. I'm so miserable." A single sentence made her heart soften, mistakenly thinking Li Ji had feelings for her. Then once he sobered up, he claimed she was the one who initiated it, which made Liu Ruyi feel like she was the one in the wrong, and she silently accepted everything. However, my mocking thoughts weren't finished yet. There was also the part where Li Ji accused Liu Ruyi of destroying the love between him and Qiao Meng using children to bind him to her. What a joke. Back then, because he couldn't compete with others and his future was being blocked, coupled with Mother Li's calculated interests, he chose to marry Liu Ruyi. Otherwise, he would have pursued Qiao Meng long ago, and the Liu family never even threatened him. If that weren't the case, after so many years of not having children, why didn't he choose to divorce? To put it plainly, he just couldn't bear to give up the Liu family's resources. He wanted to keep living his comfortable life. He simply didn't want to let go. Yet he acts so self-righteous. The Liu family members, in their hearts, all agreed with this realization. It was Li Ji himself who chose to get married. Everyone thought he was being responsible, but they never expected Li Ji to always blame Liu Ruyi and the Liu family. At this moment, Liu Ruyi looked at Li Ji in shock. He always presented himself as noble and outstanding, even saying he didn't need the Liu family's help. But the facts being exposed now completely overturned her perception. She couldn't help but wonder, is all of this really my fault? The Liu family also looked at Liu Ruyi quietly, their hearts filled with helplessness. Liu Ruyan always felt Li Ji was worthless, but her older sister loved him, and while they weren't a doting couple, Li Ji hadn't bullied her sister before, except for today. She wouldn't normally interfere in her siblings' lives, at most giving a few reminders, but how could she have known so much trouble was hidden beneath the surface? I've finished watching this drama, and I've lost my appetite. Thinking about whether I can break this ill-fated connection, even though I can't directly reveal the secrets of his manipulation, I still want to see if I can shatter this toxic bond. At this time, Liu Ruyan said with a stern face, "Sister, our family's opinion hasn't changed. We still hope you two will get a divorce. If you don't divorce, our family cannot afford to lose face like this, and from now on, in all matters, we will choose to draw a clear line with the Li family. Consider this a test to see if Li Ji is really only here for the power." Hearing that, Mother Li became anxious, hurriedly looking over at Liu Ruyan's parents. Father Liu said that our Liu family is now headed by Ruyan. Whatever she decides is how it will be. Li Ji's expression changed repeatedly, a look of humiliated rage quickly surfacing as if he were being insulted. Mother Lia's face darkened as she stepped forward and pulled her daughter to her side. "Divorce would be wonderful. Let your son find another wife. No one will stop him from having as many children as he wants. So why are you so against the divorce?" Mother Li anxiously pulled on her son. Li Ji frowned, about to speak. Liu Ruyan said with a cold laugh, "If you care about your reputation, don't worry. If you divorce, we will just say our family doesn't tolerate illegitimate children. It won't affect you at all. Over all these years, our family has helped your Lai family quite a lot. You can't possibly still think my sister owes you, can you?" Li Ji's face went pale. He coldly asked Liu Ruyi, "Liu Ruyi, is this what you want too?" In the past, whenever Li Ji was unhappy, Liu Ruyi would always coax him. This time, she finally remained silent. Mother Li screamed, "You can't give birth anymore. No one will want you anymore." Father Liu said in a cold voice, "The eldest daughter of our Liu family has plenty of people who would want to marry her." Mother Liu also added, "If she wants children, she can adopt an orphan, as long as my daughter is happy." Meanwhile, in my heart, I was thinking, is being unable to have children really just one person's issue? Maybe this Li Ji's genes are just bad. Maybe with someone better, she could have as many kids as she wants later. So I looked up the detailed information again, and found that Liu Ruyi indeed wasn't in the best health, making it difficult to conceive, but it wasn't impossible. But upon closer inspection, I discovered the root of the problem. This Li Ji fellow only comes home a few days a month. Who knows how few times they've actually been intimate in a year? With the probability already low, how on earth is she supposed to get pregnant? The Liu family members stared at Liu Ruyi in shock. Liu Ruyi's face turned red. How could he even know about that? Faced with this matter, she was naturally shy and always thought it was her own health issue, so she never questioned further. The Liu family members were gnashing their teeth in hatred. How could Li Ji have the nerve to blame Liu Ruyi for not conceiving when he wasn't even trying? Although it was awkward to bring this up for questioning, they all unanimously agreed that this marriage must end in divorce. Although I was also very angry in my heart, it really wasn't convenient to say this out loud. How strange. If he's not going home, where could he be going? Immediately, the system provided an answer. The apartment on the 18th floor next to the hospital. For the past 9 years, Li Ji and Qiao Meng have always been living together like husband and wife. The hearts of the Liu family members tightened. Liu Ruyi almost fainted. Mother Liu supported her with a distorted expression. The veins on Father Lia's forehead bulged, like a lion king who had just left his throne, staring intently at the prey invading his territory. Liu Ruyan lowered her head and gave an order. However, the Li family still didn't realize the severity of the situation. Li Ji said coldly, "Are you really going to make a scene with me over such a trivial matter?" Liu Ruyi desperately asked. Why? She always thought he married her out of necessity, never imagining they had actually been together all along, while he pinned all the blame on her. What? Why? If you really can't accept this child, you'll just take him back tomorrow. Li Ji took a step back, but looking at his condescending attitude, Liu Ruyi truly couldn't help but feel nauseous. The image of the outstanding senior she once admired finally faded away, leaving only a disgusting true face. As a bystander, I couldn't help but speak up. Take the child away. You seem to know exactly where the child's mother is. Is it possible you've been entangled with her all along? I think an investigation is needed to see if you and Xiaomeng are still in contact, letting my sister be cheated on while she raises your love child. Li Zhi's pupils contracted. His voice grew frantic. You dare make up lies about me? My mother was right. You really have no upbringing. Liu Ruyan's voice was ice cold. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for the fact that I can't reveal that they can hear my inner thoughts, I would definitely expose this hypocrite on the spot. I pointed at the little boy again and said, look at your son's expression before you try to deny it. The child couldn't take it anymore either. Mother Lu quickly chimed in to help. Child, have you seen your father? Good children shouldn't tell lies. The child finally couldn't hold it back any longer, tugging on Li Zi's sleeve and saying, Daddy, let's go home, Mommy. In a panic, Li Zi swung his hand and slapped the child's face, sending him falling to the ground with a clear handprint on his face. The scene became chaotic. I was startled and quickly pulled the child toward me. The child cried out loudly. Liu Ruya's heart softened. She pulled the child into her arms and patted him gently. The child gathered his courage and said, Daddy and Mommy have always lived together. They're only apart sometimes. They said I'm an illegitimate son, and only by tricking Auntie into adopting me can we be together openly. I know these things are wrong. Tomoko-nai. It became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The boy clutched Liu Ruya's sleeve, sobbing out an apology. Liu Ruyi finally burst into tears. Mother Li frantically pulled on her son, her face full of bewilderment. Son, is it true that you really? Li Zhi's expression changed completely, but he still stubbornly said, Rubbish. I never thought this child would lie to frame me. He just wants me to be with his mother, so he's making things up. Liu Ruyi, you don't actually suspect me too, do you? Li Ziqiao couldn't believe it, watching his father lie without blinking an eye. If it hadn't been for my gossip-hearing ability, the Liu family might very well have been fooled by Li Zi's performance. But now, he looked like a total clown. Li Zi naturally couldn't admit it so easily. As far as he was concerned, I was just guessing. His public image had always been excellent. He had been very careful for 9 years, never leaving any clues behind. If the Liu family really knew anything, they would have dealt with him long ago. Besides, how much can you trust a child's words? Not to mention Xiaomeng was about to go abroad, so even if the Liu family was suspicious, they'd never find her. At this moment, Liu Ruyi suddenly stood up, grabbed the fruit plate on the table and hurled it straight at Li Ji. The fruit plate was heavy, and with a loud thud, Li Zi's head began to bleed instantly. Fruit and shards scattered all over him, and his glasses were knocked off. He looked in shock at the woman who was normally so gentle suddenly going berserk. Have you lost your mind? Li Zi asked, both humiliated and enraged. Li Zi, I have never done you wrong. It is you who have wronged me. You and Xiaomeng treated me like a fool. Liu Ruyi screamed these words, the resentment suppressed for years exploding all at once, as if she had suddenly awakened. Li Ji said in a daze, Don't go falsely accusing me. Before he could finish, Liu Ruyan suddenly slammed her phone onto the table, and a video call was connected. On the screen, Xiao Meng was being held down in a chair. Let me go! Who are you? You're trespassing! She screamed. Mommy Li Ziqiao cried out anxiously. As for Li Ji, his face turned ghastly. The sound from the screen continued. Xiao Liu, we found it. There are work documents here and traces of Mr. Li's daily life, along with some photos showing this as the home of a family of 3. Li Zi was completely dumbstruck. A whip suddenly cracked across his face. A wretched scream followed, and the sound of the whip lashing continued relentlessly. It was a riding crop that the butler had handed to Father Liu. Adultery for years, and making Liu Ruyi raise their love child. Father Liu was so furious he wanted to kill him. Li Ji lay sprawled on the ground, facing the raging Father Liu, his whole body in a panic. He even forgot to run away. Mother Li wept and begged for her son's life. Li Ziqiao also rushed over. Don't hit my daddy, please stop hitting him. Seeing the child shielding him from the whip, Father Liu finally stayed his hand. Get a divorce. Li Ji, I want to divorce you. Liu Rui's heart-wrenching scream rang out. Liu Ruyan gave a direct order to the other end of the line, collect all evidence of Li Zi's infidelity. Once those words were spoken, it meant legal action would be taken, and the only outcome would be Li Zi leaving with nothing, years of effort vanishing in an instant. Li Zi shouted loudly, You can't do this, Liu Ruyi. You were the one who started all of this. What right do you have to blame me now? I may have been with Qiao Meng, but I gave you the title of my wife. What more do you want? Such a shameless statement made everyone in the Liu family present beyond furious. Did I beg you to give me that title? Liu Ruyi asked back in disbelief. Li Zi was at a loss for words. It was because your family was powerful, pressuring me in invisible ways. If I didn't marry you, could I still have made it in the medical field? Li Ji, You are so fake it's nauseating. Liu Ruyi was so angry she started crying. Liu Ruyi finally woke up. Well said. Li Zi is just a lowlife who bites the hand that feeds him. I also cursed him silently in my heart. Liu Ruyi heard this, and immediately lifted her chin with strength, glaring at Li Ji. You are nothing but a parasite. Liu Ruyi being called the name that Li Zi hated most. What did you say? I said you're a parasite? You and your mistress are shameless leeches, Liu Ruyi, you bitch. Who are you talking to? You clearly stole my man, stole everything from me. You're the one who should be ashamed, Qiao Meng cursed from the other end of the line. She could never forget her boyfriend and Liu Ruyi sleeping together in such a disgusting way. She had intended to go back to Li Ji, only to hear he was forced into marriage until she found out she was pregnant. Then why haven't you fought for him all these years? Your man refused to divorce because of power? You're just a mistress being kept on the side? What right do you have to be screaming? Liu Ruyi seemed to have found her voice, countering with sharp words. Wasn't that because your family used their influence to bully us? Threatening Li Ji's career otherwise, I wouldn't have endured it. Even if he didn't marry you, he would always love me, being with me while leaving you alone in an empty bed. This was my revenge against you. Hearing this, I really couldn't help but complain. Li Zi is indeed a master of gaslighting. Even his mistress was horribly deceived. Liu Ruyi sneered. I was a fool. And Qiao Meng, you're a fool too. Li Ji, you know in your heart whether my family ever threatened you. You know the truth. Stop pretending to be the victim, trying to take the moral high ground to control me. It's clear you clung to our Liu family for your career, giving up your so-called true love. Don't try to pin all your mess on me. I won't take it. Liu Ruyi's words were like trampling on Li Ji's inner soul, making his face turn ferocious. Qiao Meng quickly said, Don't go slandering Li Zi. Liu Ruyan sneered, Fine, if that's what you both think. Then our Liu family will make it a reality. Just wait until after the divorce, then you'll learn what true threats look like and what it means to use power to bully others. Liu Ruyi's words made Li Ji blurt out, Liu Ruyi, how could you become like this? But now you're panicked. In other words, you knew that our Liu family previously had absolutely no intention of dealing with you. Liu Ruyi finally realized the truth, seeing right through Li Ji's tricks. Seeing this, Mother Li hurriedly grabbed Liu Ruyi's hand. Ruyi, I will definitely not accept her. Li Zi was just being foolish. Please give him one more chance, I'm begging you. Look at how badly he was beaten. That's enough. Mother Liu stepped in to block her, so Mother Li could only pull on Li Ji, forcing him to apologize and make promises. Hurry up and apologize. Do you want to see our Li family ruined? Li Zi was forced almost to his knees, his eyes gradually filling with panic until he finally spoke. I want divorce, Ruyi. I was wrong. I was just frustrated and unwilling to submit. In truth, I care for you deeply. Li Ji Qiaomeng screamed like she was insane. She was stabbed by Li Ji's words. Could it be that what Liu Ruyi said was true? I was deceived by Li Zi. You! Shut up, Li Zi roared. He certainly knows how to adapt. His opportunism is nauseating. I couldn't help but complain. Liu Ruyan sneered. The evidence of infidelity is clear, Li Ji. You have no choice in this. Stop acting. Li Zi hurriedly looked at Liu Ruyi, but saw only an expression of disgust, realizing that this matter was beyond resolution. Qiao Meng suddenly went ballistic and said, Li Zi, don't you forget the child? I told you to shut up. Li Zi screamed in terror. Don't you want the child in your womb anymore? Do you want to die? A child? Qiao Meng was pregnant. This news directly revolted the entire Liu family. Li Ziqiao also seemed to have just found out, looking stunned. Li Zi pulled Mother Li and Li Ziqiao by their hands, accepting his fate and saying, I am the one at fault toward Ruyi. I agree to the divorce. Revenge however you like. I only hope you won't involve others. I thought to myself, running away so fast, is he afraid everyone will beat him again? I just feel that Li Ji changed his tune too quickly. I thought a shameless person like him would have dragged this out much longer. The Liu family didn't think much of it either. Right now, they just wanted the Lai family to disappear quickly, unwilling to share the same space any longer. The three from the Lai family left staggeringly, but Li Ziqiao secretly turned his head to glance at us. While leaning in Mother Lia's arms in pain, Liu Ruyi suddenly looked up for some reason, staring at Li Ziqiao for a brief moment, as if her heart had skipped a beat. Noticing Li Ziqiao's behavior, Li Zi suddenly yanked the boy hard, making Li Ziqiao stumble, and facing Li Zi's fierce expression, his heart clenched in fear. Li Zi gritted his teeth silently, his back turned to us, as a cruel smile curled on his lips. Daring to humiliate me like this, Liu Ruyi, and the whole Liu family, you will all regret this. A distorted sense of excitement flashed across Li Zi's face. When my CEO wife forced me to divorce, I originally planned to cling to her, but then I suddenly awakened the gossip system, learning that if I kept dragging things out, not only would I not get a single cent, but I'd also be crushed by my CEO wife, dying without even a whole body. So I decisively accepted the 200 million settlement fee she offered. But when she saw how excited I was to sign, she hesitated, all because she could suddenly hear my inner thoughts. That 200 million, think of how many houses it could buy, and how many villainous roles I could play. Liu Ruyan's brow twitched, and she immediately changed her mind and pulled me home. Watching the Li family's backs as they left, I couldn't help but complain. If they hadn't been so overbearing, they wouldn't be facing such bad consequences. One can only say that heaven has eyes. But poor child, hell surely be beaten when they get home. Truly, a good sprout from a bad bamboo. But it's also quite strange. Why make their own child call their enemy mother? What on earth were they thinking? Liu Ruyan, hearing my internal rambling, glanced at me, a look of complexity flashing in her eyes, feeling there was no need to dwell on it. At the same time, she thought, why else? So this child would have the status to inherit shares from both the Liu and Li families, of course. While Liu Ruyan was thinking, I suddenly shot forward like an arrow from a bow, dashing toward the 3 Li family members heading for the gate. I grabbed Li Ziqiao's hand and kicked Li Zi hard in the back, sending him and Mother Li crashing to the ground together. Wretched screams echoed throughout the manor. The Liu family also heard, the roar in my heart at that moment. System, are you insane? Giving me gossip with such a plot twist, something major almost happened. Just now I learned of Li Zi's plan from the system. He had swapped the child that the two of them had. Li Ziqiao is actually Liu Ruyi's biological son. Everyone in the Liu family present in the hall was so shocked their minds went completely blank, unable to believe this was the truth. Upon hearing this news, Liu Ruyi's mind came to a standstill, hardly daring to believe that her child had been raised by Li Ji alongside Qiao Meng all along, rather than being dead. Li Ziqiao was terrified by the wretched state of his father and grandmother and rushed forward to help, only to have his arm grabbed by Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan stared intently at that young face, as memories of that year flashed through her mind, Liu Ruya's sudden premature labor, which resulted in a stillborn child, and she vaguely felt that everything could have been manipulated. After I steadied myself, I saw Li Ji, his face covered in blood, roaring in fury, but then he suddenly saw Li Ziqiao behind me, held back by Liu Ruyan, and the death-like stares from the Liu family. Li Ji felt the blood in his veins turn cold. I quickly made up an excuse to explain. I feel that Li Ziqiao looks too much like the Lias, and he doesn't look like that mistress of yours at all. Li Ji stammered in panic. What nonsense are you talking? But I stubbornly stuck to my words, wanting to prevent him from taking this innocent child away. I turned to Liu Ruyan with pleading eyes and asked, "Don't you think they look alike?" Liu Ruyan replied calmly, "He looks exactly like my eldest sister. I don't believe this is a coincidence." Her determined expression and unconditional trust gave me a momentary sense of relief. Liu Ruyan looked at Li Ji and stated that the Liu family had doubts about the child's identity and would be conducting a verification. Li Zi's face was filled with shock. He was still fantasizing about how to get revenge on the Lias, but the sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. "Are you all crazy? Li Ziqiao is the child of Qiao Meng and me, Ruyi's child back then already." It was only at this moment that he realized he couldn't possibly handle the consequences of this truth being brought to light. After meeting the ice-cold gaze of Liu Ruyan, he knew that no matter how he tried to justify himself, he couldn't change her mind. His fate was sealed, and his silence only served to silently confirm everything. Little Li Ziqiao was still very young. He seemed to understand a little, yet his mind still couldn't fully grasp it. He instinctively tried to pull away from Liu Ruyan to find his father, even though his father was always cold to him and his mother treated him poorly. They were still his parents. Suddenly, a pair of warm arms and a raspy sob enveloped him. Li Ziqiao looked up and saw that gentle auntie. She held his shoulders, her face full of wonder and eyes brimming with tears, yet she kept her eyes wide open, desperate to see him clearly. Her trembling hand gently stroked his cheek, overwhelmed by a pain beyond words. Then, she fainted right there on the spot. Li Ziqiao rushed to support her, as Mother Liu rushed over as well, embracing Li Ziqiao tightly. "He looks just like them. He really is my eldest grandson." She finally realized it, that the child was a mirror image of Liu Ruyi and Liu Ming as children. Father Liu was shaking with rage, striding up to Li Ji and dragging him outside. The butler held back this aggressive mother. Half an hour later, Liu Ruyan called for an ambulance. Under the cover of night, the Liu family went to another hospital they invested in, and Qiao Meng was forcibly brought along. It was only then that she saw Li Ji with multiple fractures, lying unconscious, with Li Ziqiao under the full protection of the Lias. The DNA results came back quickly. Liu Ruyi held the report, clutching Li Ziqiao and sobbing as if she would cry a lifetime of tears away. Li Ziqiao stared blankly at the wretched Qiao Meng, his lips trembling, unable to utter the word mother, only able to ask her why. With nothing left to lose, Qiao Meng cursed at him viciously. "Your mother and you owe this to us. You little brat, I should have killed you from the start, to make you pay for my son's life." Li Ziqiao finally broke down and wailed, the bond he thought was motherhood completely shattered. Such a tragedy. Even I can't keep my cool. I can only dig into Qiaomeng's history. After Qiaomeng gave birth to a stillborn child, she twisted the blame, claiming Liu Ruyi was the one who harmed her. So when Liu Ruyi's baby was born, she forced Li Zi to give her a child as compensation, and Li Zi, out of his pathetic pride, actually agreed. But the child of a rival. How could Qiaomeng ever treat him well? And so, Li Ziqiao grew up raised by this pair of adulterous traitors, becoming insecure, sensitive, and frail. Once Qiaomeng became pregnant again, they only wanted to love their own child, finding Li Ziqiao an eyesore, so they concocted this evil plan. Before the Lius found them, Qiaomeng fantasized about having her child and keeping Li Ziqiao on their side forever, mocking Liu Ruyi for failing to recognize her own son. Slap, slap, two sharp sounds rang out. Mother Liu lost her composure, striking Qiaomeng's face hard, causing her cheek to swell red and the corner of her mouth to bleed. Qiaomeng, who had been frenzied a moment ago, looked into Father Lius' cold eyes and was utterly terrified. She stammered, "I'm pregnant. You're not allowed to hurt me." Liu Ruyan stepped forward and said icily, "We won't touch your child. The Liu family is law-abiding, but you will pay for everything you've done." That very night, Father Liu renamed the boy Liu Shi on the spot and brought him back home with Liu Ruyi. Upon returning home, Liu Shi was already nodding off. He was just a growing child after all. Liu Ruyi didn't leave his side for a second, while Father and Mother Liu came to visit, their faces full of affection. Finally, Liu Ruyan arrived. Mother Liu asked, "Where is Muge?" Liu Ruyan replied, "He's back in his room resting." The Lius gathered together. Everyone except the soundly sleeping Liu Shi was discussing today's events. Father Liu was the first to speak. "Can we really hear Muge's inner thoughts?" Liu Ruyan briefly explained. "The situation at the office earlier. For now, only a few of us can hear him. His thoughts are just like someone speaking normally. If you're too far away, you can't hear anything." Liu Ruyi chimed in. "We were lucky he was there to reveal the truth. Otherwise, Liu Shi and I might never have recognized each other. It's terrifying to think about." Liu Ruyan continued. "I suspect he might have recently acquired some sort of superpower. Us being able to hear him is likely an accident. I suggest we maintain the status quo for now." Liu Ruyi said with a sigh, "It feels like Moog has changed." She remembered when she first got married, when I was first brought back to the Liu family, he could sense that I was lonely. Then he'd listen to Mother complain about me, and he and Ruyan were like a pair of bickering rivals. Mother Liu also recalled, Mugi was actually that mischievous as a child, but after his parents passed away and his relatives made life difficult for him, his personality changed completely. Now he's back to how he was as a boy. Mother Liu patted Liu Ruyan's shoulder. "Anyway, Mugi didn't just clear up your troubles. He saved your sister and your nephew as well. You must treat him well." Mother Liu added, "Mugi is just all bark and no bite. He's actually very warm-hearted, so try to be more patient with him." Liu Rui also reminded her, "Since you've agreed to be married, don't let him end up living like I did. The family hoped Liu Ruyan would treasure me, or at least improve our relationship as a couple, and if it really didn't work out, they hoped it wouldn't end in bitterness." Liu Ruyan said thoughtfully, "I'll give him money." The three Lius went silent for a moment, thinking Liu Ruyan's emotional intelligence was truly low. Liu Ruyan continued, "He loves money. I sent him money for what happened today, and he was very happy." Then Liu Ruyan suddenly frowned. "Never mind, he's terrible with money. I'd better just help him invest it." Though the family didn't quite understand why, they were still pleased, because in their eyes, Liu Ruyan was finally putting in some effort for me. However, Liu Ruyan's actual thought was, if we divorce, I must ensure he has his share. But if we don't, she couldn't bear the thought of giving her husband the funds to go after other women. Liu Ruyan then prepared to go back, to talk to me about investing, but before knocking, she heard my startled exclamation, echoing from inside the room. "Holy crap, Father Liu, Mother Liu, and even Liu Ruyi. Why are they all sending me money? It must be to thank me for accidentally exposing everything. They're all such good people." Adding that to what I already had, my savings are up to 10 million now, making 10 million in a single day. Even if I divorce Liu Ruyan later and leave with nothing, I'm set. Cute girls, mature beauties, tiny waists. Heh. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. Opening it, I found Liu Ruyan standing there, looking at me with a strange expression. My heart instinctively raced, and I couldn't help wondering, what is she doing here? Is she also here to give me thank you money? "My nest egg is growing again." Liu Ruyan spoke bluntly, "Hand over all the money you have." I was stunned for a moment, and she continued, "I'll help you invest it. Using money to make money, it's a guaranteed profit with zero risk." Surprised, I asked, "Really?" Liu Ruyan nodded. "Come find me once you've thought it over." With that, she headed back to her room. Although I've wanted to just be a lazy bum since my rebirth, I still know how important financial management is. Thinking about Liu Ruyan's offer, I grew more and more tempted. She's a brilliant young entrepreneur. She's bound to be better at investing than a regular guy like me. Once I'd made up my mind, I immediately ran to knock on Liu Ruyan's door. It took a while for the door to open, revealing Liu Ruyan wrapped in a towel, her hair dripping wet, which made my heart skip a beat. She looked at me with a slightly puzzled expression while I was busy admiring her slender waist in my head. That towel is so big and so white. Hearing my thoughts, Liu Ruyan's face flushed slightly. She tightened her towel and said casually, "I was in the shower, sorry for the delay." "No problem," I quickly replied. Internally, I was cheering. Nice. I tried my best to look away from her beauty. Just as I was about to transfer the funds, the corner of Liu Ruyan's mouth twitched as she asked, "Have you decided?" Meanwhile, the rest of the Liu family was pressed against the door, eavesdropping intensely. I gave a slight nod and said, "Yeah, I've got 10 million. Help me invest it." The Liu family members looked at each other, stunned that I actually possessed such a large sum. Liu Ruyan nodded, but I couldn't help asking, "How can you be so sure I won't lose money?" "All investments carry risks," she replied seriously. "If it loses, it's on me. I'll personally guarantee your principal stays safe." Hearing this, I was a mix of shock and suspicion, but I figured since she put it that way, I might as well stop playing hard to get. So I added, "I'll transfer it to you later then." "Wait, no, let's only invest 9 million. Liu Ruyan looked a bit confused, but before she could speak, I went on to explain. "I'll keep 1 million for emergencies just to be safe. By the way, I have a question. Can I choose an investment that pays monthly dividends?" I was thinking to myself, steady monthly income. Then I can truly enjoy being a couch potato. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. "If you need money, you can just use your card." I smiled and said, "I know, but can I just enjoy the feeling of collecting my monthly harvest?" Liu Ruyan's eyes shimmered. She must have heard my internal ramblings. She said in a softer voice, "Fine, I get it. I remember the final payment from your last job just came in. It should be transferred to you tomorrow. It's about 1 million, so let's stick with the 10 million investment." I was shocked. "Really? I thought I was just a washed-up artist. How could my pay be that high?" Liu Ruyan replied matter-of-factly. This time, it just was. I believed her completely, my head already full of visions for the future. At the same time, the eavesdroppers shared a look, feeling a pang of sympathy for me. They assumed I was making these petty calculations out of a deep lack of security. A moment later, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a chill down her spine, so she spoke up. "In the future, if you have extra cash, you can keep giving it to me. I'll keep investing it for you." I thought to myself, aside from the fact that Liu Ruyan won't give me the intimate married life I want, she's pretty much perfect. As soon as that thought hit me, I felt my face heat up. Liu Ruyan clearly heard it too. Her face flushed instantly and even her ears began to burn. I chuckled inwardly. The group eavesdropping outside saw this and couldn't help snickering. My mind, still buzzing with excitement, started wandering again. Honestly though, a woman as incredible as her, I wonder if any man has ever truly won her heart. Well, it certainly wasn't me. Liu Ruyan's expression grew even more complex, and she could only glare at me helplessly. Seeing her reaction, I almost burst out laughing, but Liu Ruyan suddenly shot a sharp look toward the distance as if she had detected something. The trio of eavesdroppers instantly scrambled away from the door, pretending they hadn't heard a thing, yet they couldn't suppress their curiosity, stealing glances whenever they could. Amidst the awkward tension, Liu Ruyan suddenly yanked me into the room. When my CEO wife forced me to divorce, I planned to cling to her at all costs until I suddenly awakened a gossip system. After learning that if I kept pestering her, I wouldn't just be penniless, but would be crushed by her power and meet a gruesome end, I decisively accepted the 200 million yuan breakup settlement she offered. But when she saw how eager I was to sign, she began to hesitate, all because she could suddenly hear my inner thoughts. With that 200 million, how many houses could I buy? How many models could I hire? Looking at the banquet guest list, I felt a bit disappointed. I know the names, but I don't recognize the faces. Otherwise, I could check if there's any juicy gossip to uncover. Wealthy circles always have the best scandals. The Lias, discussing the list on the sofa, suddenly lost their focus. I mean, who can resist some good gossip? Lately, I've gathered quite a bit around here. Even the butler's secret crush on the maid is common knowledge to them now, and they're secretly shipping them every day. Father Liu asked, "Will that boy Liu Ming make it back in time? Didn't they say he was filming in the middle of nowhere and lost his signal?" The third Liu son, Liu Ming, is a top superstar in the entertainment industry. Liu Ruyan said, "My younger brother just contacted me. He said he's definitely coming, that he has something important to tell us." As soon as those words were spoken, the entire Liu family went silent, their expressions turning subtle. I watched with curiosity, unable to resist opening the gossip system. So Liu Ming wants to change his fiancée. He's engaged to the eldest Chu daughter, but he's always had a thing for the younger sister. The eldest sister has a bad reputation, while everyone has nothing but praise for the youngest. The Lias weren't surprised to hear this, since Liu Ming had made his feelings quite obvious. The family doesn't oppose free love. They were just worried Liu Ming's temper would make things awkward. If Liu Ming is coming back to break his engagement, then we should wait for him and decide, together, on the best way to handle it. Suddenly, I sighed and thought to myself, Liu Ming almost died as a child, and it was the eldest Chu sister who saved his life, yet he's fallen for the younger one. The members of the Liu family were stunned. The person who saved Liu Ming, wasn't it the younger Chu daughter? On the day of the banquet, Liu Ruyan returned home early to prepare. I also got all dressed up. My outfit today was particularly different, not casual like before, but a sharp, well-fitted suit. Seeing her arrive, I hurried over. Mother said we should greet the guests together. Liu Ruyan nodded, and seeing me look her up and down, she seemed a bit self-conscious. We ran into Liu Ruyi taking Liu Shi for a haircut. Both mother and son were stunned by my appearance. Liu Ruyi said with a smile, "Look at how handsome your uncle looks." Liu Shi nodded obediently. He really is handsome. Being praised made me a bit bashful, so I changed the subject to deflect the attention. "So do you think your younger aunt is beautiful, or is your mother more beautiful?" Liu Shi blushed. "Mom is the most beautiful." Liu Ruyi, moved, stroked her son's head. The bond between the two was quickly growing closer. As for Li Ji and Qiao Meng, since they had shown him so little love, Liu Xi was able to move on quite quickly. Liu Ruyi mentioned, Rongrong's field trip opportunity is quite rare, so she definitely won't be able to make it back. Liu Rong is the fourth lady of the house, currently on a painting expedition elsewhere. Then, Liu Ruyan and I went to the main gate to wait for guests, who began to arrive one by one. Most of them looked at me with hostile glares. The recent scandal at the Liu group had been quite loud. Not only was the truth clarified, but a whole slew of employees were dealt with, especially my former manager, who was blacklisted and sued for damages. This time, Liu Ruyan had completely backed me up. Initially, many people thought for sure that we would be getting a divorce. Quite a few wealthy young heirs were waiting for an elite female CEO like Liu Ruyan, not caring if she was a divorcee. But since I haven't stepped down yet, I guess their marriage alliance plans have been cut short. Ha ha ha, I thought gleefully to myself. Liu Ruyan heard my arrogant inner voice, but she didn't let it show on her face, continuing to greet the guests. Soon the Su family arrived, but although 4 were expected, now only 3 showed up. Following the middle-aged couple was a woman with a plain expression. She didn't seem to care about her surroundings, emitting an air of coldness. Her black dress, long, straight black hair without any jewelry, didn't look like a wealthy young lady at all. Ruyan, long time no see. You've become more and more outstanding. Mr. Su stepped forward to greet her warmly. Mrs. Su also responded enthusiastically, completely ignoring me. I didn't mind. Looking at them with curiosity, my gaze drifted to the girl behind them. The girl looked at me and nodded very politely. Are you Su Xinyue or Su Shueqi? I asked directly, even though I had this face in my memories having met a few times, but I couldn't tell them apart. After all, they are twins, who could know for sure right now? Su Xinyue was stunned for a moment. Mr. and Mrs. Su also looked over in surprise. I am Su Xinyue. Then where is the second young lady? Didn't she come with you? I asked curiously. Su Xinyue's eyes dimmed, her voice dropped. Someone else is bringing her. Mr. and Mrs. Su noticed Su Xinyue's tone wasn't right and immediately laughed. Our Shueqi is filming. Coming with us wouldn't have been fast enough. Before they could finish, a sports car drove in. Guest cars are all parked outside, only the Liu family's cars can enter. After the car door opened, a fashionably dressed man stepped out, who looked 60 to 70% like Liu Ruyan, but with an added air of arrogance and a rogue charm. He took off his sunglasses, looking very charismatic. Many young guests started whispering, "It's Liu Ming. I just watched his movie recently. He's so handsome. I've become his fan. I'll ask for a photo with him later. Too bad he has a fiancée. Otherwise." The person with her parents is his fiancée, Su Xinyue. Liu Ming was at the passenger side helping open the door and helped a woman step out. That woman had long, straight black hair, a face identical to Su Xinyue's, wearing a pure white long dress with a delicate look between her brows. "Thank you, Brother Ming. Be careful. Please hold me." The surrounding guests began to gossip. The Su couple saw their youngest daughter looking unwell and immediately approached her in a panic. "What's wrong, honey? Are you hurt?" Mrs. Su asked distressedly. "No, I'm fine. I just sprained my ankle while filming. It's really nothing. Brother Ming is just overreacting," Su Shueqi explained. "Don't work too hard on set. What if you get seriously hurt? Let Daddy help." Before Mr. Su could finish, he was nudged by Mrs. Su's elbow. Liu Ming didn't notice, helping Su Shueqi toward the door. "Let's go inside first. Shueqi can't stand steadily." They all crowded around Su Shueqi, while Su Xinyue stood there like an invisible person. She didn't step forward to care for her sister, nor did she look at her fiancé and his intimate actions with her sister. She's probably used to it. I watched all this gossip unfold until they finally came closer, and the Su couple finally noticed Su Xinyue. Liu Ming frowned. Su Shueqi, being supported, seemed frightened, trying to push his hand away. "Sister, you're here. Please don't misunderstand. Brother Ming only picked me up because I was hurt. He didn't mean anything else. Please don't be mad." She shrank back as she spoke, seemingly very afraid of Su Xinyue. This made everyone's gaze change. There were rumors that Su Xinyue often bullied her sister. It seems it's true. Liu Ming pulled Su Shuiqi's hand, whispering a warning to Su Xinyue not to scare her. This is the Liu residence. If you dare bully her, I won't show you any mercy. Su Xinyue didn't even give Liu Ming a glance. Only a bitter, sarcastic smile touched her lips. Xinyue, your sister is hurt. You don't even know how to show some concern. Who are you showing that cold face to? Mrs. Su said dissatisfiedly. Enough. Don't throw a tantrum at someone else's house. It's embarrassing. Go inside, Mr. Su said in a low voice. Liu Ming ignored Su Xinyue, helping Su Shuiqi inside. At that moment, a strange voice echoed, appearing in Liu Ming's ears. What's going on? Did I just go temporarily blind? It clearly happened right in front of my eyes. Why didn't I see anything? The tantrum, the scaring, the cold face. Was that Su Xinyue? Su Xinyue hasn't said a single word to them from start to finish. Liu Ming was stunned. He didn't see me open my mouth. How could those words be spoken? Besides, what on earth was he saying? Liu Ruyan heard my complaining for a while. Seeing Liu Ming stop, looking over like he'd seen a ghost, she immediately understood and said to Liu Ming, Ming, help me receive the guests. Though her tone was steady, it left no room for compromise. Hearing this, Liu Ming looked unhappy. He'll take Shuiqi inside first. It's hard for her to walk. But before he could finish, my inner grumbling started again. Is this guy an idiot? Her parents and sister are all right here. Is it his turn to take care of her? Even if he's the boyfriend, it seems quite inappropriate in this situation, right? Liu Ming was dazed by my long stream of silent insults, glaring at me angrily. Huh? I looked at him confused, thinking he was greeting me, though the tone was a bit off. But in my memories, Liu Ming and I never got along. He had admired Liu Ruyan since childhood. But because of Liu Ruyan's marriage toward me, someone his age, this second brother-in-law was met with nothing but malice. He never helped me in the entertainment industry, and wouldn't even call me brother-in-law, whether to my face or behind my back. Brother Ming. Su Shuiqi saw Liu Ming stop, thinking he was looking at Su Xinyue. She bit her lip pitifully. Brother Ming, you should go with Sister Ruyan. It'll be fine on my own. Su Xinyue, silent for so long, finally couldn't help but speak up. The second young lady of the Liu family wanted the third young master to stay and greet guests. It has nothing to do with me. Su Shuiqi was instantly silenced, her eyes reddening. What kind of attitude is this? Seeing this, the Su couple got worked up as a reflex. Liu Ming was dazed, not noticing the girl crying beside him, turning to face those cold eyes, suddenly feeling awkward. At that moment, that voice spoke again. Good grief, my temper. Even though I'm not close to Su Xinyue, I really can't stand this anymore. So I spoke out. My wife only told Liu Ming to stay. She didn't mention Su Xinyue at all. Why did you bring that up? I asked sincerely, without a tone of blame. It sounded more like I was seeking an explanation. The scene fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere became awkward. Many people realized that's right. There's no way Su Xinyue would be expected to stay and greet guests. Why did Su Shuiqi drag her into this? The Su family instinctively felt that I had ill will towards Su Shuiqi. Just as they were about to argue, Liu Ruyan spoke calmly. Is there some misunderstanding? I really only mentioned my third brother. Then she gave me a glance. That my wife sounds much better than ex-wife. Their coordination made Su Shuiqi's face flush red, speechless for a moment, only able to look at Liu Ming in confusion. Liu Ming was also stunned. Besides, your sister was just correcting your wording. Why act as if you're being bullied? I continued, making your father scold your sister in public makes us, the hosts, very uncomfortable. If there's a conflict, we can help resolve it. Su Shuiqi, always having things her way, was dazed by these words. The Su family's jaws dropped too, looking at Liu Ruyan in shock. Liu Ruyan said expressionlessly, It's our lack of hospitality. The Su family looked embarrassed, but they couldn't get angry. Next, I chuckled and said to Su Shuiqi, Your remark about Liu Ming going with Su Xinyue was wrong. You shouldn't say such things. Everyone around was stunned, thinking I was implicitly confirming on behalf of the Lius that Liu Ming and Su Shuiqi were a couple, telling her not to deny herself. Su Shuiqi looked at me expectantly. I immediately couldn't help but offer advice. Su Shuiqi said she's fine on her own, but your parents are standing right there. How can you ignore them? They definitely won't leave you alone. These words made the expressions of the people around shift several times. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't help but say, Isn't this just green tea behavior? I am not. Su Shuiqi finally got anxious. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. I patted her shoulder, stopping her tears, and said happily, Great, you've realized you're not alone. Su Shuiqi's face turned every shade of frustration. Liu Ming watched everything in a daze. What exactly just happened? I caused trouble without worry. Liu Ruyan was responsible for the cleanup. Just as Su Shuiqi was about to put on a big crying show to save face, Liu Ruyan bowed and gestured for them to proceed, putting an end to it all. The Su family felt a nameless rage boiling within, vaguely leading Su Shuiqi into the main hall. Before leaving, Su Xinyue looked back at us. A trace of confusion flickered in her eyes. It seemed like the first time she'd faced such a situation. After everyone had left, Liu Ming finally snapped out of it. "What were you guys doing? Shuiqi is so innocent. She definitely didn't mean it. She just said the wrong thing. Why make it so hard for her?" In his eyes, Su Shuiqi's mistakes were understandable. So for the person who did nothing, Su Xinyue, was she the one who deserved to suffer? I asked curiously. Su Xinyue often makes Shuiqi cry. What's wrong with making her uncomfortable for once? Truly a biological brother. I looked at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan looked at Liu Ming with dissatisfaction. "Ming, our parents never taught us to judge the person rather than the deed. You can be biased, but you must stick to the facts." Even though Liu Ming was over 20, when faced with his second sister's reprimand, he still listened obediently, but his eyes betrayed his discontent. So oblivious. The Liu family definitely has the sweet idiot gene, a top-tier green tea manipulator with excellent acting skills. Were his big acting awards bought by the Liu family? How can he not see her performance? Just as Liu Ming was about to argue, my inner voice rang out again. We're doomed. If he likes this manipulator, every day will be a drama stage. I don't want to be in the same family as this guy. Maybe we really should just divorce. Liu Ming's words caught in his throat, looking at Liu Ruyan in a daze. Liu Ruyan coughed awkwardly, interrupting my wandering thoughts. "Leave this to Ming and me. Go inside." "Okay, I'm going in for more gossip." I left happily. Liu Ming looked at Liu Ruyan doubtfully. Liu Ruyan didn't beat around the bush, revealing a bit about my situation. Liu Ming was dazed for a long time before speaking. "Should we call a psychiatrist?" "No, a monk or master might be better." Liu Ruyan used a cold gaze to extinguish Liu Ming's thoughts. Liu Ming pouted. "So he really knows everything?" Liu Ruyan stated. "He can know anything he wants to know." Liu Ming remained skeptical. "Is he the best paparazzi in the industry or something?" Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered. "Are you planning to change your engagement partner today?" Liu Ming was stunned. "Yes, but I won't ruin the family banquet. He'll wait until the end to talk privately." Liu Ruyan nodded, acknowledging it. Liu Ming asked cautiously, "You guys won't object, right? Are you sure the one you want is Su Shuiqi, not Su Xinyue?" Su Xinyue's eyes flashed through Liu Ming's mind. He felt a bit uneasy. "Of course it's Shuiqi. She's too weak. She needs my protection. Su Xinyue is jealous of her sister. She treats Shuiqi poorly. I don't like her being like that." Liu Ruyan didn't react. This made Liu Ming feel guilty. "I know the twins have the same face, but Shuiqi has suffered so much." Liu Ruyan cut him off directly. "You're responsible for your own life. If you've decided, that's enough." Liu Ming let out a huff. Suddenly, through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw Su Xinyue leaning in a corner alone, looking down at the wine glass in her hand. She looked lonely and melancholy. Su Xinyue looked up and outside. Liu Ming instinctively averted his gaze. Clearly the engagement was about to be broken, yet his heart suddenly raced. Liu Ming's thoughts were in a mess. After greeting guests for a while, he slipped away. Su Xinyue watched her parents boasting about Su Shuiqi. She felt uncomfortable inside. She looked around and decided to go to the restroom. Just as she was about to enter, she was suddenly pushed inside. She screamed in fear, but her mouth was covered. In an instant, a man pinned her against the wall. When the CEO wife forced me to divorce, I planned to cling to her until the end. Suddenly, I awakened a gossip system. After learning that if I continued to linger, not only would I not get a penny, but I'd also be crushed by my CEO wife, I'd die a miserable death, so I took the money. I took the 200 million settlement she offered, but when she saw how eagerly I was about to sign, she hesitated, only because she suddenly heard my inner thoughts. With that 200 million, how many houses can I buy? How many actresses could I meet? Then Su Xinyue realized the man before her was some playboy she didn't know well, so she glared at him angrily. The man became even more infuriated. He reached out to pull at her dress, cursing while trying to take advantage of her. Just as she was in despair, the door was kicked open. Liu Ming charged in, knocking the man away with one punch. Then he said to Su Xinyue, "Fix yourself up." He threw his coat to her and dragged the man out. Liu Ming dragged him to the backyard and kicked him hard. The man screamed loudly, "Liu Ming, are you crazy? Why protect her?" "Aren't you seeing her sister?" Liu Ming said coldly. "No matter who she is, this cannot happen at the Liu residence." The man crawled up and smiled sinisterly. "She's the one who lured me to bed then dumped me. Shouldn't I get an explanation?" Liu Ming exploded with rage, but the butler appeared and stopped him. "Third young master, please return to the guests. The second young lady is looking for you." Liu Ming stood frozen on the spot, suddenly hearing Su Xinyue say coldly, "It wasn't me. It was Su Shuiqi. She caused this." Liu Ming looked sarcastic. "Something so absurd, you want to blame Shuiqi for that too?" Su Xinyue's face turned pale. Her eyes lost their light, wanting to explain, but it felt futile. Liu Ming continued. Shueki always feels guilty toward you. Out of respect for our engagement, we never officially dated. Now I feel it's just not worth it. Let's call off the engagement. The only person I want to marry is Su Shueki. Su Xinyue's heart felt like it was being cut. The coat in her hand slipped to the ground. Liu Ming didn't look at her again and walked away. Su Xinyue gave a bitter laugh. Don't worry. Never again. I agree to cancel the engagement. Then she sighed, as expected. Besides Grandma, everyone else, whether it's my parents or the boy who promised to protect me forever. They only believe Shueki. They only choose Shueki. Liu Ming heard her words. His heart stung, but he still couldn't help but say, it's good that you're cooperating. I warn you, don't hurt Shueki anymore. I won't show any mercy for old time's sake. His words were interrupted by a scoff. Liu Ruyan and I walked over. Liu Ruyan frowned and asked, what happened? Why are you making a scene here? Didn't we agree to handle this later? When we arrived, we only heard Liu Ming and Su Xinyue arguing, and we didn't know what happened before that. Liu Ming said sulkily, nothing. Liu Ruyan noticed that Su Xinyue's dress was damaged. Feeling it was inappropriate, she told an auntie to take her to change. As they were about to lead Su Xinyue away, I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, what did Liu Ming just say? Ever since Su Shueki saved him, his heart only has room for her? Should I tell this idiot? He's got the wrong savior. But looking at him like this, I don't really want to tell him. Getting it wrong is exactly what he deserves. Liu Ming was stunned. It was as if my complaint made his mind go blank. Then rage flared up. Just as he was about to yell at me, Liu Ruyan said coldly, Liu Ming, shut up. Liu Ming looked at her in disbelief. The auntie and I, confused, led Su Xinyue away. After we left, Liu Ming finally couldn't hold back, pointing angrily at me and said to Liu Ruyan, second sister, did you hear? Liu Ruyan frowned and said, you said you want to marry Su Shueki. If the person who saved you as a child was Su Xinyue and not Su Shueki, would you still make the same choice? Liu Ming was so shocked he thought he'd misheard. He felt it was absurd and argued loudly. I'm the one who was there. Do you think I don't know who saved me? Besides, the Su couple, Shueki, and even Xinyue all know it was Shueki who saved me. Su Xinyue has never denied it. How could it possibly be wrong? Liu Ruyan looked at him silently. Her silence showed she completely believed me, just hoping that when the truth came out, it would let Liu Ming decide for himself, and not be a fool for nothing. As for whether there's a mistake, we can verify it directly. But think carefully. If it's wrong, who do you choose? Liu Ming was silent for a moment, then finally said, I like Shueki's purity and kindness. Even without the debt of being saved, I would still choose her. Liu Ruyan frowned, her face showing helplessness. After Su Xinyue finished changing and came out, I intended to say something to her, but I didn't know how to start. Through the gossip system I saw Su Xinyue's past experiences. I still feel quite sympathetic toward her. Even though I grew up without a family and thought I had suffered enough, I never expected that Chu Xinyue, despite having parents, would live a more miserable life than an orphan like me. She and Chu Shueki are twins, but because Chu Shueki was born frail, the Chu couple took her abroad for treatment, leaving Chu Xinyue to be raised by her grandmother, so she was never close to her parents. Meanwhile, Chu Shueki hogged all their parents' love and relentlessly bullied Chu Xinyue after returning home. I couldn't help but ask her, are you truly deciding to break off your engagement with Liu Ming? According to the gossip from the system, since she was 5 years old, Chu Xinyue has had eyes only for Liu Ming. She nodded without hesitation. I wanted to say something more, but since she had already given up, I could only encourage her. He doesn't deserve someone as outstanding as you. By escaping these terrible people, you can live a much happier life. She looked at me in surprise, not expecting me to read her mind so accurately. She gave a faint smile. Thank you. I will do just that. Immediately afterward, she went downstairs, just as the Chu family was congratulating Liu Ruyi. The Chu couple supported Chu Shueki, seeming to have forgotten Chu Xinyue's existence entirely. Mother Liu asked, where is Xinyue? Mrs. Chu said impatiently, this girl really has no manners. I don't know where she's run off to. Chu Shueki said with concern, maybe I should go find her. That obedient facade made it look as if Chu Xinyue was the one causing trouble for no reason. I couldn't help but speak up. What is this all about? Are you looking for us? Seeing me beside Chu Xinyue, who had changed into a small blue evening gown, which perfectly complemented her snow-white skin. Yu Ruyan explained, our guest dress got wet, so I had the maid take her to deal with it. Mother Liu asked, why didn't you say so earlier? Liu Ruyan replied coldly, I couldn't get a word in. That one sentence made the three of the Chu family flush with shame, extremely embarrassed. Feeling the mocking and scrutinizing gazes from everyone around, Chu Shueki just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Why? After coming to the Qin family home, has everything been so difficult? It's all because of Chu Xinyue. Chu Shueki glared with dissatisfaction at the approaching Chu Xinyue and could only correct herself. Oh, so you were just changing clothes. I thought you were mad at me. The Chu parents also blamed this awkwardness on Chu Xinyue. But after Shen Yao returned, she stared coldly at Chu Shuiqi, the fire of rage in her eyes looking ready to explode. Whatever happened in the restroom just now, Chu Shen Yao was certain it had to do with Chu Shuiqi. She didn't know when she had become Chu Shuiqi's scapegoat, but Chu Shen Yao could only suppress her anger sitting down to the side without saying a word. And Qin Chao, who had been distracted this whole time, only snapped back to reality when he saw Chu Shen Yao, his expression shifting constantly. His mind was even more chaotic. He couldn't believe his previous savior was actually Chu Shen Yao. Right after, he turned and gave me a stealthy, furious glare. "Hey, what are Mr. and Mrs. Chu's names?" I whispered to Liu Rian. After Liu Rian finished speaking, the Liu family members all sat up straight, showing an intense interest in the gossip. "So that's how it is. I knew it. How could there be a mistake about a life-saving savior? It turns out the entire family of 3 conspired to deceive." I thought to myself that the Liu family also found this explanation more plausible. But why was Chu Shen Yao in the dark? Seeing the Liu family's reaction, Liu Ming was secretly fuming, waiting to see how I'd spread rumors. My voice suddenly appeared in their minds. By all accounts, this was the first time Chu Shuiqi stole something belonging to Chu Shen Yao. Liu Ming's expression shifted slightly, his eyes darting a quick glance at Chu Shen Yao. Liu Ming and Chu Shen Yao were classmates back home, and when the summer camp incident occurred, the country they visited happened to be the same country where Chu Shuiqi was receiving treatment. Though Liu Ming was just a teenager then, according to an agreement between their grandmothers, he had become Chu Shen Yao's fiancé. So naturally, he had to meet the Chu family. That was the first time Liu Ming saw the person living in the hospital room who was as delicate as a little princess, Chu Shuiqi. Because it was the first time Chu Shuiqi saw a handsome older brother like Liu Ming and heard he was her sister's fiancé, viewing him as something that belonged solely to her sister, she started screaming and demanding to be with Liu Ming. Jealousy truly twists people. Compared to Chu Shen Yao, she already had the perfect love of their parents and all their companionship, yet she still wanted to steal what little Chu Shen Yao had. Because Chu Shuiqi felt that if Chu Shen Yao didn't exist, then those things would naturally have been hers. Liu Ming's breath hitched as he heard this. He didn't feel like Chu Shuiqi was that kind of person. Back then, Chu Shuiqi really was crying in her hospital room, and he thought the sick little girl was just pitiful, only wanting someone to play with. Moreover, facing a face identical to Chu Shen Yao's, Liu Ming felt a lot of empathy. But since I put it that way just now, Chu Shuiqi had the perfect love and all the companionship of their parents. What did Chu Shen Yao have then? It seemed all she had was him as her fiancé. Thinking of this, Liu Ming felt as though he'd been struck in the head with a club, his mind ringing. The activity was originally meant for Liu Ming and Chu Shen Yao, but because Chu Shuiqi caused a scene from her hospital bed, wanting to go play with Liu Ming herself, she wouldn't even let her sister go. Since that activity didn't allow last-minute participants, the Chu parents ended up making Chu Shen Yao withdraw, so that Chu Shuiqi, with the same face, could go in her place and ask Liu Ming to take care of her. Liu Ming's expression looked quite grim. At the time, he didn't think it was a big deal, nor did he care what Chu Shen Yao thought. He had agreed to the Chu family's request on the spot, to take care of Chu Shuiqi as her parents asked, taking it for granted that Chu Shen Yao would, and should, give in to her younger sister. She ought to yield. What expression Chu Shen Yao had back then, he couldn't even remember. The Liu family had previously heard that. The older sister had voluntarily yielded to her sick sister, and they had even marveled at their deep sisterly bond, never imagining it was forced by the parents, the result of the younger sister's exclusion of her elder sister. In that case, when Liu Ming's accident happened, the one by his side should have been Chu Shuiqi. So how did his savior turn out to be Chu Shen Yao? Liu Ming couldn't understand it either. He remembered their campsite was in a dense forest where staff led them to identify plants and learn wilderness survival skills. But he was very mischievous then, leading Chu Shuiqi away on their own, resulting in him accidentally falling down a steep slope, getting seriously injured. He only remembered Chu Shuiqi up on the slope, screaming in terror. While he was drifting in and out, dying from blood loss, Chu Shuiqi had found him, struggled to carry him out of the valley, and that was when they encountered the rescuers. Clearly, Chu Shuiqi had saved his life. Seeing this, I couldn't help but scoff. The Chu parents must have been speechless. Liu Ming fundamentally doesn't know how to care for others. Taking someone healthy like Chu Shen Yao would have been fine, running around wouldn't have mattered, but Chu Shuiqi? Forget it. After Liu Ming's accident, Chu Shuiqi ran back crying and fainted due to her frail health. Found by the Chu family waiting outside, her parents rushed her to the hospital, totally unaware that Liu Ming was in trouble. Liu Ming's pupils constricted. The Chu couple had originally brought Chu Shen Yao with them to wait outside the camp, but after picking up their younger daughter, they forgot their elder daughter hadn't boarded yet and just drove off, leaving Chu Shen Yao stranded outside the camp. Liu Ming was truly lucky. If anyone besides the Liu family in this world remembers him wholeheartedly, it's Chu Shen Yao. She saw her sister come out, and knowing Liu Ming couldn't be far behind, she went back inside to find him. The activity wasn't over yet, so no one knew Liu Ming was in trouble. If Chu Xinyue hadn't gone back in, by the time everyone realized something was wrong, Liu Ming would likely have gone into shock from blood loss. Liu Ming felt a sharp pang in his heart. The Liu family members took turns stealing glances at Chu Xinyue, causing all the guests to start speculating if the third son's marriage arrangement was truly about to change. I watched closely. Once the rescue staff learned that Liu Ming was missing, they took immediate action. Chu Xinyue wasn't supposed to join the search, but she followed them secretly because she recognized an item Liu Ming had dropped. She eventually found the unconscious Liu Ming in the valley and carried him out on her back. As a result, Chu Xinyue was so exhausted that she was also hospitalized with a high fever. The Liu family's minds were full of questions. Then why did it become Chu Shuiqi? But they quickly figured it out. It turns out Chu Xinyue lost her memory of this after the fever broke, while Liu Ming thought Chu Shuiqi had saved him and asked for her as soon as he woke up. The Chu family had an idea. The lie began, and eventually, even Chu Xinyue believed her sister was the one who saved Liu Ming. Everyone thought that little girl had fainted out of worry for her companion. The story was seamless. I continued reading. It turned out the Chu parents had long wanted to swap the engagement, not just for their younger daughter's selfish innocence, but also because they felt Chu Xinyue was healthy and better suited for a business alliance, while Chu Shuiqi's poor health required a good family to support her recuperation, one that wouldn't look down on her condition. The Liu family had an epiphany. The Chu family had two daughters, destined for strategic marriages. The Chu grandmother had once clung to the Liu family, and after several years, she secured the engagement. The Liu family didn't usually practice early betrothals. The Chu family heard that the grandmother had engaged Chu Xinyue to Liu Ming, feeling she was biased toward the elder granddaughter. Back then, the grandmother told them, "You only think of the younger one, and never for the elder. If I don't provide for the elder while I'm alive, when will you irresponsible parents ever remember her?" The Liu family members sighed. It wasn't until the grandmother passed away recently that the Chu family's intentions became clear. The Liu family members peeked at Liu Ming, seeing his face turn pale, wondering if he believed it. Liu Ming didn't want to believe it. He felt my words lacked evidence, suddenly feeling a surge of anger. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan blocked his view. Liu Ming looked at Liu Ruyan with both hurt and anger. Liu Ruyan pointed out a piece of evidence that wasn't quite evidence, whispering, "When you were little, you were much taller than Liu Xi is now, right?" Liu Ming looked at his second sister in confusion. Liu Ruyan continued, "Not many girls could have carried you. Between a healthy Chu Xinyue and a frail Chu Shuiqi, who could have carried you out of that valley?" Liu Ming's face grew increasingly pale as images of Chu Xinyue and Chu Shuiqi's faces flashed continuously through his mind. Chu Xinyue wouldn't even cry out with a broken arm, while Chu Shuiqi's eyes would swell from crying over a sprained ankle. Chu Xinyue could carry lab equipment, while Chu Shuiqi couldn't even carry a child for more than a few seconds. As the banquet drew to a close, someone invited the Chu family to leave together to discuss business. Mr. Chu declined with a smile. "We have an appointment with the Liu family. We really don't have time today." Hearing this, though the guests wanted to stay and watch the drama, they couldn't very well linger, so those about to leave did so reluctantly. But at that very moment, someone burst into the hall shouting, "Chu Xinyue, I heard your engagement is being cancelled. So ill come to the Chu house to propose today. After all, you're already mine." When my CO wife forced me to divorce, I planned to cling to her, but suddenly I awakened a gossip system. After learning that if I continued to stay, not only would I not get a penny, but I'd also be crushed by my CO wife, dying without even a grave, so I decisively accepted from the CEO the 200 million breakup fee she offered. But when she saw me so excited to sign, she hesitated, all because she suddenly heard my inner thoughts. 200 million? Think of how many houses that can buy, and how many female models I can hire. At this moment, a man burst into the Liu family banquet. Chu Xinyue and Liu Ming both looked up, realizing it was the same drunken man who had troubled Chu Xinyue in the restroom. This man's name was Wu Tian, a well-known playboy who looked decent enough but was truly useless in every other regard. He'd committed numerous legal and moral violations and was a regular at the police station. Wu Tian's intrusion caused quite a stir, but since this was the Liu family's turf, causing such a ruckus was effectively a slap in the Liu family's face. Wu Tian's aunt and uncle saw this and rushed forward to pull him back, apologizing repeatedly, Sorry, he's drunk. We'll take him away immediately." But Wu Tian shoved them aside, shouting uncontrollably at the Chu family in his rage, "If you want to swap the engagement, then today, while everyone is here, let's finalize things between me and Chu Xinyue." He finished by glaring aggressively at Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue was stunned. She turned to look at Chu Shuiqi, only to find her sister guiltily avoiding her gaze. Wu Tian reached out to grab Chu Xinyue's wrist as he spoke, but a large hand clamped down on his. It was Liu Ming. He roared, "Are you crazy?" Immediately after, he threw a punch that knocked Wu Tian to the ground. Liu Ming wanted to keep swinging, But Chu Xinyue coldly pulled him back by the wrist. Her face was ice cold as she looked at Wu Tian, and Liu Ming instantly felt a wave of frustration choke his chest. At this, Aunt Wu said angrily, "Liu Ming, how can you just go around hitting people?" Mother Liu didn't back down either, saying, "You're the ones causing trouble. Our Liu family treats our guests with respect. We won't let you insult us." Aunt Wu's face was red as she retorted, "Aren't you canceling the engagement with Chu Xinyue anyway? Then this is between them." Mr. Chu quickly stepped in to mediate. "We're all friends here. There's no need to spoil the mood over children's matters. Everyone please calm down." Mrs. Chu also urged, "It's all Shen Yu's fault. Seeing young Master Wu before the engagement was even cancelled. But maybe this is a double blessing. Let's all sit down and talk it through." She was secretly delighted. The Chu family was in decline, and they couldn't afford to offend either the Liu or Wu families. They thought today they'd just swap engagements, never expecting the Wu family would also want an alliance. It was a literal windfall. The guests, who didn't want to leave, had come to see two girls fight over one man, but they never expected this hilarious farce between the Chus, the Lius, and the Wus. The love triangle quickly became the talk of the party, with guests watching and commenting. "Since everyone is here today, let's act as witnesses for all three families. Don't forget to invite us to the weddings later." What a match made in heaven. The Liu couple looked at each other, deciding to go with the flow to resolve this drama. Mr. Liu spoke first. "Since you've already heard the rumors, we won't hide it any longer. The engagement was set by the previous generation, but now, we in the Liu family respect the children's decisions." Mother Liu added, "We only hope the children can take responsibility for their own lives and not make decisions they'll regret." Having said that, the two gave Liu Ming a meaningful look. Though they didn't like the Chu couple's actions, the Liu family chose to leave the decision to Liu Ming, and their focus shifted to me just because I had screamed in my mind, "Holy crap, I've hit the mother lode of drama." The Liu parents listened intently to my thoughts while keeping a close eye on Liu Ming's reaction. Then the Chu couple eagerly stepped forward to break the stalemate. "You and the Liu family are always so open-minded. Ming, why don't you say a few words?" Saying that, they pushed Chu Shuiqi toward Liu Ming, utterly ignoring Chu Shuiqi's obvious discomfort. Liu Ming wavered indecisively. He was conflicted about whether to ask for the truth, but a life-saving debt and love aren't the same, and his thoughts were in total disarray. The Chu couple's prodding and Chu Shuiqi's haste only added to his misery. The atmosphere on the scene became awkward and bizarre, with onlookers whispering and gossiping, speculating on how things would develop. As an outsider, watching this scene, I was burning with impatient anxiety. What on earth is Liu Ming agonizing over? Is he really struggling to choose between them? He's way too full of himself. Chu Xinyue isn't Chu Shuiqi. She has no intention of playing your games. The Liu family members were open-mouthed, suddenly realizing Liu Ming's error. At that moment, Chu Xinyue suddenly stepped forward to break the silence. "An engagement involves two people. Shouldn't you at least ask for my opinion?" The room suddenly fell silent, everyone's eyes focusing on Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue's words had captured the stunned attention of everyone present. Liu Ming was also dazed. Could it be that she really didn't want to let go? An unacknowledged trace of joy flickered in his heart. However, the Chu couple immediately showed their impatience. "Xinyue, stop acting out. We'll help you settle things with the Wu family. One shouldn't be too greedy," they said harshly. "We know you've always enjoyed making things hard for your sister, but this is a major matter concerning their lifelong happiness. The Liu family has already said it. It's for the children to decide. Liu Ming doesn't want to marry you. Are you really going to be so thick-skinned as to cling to him? Even if you don't yield, it's useless." But today's Chu Xinyue was like a fortress, no longer affected by them. She looked coldly at Liu Ming and said, "Today, I officially declare the cancellation of this engagement." Then she smiled with a sense of relief. "Liu Ming, I don't want you anymore." As soon as she said those words, Liu Ming felt as if a piece of his heart had been hollowed out, and he stood frozen in place. This was the scene he had expected for so long, but why did it feel like a nightmare? While the room was somewhat shocked, most people assumed that Chu Xinyue really was with Wu Tian now. I mocked the Chu family's hypocrisy in my heart. The Chus are so fake, clearly knowing Chu Xinyue's true feelings, yet pretending they know nothing. They pressured her many times to go to her grandmother to end the engagement, but she always refused. No matter what Chu Shuiqi stole from her normally, she would yield. But the only thing she wouldn't give up was Liu Ming, and now she's given him up too. The Liu family, hearing my thoughts, finally realized that the one Chu Xinyue loved was Liu Ming. Liu Ming's lips trembled as he realized this as well, but now Chu Xinyue had completely given up on him, yet her expression when she said it wasn't me flashed in his mind again, plunging him back into confusion. Seeing this, Wu Tian hurried over. "You've finally come to your senses. From now on, you're my fiancé." Liu Ming's eyes flashed, his hands instinctively clenching as he looked toward Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue didn't look at Liu Ming anymore, but glared coldly at Wu Tian instead. Who are you? Do I even know you? Since you're publicly spreading rumors about us, I have the right to sue you. Her words struck like a bolt from the blue, astounding everyone. I praised her in my heart. The face slapping is coming. Time to watch the drama unfold. The Liu family heard my inner monologue and believed that Chu Xinyue's words were true. Liu Ming recalled Chu Xinyue's desperate gaze in the backyard, feeling his palms break out in a cold sweat. He finally realized that the one who truly made the decision to let go had actually been her all along. Facing the buzzing crowd, I could only sigh. I've certainly had my fill of drama today. Everyone seemed to believe Chu Xinyue wasn't lying. Wu Tian's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, furiously shouting, "You won't admit it? At first you said you were afraid the Liu family would find out you were with me, so you didn't dare go public. Now you deny it? You're really pushy." But Chu Xinyue didn't waver at all, sneering. "Then go ahead and speak if you're so brave. I want to see who's the one losing face here." Her gaze swept over Chu Shuiqi, seeing her panicked expression. Wu Tian was livid, but Mr. Chu, fearing things would get out of hand, hurriedly pulled Chu Xinyue back. "Stop making a scene. Our Chu family still has a reputation to uphold." Mrs. Chu also rushed over to persuade Chu Xinyue. "Quickly, apologize to Wu Tian. This is all for your own good." Wu Tian's parents, though they didn't like this scandalous girl, had no other choice. Wu Tian's reputation was even worse. The two were two of a kind. It seems they are quite the match. Your eldest daughter certainly has a character. Well, discipline her properly after the wedding. Just as they flashed a fake smile, Chu Xinyue cut them off. "What? Now you don't even care about personal consent? Are you planning on human trafficking?" With that, Chu Xinyue shook off her parents' hands as if breaking free from two sets of shackles. Everyone around was stunned by Chu Xinyue's sudden words. I cheered inwardly. Well done if she hadn't spoken harshly. These people would truly think they could arbitrarily decide someone else's life. The Liu family also felt that the Chu couple was going a bit too far. Chu Xinyue clearly didn't want this, yet her parents acted like that. It was truly disappointing, but the Chu family didn't think so. Mr. Chu said angrily, "How can you speak like that? You're getting more and more undisciplined." Mrs. Chu added earnestly, "We decided for you only because we want what's best for you. You were involved with Wu Tian before. No matter how you broke up, there must be some feelings left. Now that he wants to marry you, why can't you just agree?" Chu Xinyue said coldly. "I am an adult now. You have no right to decide my life for me." Contrary to her usual self, she spoke in an ice-cold tone, and the scene instantly fell silent. The two parents were dumbstruck. Mr. Chu said in shock, "Have you lost your mind? We are your parents," Chu Xinyue sneered. "Are you really? I thought you were only Chu Shuiqi's parents." These words instantly made the Chu parents flush with anger. "Shut up, you unfilial daughter. How dare you say such insolent things?" I clicked my tongue in amazement. Tisk tisk, outraged by the truth. If it didn't hit close to home, why would they be so furious? I suspect the Chu couple actually know exactly how biased they are, but they won't let Chu Xinyue say it. How disgusting. The Liu family also felt that the Chu parents looked like they'd been poked in a sore spot, lashing out on the spot without a shred of maturity. Watching this farce, I felt it was both absurd and helpless. I don't even know this man, yet you insist on pushing me onto him. "Don't you care if you ruin my life?" Chu Xinyue said coldly. "You'd rather believe an outsider's words than your own biological daughter. And you still call yourselves my parents?" Mr. Chu roared in anger. "Because you lie all the time." "Yes, exactly. Wu Tian is an honest person, much more worthy of trust than you." This statement filled me with contempt. Father Liu and Mother Liu couldn't help themselves. They almost burst out laughing. Liu Ruyi nearly spat out her drink. Liu Ruyan added calmly, "Then we must see whether Miss Chu or Mr. Wu is more worthy of everyone's trust." Everyone was taken aback, thinking of Wu Tian's illustrious track record, then comparing it with Chu Xinyue. Mr. Chu's face instantly stiffened. Wu Tian, provoked, rushed to the projector and connected his phone. In an instant, several intimate, borderline explicit photos were projected onto the screen. The suggestive atmosphere and seductive looks couldn't be associated with Chu Xinyue at all. Wu Tian said smugly, "Look, I've already slept with her so many times." Yung so tenwit lai kui, a laugh that sent shivers down people's spines. Liu Ming's face was pale, burning with rage. His first instinct was actually to not believe these photos were of Chu Xinyue. At that moment, my inner thoughts added fuel to his fire. Who would have thought Chu Shuiqi plays so wild in private? I used to doubt her acting skills, but now I see she's a true movie queen. Just because Liu Ming was away filming, she couldn't stand being alone and found someone else to play with. She deserves to be stalked by that scoundrel. It seems her parents were fooled as well. The Liu family's curiosity was piqued. This revelation was intense. Liu Ming's worldview crumbled. Was everything he believed in a lie? These are all fake. Chu Xinyue finished laughing and said slowly, "They're fake. But the photos are real." Wu Tian screamed in rage. The photos are real, but the person is not. Chu Xinyue's gaze fixed on Chu Shuiqi, and she said coldly, "That face is an exclusive to me. Young Master Wu, next time you sleep with someone, you'd better distinguish who they are. Just because they say who they are, do you really believe them?" The entire hall went silent. Wasn't this implying that the well-protected little princess over there was the woman in the photos? No one could believe it. Wu Tian was also stunned. The Chu couple screamed even more frantically. "You're lying!" At this moment, the truth caused a massive shockwave. Mr. Chu, enraged, rushed forward to slap her, but Chu Xinyue leaned aside and dodged it, causing him to nearly stumble. After regaining his balance, he pointed at Chu Xinyue, his hands trembling with fury. "She's your sister. How could you cause trouble yourself and then throw dirt on her?" Mrs. Chu, even more horrified, held Chu Shuiqi tightly, as if fearing Chu Xinyue would harm her precious daughter. Tisk favoritism, such extreme favoritism. When those photos were revealed, the Chu couple only looked at Chu Xinyue with disgust. But once Chu Shuiqi was named, their reaction became much more protective. "I really wonder if Chu Xinyue is even their biological daughter," I grumbled to myself. The Liu family, hearing my inner thoughts, couldn't help but shake their heads. The Chu couple's favoritism was too obvious. One was the apple of their eye, while the other was treated like dead wood. Chu Xinyue had long since become numb to this, only staring blankly as her parents lost their minds. Looking at Chu Xinyue's expression, it's clear she's used to it. The Chu couple surely never fails to show such blatant favoritism normally. Normal parents wouldn't be like this. I continued to curse them in my head. The Liu family members secretly nodded in agreement. Liu Ming recalled scenes from the past where Chu Xinyue always stood aside with a cold face, while Chu Shuiqi cried with red eyes, and the Chu couple would shield Chu Shuiqi while scolding Chu Xinyue. Liu Ming used to think Chu Xinyue was only cold because she didn't get her parents' favor, leading to jealousy and resentment. But now, all his memories were starting to feel surreal. Chu Xinyue looked at Chu Shuiqi and said coldly, "Chu Shuiqi, who do you say is in those photos?" Chu Shuiqi curled up in her mother's arms, weak and helpless, yet speaking aggrievedly. "Big sister, what are you talking about?" Chu Xinyue gave a cold laugh. "You are truly beyond help." The Chu couple panted with rage, ceaselessly cursing Chu Xinyue as the family's misfortune, unfilial and intolerable. Wu Tian stepped forward angrily. "Chu Xinyue, I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Fine then, I'll make you lose all hope." He let out a cold laugh, swiping his finger across his phone. The intimate photos on the screen vanished, replaced by a series of photos entering and leaving a hospital, finally stopping at an abortion consent form. The name on it is Chu Xinyue. "You were pregnant with my child, yet you secretly aborted it. Chu Xinyue, you owe me. You won't get away today," Wu Tian roared maniacally. Chu Xinyue's eyes widened, and then she looked at Chu Shuiqi with disbelief, while Chu Shuiqi trembled, clearly terrified that her secret was being exposed, but she quickly regained her composure. Liu Ming's face went pale as he stared at the paper. No matter who got pregnant and had an abortion, his world was suffering a massive shock. "It's finally come out." I almost burst out laughing. When the CEO wife forced me to divorce, I initially planned to cling on tightly, but suddenly awakened a gossip system. After learning that if I continued to linger, not only would I not get a penny, but I'd also be crushed by the CEO wife, leaving nothing of me behind. So I decisively took the 200 million settlement fee the CEO wife offered. But when she saw me excitedly preparing to sign, she hesitated instead, simply because she suddenly heard my inner thoughts. 200 million? Think of how many houses this could buy, how many models I could call. Now the Liu family also understood. The big drama I mentioned had finally surfaced. The entire hall was buzzing with talk. A guilty look flickered across Chu Shuiqi's face. "I've heard about this. She's my senior from school. Rumors say her dating life was a mess, and photos of her abortion were even circulating on the school forum." Someone in the crowd spoke up. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Chu Xinyue. "Really? Then she certainly has a thick skin." Another chimed in, "What's so bad about marrying Wu Tian? They were almost parents anyway." Wu Tian smugly tried to grab Chu Xinyue's hand, but Chu Xinyue took a step back, looking at that junior student. "You know as well as I do, if a forum post is slanderous, it gets deleted. Why don't you mention that those posts were deleted long ago, and the poster was banned?" That young master lowered his head in shame. I cursed him in my heart. He was the most active one in those comments. He once pursued her, and when he couldn't have her, he wanted to destroy her. What a classless, attention-seeking clown. The Liu family looked over appropriately, ready to remember this face, to avoid him in the future. Liu Ming also looked over with a fierce glare. That young master immediately felt like he was on pins and needles. Chu Xinyue said calmly to Wu Tian, "I stand by my point. How can you prove that's me? With a face identical to mine, claiming my name is very easy." Wu Tian was furious. "You still won't admit it?" The Chu couple grew even more enraged. You got pregnant, did such a filthy thing, and now you're shifting the blame to your sister. Mr. Chu said in a rage, You disgrace, how can you be so shameless? Chu Xinyue, if you continue to be stubborn, we will consider ourselves to no longer have a daughter, Mrs. Chu said heartbreakingly. Chu Xinyue sneered, I stopped wanting to be your daughter a long time ago. The Chu couple was stunned. What did you say? How insolent. Hearing this, Chu Xinyue finally showed her resentment. You can't even tell who is in those photos. From childhood, hasn't she impersonated me enough? Adding this to the list isn't surprising at all. The Chu couple froze, as if their memories were returning. Their expressions turned strange. They feared what Chu Xinyue might say next, intending to change the subject, but Chu Xinyue gave them no chance. When grandmother was critically ill, I went to the temple to pray for her, kowtowing every 3 steps all the way up the mountain, only for the media to report that Chu Shueki did it. When in fact, my sister hadn't even stayed in grandmother's room once. She was at home eating ice cream and got sick enough to be hospitalized. The crowd whispered in surprise, so that was actually Chu Xinyue's doing. Liu Ming also remembered visiting Chu Shueki then, moved by her filial piety and her pale face. Was it actually Chu Xinyue the whole time? Back then, you two said, since the media already misunderstood, we shouldn't argue. It was all out of filial piety, no need to make a scene for fame and profit. In truth, you used my efforts to beautify my sister's image, Chu Xinyue said self-deprecatingly. The Chu couple's faces turned pale and Chu Shueki looked even more incredulous. Lies, it was all for grandmother. It doesn't matter which sister did it. Your sister's health was poor. Would she not have done it if she were healthy? You only went because you relied on your strength. Was praying for grandmother just for show to you? Mr. Chu shouted in rage, and Mrs. Chu raised her voice too. Holy cow, what a twisted logic. Regardless of whether it was for show or sincere, it was Chu Xinyue's effort. Stealing it from her is one thing. Maybe because Chu Shueki's health was poor, Chu Xinyue had to endure the injustice. Liu Ming and the crowd were stunned, seeing how biased and illogical the Chu family could be. Quite a few people started sympathizing with Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue said calmly, So you admit Chu Shueki impersonated me. People began whispering, Does this count as a criminal record? The Chu couple tried to justify again. It wasn't intentional on Shueki's part. It was an accident, she sneered. Then what about the time she hit someone with her car? She broke a child's leg, causing a mild permanent disability. Even though the other party agreed to settle, she was afraid it would ruin her reputation after her debut, so she pretended to be me during the investigation, using my name. Then she put on a panicked face to shut me up, claiming she used the wrong name because she was scared. Now it seems that was just an act too. And yet you two said nothing, only telling me to keep it a secret, saying you would take care of the child. In the end, you both forgot, and Chu Shueki forgot too. Finally, when the child's parents made a scene in front of me, I was the one who had to handle it. The crowd buzzed once more, so this was another case of Chu Xinyue being impersonated. Liu Ming's expression shifted instantly, as he had once criticized her publicly for this. A car accident could be unintentional, but failing to compensate is a matter of character. That was the turning point where he started to despise Chu Xinyue. Back then, Chu Xinyue tried to explain something, but she was pulled away by Chu Shueki. He only saw her eyes redden for a brief moment. Liu Ming gritted his teeth. This was a lie too. Big sister, why are you being like this? Chu Shueki finally panicked, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her like this, the Chu couple, worried she couldn't take it, immediately tried to force Chu Xinyue to recant. Chu Xinyue said coldly, Do I need to provide evidence? I was attending an academic seminar that day. The Chu couple fell silent, looking at Chu Xinyue in shock. Chu Shueki also didn't expect her to go this far. Chu Xinyue used to keep her mouth shut because what she cared most about was her parents' approval and her sister's reliance on her. But now, she no longer wanted to endure it. Chu Xinyue took a deep breath, deciding to reveal all the truth at once. I was the one who went on charity relief missions for the Chu family, but they were registered in your name. For the concert of the century, you knew your skills weren't up to par, so you intentionally injured yourself to force me to perform in your place. When you offended the Chu family's business partners, knowing you caused trouble, you also gave them my name. All the Chu relatives blamed me for the heavy losses, stripping me of my inheritance rights. And after I distanced myself from you all, you occasionally came to my school to impersonate me, making a mess of my friendships and my relationships with classmates. Chu Xinyue looked at the tearful Chu Shueki and asked, What did I ever do to you, that you would treat me this way? You stole my glory, while I bore your sins. But did you have to make me take the fall for this too? I'm sorry, but I can't carry this anymore, and I don't want to carry it anymore. Chu Xinyue said firmly, I take responsibility for my words. I can provide any evidence needed. The things I never did, I will not accept. The things I did, no one can steal away. Everyone was dumbfounded. These facts were far too shocking. The high society's impression of the two sisters was completely overturned. Why did you do that? Do you know how bad your reputation is in the outside world? Someone couldn't help but ask. Chu Xinyue gave a bitter smile. Who knows? Maybe I was just too stupid. Chu Xinyue made up her mind, leaving her entire past behind to find her true self again. The gossiping and ridicule of the surrounding crowd all fell onto the heads of the three Chu family members. They didn't understand why people were looking at them that way. Even if these things were unfair to her, they still thought Chu Xinyue was unfilial for being narrow-minded and revealing it all. Mr. Chu said through gritted teeth, "We're all one family. What do you think you're doing? Look, your sister is crying so hard she didn't mean for those things to happen. Are you digging up the past now just to accuse us of treating you unfairly?" Mrs. Chu added reproachfully. Chu Xinyue laughed coldly. "Really? I used to lie to myself the same way before. Poor child, this is what they call being blinded by family ties. If they hadn't been so excessive, exploiting her to the extreme, maybe Chu Xinyue would have stayed like that forever. Thankfully, she has awakened." The Liu family also nodded in approval. From these exposed truths, this young lady is truly excellent and kind. She shouldn't be dragged down anymore. Such a shame for Liu Ming, who was blind to the truth and missed out on a good destiny. The Liu family quietly looked at Liu Ming. He just stared blankly at Chu Xinyue, looking like he'd lost his soul. Father Liu and Mother Liu looked at each other, feeling that everything could now be made clear. Mother Liu spoke up. "Mrs. Chu, that's not right. We have 4 children. While absolute equality is impossible, we strive to be relatively fair. Being so completely biased toward one person like you are is very unfair." The Chu family didn't expect the Liu family to suddenly break the silence, causing them temporary panic. In any case, the engagement isn't set. No, it's just that this girl is too arrogant and haughty. Chu Shuiqi was also anxious, crying as she looked at Liu Ming. "Ming, do you also think I'm a bad person?" "I can explain those things. I really didn't think my sister would care so much." "It's all my fault, but I didn't mean it," Liu Ming asked coldly. "Then tell me, was it really you who saved me back then?" The Chu family was instantly stunned. Everyone around showed great interest because the reason for changing the engagement was this life-saving favor. Chu Xinyue looked at the Chu family in shock. She had no idea about this. Because of this favor, Chu Xinyue couldn't even protect her own engagement. And now the credit has been stolen by Chu Shuiqi. Chu Xinyue angrily questioned them. "You two lied to me just so your younger daughter could receive this favor? How could you do such a thing?" The Chu family members looked miserable, not daring to deny the truth, fearing the Liu family would investigate as they hadn't deleted all the evidence yet. "No, it was sister. Brother Ming, believe me," Chu Shuiqi said in a panic. I was sick, so I don't remember. But you said the person you love is me. It has nothing to do with that life-saving favor." Liu Ming's eyes flashed with coldness. "But do I love the real you or the you behind a mask?" Chu Shuiqi's face turned pale, and tears wouldn't stop falling. Liu Ming stopped looking at Chu Shuiqi, turning his head toward Chu Xinyue, but she had already looked away. Everything was over. Even knowing the truth was meaningless for Chu Xinyue. It only added to her disappointment in those three. Liu Ming's heart suddenly ached, as if he had lost something precious. What exactly is going on now? She was with me for 3 months. Who was the one who aborted my child? Wu Tian angrily pointed at the Chu family and said, "You people must give me an explanation. Regardless of whether it was the older or younger sister, I won't be toyed with like this." Chu Xinyue reminded him, "I've said so much already. Can't you figure it out yet?" Wu Tian's gaze shifted to Chu Shuiqi, suddenly wanting to grab her. "Was it you? From May to July, you were with me every night. If it wasn't you, then where were you during those nights?" Chu Shuiqi fearfully hid behind her parents. "It wasn't me. I was at home." The Chu couple's faces turned pale, finally exchanging a glance, then glancing at me, secretly gritting their teeth. "It wasn't Shuiqi. She was at home the entire time. The 2 of us can testify to that." Mrs. Chu nodded and added, "Xinyue wasn't home during that period. We have no idea where she went." Wu Tian looked suspiciously at Chu Xinyue, and everyone else was confused too. I can't believe parents would frame one daughter for the sake of the other. Chu Xinyue looked at her parents with a cold laugh. "You two are willing to give false testimony for her sake." Mr. Chu warned her, "If you're upset, take it out on us. But must you ruin your younger sister's reputation?" Chu Xinyue sneered. "You both know I was in the mountains doing research then, which is why you're giving false testimony for Chu Shuiqi, trying to pin her scandals on me. The one who was with Wu Tian was her. She used my name to do bad things, and you don't care. You even want me to take the fall for her." The Chu couple's eyes darted around, not daring to look Chu Xinyue in the eye. Hearing her parents favor Chu Shuiqi so blatantly, Chu Xinyue felt an unprecedented coldness. Everything was finally out in the open. They had nothing left to lose, stabbing her in the back without even hiding it, all to protect Chu Shuiqi. She felt like a lonely person, walking alone in a blizzard, while Chu Shuiqi was shielded by their parents, revealing resentful eyes and an ungrateful face. Wicked parents, discordant children, that old saying is truly right. It's no wonder Chu Shuiqi can hurt others so casually. It's all because of her twisted parents. Liu Ruyan wasn't surprised at all. She considered it a matter of sunk costs, because the Chu couple had invested so much into Chu Shuiqi while treating Chu Xinyue like a distant relative. So naturally, there was a difference in intimacy. Perhaps they initially realized they had wronged Chu Xinyue, but the instinct to avoid their own mistakes made them treat Chu Xinyue even worse, finding fault with her to cover their own guilt, turning a blind eye to Chu Xinyue's grievances, while exaggerating Chu Shuiqi's unhappiness, looking more and more pathological. Now they can't turn back, because turning back would mean they failed as parents. As expected, Mr. Chu said angrily, Xinyue, stop causing trouble. Usually you're disrespectful to us at home, hurting your younger sister. Did we ever say anything to you? You've thrown enough of a tantrum. Mrs. Chu grabbed my wrist, her tone becoming heavier. You can't just act out recklessly this time. Otherwise, we won't forgive you. Be good. If you have complaints, tell us at home. We will make it up to you. They knew Chu Xinyue cared about them, feeling that these words were harsh enough. Chu Xinyue repeated sarcastically, and I thought along with her, disrespectful to parents, truly disrespectful indeed, because when the sister frames her, Chu Xinyue arguing back even once is considered disrespectful. Hurting the younger sister, truly hurtful indeed, because not giving all her belongings to her sister, making her cry, is considered hurting her fragile soul. The Liu family members laughed after hearing this, while Liu Ming couldn't stop recalling the past, his heart feeling as if it were being stabbed repeatedly, acting out recklessly. Chu Xinyue looked coldly at her parents. I don't need your forgiveness or compensation. I just want my innocence restored. The Chu couple were stunned, hurriedly looking at Chu Xinyue, trying to stop her from continuing. Chu Xinyue said to Wu Tian, I am willing to go to any hospital for a checkup to see if I have ever actually had an abortion. As soon as those words were said, the room exploded. Everyone understood if the eldest daughter of the Chu family could go to such lengths to prove herself, how would she face the world later, and who in society would dare marry such a sharp woman? This is truly ironclad proof. Of course it's ironclad proof. She's still a virgin after all. The Liu family understood too, that if Chu Xinyue dared to do it, the Chu family's excuses would be useless. However, the Chu family didn't expect her to prove herself so recklessly, so they had foolishly underestimated Chu Xinyue's determination. Chu Xinyue looked steadily at Chu Shuiqi. I dare to do it, do you? Chu Shuiqi was completely dumbfounded. She didn't think Chu Xinyue would really go this far, while Wu Tian stared at her like a venomous snake because Chu Xinyue's words had completely proven her innocence. You're crazy. Do you even know what you're saying? We won't allow you to ruin yourself like this. Mr. Chu was anxious, while Mrs. Chu cried and begged, Daughter, why have you become like this? You really… Chu Xinyue looked at them coldly. If they had to protect someone, they would protect Chu Shuiqi no matter what. Therefore, Chu Xinyue no longer felt any attachment to them, looking at them with even more disgust, as irrepressible hatred welled up within her. Finally, she spoke up. Since I'm so unbearable in your eyes, from this moment on, I declare that I am severing all ties with the three of you, leaving the Chu family forever, and having nothing to do with you ever again. When the CEO wife forced me to divorce, I intended to cling to her tightly, but suddenly awakened a gossip system. After learning that if I continued to linger, I wouldn't get a single cent, but would be crushed by the CEO wife, dying a gruesome death. So I decisively accepted the CEO wife's 200 million yuan breakup fee, but when she saw me excitedly preparing to sign, she hesitated, all because she suddenly heard my inner thoughts. With that 200 million, how many houses can I buy? How many female models can I call up? At this moment, the entire hall was strangely silent as the series of shocking events left, everyone utterly stunned. When Chu Xinyue declared she was calling off the engagement and leaving, the whole room buzzed with excitement. Everyone had heard of illegitimate children, desperately trying to squeeze into high society, but someone like Chu Xinyue actively choosing to give up her status and leave is truly rare. Given what the Chu family did to Chu Xinyue, if she didn't leave now, who knows how much more she would be exploited. Mr. Chu couldn't contain his rage and yelled, You unfilial child, who gave birth to you and raised you, is this how you repay us? Chu Xinyue replied coldly, You gave birth to me, but you never raised me. If I had a choice, I'd rather not have been born to you at all, than to be treated as a mere tool, having my bones broken just to nourish Chu Shuiqi. They stared at Chu Xinyue in stunned silence as if seeing a ghost. Chu Shuiqi suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Chu Xinyue's wrist tightly, begging, Sister, can you please stop making a scene? Even if you're upset, you shouldn't say such things. Aren't you afraid of breaking our parents' hearts? Her grip was very strong, making Chu Xinyue frown. Chu Shuiqi continued, If you don't want to marry Wu Tian, then don't. The two of you can just break up. There's really no need to cause such a fuss. I watched her tactics, feeling quite amused in my heart. Chu Shuiqi continued chokingly, I was wrong before to impersonate you, so this time, I won't blame you for wanting to push this on to me. Because you like Brother Ming and don't want to end the engagement, you want to take revenge on me. But it's okay, I'm fine. Can we just go home? We can talk about it at home. Her performance was truly immersive, making it hard for people not to wonder if her words were true. But Chu Xinyue looked her straight in the eye and said coldly, Chu Shuiqi, do you not understand human speech? Chu Shuiqi's face almost twisted, a sense of madness in her eyes. As a daughter of the Chu family, how could you submit to such a checkup? Do you want to drive our parents to death, or are you doing this just to humiliate me? I don't even know that man. If you keep pushing me, I'll go and die right now. With that, she rushed toward the buffet table, grabbed a pair of scissors and held them to her neck, crying, I'll prove it with my death, okay? This scene terrified everyone. The Chu couple panicked, crying out, No! Mrs. Chu started hitting Chu Xinyue, and Mr. Chu was also fuming with rage. Look at what you've done. Apologize to your sister right now. Just admit you and Wu Tian were together. Do you really want to see your sister die? Chu Xinyue stared blankly at Chu Shuiqi's performance, her inner despair beyond words. Why must I always endure such torment? Chu Shuiqi, by crying and making a scene, could always cast her as the villain, as if she were always the one in the wrong. Chu Xinyue felt utterly suffocated, unable to speak another word. Everyone assumed she was terrified by her sister's actions. Just then, a figure appeared behind Chu Shuiqi, and a tray slammed across with a loud thud. Chu Shuiqi's head was struck, causing her to stagger and fall, and the scissors flew to the ground. Everyone's mouths hung open, staring at the person who had suddenly appeared. The Liu family members were incredibly shocked. Yes, it was me. I set down the violently shaking tray and stood coldly to the side. Luckily, I saw through Chu Shuiqi's tricks early on, using death to frame someone, while trying to morally kidnap Chu Xinyue. What a pipe dream. If Chu Shuiqi had actually hurt herself, a lifelong bad reputation would have fallen on Chu Xinyue, and it wouldn't have mattered if she were innocent. The outside world would only think she was too overbearing, driving her own sister to suicide. Liu Ruyan's expression darkened, and with a wave of her hand, the family guards rushed in, restraining the dazed Chu Shuiqi on the floor. The Chu couple were anxious. What are you doing? Liu Ruyan said coldly. Your daughter has suicidal tendencies. She's mentally unstable. For her own safety, before she leaves the Liu residence, we must restrict her actions to prevent her from hurting the guests. The people around finally breathed a sigh of relief, praising my decisive action and Liu Ruyan's swift arrangements. The Chu couple's faces were extremely unsightly. We're all one family. For you to do this. Liu Ruyan coldly interrupted. Chu Xinyue has called off the engagement with my brother. Our two families are no longer one. She deliberately didn't mention Chu Shuiqi and Liu Ming, clearly showing the Liu family's stance. The Chu couple almost collapsed. Earlier, they had adamantly refused to recognize Wu Tian, simply to avoid Chu Shuiqi being hounded by a scoundrel and losing a catch like Liu Ming. But now that things have reached this point, it's beyond saving. Brother Ming, save me! Chu Shuiqi cried and struggled. Liu Ming didn't even glance at her. His eyes were fixed only on Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue stood in the hall, looking at the scissors that had just landed by her feet, her entire presence chillingly somber. Wu Tian suddenly rushed over, squeezing Chu Shuiqi's chin and asking, Was it you who was with me? Mr. Chu hurriedly pushed Wu Tian away and said angrily, Let go of my daughter. Wu Tian sneered and said, The Wu family doesn't pretend to be others to deceive people. To threaten suicide after being exposed, you Chu family children really need some proper upbringing. The Chu couple's faces instantly turned bright red. Wu Tian continued, Want to admit it? I have even more shocking photos. Want me to release them so everyone can see if you twins look identical in every inch of your bodies? Hearing this, everyone was horrified. Was he really going to release those photos? Seeing Wu Tian about to pull out his phone, Chu Shuiqi's face changed drastically and she screamed uncontrollably, You're lying! You never took any! This was the moment she revealed her guilt and everyone's intense gazes fell on her, while I remained unmoved. Through this contrast, everyone finally understood. Wu Tian sneered and said, That's right, I don't have any. I was tricking you, Chu Shuiqi. Let's see how you deny it now. Then he turned to Chu Xinyue and continued, Sorry about that. I was also tricked by this younger sister of yours, which is why I came to bother you, so I apologize to you. But you can't really blame me. Who told you two to look exactly the same? As Chu Xinyue heard those words, her lips trembled slightly, but there was no sense of joy. Chu Shuiqi started screaming, It's not me! It's not me! Brother Ming, I'm being framed. I never betrayed you. She wailed and cried, trying to get her parents to prove her innocence. The Chu couple also knew the situation was beyond repair and could only remain silent in defeat. Finally, Chu Shuiqi revealed her true colors, shouting at Chu Xinyue, hurry up and admit it was you. In the past, whenever I took something of yours, didn't you always just obediently accept it? Chu Xinyue coldly asked back. On what grounds? She replied angrily. On the grounds that you owe me because of you. I'm so weak and sickly. You have no idea what it's like in a hospital ward, struggling with death every day in such agony. It's all your fault. Hearing her reasoning, I felt utterly disgusted. It turns out she has such deep-seated resentment toward Chu Xinyue, even thinking Chu Xinyue was born owing her, and should sacrifice everything for her. In the quiet hall, only the sound of heartbeats remained, as everyone's eyes were fixed on the Chu couple. They finally showed expressions of shock, as Chu Shuiqi's true face shattered their illusions. Chu Xinyue said coldly, "No wonder you always pretended to help me, when you were actually adding fuel to the fire, so you've always hated me." Chu Shuiqi grew even more enraged, continuing to scream, "That's right, it's because you owe me. You were born to be stepped on by me. It doesn't matter if you won't admit it now, you'll never escape me in the future." Chu Xinyue, after hearing those words, could no longer bear it, and said in a low voice, "No, you won't be replacing me ever again." Perhaps tormented to the point of obsession, Chu Xinyue picked the scissors up from the floor again, intending to slash her own face. Just as she was about to do it, a figure quickly darted past, grabbing her hand. At that moment, everyone saw clearly, it was Liu Ming who had saved her. Liu Ming grabbed the scissors and said with a serious expression, "Let go, you don't have to endure these things anymore." Chu Xinyue looked at him and said in pain, "I don't want to clean up her messes anymore. I've had enough. I want to be completely distinct from her." "Oh, sister, if you want to be distinct, then destroy the face of that troublemaker instead. Why are you destroying your own?" I teased excitedly. The Liu family also felt that the person who should be hurt wasn't Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue was still confronting Liu Ming. "I have no other choice. No matter how my appearance changes, Chu Shuiqi can always imitate it." I was ready to throw everything away. "Why would you want to hurt yourself? To get away from them? Shouldn't you love yourself even more?" Liu Ming said. I also patted Chu Xinyue's shoulder and said, "You've done very well already. Don't punish yourself for someone else's mistakes." "That's right, young lady. It's not worth it." Mrs. Liu hurriedly stepped forward to advise her. Liu Rui also helped hold Chu Xinyue back. "You're so beautiful that beauty belongs to you." Mr. Liu also said in a deep voice, "Everyone will be able to distinguish between you two now. Things won't be like they were before." Seeing the Liu family's kindness, Chu Xinyue's eyes turned red. Others followed suit in advising her. Then Liu Ming took the chance to snatch the scissors and throw them away. Chu Xinyue took a deep breath and said, "Thank you. I was being impulsive." She was actually just a bit depressed, and lost control because she was provoked. Having calmed down, she looked at the three Chu family members and said, "Everything that needed to be said has been said. It's over." "Daughter," Mrs. Chu called out uneasily. Chu Xinyue said coldly, "I am no longer your daughter." "Fine, just stop talking," Mr. Chu said, frowning. Chu Xinyue felt nauseous seeing them still act like that. They thought severing ties was just something said in anger, but she wasn't just acting on a momentary whim. "Don't contact me anymore, and I don't want to see you either. If you insist on forcing me to be your daughter, then go ahead and sue me. I will pay child support according to the court's ruling, but nothing more beyond that." The Chu couple looked at her in disbelief, finally realizing she truly meant what she said. In this moment, they were terrified, unable to ignore their fear, feeling as if all their strength had left them. Chu Xinyue used to endure every grievance, so why did she want to sever ties now? But she would no longer give them the chance to be so confused. She bowed to the Liu family and said, "I'm sorry, I've ruined everyone's party. Please forgive me." "The party was already coming to an end anyway. You didn't ruin anything at all," Liu Ming said quickly. Chu Xinyue glanced at Liu Ming, only saying one thing, "Goodbye. Let me see you out." Liu Ming blurted out instinctively. Chu Xinyue said coldly, "No need." With that, she turned to leave, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. It was the path leading toward her new life. The Chu couple's calls echoed repeatedly, but whether it was anger or heartbreak, nothing could make her turn back. Just like that, she vanished from everyone's sight. When the Chu couple turned back, they found Chu Shuiqi had fainted, but no one felt any sympathy for her anymore. They could only struggle to carry Chu Shuiqi away. Wu Tian was still pestering them, and the Wu family elders apologized awkwardly, since Wu Tian's behavior had made everyone uncomfortable. "Oh, we're victims in this too. I really don't know how the Chu family could be so blind," Madame Lu said coldly. "Well, just pretend we didn't hear that. Perhaps you two families might even become in-laws." The rest of the Liu family nodded in agreement. The Wu family finally left with awkward smiles. After the banquet ended, the Wu family couldn't stay any longer, so they had to leave along with the other guests. Everyone felt that this banquet was more than worth it. As the news spread everywhere, those who didn't attend were filled with deep regret. Who wouldn't want to witness such drama firsthand? Tonight, high society will surely have a sleepless night. Once the cleanup was done, we sat together quietly for a late-night snack. Was the food at the banquet not enough? Then I noticed everyone's eyes were occasionally darting toward Liu Ming. Liu Ming finally couldn't take it anymore. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Do you still intend to see Chu Shuiqi?" Liu Ruyi asked curiously. Liu Ming's expression turned sour. "Am I crazy? All of that was a lie. The one I liked wasn't Chu Shuiqi in the first place." "So you like Xinyue then?" Mother Liu gossiped. Liu Ming was left speechless by the question and immediately looked at me in embarrassment. At that moment, I was scarfing down food, completely oblivious to the others. "Liking her is useless now. She doesn't want you anymore," Liu Ruyan said coldly. Liu Ming choked on his breath. Finally, Father Liu patted Liu Ming's shoulder, shook his head, and led his wife upstairs. Liu Ruyi also took Liu Qi up to bed. Seeing I was almost finished eating, Liu Ruyan spoke up. Muka, come upstairs. I have something to tell you about your brother's studio. I immediately perked up. It was about making money after all. Only Liu Ming was left in the dining room, dazed and leaning against the sofa. Suddenly his phone rang. It was the youngest sister. Third brother, what's going on? Are the rumors in our circles true? Is your engagement with Sister Chu Xinyue really cancelled? Is Chu Shuiqi really a bad person? Liu Ming was irritated and didn't want to talk about it, so he prepared to hang up. But the youngest sister kept talking. What a shame. I really thought Sister Chu Xinyue would be my third sister-in-law. You two grew up together since you were little, total childhood sweethearts. At that moment, Liu Ming was stunned. Really? How could I have no memory of this? It's true, when you were small, you swore you'd marry Sister Chu Xinyue when you grew up. You even kissed her on the cheek back then. The youngest sister continued describing. Liu Ming gave a bitter laugh. It turned out the engagement had started with him. It was a promise that belonged only to the two of them, and yet he had completely forgotten it. Brother, are you crying? Liu Rong said in shock. Liu Ming covered his face with one hand. Your memory is really good. Tell me more about our childhood. The youngest sister murmured softly. Actually, I don't remember that much. After you started school, you stopped playing with Sister Chu Xinyue, saying boys should play with boys. There was one time you even got angry because people in your class found out about the engagement. After that, she didn't come over to play anymore. Then you only cared about Chu Shuiqi. Liu Ming gritted his teeth. That was because of the life-saving debt. He remembered the events after growing up very clearly. Because of the engagement, his family told him to go to the Chu house to visit the sick Chu Shuiqi. But every time he went, the Chu parents wouldn't stop praising Chu Shuiqi while complaining about Chu Xinyue, and he just stood there silently watching. Back then, he often blamed Chu Xinyue for Chu Shuiqi's sake, yet she never tried to defend herself. Perhaps before he arrived, she had already tried and failed to explain. Seeing how much he doted on Chu Shuiqi, she probably lost any intention of defending herself. Liu Ming couldn't help but wonder, if Chu Xinyue had tried to explain a few more times, would he have bothered to verify it? At least in the beginning, he probably would have, but her silence made his misunderstandings about her pile up higher and higher, until he finally trusted Chu Shuiqi unconditionally. He couldn't blame himself given the circumstances, but it was because he failed to notice her situation. He was wrong, and now that he'd woken up, he didn't want to let go anymore. But did he still have a chance? Liu Ming was desperate to contact Chu Xinyue, regretting that he hadn't insisted on seeing her home earlier, but no one answered his calls, so he sent her a text. Do you have a place to stay? Just say the word if you need help. I still owe you my life and haven't repaid it yet. Can you at least let me know you're safe right now? Sadly, there was no reply. When he tried calling again, the call wouldn't go through. When he messaged again, a red exclamation mark appeared. He only then realized he had been blocked. When my CEO wife forced me to divorce, I originally planned to cling to her tightly, but then I suddenly awakened a gossip system. After learning that if I kept pestering her, I wouldn't just lose every penny, but my CEO wife would crush me until nothing was left of my corpse, so I decisively accepted the 200 million breakup fee my wife offered. But when she saw how excitedly I prepared to sign, she actually hesitated, just because she suddenly heard my inner thoughts. 200 million. Think of how many houses I can buy, how many female models I can hire. Since my previous manager was blacklisted, I had no choice but to stay home unemployed. Although I decided to just relax and enjoy life, staying like this forever would be too boring. At home, Liu Xi had gone to school. Liu Ruyi went to the company to help out. Even Father Liu had old friends to drink afternoon tea with. I was the only one with nothing to do. Thinking it over, I couldn't let these looks go to waste, so I had to return to the entertainment industry. Not only could I gossip from the front lines, but I could also make some money on the side. So I mentioned it to Liu Ruyan, and she said she'd help me set up a studio, but I didn't expect her to make me interview managers myself. The people who would interview for a washed-up artist like me were basically nobodies, and having to be picky about their character was really no easy task. In the end, when no suitable managers signed up, Liu Ruyan just packed me up and sent me to Liu Ming's studio. When I was received there, I was completely dazed. In the office, there was only Liu Ming and his manager Gao Hao. Seeing me enter, Liu Ming just gave a nod. It seemed that after the last incident, this kid's attitude toward me had improved a lot. Gao Hao spoke first. After introducing himself, he handed over a contract saying that from now on, he would be the one managing my career in the entertainment industry. I looked at him with a bit of suspicion, then turned to ask Liu Ming, "You agreed to this? Didn't you refuse to do this for dear life before?" he said a bit awkwardly. "Since you're my brother-in-law, my second sister will feel more at ease if you're with me." Hearing that gave me goosebumps. I also wondered if he had taken the wrong medication. With suspicion, I looked at the contract. After skimming through it, I was stunned. I could freely choose all my projects, and most importantly, all the income belonged to me. It was basically a free service. Seeing my astonishment, Gao Hao explained that their salaries were paid by Liu Ming. I didn't understand Liu Ming's motive. I thought to myself, is this guy acting out because the pain of losing his lover has rattled him? He didn't seem to care about anything. Liu Ming took a deep breath and asked me, "Are you going to sign?" Only a fool would turn down such a deal. I hurriedly signed my name. Once the contract was signed, Gao Hao asked what kind of work I wanted. I said I just wanted light work with high pay and no stress. Gao Hao nearly lost his smile, and Liu Ming's expression was complicated. I explained, "Isn't this every worker's ultimate dream?" Liu Ming added, "Anything else is fine, but pursuing a singing career is out of the question." I was a bit confused, but I nodded anyway. Everything was almost settled. Liu Ming suggested he wanted to leave, leaving the rest to Gao Hao. Looking at his state, I guessed it was definitely because he was heartbroken over not being able to reach Chu Xinyue. Should I tell him that Chu Xinyue is preparing to go abroad? Never mind, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Deep affection that comes too late is cheaper than grass. Let him go through the chasing his wife back drama by himself. Liu Ming's face darkened and his breathing became rapid. She's actually about to leave? These past few days he had been unable to contact Chu Xinyue at all. Even at her school he couldn't find her. His heart was filled with a sense of loss. Liu Ming's mood grew increasingly heavy. If Chu Xinyue went abroad, then he wouldn't even have one last chance. At that thought, he suddenly turned, intending to head out. No matter what, he had to see Chu Xinyue this time. Seeing Liu Ming about to leave, Gao Hao suddenly said, "What about the wine tasting party tonight?" Liu Ming's footsteps halted. He replied coldly, "Cancel it." He didn't seem surprised. That was because lately, Liu Ming had canceled almost all his activities, focusing solely on finding Chu Xinyue. As Liu Ming's manager, Gao Hao naturally knew what was going on. But Gao Hao had his own plans, so he suggested, "Actually, we could let Teacher Mu attend this event. Even if it doesn't pay, it can help pave the way for the future. After all, he's a newcomer and he needs to be recognized by people in the industry. Otherwise, the jobs we actively look for will have fewer options." Liu Ming looked toward me and said, "It's up to you. Remember to let second sister know. I have something to do. If you go, let brother Gao accompany you." I gave an okay sign. Immediately after, Liu Ming turned and left the room. I curiously asked Gao Hao, "Where is the venue?" He smiled and replied, "Yunmu Hotel." I thought for a moment. Oh, right. Chu Xinyue shared a post on her feed before, about a scientific research activity seemingly being held there. Suddenly we heard a loud thud. Turning our heads to look, we saw Liu Ming with one foot already out the door and the other still inside. The door had slammed shut on him. His top-tier idol image shattered in an instant. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gao Hao also suppressed a laugh and asked, "What's wrong, Ming?" Liu Ming said, appearing embarrassed. "I forgot something." With a red, swollen forehead, he walked dazed back toward the sofa and kept staring at me. It turned out Liu Ming had discovered that I could actually see Chu Xinyue's social media feed. This was a shortcut he knew nothing about, and he suddenly felt like he had been blind. Afterward, we got permission from Liu Ruyan and got into the van provided by the studio. With manager Gao Ge and the new assistant Xiao Tao, plus the styling team, the group headed grandly toward Yunmu Hotel in Lin City. Acquaintances saw Gao Ge arrive and thought Liu Ming was appearing, but the one who stepped out was an unfamiliar, handsome young man, which immediately sparked a wave of curiosity. Meeting Gao Ge, someone asked him what Liu Ming was busy with lately. Gao Ge pointed at me and introduced me. "This is the newly signed artist from our studio named Muka. Please take care of him from now on." Then someone inquired, "Gao Ge, what's this guy's relationship with Teacher Liu?" Gao Hao emphasized deliberately, "His status is not simple. He's from their high society circle, just in it for fun. That way, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, everyone will naturally look into my background, and they'll understand." At the wine tasting, I followed closely behind Gao Hao, raising my glass and smiling politely. I just needed to recognize faces and names. Such protection made everyone hold my status in much higher regard. While Gao Hao was busy socializing, I was happy just sitting and gossiping. But at these kinds of events, there were many behind-the-scenes people but limited rumors. Before long, I started feeling bored. Suddenly, I turned my head and saw Chu Shuiqi walking quickly toward us, and she nearly dropped her wine glass. Chu Shuiqi was clearly aiming for Gao Hao. She saw Gao Hao from a distance and thought Liu Ming was there too. Approaching, she asked hurriedly, "Gao Ge, has brother Ming arrived?" Gao Hao replied impatiently, "Not yet." Chu Shuiqi didn't believe him and continued making a scene. "Has he already arrived and is refusing to see me?" Her making such a fuss drew the attention of quite a few people. Gao Hao could only say helplessly, "Ms. Chu, how about we talk outside?" To avoid trouble, I said I was tired and wanted to go for a walk outside, adding that Xiao Tao could just come with me. Gao Hao nodded, and I immediately left the hall. Yunmu Hotel was divided into 3 areas, one building for dining and entertainment, one for lodging, and one for meetings. When we went back to our hotel room to change, I messaged Chu Xinyue. Xinyue, I'm attending an event at Yunmu Hotel. I think I saw you just now. Are you here too? But there was no reply, so I just took Xiao Tao along to the dining and entertainment area. Right as we reached the first floor lobby, I saw a crowd gathered for some drama, so I squeezed in immediately. I saw a man kneeling, clutching a woman's leg and crying, "Xiao Ya, I love you. I can't live without you. If you don't want me, I'll die." The woman with red eyes urged him. "Aziz, people are watching. Please don't be like this." The man shouted excitedly. "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong now. I only hit you because I love you too much." "Why did you have to get so close to that man?" the woman said aggrievedly. "You're always like this, hitting me without knowing the truth. My friends all advised me to break up with you, but I always believed you would change. But you've done it again, and I'm completely disappointed." The man pleaded, "I know I was wrong. Please just give me one more chance." Saying that, he began slapping himself in the face. The woman couldn't help but, "Stop him out of heartache. Stop it. Our problems aren't that simple." The people around them were buzzing with gossip. The man continued wailing, "Are you still bothered by that incident from before?" "There's nothing between her and me. I've already cut off all contact." The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "But my friend said she saw you two together. She said you were lying to me." The man grew angry. "Nonsense, tell her to show proof. She's just jealous of our happiness and wants to break us up." Although the woman said that wasn't true, she was clearly wavering. Next, the man continued worked up. "You'd rather trust an outsider than me? I only got jealous and impulsive because I love you. You used to be so obedient, but now you're always trying to find fault with me." It must be her instigation. The woman said irritably, "She has a point. You control me too much. I have no freedom." The man made excuses. "Those are all minor things. I just want to take care of you. Your friend actually has feelings for me. She advised you to break up with me just because she wants to tear us apart." The woman was shocked. "What? No way, but I couldn't care less about her. Even if she were as beautiful as a superstar, I still wouldn't love her," the man said indignantly. The woman was stunned. "You really love me and you won't pay any attention to her?" "Right, even if a fairy stripped naked in front of me, I wouldn't be moved. Now go back and ask her. If it's true, you'll forgive me. If it's a lie, we're done." The woman struggled for a while, then pushed the man away and ran off. As for the man, because he had knelt for too long, his legs were numb, so he had no chance to chase after her. "What are you looking at? Get lost, all of you!" the man roared. The onlookers nearby dispersed, and Xiao Tao and I left as well. Xiao Tao gossiped, "Brother Mu, do you think they'll make up?" "They will," I said nonchalantly. She asked suspiciously, "Is what that man said true?" I shrugged. "I don't know, but judging by that woman's attitude earlier, it looks like they'll reconcile. If the man was telling the truth, then there's nothing to say. But if he was lying, then you can only feel sorry for her friend. Talk about bad luck. She's clearly helping, only to be misunderstood by the man as being in love with him, a wicked woman trying to break them up." Xiao Tao was indignant. "That's still not the scariest part," I said vaguely, taking a bite of a tanghulu. Xiao Tao looked at me suspiciously. "The scariest thing is that the woman shifted all the conflict onto her friend. The man will only hate her friend now. If they make up, then the friend will be in a very awkward position." I shook my head and sighed. "Xiao Tao, you must keep your eyes wide open when making friends. Stay far away from that kind of person." Xiao Tao nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Tao suddenly cried out in surprise, "That woman!" I turned my head to look and saw the woman from earlier walking into a cafe. She didn't notice us, but I noticed that inside the cafe, several people were sitting, and Chu Xinyue was among them. So we sat down, outside the cafe, heads down as we sipped our coffee, peeking at the four people opposite us. They must have been sent by the academy. They were currently discussing a project. Our project is too advanced. Domestic investors are quite conservative, so the chances of success this time are very slim. One of them said with a sigh. The other one nodded. "The professor hopes to find a domestic investor, but I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Perhaps we'll have to look for foreign venture capital funds," Chu Xinyue said calmly. "Let's see if we can find another way." She had a bare face, short hair, and wore black-rimmed glasses, completely unlike the rising star Chu Shuiqi. At this moment, a man wearing a hat and sunglasses walked over to their table. "May I join the discussion? I'm very interested in your project, and I intend to invest." Everyone looked up, staring at him in surprise. "Isn't this Liu Ming, Chu Xinyue's ex-fiancé?" These old classmates of Chu Xinyue looked at the familiar face, their eyes constantly glancing at him. Someone thought to themselves, could they be getting back together? Even those scientific research enthusiasts, whose hearts are usually as still as water, couldn't help but feel their gossip spirit ignite. The female researcher nearby immediately moved aside. The three of them held their coffee, not daring to breathe loudly. Seeing Chu Xinyue's new look, Liu Ming's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. "Xinyue." Chu Xinyue said coldly, "Mr. Liu, although you are a star, the investment we need is very large, and I'm afraid you don't have that kind of financial power." She spoke for herself, without giving him a single glance. Liu Ming immediately explained, "Your research is very meaningful, and my second sister is also interested. I am not using my star status to invest, but as a representative of the Liu group to negotiate with you." Hearing this, everyone immediately became excited because the Liu group and their research were unrelated, so they had never considered them before. Chu Xinyue said coldly, "If Mr. Liu really intends to invest, then go directly to our professor. There's no need to talk to us." Then she said to her classmate, "Senior, please take Mr. Liu to see the professor." Liu Ming said anxiously, "I'm not going, I only want to talk to you." He looked at Chu Xinyue nervously. The impatience in her eyes stabbed deep into Liu Ming's heart. "Are you using money and power to pressure me? Turns out you know this trick too," Chu Xinyue said sarcastically. Liu Ming's face immediately darkened, and a few seconds later, not wanting to anger Chu Xinyue further, he took a step back and said, "Fine, I'll go see your professor. But rest assured, I will get the investment matter settled." Having said that, he straightened up. For a moment, Chu Xinyue was a bit surprised, as she had never seen him yield like this. Liu Ming often used to provoke her and then admit his mistakes. It seemed those days had returned. She quickly lowered her head to drink her coffee, hiding the inner turmoil. Finally, with no other choice, Liu Ming could only lift his head and leave. As a result, the moment he looked up, Liu Ming was shocked to see through the glass window a beautiful girl and a handsome guy were staring intently at them. "Are those Mr. Liu's fans?" someone whispered. Chu Xinyue explained helplessly, "He's my brother-in-law." At this moment, Xiao Tao and I were standing outside the glass wall with our arms crossed. I told Xiao Tao to take the things back first, while I squeezed in to get some gossip. Inside the cafe, Chu Xinyue sat at one end of a long bench, I sat in the middle, and Liu Ming sat at the other end. "Hello, everyone," I greeted them happily. Shopping was so tiring, so I came in for a coffee. "Who would have thought I'd run into you all? What a coincidence." Looking at Liu Ming, I smiled and said, "Didn't expect you to be here either." Liu Ming's face stiffened, but thanks to my intervention, he got a little breathing room, so he looked at me with gratitude. Chu Xinyue was very friendly towards me. She asked curiously, "Aren't you two together?" I explained, "I sent you a message. You probably didn't notice. I came to attend an industry event as a new artist under Liu Ming's studio. As for why Liu Ming is here, well, you'll have to ask him. He clearly refused to attend the event with his brother-in-law, yet here he is." Chu Xinyue immediately took out her phone. "Sorry, I had my phone on silent because of a meeting. I forgot to turn it back on." Her face suddenly changed color. I raised my coffee cup, observing her reaction without any surprise. Liu Ming noticed her expression changing and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" I whispered to him. "Xinyue was just reminded to be careful of Chu Shuiqi. She's attending our event." Liu Ming said anxiously, "I didn't know she was there. I've already blocked all her contact methods." Chu Xinyue replied emotionlessly, "That's between the two of you. No need to tell me." Watching the chaos unfold with delight, I said, "Chu Shuiqi is here to see you. Brother Gao is blocking her right now. Do you want to deal with it?" Liu Ming shot me a helpless glare, then took out his phone to message Gao Hao. "I won't see her again. Brother Gao will handle it." He stole a glance at Chu Xinyue, but she remained unmoved, causing a wave of disappointment to rise in Liu Ming's heart. While Liu Ming was discussing the investment with everyone, I curiously asked about their meeting. Hearing that Liu Ming wanted to invest, I was quite surprised. "I didn't expect you to invest in a research project. Could it be that you're splashing cash for a lady's favor?" Chu Xinyue, seeing that I knew everything, suddenly interrupted. "Our project won't yield profits. In the short term, it's irrelevant to the Liu group. If CEO Liu is truly interested, we can contact her directly. There's no need to trouble Liu Ming." I looked at Liu Ming sympathetically, only to see his face pale, his expression full of grievance. Liu Ming endured and endured, then secretly tugged at my sleeve, using his eyes to plead for help. I thought to myself, is his eye twitching? He helplessly continued, "If you let me hear it first and let me introduce it internally, it could save a lot of time. Aren't you all in a hurry?" Chu Xinyue looked at me uncertainly. "Really?" Knowing the inside scoop, I thought to myself, gossip comes with risks. Spilling tea requires caution. Suddenly my phone vibrated. I opened it to see it was 500,000 yuan transferred by Liu Ming, with the message, "Stay out of it." Talk about a windfall from the sky. I didn't even know the internal procedures, yet here I am making 500,000. Liu Ming really is a rich idiot. Liu Ming saw my half-smile and realized he had been reckless. However, Chu Xinyue still didn't plan on talking to him much. She just wanted to escape this entanglement. To avoid being sent away to find the professor by Chu Xinyue, Liu Ming immediately changed the subject. "I don't need to see the professor anymore. Just give me a brief overview of the prospects and future plans. I just heard you all mentioning going abroad." Upon hearing the words going abroad, Chu Xinyue visibly relaxed. What she was thinking was leaving for a long time. Unexpectedly, among the three people opposite, a female colleague slipped up and said, "The three of us are definitely going." Chu Xinyue hesitated before, but now she's decided too. There's only one person who's still unsure. This made the pain in Liu Ming's eyes even more evident, feeling like everything was his fault. But the female colleague's intention was, Chu Xinyue might have decided to leave because of the discord with Liu Ming, and perhaps she could be coaxed into staying. Chu Xinyu naturally knew what her enthusiastic colleagues were getting at, but she could only give them a helpless glance. Her eyes swept past and saw Liu Ming's sorrowful expression. She froze slightly. Could Liu Ming actually make such an expression? Just then, a female voice rang out in surprise. "Oh, are you Liu Ming?" Out of politeness, Liu Ming had taken off his sunglasses and was only wearing a hat, his mask pulled down to his chin. He instinctively tried to pull down the brim of his hat. The researcher opposite hurriedly stood up and pulled the newcomer down to sit. "Don't speak so loudly, we're discussing something important." Hearing the noise, I looked up and almost choked on the chocolate in my mouth. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Running into Xiao Ya again. "Xiao Ya, where were you? Why are your eyes so red?" a colleague asked with concern. Liu Ming greeted politely. "Hello." I also let out a casual he laugh. But Chu Xinyue sensed an ominous aura from me and gave me a strange look. When my CEO wife forced me to sign the divorce papers, I intended to cling to her, but then I suddenly awakened a gossip system. Realizing that I would be crushed by my CEO wife until there was nothing left of me, I decisively agreed to sign, planning to take the 200 million breakup fee my CEO wife gave me and flee overnight. Seeing my expectant gaze, she suddenly changed her mind just because she heard my inner thoughts. 200 million breakup fee. How many female models could that hire? Then she threw me into her younger brother, Liu Ming's studio. Divorce failed. I can only continue being the wealthy family's son-in-law. Thankfully, I have the gossip system with me, and to catch the big dramas of the entertainment industry, I joined Liu Ming at the wine tasting party. At this moment, Gao Ya was still immersed in the surprise of meeting a top star. But Chu Xinyue noticed a detail. The corners of Gao Ya's eyes were red. She had clearly been crying. Recalling the previous situation, she asked worriedly, "Xiao Ya, tell me the truth. Did that man follow you here again?" As soon as she said this, the other three researchers immediately became tense. The two male colleagues frowned deeply, seemingly recalling some bad experience. Upon hearing this, Gao Ya's expression became complex as she said, "Xinyue, you." At this moment, Liu Ming suddenly heard an incomprehensible sentence in his heart. Seeing something filthy like that, it really blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes, whatever. Liu Ming looked at me doubtfully. Chu Xinyue and the three others heard Gao Ya's words, their faces full of disapproval. The other two men remained silent, wary of being misunderstood or beaten again, fearing further trouble. Giving up the chance to go abroad for him. Did he follow you here again to put on some theatrical display? Don't be fooled, you can't be soft-hearted with this kind of man. Gao Ya lowered her head and whispered, "After all our years together, it's really hard to cut ties. Maybe he really will change this time." I see a completely different expression on his face. Chu Xinyue frowned and said, "Xiao Ya, he doesn't just have violent tendencies, he's also paranoid. At first, he targeted outsiders without reason. Next, his fists might be swung at you. Giving up your chance to go abroad for him, is it really worth it?" Before she could even finish, I suddenly held her hand, interrupting her. Chu Xinyue froze, and before she could look at me, she felt Gao Ya's intense dissatisfaction. "Xinyue, why are you talking about a Z like that? Do you want me to see him as a monster? I know him better than anyone. It's really not nice of you to say that." Clearly both of them were advising her, yet she only targeted Xinyue. Without needing to hear my inner thoughts, Liu Ming was instantly and sharply provoked. "What kind of way is that to talk? Xinyue has good intentions. You should have some basic politeness. The Liu family always protects their own, and Liu Ming even more so." He considered Chu Xinyue his untouchable reverse scale. Anyone who dared speak rudely to her would get absolutely no mercy from him. Liu Ming had just been speaking civilly, but now he suddenly flipped, scaring Gao Ya into trembling as she looked at Liu Ming in a daze. "It's not. I didn't mean any harm, and Xinyue didn't mean any harm either." A look of confusion and awkwardness flashed across Gao Ya's face as if she were silently saying, "Who knows? Why are you speaking up for him? You don't even know the whole story." Gao Ya looked aggrieved. What she said makes people very uncomfortable. Liu Ming really wanted to snap back. "If I don't help her, should I help you?" "I do as I like. Who the hell do you think you are?" Liu Ming. Chu Xinyue interrupted Liu Ming. Although her tone was a bit fierce, changing from Mr. Liu to Liu Ming immediately made Liu Ming's bones go soft, his whole body feeling like it was being zapped by electricity, wishing he could hear her call his name a few more times. Liu Ming looked over eagerly with a face that said, "I'll listen whenever you call. I'm very well behaved," which made me shrink back in fear. Chu Xinyue hurriedly called him. After all, Gao Ya was a team member. It wasn't good for Liu Ming to lecture her. "Xiao Ya, our team is going abroad soon. You should think carefully about your own affairs." Chu Xinyue had advised her too many times and was feeling a bit weary. The other party cried miserably every time, which was why she kept meddling, but now she was being blamed, so she decided to drop it. Gao Ya's eyes flickered, looking at Chu Xinyue suspiciously, even though she was about to leave the country. "Fine, Let's not talk about my personal life anymore. I'm making everyone unhappy. I'm very sorry. Gaoya said softly. The atmosphere improved slightly as everyone talked about other things to change the subject. Then Gaoya asked curiously, Mr. Liu, are you here to invest? Why would a star think of investing in us? Although Liu Ming didn't like her, out of respect for Shen Yao, he still intended to give a formal answer. But then I, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, because he's Shen Yao's ex-fiancé. That one sentence silenced the entire scene instantly. Others had always carefully avoided those words, never expecting me to be so direct. Chu Xingyue looked at me in shock. Liu Ming frowned, disliking the word ex, and especially disliking talking about it now. He thought to himself doubtfully, am I targeting Gaoya? Shen Yao's ex-fiancé? Gaoya's mouth hung open in surprise because when she entered Chu Xinyue's social circle, Liu Ming had already completely stopped seeing Chu Xinyue, and colleagues made an effort not to mention it. Thus, she had remained unaware of their relationship. Then she looked at me blankly and asked, then you are? I'm Shen Yue's former almost brother-in-law and Liu Ming's brother-in-law. Gaoya's expression became even more subtle, not just an ex-fiancé but also a family member coming to find Chu Xinyue. Could they be here to persuade her? Chu Xinyue said awkwardly. We no longer have any relationship. He just happened to be passing by, heard our conversation, and wanted to discuss the investment project. Liu Ming shot Chu Xinyue a reproachful glance, not daring to say anything in her presence. But then I spoke up again. Right. Liu Ming couldn't capture Xinyue's heart, was dumped ruthlessly, and can only pathetically stage a chance encounter. Everyone once again looked at me in shock. Even though it was the truth, I shouldn't have been so blunt just now. Liu Ming was stunned for a moment, and while he didn't feel embarrassed, almost felt like he was showing off on purpose. Ignoring Gaoya's face turning pale, I turned with a bright smile to look at the stunned Chu Xinyue. Oh, such an outstanding researcher. And beautiful too. Just what kind of elite man will catch your eye in the future? Definitely handsomer than Liu Ming. Richer than Liu Ming, with more talent and status. Liu Ming felt several arrows hit him out of nowhere, and was speechless. The group of 3 researchers couldn't help laughing. Xinyue really is very outstanding. She has a lot of pursuers, but she ignores them all. Liu Ming immediately grew tense, while Chu Xinyue looked at me with a mix of helplessness and confusion. But I had already turned to look at Gaoya, whose face was alternating between blue and red. So your ex-boyfriend's words are definitely wrong. Even if Xinyue didn't care for my brother-in-law, such a big star, she certainly won't have a secret crush on him. That sentence was like a thunderclap in clear skies, leaving everyone shocked to the core, even doubting if they had heard correctly. The 3 researchers exclaimed in unison, What? Gaoya was so embarrassed she was trembling, her eyes turning red. Chu Xinyue also looked at her in disbelief, while Liu Ming's face darkened completely. Putting that trashy boyfriend of yours in the same frame as Xinyue would ruin the composition. Yet he dared to hallucinate that Chu Xinyue had a crush on him, and you almost believed it, even doubting Xinyue's good intentions. As expected, your brain is so love-struck even a zombie wouldn't eat it. Recalling the conversation between those two, I was truly disgusted beyond endurance. My unspoken thoughts, unheard by others, made the pressure around Liu Ming drop lower and lower, his gaze at Gaoya looking as if he wanted to shoot daggers. Nothing makes someone angrier than their beloved being the subject of some dog's delusions. If the person opposite him weren't a woman, Liu Ming would have thrown a punch long ago. Is there some misunderstanding? The female researcher asked in disbelief. Why would Kang Zi think such a thing? He's not defending Gaoya, it just feels absurd. I pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, so it's a misunderstanding, I see. Earlier in the first-floor lobby when you two were arguing, you planned to use stalling tactics to keep your ex-boyfriend first, so you acted half-convinced by his words, and even said you had to ask Xinyue, right? I thought you had misunderstood Xinyue, so I kindly helped clarify things. It's good that you don't believe it. The fake smile on my face was incredibly obnoxious, ripping away Gaoya's veil of shame, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Everyone was stunned, staring at her with wide eyes. Everyone recalled Gaoya's previous attitude towards Chu Xinyue, and immediately understood, their faces all turning grim. What was more appalling than Kang Zi's rumors was Gaoya's suspicion. You think that regarding your ex-boyfriend. Chu Xinyue's expression was as bad as it could get, disgusted beyond words. Gaoya hung her head, not daring to look up, her voice sounding as if she were about to cry. No, I was just humoring him. Humph. Chu Xinyue was too angry to speak. A male researcher couldn't hold back humoring him. Shouldn't you have resolutely denied it? Just like how she always resolutely responds to your pleas for help. If it weren't for the fact that every time you argue with your boyfriend you go to her, she wouldn't even know who your boyfriend is. Another male researcher added sarcastically. I've heard of a toad wanting to eat swan meat, but never of a toad delusional enough to think the swan is actively serving itself up. Xiaoya, your ex-boyfriend probably, suffers from delusions of grandeur. Gaoya felt bullied by everyone, aggrieved tears swirling in her eyes, looking extremely pitiable. Aji sounded so certain. Liu Ming couldn't take it anymore and sneered. Certain? The person I couldn't even reach by kneeling and begging could actually be secretly in love with your ex-boyfriend. Where on earth does he get such confidence? Hearing these words, Chu Xinyue froze. Her anger was swept away, leaving only panic in her heart. This was the first time Liu Ming had spoken his heart so clearly. As a result, before she could even react, Liu Ming continued to say furiously, "Why don't we call him here, so I can see for myself just how excellent this man is?" Looking at the murderous Liu Ming and his hands clenched into tight fists, the three researchers trembled. No one doubted for a second that if that man were actually called over, these fists of justice would, unhesitatingly, smash that guy's head open. Do you even know how to spell ingratitude? Gaoya, being thin-skinned, could barely breathe after being mocked so directly. She didn't reflect on her actions at all, but instead complained, "I was just panicked and didn't react in time." This could have been handled privately. Why? She's resenting me, wondering how I could talk about this in public? If it's like this, how is he supposed to face anyone later? Feeling the resentment in Gaoya's eyes, I smiled elegantly, saving her a bit of face. Good people deserve to be rewarded. Kindness shouldn't be trampled upon by an ingrate. Since Liu Ming has become the knight in shining armor, I will naturally step back and enjoy the show. But just starting to watch made me nauseous. Seeing the gossip about Gaoya, she's really something else. Every time she fights with her ex-boyfriend, the ones she complains to aren't just her research group, but also all sorts of sisters far away. She dumps all her negative energy onto others, then after venting, she makes up with him as if nothing happened. Having a friend like her must mean they were very saintly in their past lives. It turns out she took so long in the bathroom because she was secretly contacting her other sisters and even discussing her suspicions about Shen Yao. This is infuriating. Where's my knife? Suddenly, a loud bang startled everyone. Liu Ming's expression looked as if he was about to kill someone. He couldn't help but slam his fist onto the table, his eyes staring fiercely at Gaoya, who was incessantly making excuses for herself. Gaoya, sensing the hostility, was frozen with fear, her face pale, and her tears wouldn't stop falling. Liu Ming was boiling with rage. Chu Xinyue suddenly interrupted. Liu Ming. Liu Ming immediately reacted like a dog having its leash pulled, stunned, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. He could only look at Chu Xinyue with an aggrieved expression. She insulted you. Chu Xinyue was taken aback. She wasn't stopping it, just, it's too loud. Do you want to be photographed by someone? Our argument has already attracted a lot of people's attention. I patted Liu Ming on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Though I don't know what's wrong with him, he's probably just being overly protective. Yung toi huan tuan dong evoi tu sinyuk. I added with a smile. Liu Ming has a bit of a temper. I was there at the time, and I believe you were so panicked that you couldn't react in time. Gaoya was speechless, and her tears stopped falling. She didn't expect me to speak up for her, thinking that my conscience had finally kicked in. But then I continued, anyone with eyes and a brain knows there's no way Shen Yue would like your ex-boyfriend. Shen Yue's standards are normal. She doesn't even care about celebrities, let alone some ugly guy. She's not a masochist. She'd definitely run far away from a violent man. You definitely know Shen Yue wouldn't like your ex. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. But I believe you and your ex-boyfriend are fundamentally different. He's delusional about people stealing his girlfriend, but you wouldn't be delusional about someone stealing your boyfriend, right? He's sick, but you're surely not. Gaoya was stunned for a long time, until finally her emotions collapsed and she wailed loudly. I continued, what are you crying for? Wasn't I just speaking up for you? Is there so much water in your head that it's overflowing? The one who should be crying is Shen Yue. She helped out of kindness only to be slandered. She's so innocent. The two male researchers couldn't help but laugh, one of them snorting like a pig. Muge, you're really direct. I shrugged. Some things need to be said clearly. Leaving thorns in the heart is never good. You guys are acquaintances, so it's awkward for you to say it, but I'm an outsider, so it's fine for me. With this kind of person, you can't beat around the bush, and private resolution definitely won't work. I have to point out right to her face, Gaoya's self-righteous delusions, so she doesn't find excuses to overthink things later, always creating imaginary love rivals to highlight her own romance. I have a feeling Gaoya is capable of doing exactly that. Shen Yue, just to be safe, declare your stance once again. Chu Xinyue frowned as she looked at the pitifully crying Gaoya. To avoid any misunderstanding, don't ever mention you and him to me again. Don't bring it up in front of me. I only have one feeling for your ex-boyfriend, and that is disgust, so you can rest easy. Chu Xinyue's declaration was like a slap in the face to Gaoya. Anger flared up within Gaoya. She thought she only had a small suspicion. Did they really need to gang up on her like this? Just because Chu Xinyue is a young lady, does that make her dirt? Xinyue, this was just a misunderstanding. We could have just talked it out. Why do you have to be so aggressive and even let an outsider insult me like this? Aren't we supposed to be friends? From now on, we aren't. I won't be friends with someone who insults me. Chu Xinyue replied without the slightest hesitation. Ever since she restarted her life, she prioritized self-love above all, and she would no longer endure humiliation for anyone's sake. Gao Ya's expression froze, and finally, she ran away while crying. She probably didn't expect a complete cutoff just like that. The others also felt very awkward. Even though Gao Ya went too far, we are still a team. How are we supposed to face each other from now on? Is her position in your research project irreplaceable? Liu Ming asked. No, basically just an assistant. Then kick her out, Liu Ming said coldly. Keeping someone like that around will only bring trouble. Everyone was soft-hearted, since they had been together for a long time. But Liu Ming had already made up his mind, and as an investor, if he couldn't even decide on the staffing, then he couldn't allow that kind of person to stay by Chu Xinyue's side. Liu Ming has found the right way, to act like a capitalist big shot. He decided to immediately go find their professor to clear things up, and then casually imply if he could, keep the research project within the country. Under Liu Ming's urging, everyone contacted the professor, only to find out that he had been tired all day, and had already returned to his hotel room to rest. To show respect, Liu Ming planned to visit the professor tomorrow morning. It was already late at night as everyone walked toward another building together. Halfway there, they encountered Gao Ya and Kang Zi arguing. Though from a distance they couldn't hear everything, they heard Gao Ya shout. One sentence. Because of your nonsense, Xinyue has cut ties with me. How am I supposed to stay in the team after this? They were right. You're basically a paranoid person who wants to possess me, leaving me isolated with no one to help. Let's break up. Let's break up for good this time. Having said that, Gao Ya ran off crying without even noticing us. And when Kang Zi chased after her, he just happened to run into us. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at us, stopping particularly for a moment on Chu Xinyue. Liu Ming was immediately provoked and was just about to charge forward, but then Kang Zi turned and ran away, giving Liu Ming no chance. Everyone, be careful during this time. That kid is a bit dangerous, Liu Ming warned with a frown. Someone complained, actually, if it weren't for Gao Ya, we wouldn't have had any contact with him at all. Let's go. Chu Xinyue didn't want to waste any more energy on other people's business, so she led the way into the elevator. After everyone had entered, the person who pressed the button asked, "What floor is everyone on?" Liu Ming answered directly, 17th floor. The others were surprised. What a coincidence! Chu Xinyue frowned at Liu Ming, resistance visible in her eyes. Liu Ming felt guilty, since he had already investigated everything before coming, but he still nodded firmly. That's right. As it happens, this was the only floor with rooms left. The others asked what floor I was on. I looked around for a moment and was just about to answer when I heard Liu Ming say, "Same here." Liu Ming clearly had an agenda. If he added his brother-in-law to the mix, perhaps Chu Xinyue's resistance toward him wouldn't be so direct. Everyone was amazed. How coincidental. I raised an eyebrow at Liu Ming. He must have been afraid I wouldn't cooperate and would contradict him on the spot. He immediately pulled out his phone, pretending to transfer money. "Brother-in-law, Gao Hao said there's a problem with your room, so you've been moved to the 17th floor for now." He then held the screen up to my face, and sure enough, it was a transfer screen. 500,000 ding deposited into my account. Lu Riyan had said I was money-hungry before, so Liu Ming used that to win me over. Sure enough, I laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I'm on the 17th too. You're all on this floor as well? Since we're all familiar faces, let's have a late-night snack together later." Liu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard my cunning laughter in his mind. What a rich idiot. Ha ha ha. I was planning to stay on the 17th floor anyway. If I don't watch this desperate pursuit of his, at close range, I won't be able to sleep when I get back. Isn't this just getting a bargain while acting cool? Ha 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 ha. Liu Ming took a deep breath, swallowing back a mouthful of blood. How could I forget he loves gossip so much? The elevator doors slowly closed, but from the corner of the lobby, someone rushed out, failing to catch the elevator, and could only watch in a daze as it stopped on the 17th floor. When my CEO wife forced me to sign the divorce papers, I originally planned to cling to her. Suddenly, a gossip system awakened within me, revealing that I would be crushed to death by my CEO wife without a trace. I decisively agreed to sign, preparing to take the 200 million yuan breakup fee she gave me and flee overnight. Seeing my expectant eyes, she suddenly changed her mind simply because she heard my inner thoughts. 200 million yuan breakup fee. I wonder how many female models I can hire with that. After returning to the hotel, to avoid being found out, Liu Ming turned on his acting skills and charm, striking up a conversation with the two male researchers, wanting to play cards and eat late-night snacks together. This guy's acting is top tier. He can act on any occasion with perfect ease. But Chu Xinyue didn't pay him any attention and turned to head back to her room alone. The others looked at each other. Everyone could see that Liu Ming was just making excuses to spend more time with Chu Xinyue. But now that the main character was gone, they had to consider heading back to their own rooms. Unexpectedly, he actually planned to treat everyone to a late-night snack. They were going to politely decline, but Liu Ming said, In fact, I should have treated them to a meal long ago. A thought suddenly popped into my head. A few years ago, you didn't fulfill the duty of a fiancé to treat your fiancé's friends to a meal. Now that the engagement has been broken, treating them to a meal now is definitely better late than never. Liu Ming's smile stiffened. The three of them were also quite awkward, since Chu Xinyue had just gone to her room, clearly indicating she didn't want any personal involvement with him. Though they felt the two were a good match, they still had boundaries and didn't want to make things difficult for her. Seeing their hesitation, Liu Ming immediately used his investment as an excuse, saying he wanted to learn more about the team members so he could manage the details more thoroughly. Even if it was just an excuse, he had already put it that way, and refusing would mean offending the investor, so they went along. Everyone was taken to the male researcher's room for the late-night snack. With a wave of his hand, Liu Ming ordered a luxurious feast. Any sense of distance vanished, and they even asked for autographs and photos together. Even if they weren't his fans, posting it on their social circles would surely rake in the likes in no time. Liu Ming contacted Gao Hao and told him to arrange 2 rooms, specifically choosing the one right across from Chu Xinyue. Gao Hao and Xiao Tao successfully handled the lie, but Gao Hao called Liu Ming aside to whisper, likely about the Chu Shuiki matter, but it was clear Liu Ming didn't want to hear any news of that person anymore. Having obtained his stance, Gao Hao could naturally take a heavy hand, cutting off all the resources that had been provided to Chu Shuiki before. Over here, I dragged Xiao Tao to eat barbecue. Liu Ming suddenly leaned in close and whispered, "Come with me later to bring food to Xinyue." I immediately refused, as I had no intention of playing matchmaker for them. Liu Ming grit his teeth. "You just made $1 million. The money is still fresh." I said seriously, "Business is business. This is a different price." He choked, looking at me in disbelief. Yet I didn't feel guilty at all. In the end, he could only take out his phone and transfer money again, while complaining, "It feels like at this rate, I'm about to develop a conditioned reflex, giving out money whenever I ask for a favor." I received the money with a beaming smile and thought to myself, a reformed playboy is truly precious, even paying someone to watch his own drama. The third young master is looking more and more agreeable the more I see him. Liu Ming clearly heard my inner thoughts, his face going numb, so we picked out some food and went to Chu Xinyue's room. Liu Ming knocked on the door, and before long her cold voice echoed from inside. "Who is it?" Liu Ming replied, "It's me and brother-in-law, here to bring you some late-night snacks." It was quiet inside for a moment, as she clearly hesitated for a bit before opening the door. The moment she opened the door, she looked at me, her attitude noticeably warmer. "Thank you, but I don't eat late at night. Don't let it go to waste." It was clear she had no intention of inviting us in. I immediately realized that she was truly keeping a strong guard up. Without waiting for Liu Ming to get anxious, she spoke up again. "Oh, by the way, Muga." I was stunned, feeling that her address had become much more intimate. She thanked me very seriously. "About the Gaoya situation, thank you very much. You'll remember this favor, so if you need anything in the future, just say the word." She flashed a calm and sincere smile, truly thanking me from the bottom of her heart. If I hadn't seen through and exposed Gao Ya and Kang Zi, she would still be deceived even now. She had been wanting to find a chance to thank me for a while, but Liu Ming was always there, leaving her with no way but to take this opportunity. I waved it off. "It was nothing. You could also say you were lucky that I happened to see it. Otherwise, if you had kept helping her, that violent guy would have eventually targeted you." She frowned, as if she also had that premonition. I originally thought she was pitiful, but I was wrong. I sighed. Pitiable people always have a hateful side. The wisdom of the ancients did not deceive me. Liu Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Someone like Gao Ya is both wicked and stupid, completely wasting your kindness. You didn't do anything wrong." I just laughed while eating barbecue and said casually, "Actually, you did do something wrong." Liu Ming looked at me and couldn't help but shake his head. Hey Chu Xinyue also glanced at me. I said, "When you first advised her to break up, she agreed but then went back. You should have realized she's not the type to listen to advice. At that point, you should have stayed away from her relationship issues forever, instead of advising her over and over again. Some people need help and guidance, while others only need emotional venting and validation. So when you meet this kind of person, you must give up the idea of helping them and respect their fate. Otherwise, you'll end up damaging your own life due to someone else's karma." Chu Xinyue was momentarily stunned, then immediately nodded. "Yes, you're absolutely right." Liu Ming was also quite surprised, looking at me, this suddenly transformed brother-in-law, and started to have doubts in his heart. Could it be that because he can see through other people's lives, a special ability, he has truly reached spiritual enlightenment? No, someone who is truly enlightened wouldn't be so money-hungry. I smiled brightly and said, "Just like me, I basically don't advise breaking up or making up." Chu Xinyue was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Right, it'll learn from you in the future." I chuckled, waved my hands, and headed back. Chu Xinyue didn't look at Liu Ming, saying in a low voice, "If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest." She turned to close the door. Liu Ming hurriedly reached out, his hand got caught in the door, letting out a groan. Chu Xinyue was startled and quickly let go of the doorknob, but before she could close it, Liu Ming used one hand to block the door, denying her the chance to shut it. Xinyue, I have something to say to you. Liu Ming's tone was urgent as he bowed his head and looked deep into her eyes. Chu Xinyue felt like she was being weighed down by an invisible pressure. I grumbled silently from the side. This pestering tactic of his is useless against Chu Xinyue. What an idiot. Liu Ming was stunned, wondering why he could still hear my inner thoughts. His gaze caught a glimpse of shadows, still visible through the crack of the room next door. Clearly a group of people, crowded there, eavesdropping on the drama. His face immediately turned red. Being naturally elite and accustomed to being pampered, he fundamentally couldn't stand being in such an awkward, watched situation. But now he had thrown his dignity away, as he couldn't miss another chance to speak with Chu Xinyue. In my mind, I continued to complain, I bet there's no hope. No matter how humble he acts, it can't erase the past pain as if it never existed. Chu Xinyue is only waiting for Liu Ming to finish what he has to say, to completely put an end to everything. If he doesn't handle this well, he'll be completely finished. Liu Ming turned pale with horror, staring blankly at Chu Xinyue's ice-cold face. Though he guessed it wouldn't go smoothly, he hadn't expected there to be almost no hope left at all. It was like the final plea of a death row inmate before sentencing, his throat tightening with tension. But he had to speak. He still owed Chu Xinyue 3 sentences. At this thought, Liu Ming's eyes became resolute. Chu Xinyue also calmed down. What do you want to say? He said in a deep voice. Thank you. Chu Xinyue was stunned, probably not expecting him to say this first. He continued, thank you for looking for me back then, and carrying me out. You saved my life, so thank you. Her resistance was no longer as strong. I accept your thanks. Actually, I don't have that memory, so I don't feel like you owe me anything. Everything is in the past now, but he didn't want everything to just pass. Liu Ming's heart felt as if it were being sliced, but he still spoke up. My life cannot be repaid with just simple words of thanks. So if I invest in you all and your project makes you unhappy, just consider it my way of repaying you for saving my life. Accept it without feeling any burden at all. After Chu Xinyue heard this, his attitude made her feel a bit more at ease in her heart. Finally, she nodded, repaying a life-saving favor that is only fair and reasonable. Liu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. I also want to say I'm sorry to you. Chu Xinyue's expression shifted slightly, with a hint of resistance. You don't owe me any apology. From your perspective, you didn't do anything wrong. A flash of sorrow crossed her eyes. I know you don't need my apology. The hurt I caused you when I was deceived, I have no right to beg for your forgiveness. What I want to apologize for is when we were kids, I clearly made a promise, but I forgot it. I didn't stay steadfastly by your side and believe in you forever. I'm sorry, Xinyue. Her eyes flickered. Taking a deep breath, she was about to speak. He continued with his final words. I like you. Can you give me another chance? This time, I absolutely won't break my word. Chu Xinyue's entire body stiffened. She took a deep breath and looked toward Liu Ming, only to meet a pair of tear-filled eyes. Since you've had memories, I've never seen you cry. You're mistaken. Chu Xinyue's voice started to tremble slightly, before gradually becoming steady and calm. Just because you found out you were tricked, you feel like I'm the one you should like. I know you're full of regret right now, but please don't, just to make up for that regret, deceive yourself, and definitely don't drag me into your web of lies. No, I'm being sincere, Liu Ming said anxiously. Chu Xinyue was shaken by his confession. It was something she had fantasized about for a long time, but not anymore. So what if you're sincere? My answer to you is, I don't love you anymore. So I won't give you a chance. Liu Ming, you are outstanding and very charismatic. You will find a better partner. I will cherish our childhood friendship and bless you from across the far ocean. This is my sincere thought, she spoke with a smile. Watching Chu Xinyue turn around and close the door, Liu Ming stood at the door, dazed. I closed the door, and when I turned around, everyone's expressions weren't very good. Watching the drama felt like being forced to eat bitter melon. Gao Hao said worriedly, I've never seen Liu Ming like this. I'm afraid it will take him a long time to recover. The female researcher said, Xinyue is just like that. Once she makes up her mind, she won't change it. Everyone whispered. After waiting for a while, once certain that Liu Ming had returned to his room, everyone finally dispersed. The female researcher and Chu Xinyue shared a room. They swiped their card and entered, only to find her staring blankly out the floor-to-ceiling window. The female researcher comforted her. Actually, you still have him in your heart. After liking him for so many years, it's impossible to suddenly. Chu Xinyue turned her head and smiled without saying anything. The female researcher waved her hand again. Whatever, just wait until you go abroad. With your looks and talents, there will definitely be a bunch of handsome guys chasing you. On the other side, Gao Hao wanted to see how Liu Ming was doing. I was originally planning to go rest, but he pulled me back. Gao Hao said awkwardly, Teacher Mu, since we're all family after all, aren't you going to visit him? I've never faced a heartbroken Liu Ming. I felt a bit guilty. Will he drink? Will he take pills recklessly? Will he do something foolish? Speechless, I said, your imagination is way too vivid. In the end, I decided to go check. Just in case he really does something stupid, I could help call an ambulance for him. Gaio Hao swiped the card to open the door, making sure there was nothing we shouldn't see inside. I had just entered the room when I saw Liu Ming typing away on his phone. I asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Gao Hao leaned in to look. Liu Ming was studying Chu Xinyue's team project, information on the National Research Institute they were heading to, etc. Yo, looks like he hasn't given up yet. Liu Ming ignored the two of us, frantically searching for all kinds of info. His expression was calm as if nothing could bring him down. But in my heart, I sighed. Chu Xinyue has made up her mind. Unless he uses special means, otherwise, there's no hope for the rest of his life. There's no regret medicine in this world. Some fates, once missed, are gone forever. He froze, his tears blurring the phone screen. Gaio Hao was terrified by this, turning to leave. Are you okay? We're going out first. I was also stunned. He was fine just a second ago. Why did he suddenly start crying? Seeing such a big man cry, it really had quite an impact. Gaio Hao pushed me out of the room, and we could already hear Liu Ming sobbing. He instructed, there are no more rooms on this floor. I'm on the floor below. If there's any movement over here tonight, please keep an eye on him for me. I naturally nodded in agreement. Back in my room, I had just laid down when I received a text from Liu Ruyan. Have you reached the hotel yet? I am here, and your younger brother is here too. He was harshly rejected while chasing Chu Xinyue. I really wanted to share this gossip. He won't give up. But seeing him cry makes me secretly happy. I could sense the other person's speechless silence. Brother Gao is worried about him. He asked me to watch for any movement tonight. No need to worry about him. Nothing big will happen. Focus on getting some rest. I laughed until I twitched, then I transferred today's earnings to Liu Ruyan, took a shower, and went to bed. As it turned out, while I was half asleep, someone shook me awake. Teacher Mu, there's movement next door. Yawning, I prepared to open the door, only to hear the room next door opening as well. Ming, I missed you so much. I was startled. My gossip radar immediately activated. Peering through the door crack, I indeed saw Chu Shuiqi standing at Liu Ming's door. Why are you? Please leave, Liu Ming warned in a low voice, clearly not wanting Chu Xinyue to see Chu Shuiqi show up. Chu Shuiqi sobbed. Ming, although I've lied to you about many things, I truly like you. We've loved each other for so many years. How can you just stop loving me? Liu Ming took a deep breath. Don't talk about love anymore. Now, just seeing you makes me feel nauseous. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Chu Shuiqi went silent for a moment. Have you been drinking? None of your business. I don't love you. I love your sister. That's right. Suddenly, Chu Shuiqi took off her coat, revealing a nearly transparent nightgown, and said softly and seductively, then I can be a substitute for my sister. I only need you for one night. Liu Ming's anger was instantly ignited. Facing the charging Chu Shuiqi, he couldn't help but kick her away. Get out, Chu Shuiqi cried out after being kicked. The surrounding room doors opened as well. It happened to be the researchers' rooms. They quickly retreated after seeing this scene. On Chu Xinyue's side, the female researcher opened the door and was startled to see a nearly half-naked Chu Shuiqi. Chu Xinyue's expression changed slightly as she turned and closed the door. Sister, why do you always have to fight over men with me? You're really shameless, Chu Shuiqi wailed. Are you planning to seduce Liu Ming into bed tonight? Liu Ming was almost driven mad with rage and was about to step forward. Suddenly, an astonished cry was heard, but only Liu Ming heard this cry. Liu Ming turned to look at the source of the sound, only to see me no longer secretly eavesdropping, but jumping out and staring at him and Chu Shuiqi in a daze. He clearly still didn't understand why. In my heart, I thought, damn, an ST'd. Chu Shuiqi caught an infection from Wu Tian's side. So if she and Liu Ming were together for so long, could it be? Crap. How am I supposed to say this? Luckily, Xinyue doesn't have it. Liu Ming was so shocked that he couldn't distinguish that it was clearly just my internal monologue. Seeing my suspicious gaze and noticing that Chu Xinyue was also watching, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and he shouted, I've never touched her. Damn it, I'm still a virgin. When the CEO's wife forced me to sign the divorce papers, I originally intended to keep pestering her, but suddenly I awakened the gossip system, knowing that I would be crushed to death by my CEO wife without a trace. I decisively agreed to sign, preparing to take the 200 million alimony my CEO wife gave me and run away overnight. Seeing my expectant gaze, she suddenly changed her mind simply because she heard my inner thoughts. 200 million in alimony, huh? How many female models could that get me? Right after that, she threw me to Liu Ming's studio. Divorce failed, so I can only continue being the rich family's son-in-law. Luckily, I still have the gossip system to keep me company. At this moment, the hallway was completely silent. Everyone was dazed for a long time, unable to process it, thinking Liu Ming was just afraid of being misunderstood by Chu Xinyue when he made such a statement. But Liu Ming looked so playboyish, and his circumstances were perfect for being a player, yet he's still a virgin. I wouldn't believe it if you killed me. Even Chu Xinyue assumed he and Chu Shuiqi had been together for a long time. After all, they'd been alone together so many times, and even his parents hinted he should just accept his fate. So this scene right now had very low credibility. Liu Ming revealed his secret, and his face instantly turned bright red, so embarrassed he wanted to disappear on the spot. But seeing Chu Xinyue's disbelief made him even more anxious. It wasn't just a matter of purity. In the future, it could develop into a serious health issue. He no longer cared about losing face, completely ignoring Chu Shuiqi, whose face was pale as she lay on the ground, and rushed toward Chu Xinyue. As a result of his panic, he slid right into a kneel in front of Chu Xinyue's door. Chu Xinyue reflexively leaned down to support him, but he grabbed both her hands with a sincere expression. Our engagement hadn't been canceled back then, so how could I have touched her? I guarantee I'm clean. You must believe me. Everyone's jaws dropped. Being so sincere, kneeling like that, it must be the truth. The top star Liu Ming's image completely collapsed. Damn. To think he's actually a man of principle, living in the world of bright lights and wine, and yet he could still keep himself pure. Even his fans probably wouldn't believe it. I couldn't help but laugh either. Ha ha ha! Liu Ming was disturbed by my thoughts, both embarrassed and furious. But at a critical moment like this, he couldn't get distracted. The way he looked at Chu Xinyue became even more intense, as if trying to use it to boost his credibility. But Chu Xinyue looked like her soul had been sucked out, her face burning hot, repeatedly trying to pull her hands back. A man grabbing your hands, emphasizing that he's a virgin. This scene was truly explosive. Chu Xinyue finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "No, it has nothing to do with me." Then she pulled back, slammed the door, and practically fled for her life. Liu Ming hurriedly knocked on the door. "But I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me, right?" At that moment, Chu Shuiqi suddenly roared, her eyes nearly bloodshot. "Is Chu Xinyue the only one in your eyes now? Was all the care over these years just a lie? You're being far too cruel." Liu Ming paused, looking toward Chu Shuiqi. His gaze immediately turned cold. "What did you come here to find me for tonight?" Chu Shuiqi froze, her expression flashing with something unusual. "So that's how it is. How vicious. I took the opportunity to investigate. Not long ago, Chu Shuiqi was informed by Wu Tian about her illness. She went to get tested in a panic, and it turns out she really caught it. She blamed all of this on Liu Ming, feeling it was because he refused to touch her, and she couldn't proactively seduce him, so she had to go out and find someone else for fun, ending up in this state. So she wanted to drag Liu Ming down with her." Liu Ming's face was grim. Not waiting for Chu Shuiqi to make any more excuses, he took out his phone and told Brother Dao to come handle it. Chu Shuiqi immediately became anxious. "Do you really not care about our past at all? Even if I'm willing to be a substitute for my sister?" Liu Ming said coldly. You're not worthy." Chu Shuiqi said frantically. "She doesn't want you anymore either. With her personality, she'll never turn back. At least my face can offer you some comfort." Liu Ming said icily. "In my life, except for the time I mistook you while dying, the two of you have always been different in my eyes. You've degraded yourself. Don't stain others." Chu Shuiqi's face twisted. Liu Ming continued to warn her. "With that face, just be yourself. Don't even think about impersonating Xinyue. If I catch you again, I guarantee you'll regret it." Chu Shuiqi's whole body trembled, not from fear, but from hate. She hated so much. Chu Xinyue was born to ruin her. As long as she is there, I can never hope to live well. At this time, Gao Hao arrived with an assistant. He had already been patient with Chu Shuiqi during the day. Now he also got angry. "Miss Chu, if you don't cooperate, we'll call hotel security to handle it. Do you want to end up on the trending searches?" Chu Shuiqi went quiet, allowing the assistant to pull her away, but her gaze as she turned back was full of malice. Liu Ming thought for a moment and whispered to Gao Hao about Chu Shuiqi's infectious disease. Gao Hao looked at Liu Ming in astonishment. Liu Ming said angrily, "I've never touched her. Why does no one believe him?" I stood to the side watching the drama, seeing Liu Ming still over there insisting. Brother Gao was probably worried that Liu Ming would be tricked by Chu Shuiqi tonight. Brother Gao breathed a sigh of relief and went down to deal with Chu Shuiqi. Liu Ming looked at the empty hallway, with only me remaining. He leaned in. "You just filmed something, didn't you?" I immediately denied it. "No, I didn't." Liu Ming said irritably, "I'll transfer you money, just delete it." I immediately put on a regretful face, explaining, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already sent it to the group." Liu Ming snapped. "What group?" "The Liu family group." Liu Ming was about to sigh with relief, but then realized the problem. If his family sees that scene, he could dig a whole castle with his toes from the cringe. He hurriedly took out his phone, only to find there was no family group at all. It was just a temporary small group. I explained, while Liu Ming looked at my phone screen, his expression twisted. On the interface, my message was hovering. Breaking news. Top star slides to his knees at midnight before his fiancée's door, loudly proving he is a... The video was released just like that, with everyone's responses below. Father Liu, Mother Liu, Liu Ruyi. I said guiltily, "I didn't mean to." Everyone is just concerned about you and Shen Yue. If the two of you really have a chance later on, this video will be a beautiful memory." Liu Ming was speechless, thinking to himself, "I should thank you, right?" Even though he felt they would definitely push, he should just be deceived for now, to avoid his anger burning me. "Liu Ming, you bastard, even your apology isn't sincere." Seeing Liu Ming's face look bad, I quickly changed the subject. "Right, about Chu Shuiqi. To avoid any extreme actions from her, keep your distance when you see her." Liu Ming nodded. I laughed and said, "Luckily you still have it. Ha ha, you escaped a disaster." Liu Ming's face turned green. "Go to sleep already, out of sight, out of mind." I shrugged and obediently returned to my room. Early the next morning, Liu Ming thick-facedly, acting as if nothing happened, proactively asked to meet the professor right at the hotel's buffet restaurant downstairs. The members of the research team naturally followed as well, only Gao Ya was absent. The professor was a bit suspicious, actually. Gao Ya was so embarrassed last night that she went straight to stay with her friends. The professor didn't think much of it. Hearing about the investment, he was beaming, elated as if he had found hope. He introduced the project to Liu Ming. Liu Ming praised it highly and told them once they finished the reporting materials, he would take them to the Liu Group to officially sign the contract. Everyone was a bit skeptical, feeling it was all too easy. Except for the professor, the others couldn't help. Looking toward Chu Xinyue, everyone understood in their hearts that this was all thanks to Chu Xinyue's connections. Chu Xinyue actually felt a bit uncomfortable, but seeing the professor reach his goal and contribute his research to the country, she still felt a sense of comfort. She looked up toward him, the sunlight through the glass window shining on Liu Ming's shoulder. The moment their eyes met, Chu Xinyue smiled calmly. "Thank you so much." Liu Ming was dazed and didn't feel happy because of it either. After everything that happened yesterday, Chu Xinyue could have completely chosen to avoid, resist, or even be embarrassed. But her calmness made Liu Ming feel an invisible pressure. Deep down, he understood that even if my words are unpleasant, I always speak the truth. It was almost impossible for them to be together, but he could only keep evading, just hoping to look at her one more time. At the same time, Xiao Tao, who was gorging herself on the hotel buffet, saw them and immediately sent a message to me while I was still sleeping in. "Teacher Mu, I've spotted Teacher Qin and Miss Chu." I was startled when I saw the message, hurriedly asking, "Which Chu, the beautiful researcher?" I thought to myself that I was an idiot. Why would I think it was Chu Shuiqi? After reacting, I immediately had the urge to gossip on the spot and quickly got ready. "Save a spot for me, I'm almost there." Xiao Tao replied, "But it looks like they're almost finished eating." I didn't reply. Xiao Tao could only hold her phone and keep a close eye on the situation there. After everyone finished discussing the investment, the professor was eager to return and finish the report, so everyone had to leave as soon as they finished breakfast. Xiao Tao was helpless and could only send me a message. But soon enough I called her. "Stop them quickly, there's danger," almost running and shouting at the same time. Xiao Tao was startled and rushed out to find them. But the hotel had many exits, and she had no idea which way they were returning. At the same time, I happened to be coming down the elevator. My face turned pale. Seeing a group approaching the elevator from afar, I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when I suddenly saw a dark shadow behind them rapidly approaching. I couldn't clearly see who it was. I could only scream, "Shen Yue, watch out behind you!" Everyone froze in shock, reflexively turning their heads to look. Liu Ming was the first to react. He dashed forward a couple of steps and shielded Chu Xinyue from behind. The knife that was meant for Chu Xinyue's head slashed directly into Liu Ming's shoulder. Fresh blood instantly stained his white shirt red. Chu Xinyue turned and saw Liu Ming swaying as he was about to fall. Liu Ming. Screams echoed incessantly throughout the hall. Two male researchers hurriedly stepped in to stop the knife wielder. "It's you, Kang Zi. You've gone mad." A female researcher supported the professor, backing away in terror. Kang Zi roared, "You shameless slut! I'll kill you. Let's see you try to spread rumors after this." Kang Zi, in a black hoodie, glared at Chu Xinyue. "If it weren't for you, Xiaoya wouldn't have left me to go abroad. It's all because you couldn't stand seeing us happy." Security guards quickly swarmed Kang Zi, followed by Xiao Tao, who had raised the alarm. Kang Zi swung his machete wildly, trying to break through the encirclement, but the guards gradually pushed him away from the crowd. Liu Ming, having lost too much blood, slumped weakly onto the ground. Chu Xinyue completely lost her composure looking at the bloodied Liu Ming. It was like being back with that boy who fell down the mountainside. She was so worried her face turned pale, hurriedly clutching Liu Ming's shoulder to stop the bleeding, screaming through her tremors, "Call an ambulance now." The hotel manager ran over, drenched in sweat, seeing the injured person, and hurriedly radioed for help. "Our hotel has its own medical department, very professional. They'll be here instantly. Everyone please stay calm, we will definitely handle this well." At the same time, an ambulance was called, just in case. People gathered around looking at Liu Ming with concern. Fortunately, it wasn't a major artery, just a muscle injury. The wound isn't deep. Even though people tried to comfort her, Chu Xinyue's hands wouldn't stop shaking. Liu Ming could feel her touch as she held his wound and he smiled weakly. "Don't be afraid, I'm okay." Chu Xinyue bit her lip, her eyes reddening. "It's all my fault." If I hadn't meddled, this never would have happened. Everyone who heard this felt uneasy, for anyone caught in such a mess would be unlucky. Liu Ming patted her, using his other hand to clumsily comfort her. It has nothing to do with you. It's because they are bad people. At that moment, I walked over with a frown. Seeing me, Liu Ming said, "Brother-in-law, thank goodness for you. Thank you." He was truly sincere this time. If I hadn't warned them, that knife strike really would have killed Chu Xinyue. Just thinking about that possibility, Liu Ming truly didn't know how he could have gone on living. He had never been as certain as, in that life or death moment just now, that Chu Xinyue was more important than his own life. Chu Xinyue composed herself and looked at me with gratitude as well. Others also began to sigh and comment. But I just frowned, my eyes drifting, giving no response. Liu Ming thought I was scared and was about to comfort me when he heard my puzzled thoughts. Strange. Why is it Kangzi? I saw Chu Shuiqi ambushing Xinyue in the hall, planning to use a syringe to infect Xinyue with a virus. That's why I ran down to stop her. Liu Ming's expression changed instantly, instinctively gripping Chu Xinyue tighter. Chu Xinyue thought something was wrong with his wound, so she didn't resist, asking worriedly, "What's wrong?" Liu Ming looked around tensely. The next second, a scream rang out from the distant corridor, from the direction where Kang Zi had fled. Everyone's expression changed. Has someone else been hurt? Just then, medical personnel arrived to treat Liu Ming's wound. The hall manager led a doctor toward the corridor. The two curious male researchers followed as well. I didn't dare get close to the danger zone, and I still had to watch out for Chu Shuiqi's potential appearance. Liu Ming, despite his blood loss, tried to pull himself up, even more alert than I was. Not long after, the pale manager and the two researchers returned. They looked at Liu Ming and Chu Xinyue in shock. Liu Ming's bleeding had just been stopped. What happened? Did he get away? The manager replied, "They caught him, but he managed to slash someone else." As he spoke, the manager looked at Chu Xinyue. "You must be related to Ms. Chu Shuiqi, right?" Chu Xinyue instinctively frowned in displeasure. Liu Ming asked, "You saw Chu Shuiqi?" I was surprised too, and immediately checked with the system. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. When my CEO wife forced me to sign a divorce agreement, I originally planned to cling to her, but I suddenly awakened a gossip system. Learning that I would be suppressed to death by my CEO wife, I decisively agreed to sign, preparing to take the 200 million breakup fee given by my CEO wife and flee in the night. Seeing my expectant look, she suddenly changed her mind, all because she heard my inner thoughts. A 200 million breakup fee, I wonder how many female models this money can get me. Immediately after, she threw me into Liu Ming's studio. Divorce failed, so I can only continue being the wealthy son-in-law. Luckily, I still have the gossip system for company. At this moment, the last male researcher couldn't help but say in shock, Chu Shuiqi was slashed by Kang Zi. When I got there, I heard Kang Zi still screaming. Apparently, in his madness, he saw Chu Shuiqi's face and mistook her for Xinyue. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. The manager said quickly, "Miss Chu Shuiqi is badly injured. She'll definitely need an ambulance. So, Miss Xinyue, could you please come along?" Chu Xinyue's face was as cold as ice, but after a moment's thought, she stood up to go with the manager. "Don't bother. You're not part of the Chu family anymore. Don't get dragged into this." Liu Ming pulled Chu Xinyue back, recited a phone number to the manager, and told him to contact the Chu parents directly. The manager looked hesitant, but under Liu Ming's forceful gaze, he picked up the phone and made the call. Chu Xinyue let out a quiet sigh of relief. She truly wanted nothing more to do with that family. Once the Chu parents were reached, the manager was about to leave when Liu Ming suddenly spoke up. "Tell your medical staff to be careful. Chu Shuiqi has a contagious disease." Liu Ming named the disease, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. Chu Xinyue was also shocked. How is that possible? She caught it from Wu Tian. Liu Ming's expression shifted after saying that. "I just found out myself. But everything I said last night was true. If you don't believe me, I can go get tested." Chu Xinyue's shock was immediately silenced by Liu Ming's words. The manager seemed to remember something then. His face changed drastically and he hurried away. A researcher nearby also realized and said, "Wait, so that syringe he had in his hand earlier, filled with that blood-like liquid, was he planning to? Was he planning that last night too? Last night was to harm Liu Ming, but now the target became Xinyue. She really is a crazy woman," I remarked. Liu Ming snorted. "Who knows? Regardless, if she ever shows up again, we all need to be on our guard." Chu Xinyue was a bit dazed, finding it hard to believe things had turned out this way in the end. Since this was a case of intentional serious injury, we all had to stay and cooperate with the police questioning before we could leave this city. Because Liu Ming's wound was so large, it needed stitches, so he was taken to the hospital with Gao Hao accompanying him. When I stepped out of the police station, I saw a black commercial van. Inside was a cold and arrogant woman, her eyes fixed on the station entrance, waiting seriously for someone. Though I had no romantic feelings for Liu Ruyan, I had to admit that the moment she appeared, she truly gave off a sense of security, as if everything was finally in its right place. I walked over briskly. Liu Ruyan didn't just wait there either. She took the initiative to approach me. Her legs were very long. Before I had taken more than a few steps, she was already standing before me, looking me up and down. For a few seconds before asking, "Are you hurt?" I waved it off. "No, why are you here? Didn't Gao Hao arrange for a lawyer to handle it? Liu Ming can be transferred back as soon as his stitches are done. Didn't he tell you?" Seeing that my spirits were still high, she knew I wasn't traumatized. I couldn't reach him. He's asleep under anesthesia. "Shall we go to the hospital now then?" I asked. Liu Ruyan nodded. I called Xiao Tao to come along, but then I saw Chu Xinyue walking up quickly, saying to Liu Ruyan, "I'm sorry. Liu Ming was injured because of me. I already know what happened, and it has nothing to do with you. A man protecting a woman is just the upbringing he should have. Miss Chu, don't take it too much to heart. It won't have any impact on the investment either." Liu Ruyan spoke with a clear distinction between business and personal. I looked at Liu Ruyan with some surprise. She wasn't treating this as a life-saving debt, meaning she didn't want Chu Xinyue, who had rejected Liu Ming, to carry some kind of emotional shackle and be forced to give in. Chu Xinyue also understood her intention. Remembering her unlucky younger brother, Liu Ruyan spoke up again. "We're going to the hospital to pick up Liu Ming. Do you want to come along? After all, my brother risked his life, so I hope he can be a bit happy." This time Chu Xinyue didn't hesitate. Just as she was about to nod, her phone rang. It was an unknown number, and the moment she answered, the roar from the other side told Chu Xinyue exactly who it was. It was Mr. Chu's voice. Since she had blocked all the Chu family numbers long ago, he must be calling from someone else's phone. "Chu Xinyue, you unfilial daughter. It's bad enough you ran away in a huff, but now you've dragged your sister into such suffering. You knew your sister's health is fragile, yet you provoked that kind of person, letting your sister take a knife for you. No matter how much you resent us, do you really want your sister to die? Get your ass over here right now and see the sin you've committed. Xinyue, hurry to the hospital. Your sister was stabbed multiple times by that madman and sob. Please, come to the hospital and see her." The Chu couple shouted urgently, seemingly afraid that Chu Xinyue would hang up. The tragic anxiety in their voices made Chu Xinyue frown for a moment. Was Chu Shuiqi really so badly injured she might not make it? Though she had become hardened against the Chu family, Chu Xinyue had never thought of seeking revenge. Now, if because of her Chu Shuiqi dies, she felt she would be haunted by Chu Shuiqi for life. It felt like a recurring nightmare. Chu Xinyue almost couldn't stay on her feet. I supported her, then snatched the phone away, immediately hanging up and turning it off. Chu Xinyue stared at me, appearing somewhat dazed. I casually made up an excuse. "She'll definitely be fine. Otherwise, the police would have said something immediately. The Chu couple probably just wants to vent their anger on you. You should go back with your team and focus on the investment report. Don't pay attention to anyone trying to contact you. Since you cut ties at the start, their life and death are no longer your concern. Besides, haven't your parents lied to you enough? They're just waiting for you to show up to use you." Chu Xinyue clearly hesitated. But Liu Ruyan heard my inner thoughts and immediately frowned, realizing that if something really happened, her brother would surely cause trouble again, so she spoke up. "We'll put in a word for you. Once you're back, you're always welcome to visit him." Chu Xinyue eventually decided to stay with her team and kept her phone turned off. We had just arrived at Liu Ming's hospital room when he woke up, and seeing no sign of Chu Xinyue, he looked utterly disappointed. Gao Hao couldn't help but complain. Liu Ming got hurt saving her, and she didn't even bother to visit. Liu Ming countered immediately. "Don't say that, Gao Hao. I know why she didn't come. She's afraid I'll use this favor to bind her feelings. How could I ever do such a thing? No, I have to contact her and make things clear." I raised an eyebrow, thinking to myself how similar the siblings' thought processes were. Liu Ming picked up his phone, only to remember he was blocked, and looked very despondent. Liu Ruyan stepped forward and patted his head. "She was going to come, even if she hasn't accepted you. She still has that much sense of duty." "Then why didn't she?" Gao Hao asked curiously. Liu Ruyan gave a reminder. "Because the Chu couple is also at this hospital." Liu Ming flew into a rage immediately. Are they blaming Xinyue again? Are they looking to give her a hard time? It's more than just giving her a hard time. They want to use Xinyue as spare parts. I sighed inwardly. Liu Ming's face changed abruptly, startling Gao Hao. Hearing my internal sigh, Liu Ruyan also frowned slightly. Chu Shuiqi was stabbed 3 times, with 2 of them damaging her kidneys. Her organs have been weak since childhood, and now that they're injured, even if it's not full failure, they certainly won't last more than a few years. The Chu parents want to use this opportunity to make her donate a healthy kidney to Chu Shuiqi. Not only that, but they also want her to undergo skin grafting because the last slash was to her face, requiring skin for reconstruction. Truly bizarre parents. Liu Ming suddenly jumped up from the hospital bed. Ming Gao Hao cried in shock, hurriedly calling out to him. But Liu Ming's anger had peaked, his eyes bloodshot. I only hurt my arm. It's not like I can't move. Damn it, this time I have to eliminate the threat for good. With that, he stormed out of the room. I thought to myself how hot-headed Liu Ming was, getting so angry just knowing the Chu parents were looking for Shen Yao. If he knew their twisted plans, he'd probably explode with rage. We all ran to Chu Shuiqi's room, and sure enough, she wasn't even in the IQ. The Chu parents were busy making angry phone calls, even daring to lie to Chu Xinyue that she was dying. They didn't hesitate to say it, showing no fear of jinxing their beloved daughter. Finding they couldn't reach Chu Xinyue, they cursed incessantly. That unfilial daughter is so cruel. How can she not visit when her sister was ruined because of her? Has Xinyue really decided to stop caring? If she's that heartless, how will she ever agree to the transplant? It's because of her that this happened, so refusing would mean she has no conscience. It'll go to her school and find her. The school shouldn't tolerate such a despicable person. Hearing the Chu couple's shameful conversation, Liu Ming went berserk, rushing forward without a word, using his good hand to grab Mr. Chu's collar and slamming him against the wall. Mr. Chu was stunned, and in his pain upon seeing it was Liu Ming, he was totally bewildered. "Liu Ming, it's you? What are you doing? Let go of me!" I nonchalantly turned and sat on a nearby bench. "I'm a bit tired. We'll just sit and watch the drama unfold." Mrs. Chu could only plead with Liu Ruyan. "Ruyan, what is Liu Ming doing? You all must." Liu Ruyan glanced at me and sat down as well, then said to Liu Ming, "Be careful not to worsen your injury, otherwise our parents will be worried." As she spoke, she noticed I had already started recording. Liu Ruyan felt helpless. Perhaps our parents worry, won't compare to your eagerness for gossip. Mrs. Chu opened her mouth but couldn't speak a word, only able to clutch her neck, nearly fainting. Mr. Chu, lifted by the tall Liu Ming, had his feet dangling and roared in a red-faced rage. "We are your elders. Have you lost your mind? The crazy ones are you. How can you even call yourselves parents? It's a good thing Shen Yue cut ties with your family, otherwise who knows how much more you'd torture her." I couldn't help but interject sarcastically. The Chu couple looked at Liu Ming in disbelief, as if they didn't know him. "What nonsense are you talking? Aren't you injured too? Do you dare claim all this? Wasn't because of Chu Xinyue?" As the older sister, she didn't protect her sister, and even got her hurt. If it weren't for her, would Shuiqi's face and kidneys be in this state? Even if she won't donate, she should at least make amends for her mistake. Did she guess something and purposely hide from us, not even saving her own sister? How can she be so cruel? These words made Liu Ming's hand tremble with rage, as if he might strike at any second. I couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. "So you want a piece of skin and a kidney? I find that very strange. If Shuiqi is disfigured, why can't she use her own skin? Why is that not an option? And if she needs a kidney, she can wait for a donor. It's not like she's dying right now, so why must it be taken from Chu Xinyue? Do you just not want to see Chu Xinyue happy and well?" The Chu couple was immediately speechless, as if they were being choked. "What are you talking about? We are her parents. How could we not want her to be well? Shuiqi is weak and can't handle being put through multiple procedures. A match between identical twins is the most stable and best for a transplant," Mrs. Chu explained. "Helping each other? Then tell me, since the moment she was born, what has Chu Shuiqi ever done to help Xinyue?" Liu Ming questioned aggressively. The Chu couple was momentarily speechless. It was clearly their own failure as parents, but now they were being exposed and humiliated. "If you don't continue to dote on Chu Shuiqi, then wouldn't all those previous years have been lived in vain?" Liu Ruyan suddenly chimed in, piercing right to the heart of the matter. "Making elders admit they're wrong is harder than prying open their own coffins." A flash of hesitation and guilt crossed Mr. Chu's face, but he still stubbornly said, "After all, this is our family business. Here it comes, the same old trick. When logic fails, shift to feelings and attitude." Liu Ruyan found it laughable. "A family? Then have you two done a compatibility test yet?" Everyone was stunned. It was like a bolt of lightning hitting their brains. A family member is a better match than a stranger, and besides her twin sister, aren't you two, the parents, the most likely candidates for a match? Liu Ruyan said indifferently. The Chu couple's brains seemed to freeze. At this moment, I also spoke sarcastically. "Honey, how could you doubt uncle and aunt like that? Even if their hearts are biased to outer space, she is still their daughter. When something happens to a daughter, parents would surely think of helping themselves first rather than troubling their children. Could they really just expect one daughter to sacrifice for another? That's impossible. Of course, it's because their tests failed that they had to desperately ask Chu Xinyue for help. It couldn't be that they could clearly help themselves, yet would let someone in her youth who hasn't even fallen in love marry or have children, bear two massive scars, and thus lose her freedom to dress as she likes, her health, and her vitality. She would have to live so cautiously." Liu Ruyan was startled by me calling her wife. She reflexively played along. "Is that so? Well, you have a point. It's truly a pity that your tests were a failure. Ha! You people are truly shameless." Liu Ming let go of Mr. Chu, leaving him leaning miserably against the wall. Being scolded like that by someone of the younger generation was a massive humiliation. Mr. Chu collapsed to the ground, looking utterly pathetic, but he still roared, "It's not the place for outsiders like you to point fingers at our Chu family's business. Get out, everyone, get the hell out," I sneered. "Oh my, I don't just want to point fingers. I'm also planning to help spread the word about this throughout our social circles later, so everyone can see what kind of character you have." "What do you want to do?" Mrs. Chu shrieked. "Weren't you acting so righteous? Didn't you feel that what you did was perfectly right? So why are you afraid to let others know?" Gao Hao couldn't help but join in, saying sarcastically, "Weren't you planning to go to the school and report Chu Xinyue's character? Take a look at yourselves first." Mrs. Chu froze completely. Gao Hao and I looked at each other, giving each other a thumbs up in approval. Mr. Chu looked at us, screaming in rage, "You people are insane. What does this have to do with you? Chu Xinyue has already broken off her engagement with your Liu family," Liu Ming replied coldly. "She broke it off because I wasn't good enough. I deserved it. But hear this clearly. I will see Chu Xinyue's matters through to the end." Liu Ming looked at them and continued, "Your precious daughter was infected by Wu Tian, and she was slashed today because she wanted to use a syringe to harm Xinyue. She brought this on herself. Didn't she love impersonating Chu Xinyue? She got what she deserved." The Chu couple were stunned upon hearing this. How could this happen? Mrs. Chu screamed, "Impossible." They suddenly remembered the strange attitude of the doctors and nurses earlier. The police also said there was an important matter to question Chu Shueqi about. If it's truly as Liu Ming said, that Chu Shueqi was intentionally spreading a disease, then this is a criminal offense. Liu Ming didn't care about their reaction and continued with a cold threat. "Remember what I said. Keep your precious daughter far away from now on. Don't ever show up in front of me or Chu Xinyue again. Otherwise, I will use every connection and resource I have to make all three of you permanent outcasts in the eyes of the world, the kind everyone wants to strike on sight." The Chu couple trembled all over, filled with both indignation at being threatened and sheer terror. Mr. Chu was so angry he was speechless. Mrs. Chu, while crying, looked at Liu Ruyan and said, "Is this the upbringing of your Liu family? Openly threatening and terrorizing elders with whom you've had generations of friendship. Our two families have been friends for 4 generations, Liu Ruyan spoke up coldly. "Your upbringing allows a daughter carrying a contagious disease to knock on my brother's door at midnight. What was she trying to do?" The Chu couple wanted to justify themselves, but they couldn't find a single word to say. Liu Ruyan continued, "What you heard just now was my brother's warning. Now, here is the warning from our Liu family. If you continue to cross my brother, I will use the full power of the Liu group to crush every one of the Chu family's businesses until the Chu clan kicks you out of the family. So, behave yourselves. Don't let things get even uglier." Upon hearing these words, the Chu couple's faces turned ashen. Not long after, Chu Shueqi woke up from her unconscious state. She had rarely suffered, so she began to wail miserably. Feeling the scar that nearly spanned half her face, she began to scream like a madwoman. Her love life and her career were both ruined. But her parents didn't comfort her as they usually did. Instead, they questioned her if she really had a contagious disease, and if she intended to infect her sister and Liu Ming. Chu Shueqi roared frantically, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for Liu Ming refusing to touch me, I wouldn't have gone to find Wu Tian. It's all their fault. Even if I die, they'll drag them down with me." Mr. Chu slapped her across the face, causing her wound to tear open. With blood streaming down her face, Chu Shueqi looked at her father in disbelief. Mr. Chu stared at his palm in shock. He let out a laugh like shattering glass, sounding even more painful than a sob. Not long after, they received a call from the current head of the Chu family. The head's fury and warning left them with no choice but to stop bothering Chu Xinyue. The Chu couple felt like their souls had been drained. Their hearts turned to cold ash. They completely disappeared from Chu Xinyue's world. Soon after, once Chu Xinyue had turned on her phone, she took the initiative to contact Liu Ming to check on his injury. Hearing the news while recovering at home, Liu Ming was as excited as if he'd been launched into the sky. He was finally off the blacklist. He was set free. Hooray! Knowing that Chu Xinyue was coming to visit, Liu Ming rushed downstairs. The commotion caught the attention of Mother Liu and the eldest sister who were watching a movie. Everyone got excited instantly. "There's some gossip to watch?" Liu Ming took the initiative to run out and meet her. While we were waiting at home, Liu Ming angrily dragged someone back in. Taking a closer look, it was Liu Rong, who was supposed to return home today. What happened to her? One was fuming with rage, the other looked aggrieved and pitiful. I couldn't help but mock internally and immediately opened the gossip system to see. It turns out Liu Rong had found a boyfriend behind the family's back. Liu Ming was originally going to pick up Chu Xinyue, but ended up seeing Liu Rong with some blonde guy. The blonde guy was blowing smoke in Liu Rong's face, one hand around her waist and the other sliding under her skirt to touch her thigh. Liu Ming exploded with rage upon seeing this scene. Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi looked shocked. Our good girl has been snatched by a wild pig. On the day my CEO wife forced me to divorce, I originally planned to cling on to her, but then I suddenly awakened the gossip system. When I learned I would be crushed to death by my CEO wife, I immediately took the 200 million breakup fee and ran. But my CEO wife suddenly changed her mind, all because her whole family can hear my inner thoughts. Look at this. Just got home and already getting the tea on my sister-in-law Liu Rong. Recalling the original owner's memories, this is actually my first time meeting Liu Rong. Liu Rong looks sweet and obedient, with that characteristic clear-eyed innocence of a university student. Truly a sheltered princess living in an ivory tower. Right now, my brother-in-law Liu Ming directly threw Liu Rong in front of Mother Liu. "Mother, I just saw my little sister getting all touchy-feely with some thug. You better interrogate her thoroughly, don't let her be tricked by some lowlife." As soon as Liu Rong heard this, tears of indignation began to well up. She quickly explained, "Third brother, you can't talk about Cheng Yue like that. He is not a thug. You can't, just because he dyes his hair, wears earrings, and has tattoos, assume that he's a bad person." Liu Rong's eyes were red, as if her own masterpiece was being belittled and called worthless by others. She couldn't help but mutter, "Many artists in your entertainment industry are just like that. Third brother, you've dyed your own hair all sorts of colors too." Liu Ming got even angrier. "I'm talking about his behavior. I don't have time to lecture you right now. I'm going to pick up Shen Yue." He stomped out in a fury. Liu Rong lowered her head dejectedly, but still greeted politely, "Mother, eldest sister, brother-in-law, I'm home. Please don't listen to third brother's nonsense. Cheng Yue is a good person." The elders of the Liu family were actually quite open-minded, as seen by their attitude toward their children's marriages. But because they had heard some things from me, they couldn't help but look at him with prejudice. Mother Liu asked anxiously, "Since when have you been dating behind our backs? What kind of person is he? Is he a student or is he working? How long have you two known each other?" Liu Rui also frowned. "Little sister, didn't we say a driver would pick you up today? You let this man drive you home? You came back without even a word." Liu Rong stood in the living room like she was on trial. I was standing aside watching the drama, but it also put a lot of pressure on her. Liu Rong hurriedly explained, "He is Cheng Miao's older brother. We've known each other for a long time. You all trust Cheng Miao, right?" When Liu Rong mentioned Cheng Miao, the Liu family felt a bit more at ease. At least he wasn't a total stranger. Cheng Miao was Liu Rong's college roommate who had often come over to the Liu house to play. Liu Rong stole a glance at me. Since I usually didn't pay much attention to the youngest sister, she didn't expect me to even know who Cheng Miao was. But when she turned to look at me, she saw I wasn't looking at her at all, with an expression like I wasn't the one who had just spoken. Mother Liu quickly asked, "So when did you two start dating? Why didn't you tell the family? You know we won't interfere in your love life, but we ought to know about it." Liu Rong immediately answered honestly, "I only agreed to date him during this recent field trip." She blushed. "He'd been pursuing me for a while and I kept hesitating, but during this trip I discovered that he's truly wonderful. Not only did he take great care of our whole group, but he also stepped up whenever there was trouble. He's really brave and responsible." As she said this, her eyes lit up. Mother Liu was still a bit worried. "After all, love is blind. Does he also study art at your school?" Liu Rong shook her head. "No. He was hired temporarily by our professor to assist us during the field trip." At this, I couldn't help but make a snide comment. "So he just did his job, and that makes him amazing?" Liu Rong froze for a moment, hurriedly explaining, "He's truly good and very gentle. Even if I'm clumsy and make mistakes, he is always so patient." She looked at me while explaining, with an expression like her boyfriend was being doubted, looking extremely anxious. Seeing her like that, I didn't think much of it, thinking she was probably just showing off. Mother Liu and Liu Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Liu said, "All right then, we'll talk more once your father and second sister get back. You just got home, go get some rest first." Liu Rong nodded obediently. Liu Rui quickly led her upstairs, intending to find a chance to explain my situation to her. A while later, Liu Rong sat dazed on her bed, staring wide-eyed at Liu Rui. "Eldest sister, you," Liu Rui said helplessly. "You'll understand once you experience it yourself. I just hope you won't be frightened. Don't let Mugi know that we're aware of his situation. For now, only our parents and siblings know." Liu Rong asked, "If that's really the case, why don't we let brother-in-law know too?" Liu Rui sighed. "This is so hard to believe. We're afraid that if Mu Jie knew, it might actually be bad for him. Besides, no one wants their inner thoughts to be heard by others, even though it's helped us quite a bit at times, and we can enjoy hearing some gossip together. But your second sister is still looking for experts and masters, hoping to solve the issue of Muge's thoughts leaking out. That way, she can also feel a bit more at ease." Although Liu Rong didn't quite understand, she still nodded obediently. Liu Rui patted her head gently and said seriously, "Remember, this is your brother-in-law's secret. Never mention a single word to anyone else. If this isn't handled correctly, Mugi could be in danger." Liu Rong nodded solemnly, but in truth, she still had some doubts. Liu Rui wasn't satisfied, so she asked about the progress between the two. Hearing they hadn't crossed the line, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Liu Rong's phone rang. One look and she knew it was her boyfriend. Liu Rui turned and left, giving her some privacy. Liu Rong hurriedly answered. The person on the other end immediately questioned, "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Then he suppressed his anger. "When I can't reach you, I worry. Don't let it happen again." Liu Rong was slightly taken aback. She'd never heard Cheng Yui so aggressive before, but knowing he was worried, she quickly said, "I'm sorry, I was just busy with something." He asked with concern, "Is your third brother giving you a hard time?" Liu Rong explained, "Don't worry, it's fine. My third brother has a temper. It's just because I didn't tell the family in advance. It'll be okay once I give them a proper explanation." A disdainful voice came through the phone. "You're this old and they still control you? Wrong. You're an adult now, an independent and free soul. You can make all your own decisions. There's absolutely no need to report everything to others." Liu Rong said with a smile, "I'm the baby of the family. They all just care about me." "Oh right, eldest sister just told me." She suddenly wanted to share what had happened, but remembering her sister's warning, she stopped. "What?" he urged. "Nothing," he complained slightly. "You're hiding things from me. Lovers shouldn't have secrets. We are the most important people who will go through life together. He'll tell you anything you want to know. You shouldn't hide anything from me either. You're hurting me like this. It seems I really do love you more." Liu Rong blushed and hurried to explain, but the breeding deep in her bones kept her from speaking. After all, this was her brother-in-law's secret. Her hesitation made him uneasy. He probed, "Does your family look down on me? Do they think I'm not good enough for you?" Liu Rong was surprised. "Why would you think that? You're clearly very talented." He sneered again. "You're the young miss of the Liu group. In your family's eyes, I'm just a lowlife." Liu Rong said anxiously, "My family doesn't care about those things. As long as everyone is happy, that's what matters." He said dominantly, "Is that so? It doesn't matter if they don't agree. Since we love each other, I must have you. No one can pull us apart." Liu Rong felt very shy hearing this, softly humming in agreement. At the dinner table that evening, the whole family gathered together for the first time. The discussion centered around Liu Rong's love life. Father Liu and Liu Ruyan had heard the gist of it. It was clear Liu Ming's first impression of Cheng Yue was terrible. He directly voiced his complaints, citing the man's frivolous behavior and lack of respect for women. Men understand other men's thoughts, but for young people in the heat of passion, public intimacy is quite common, so they decided not to bring that up for now. Father Liu frowned and said, "You said he was hired temporarily by your professor. How does he have so much free time? Doesn't he have a regular job?" Liu Rong hurriedly explained, "He's preparing to start his own art gallery. He's teaching himself the necessary knowledge now. Once Cheng Miao and I graduate, he'll help us organize exhibitions and sell our paintings." Everyone was stunned. Mother Liu said skeptically, "Didn't you used to say that art is priceless, and that your paintings were only for free exhibition, not for sale?" Liu Rong froze for a moment. "That was just talk from when I was young and naive. Selling many paintings proves my work is good. Besides," Cheng Yu said, "that the proceeds could be given to charity, which makes it even more meaningful." The whole house fell silent. "I was thinking something else. So he's basically unemployed right now? Can he even support himself?" Liu Rong suddenly looked at me, her eyes filled with disbelief. It really was true. The rest of the Liu family also reacted, immediately coughing a few times to alert Liu Rong. Liu Ming questioned instantly, "What's he living on then? Is he just sponging off his parents?" Liu Rong grew anxious, sitting tensely on the sofa. "Third brother, why are you being so mean? We just started dating. How can I ask him how he lives, or how he makes money? All I know is he rents his own place, takes on odd jobs once in a while, and mostly spends his time learning about the industry." Father Liu continued, "Was his original field of study unrelated to this industry?" Liu Rong immediately shook her head timidly. "He didn't go to college. He went to a vocational school. Not only did he not go to college, he didn't even finish high school. He's 22 now, so he's been out in society for years already," I muttered to myself. The Liu family's expressions shifted instantly. Though the Liu family never interfered in matters of romance or marriage, this gap was truly far too wide. Their little princess was still so innocent. You could really say that from this moment on, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Hearing my thoughts, Liu Rong became a bit defensive. Education doesn't define character. He didn't continue his studies because his family's finances were limited and he had to support Miao Miao's art studies. You won't look down on him or feel he's not worthy of me, will you? No one in the Liu family could find the words to speak. Their code of conduct and their worry for their youngest daughter were in constant conflict. Liu Ruyan suddenly spoke up. "Why do you think that?" Liu Rong froze for a moment, not understanding why Liu Ruyan would ask that. Liu Ruyan continued, "The you of before would never have assumed we'd think that way. Who put that idea in your head?" Though spoken gently, it was like a stone thrown into water, creating endless ripples. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Liu Rong panicked. "No one? Isn't it just common sense? You silly girl with that guilty look on your face. I can tell at a glance that your boyfriend told you that." Liu Rong became even more flustered upon hearing this. Ah, it looks like my little sister doesn't know how to lie. Just look at how flustered she is. Liu Rong thought, ugh, sister, stop talking. I'm getting even more panicked now. But before she could calm down, Liu Ruyan said flatly, you two aren't a good match. I suggest you break up. Liu Rong's eyes instantly turned red, followed by her nose. Tears began to overflow. It's a sin. I really can't stand to see my little sister cry. Liu Ruyan is being far too harsh. Liu Ruyan said, I am only giving a calm suggestion. Liu Rong sniffled, and although she didn't fully sob, she was still very hurt. If the family doesn't actually look down on him, then how are we not a good match? Liu Ruyan answered seriously, your fundamental values don't align. You believe that people are equal regardless of their social standing, but as soon as he started dating you, he emphasized that point. Didn't he know the differences between you before he started pursuing you? Liu Rong countered, isn't it just because he loves me so much that he's insecure and sensitive? Liu Ruyan said indifferently, he might be aware of it, but if he truly loved you, he wouldn't bring it up in front of you. His doing this can only lead to one outcome. Even before he actually met us, he had already set us up as his enemies. Just like how you're now standing against your family, all for his sake. Liu Rong stood there dazed, not fully grasping it, but still wanting to retort. Big sister, Cheng Yue isn't as brilliant and smart as you. You can't judge him by your own high standards. These words left Liu Ruyan momentarily speechless. The others felt she had a point after hearing that. Although Cheng Yue's background was poor, with the right grooming, he might turn out fine. Their worldviews could be reconciled. I didn't expect this little white rabbit Liu Rong to be so sharp. It's rare to see Liu Ruyan at a loss for words. Ha ha. Liu Rong felt a bit smug hearing my inner thoughts. Liu Ruyan gave me a helpless glance, as if silently pleading for help. Liu Ruyan couldn't handle Liu Rong, so now she's turning to me for help. She really is desperate enough to try anything. What can I even say? It's not like I can just spill the tea I just gathered. That kid really does subconsciously want to push the Liu family away. The Liu family members were bewildered, and Liu Rong grew anxious. Cheng Yue Oppa wouldn't be like that. Although I didn't speak out loud, I was criticizing him in my head. Who knows if that kid is doing this on purpose or not? Liu Rong only said she wanted to tell the family about her relationship. Then this Cheng Yue guy told Liu Rong. The Liu family treats Liu Rong like a child and controls her. Normal families aren't like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone this long without ever smoking, dyeing her hair, or fighting, or hanging around internet cafes and bars. Liu Rong froze. Is this also considered setting the Liu family against her? But Cheng Yue Oppa was just trying to protect me. Besides, he's not wrong. I really haven't experienced any of those things. Meow Meow also said youth feels incomplete without them. I continued thinking to myself, I mean, isn't it possible for a normal 20-year-old female student to have many experiences they haven't tried yet? And why must Liu Rong experience the exact same things as him to be considered normal? Then what about Liu Rong going to high school? Could it be said that it's abnormal for his family not to have sent him to high school? Liu Rong was stunned, her mind starting to spin. For a moment, she was speechless. I kept mumbling to myself. Liu Rong was already in a state of panic. Seeing everyone waiting for me to speak, I had to step in and play peacemaker. Since we don't really know Cheng Yue, why don't we find a chance for the family to get to know him better? Liu Rong wavered again and stood up. I'm tired. I'm going to rest now. Liu Rong left in a daze and the others also dispersed. Before I stood up, Father Liu patted my shoulder, a pleased smile on his face. Mother Liu and the eldest sister also patted my shoulder. Even Liu Ming came over to give me a pat. I quietly looked at my shoulder, making sure there was nothing dirty on it. Then I looked at Liu Ruyan, and she also patted my shoulder and said, not bad. I was full of question marks. What did I even say? Wasn't I just playing peacemaker? On the way back to my room, passing Liu Rong's room, I could hear her on the phone. First love isn't something that's easily cut off. Liu Ming and Father Liu went to Liu Ruyan's study. Soon after, Liu Ming said to Liu Rong, if you don't want to break up, we won't force you. But since he's currently unemployed, how about letting him join our company? Your second sister can get to know him up close. Liu Rong couldn't believe it. Really? Is that true? Liu Ruyan nodded. Your brother-in-law is right. We need to get to know him before we can give you any advice. Liu Rong was overjoyed. Okay, I'll tell him right away. If he agrees, when should he start? Liu Ruyan said. Today is fine. I'll let her know in advance. Liu Rong beamed and went back to make the call. When I went out for breakfast, Liu Rong even thanked me. But by noon, the sound of sobbing came from the painting room. Mother Liu and I rushed over and found Liu Rong sobbing uncontrollably in her mother's arms. Mom, Cheng Yue Oppa broke up with me. He said second sister insulted him and that he's not good enough for me. On the day my CEO wife forced me to divorce, I originally planned to stubbornly cling to her, but suddenly I awakened a gossip system. I learned that I would be crushed to death by the CEO and her family. I immediately agreed to take the 200 million breakup fee and leave. But the CEO wife suddenly changed her mind, simply because her whole family could hear my inner thoughts. This is why, as soon as I got home, I was already gathering gossip about my sister-in-law, Liu Rong. Right now, seeing Liu Rong cry so hard it broke Mother Liu's heart. Glancing at the door, Father Liu had heard the commotion and rushed over. His precious daughter was in tears, and Father Liu's hands began to tremble. What on earth happened? Your second sister definitely wouldn't insult someone. Could it be a misunderstanding? Liu Rong sobbed. Second sister told Chung Yue Oppa to be a driver. Father Liu was stunned, and then Mother Liu reacted quickly. Did Chung Yue look down on the job? Liu Rong choked back tears. Dad, you said he could join the company, and Chung Yue Oppa prepared very formally for it, to end up as a driver. Imagine how disappointed and angry he must be. He asked if I looked down on him, thinking we used this to humiliate him, just so we could break up. He said I succeeded, told me never to look for him again, and even blocked my number. I called Meow Meow, and she's mad at me too, saying her brother has never been this angry. If he can't climb high, it's like they never loved. Liu Rong continued through her sobs. But why? Why did everyone lie to me? I thought you really wanted to get to know him. Did you all do this to sabotage my love on purpose? Is what Chung Yue Oppa said true? You don't trust me. You just want to manipulate my life. Her first breakup, and Liu Rong was crying so much her words were a mess. She just wanted to vent. Father and Mother Liu were at a loss. Liu Rong had always been a good, sensible girl. Seeing her explode like this for the first time made the couple panic. All they could do was try to comfort her. They swore to the heavens they didn't mean it that way. Neither did her siblings. It must be a misunderstanding. I saw Liu Rong looking like she was about to faint from crying, and I felt quite awkward myself. This morning she was thanking me and sharing sweets. How did she get dumped so suddenly? This breakup is like a storm striking out of nowhere. If it wasn't for my gossip system showing me the breakup scene, I'd think I was dreaming. Chung Yue really was furious, nearly cussing out Liu Rong as if he'd been deeply insulted. I carefully checked from Liu Ruyan's perspective, and the more I saw, the more speechless I became. Not only did I almost miss it, I was almost swayed by Chung Yue's anger too. This guy is hilarious. As soon as those words came out, Liu Rong almost jumped up in the middle of her crying. Father and Mother Liu immediately held Liu Rong back. They knew for sure I had discovered something, so they got ready to hear what I had to say. Chung Yue had indeed happily gone to the interview. Liu Ruyan had also instructed HR, but how could HR have expected the person the CEO recommended to be such a 000 failure? Never mind the lack of a degree, despite being out in the world for years, he didn't even have a single piece of decent work experience. In other words, all these years, he's just been a useless loafer? Father and Mother Liu were stunned, looking at Liu Rong in disbelief. Rong, tell me the truth. Does he really have no work experience? Otherwise, HR wouldn't have just made him a driver. Mother Lia's head was spinning. Is it true, Rong? At first, they thought he was just currently in the middle of starting a business, which is why he was jobless. But they didn't expect that since graduating, he hadn't held a single proper job. If that's not a delinquent, what is? It seems the parents realized something was wrong, without me even needing to remind them. Liu Rong was dazed for a moment, then hurriedly spoke up. It's because he's talented but hasn't had a chance. Chung Yue Oppa is clearly very capable, but he can't find a good job because of his degree. He's being discriminated against, he's just unlucky. Facing her parents' darkening glares, Liu Rong's voice trailed off as she lost her confidence. Talented but hasn't had a chance? That's a riot. Does he even have talent? He doesn't have a single specialized skill. If he didn't have a driver's license, even if the HR people racked their brains and loosened every requirement, they could only have assigned him to be a cleaner. He doesn't even meet the physical requirements for a security guard. Hearing her beloved being belittled like that by me, Liu Rong was instantly both angry and heartbroken, and she screamed at me. Brother-in-law, I thought Liu Rong was pleading for me to help her. I'd really have a guilty conscience if I said anything else, little sister. He only got the driver job as a favor from the CEO. This is the Liu group we're talking about. A driver earns tens of thousands a month there, and the benefits are top tier. People are dying to get in, but look at him. He actually thinks it's an insult. What's even more ridiculous is that he used Liu Ruyan's name at the HR office and questioned if they even knew who he was. It's hilarious. What identity? Is he the imperial consort? He even had the gall to say Liu Ruyan told him she had a director position ready for him. Good grief. Is he delusional? He doesn't even ask himself what he has to offer. Is it his thick skin or his shamelessness? Even a talentless consort would have to step aside. If the Liu group hired based on connections and let anyone with ties run wild, they would have gone bankrupt long ago, okay? How could they have grown to where they are today? I suddenly feel a bit of sympathy for Liu Ruyan. Trying to vet a guy for her sister, this joke of a situation might cost Liu Ruyan some of her reputation at the Liu group. This backdoor deal. Tisk, what a shame. I let out a long emotional tirade in my mind, and Liu Rong's crying became even more hysterical. This time, Father and Mother Liu didn't comfort her, standing by with grim expressions. Father Liu said sternly, Wrong, his character is poor. This man is no good. He aimed too high and fell hard, yet he still lacks self-awareness. Mother Liu couldn't help but add, our family had good intentions, yet it turned into such a misunderstanding. Your second sister was right. Your worldviews are different. You're not a match. Although the Lias spoil their daughter, when it comes to important matters, the Liu parents have their principles. Father Liu said seriously, wrong. The Liu group's hiring standards won't be lowered just because of someone's identity. Your second sister already compromised a lot. When your brother-in-law first joined the Liu group, he was only in a subsidiary, starting a small studio, responsible for his own profits and losses. No major projects in the entertainment industry were given to him through the back door. Otherwise, with his status as the CEO's husband, would he just be a cover photographer or an 18th-tier model? Is he actually praising me? And what's wrong with being a driver? He knows nothing, yet he expects to reach the sky in one leap? Mother Liu also said gravely, if Cheng Yue was willing to take it step by step,
he would have had work experience by now. Isn't it because he spends all day dreaming of instant success that he's like this? Hearing everyone speak like this, Liu Rong seemed unable to find any reason to salvage the current situation. Finally unable to take it, she ran out crying and locked herself in her bedroom. Probably hearing that Cheng Yue didn't actually start the job, Liu Ruyan contacted me to ask about Liu Rong's situation. I told her the truth. Liu Ruyan didn't have much of a reaction. I see. I think Liu Ruyan is quite pitiable too. She rarely shows concern for her sister, and it just brings her a bunch of trouble. Anyway, Mom, Dad, and your brother all feel that it's that man's fault. Just focus on your work and don't worry about it. The other side seemed to pause for a moment. I don't mind. This result was expected. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I felt a hint of amusement in Liu Ruyan's tone. Could it be she planned this on purpose? That night, Liu Rong was still locked in her room. Everyone coming home had heard about the day's events, and Liu Ming gave a disdainful snort. Breaking up without even listening to an explanation, he's clearly stubborn and self-righteous. Our youngest sister was protected too well. She's soft-eared and easily influenced, believing whatever others say. If that kid hadn't looked down on being a driver, she wouldn't have seen a problem either. In my opinion, breaking up is for the best. She'll realize it herself once some time passes. One of these days, it'll bring some handsome guys from the industry to introduce to her. Be it young wolves or little puppies, she can take her pick. Surely they're better than some delinquent? I was instantly startled. My radar went off. My eyes lit up as I reeled off a bunch of names to Liu Ming. I wonder if there are any little white flowers. Liu Ming. I'm choosing for my sister? Why is he so excited? Does he want me to introduce someone to him too? Suddenly feeling a chill in the air, Liu Ming stole a quick glance. Oh boy, big sister's face is turning a bit green. What are you trying to do? Liu Ming asked on his sister's behalf. I've been watching their shows lately. They're quite handsome, and seeing them in person would be a treat for the eyes. I laughed lightheartedly. Liu Ruyi nodded after hearing that, expressing her agreement, then said, I'm going up to check on our sister. Liu Ming. I'm coming too. That brat didn't even eat dinner. Is she trying to start a rebellion? The two of them slipped away quickly as they spoke. I was bewildered. Wait, we haven't decided which handsome guys to bring over to comfort her yet. Turning around, I saw Liu Ruyan, looking at me with an expressionless face, her gaze a bit dangerous. I blinked, not thinking much of it, and followed the two ahead to check on Liu Rong's condition. Liu Ruyan sighed, and just as she was about to leave, she heard the footsteps of Father and Mother Liu behind her. Father Liu patted Liu Ruyan. Haha, everyone loves beauty, and young people like following idols. The boy just has a lot of biases, but if he's that open-minded and really doesn't mind you, you're about to lose your husband. Mother Liu shot a glance. Hypothetically speaking, aren't you also at fault? You can't really blame the boy. What kind of wife doesn't let her husband touch her? He can only look for a substitute elsewhere. Liu Ruyan. What is he saying? He hasn't said anything like that. Besides, he hasn't even tried yet. How does he know I won't let him? She couldn't let her thoughts go any further. Liu Ruyan felt like her mind was about to be completely corrupted. Upstairs, as soon as I got there, I saw Liu Ming fuming in front of Liu Rong's bedroom door. That's right, I don't like that thug, and I firmly oppose you two being together. A gloomy voice came from inside the room, but you could tell she was fiercely defensive. Your own love life was a failure, so you can't stand seeing others in love. I even think you're not good enough for Sister Shen Yue. I made a casual comment. Liu Rong vs. Liu Ming. Liu Rong wins. Liu Ruyi held back the angry Liu Ming, who wanted to kick the door down and sighed. Wrong, it's your eldest sister. Heartbroken inside the room, Liu Rong thought her sister would take her side. Instead, Liu Ruyi said, Actually, I don't approve of you being with that guy either. A girl shouldn't marry beneath her, and it's not about being practical or materialistic. In reality, it's very hard for a man to maintain a balanced mindset when the woman is strong and the man is weak. Liu Ruyi seemed to recall something, a look of disgust filling her eyes.
If you two stay together, he will definitely have to endure gossip and feel slighted in the future. Eventually, to restore his male pride, he'll suppress and bully you in other ways. As soon as Liu Ruyi finished speaking, she heard Liu Rong cry out, "Big sister, just because you chose the wrong person doesn't mean everyone else is the same," Liu Ruyi said helplessly. But based on his behavior today, it doesn't seem like he's the type who can stay balanced, nor will he ever sacrifice for your sake. That's because everyone attacked him so harshly. You can't use such high standards to judge him. I'm the one with him, not all of you. Big sister, didn't you also risk everything to give it a try back then? Why can't I do the same? Liu Ruyi was speechless. Liu Rong versus Liu Ruyi. Liu Rong wins. Liu Ruyi and Liu Ming both looked at me with indescribable expressions, then gave me a silent signal to take over. No way, I'm not doing it. People in their first love are the most stubborn. Talking to them is just a waste of breath. Besides, he was the one who initiated the breakup. His pride is so high that he definitely won't look back. There's nothing to comfort. The end is already set. Hoo. Liu Ruyi and Liu Ming looked at each other. Liu Rong versus me. I win. Over the following week, Liu Rong stayed home alone to heal from her heartbreak. Although sad, she wasn't the type to hold a grudge and soon reconciled with the family. But there was no sign of reconciliation with Cheng Yue until school started. Liu Rong gloomily packed her bags to move back to school. One afternoon a month later, while having afternoon tea in the backyard, Mother Liu received a phone call. "Hello, hi, this is Professor Wang. It's been a while. Is something wrong?" Mother Lia's smile instantly vanished. "What? You're saying Rong gave up her application for the art exchange student program abroad? How is that possible? We haven't heard anything about it." "All right, I understand. I'll ask her. Thank you for your concern, Professor." Mother Liu was frantic and immediately called her daughter. Liu Ruyi, standing nearby, was worried too. After all, her sister had chosen that plan herself. It was her main reason for entering that school, and no matter how hard it was, she always worked to maintain her major's ranking. How could she give up going to an overseas art academy for advanced studies? As soon as the call connected, a man's voice answered. "What kind of contact name is this? Who are you?" "Wait, isn't this the phone of my daughter, Liu Rong?" Liu Rong's contact names for her family were all names of world-famous paintings. Others really couldn't tell them apart. As soon as Mother Liu spoke, the other party hung up. Mother Liu immediately panicked, thinking something had happened to Liu Rong. Good grief, how long has it been since I looked away? I've missed out on a huge amount of information. What's going on? This is way too bold. Because I was so shocked, I didn't notice. The two people beside me were both looking at me. Liu Rong actually learned how to keep secrets from the family, as early as 3 weeks ago.
She has actually reunited with Cheng Yue. The reason she gave up on her advanced studies abroad is because Cheng Yue refuses to do a long-distance relationship, claiming if she goes abroad, they must break up. So Liu Rong decided not to go anymore. This isn't just being lovesick, she's a literal magnet for scumbags. Hearing my inner thoughts, Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi, who are usually so gentle, erupted in a towering rage. Without even having time to notify the rest of the family, they dragged me straight to the academy. Just as we got out of the car at the school gate, Liu Rong happened to call back, saving us the trouble of hunting her down. Mother Liu held the phone, her hands trembling. After all, such an obedient daughter suddenly deceiving everyone and hiding so much. It's as if she's become a total stranger. Who could possibly accept this? Liu Ruyi grabbed the phone and turned on the speaker. Curious, I immediately leaned in close. "Mom, were you looking for me?" How surprising. Liu Rong's voice sounds so nonchalant. It seems she's really been deeply brainwashed. Liu Rong acting like this only makes it harder for her mother and sister to bear. "Who answered your phone just now?" Mother Liu questioned her directly. It was a male classmate. "Which male classmate?" "Mom, what are you doing?" Liu Rong's voice was tinged with resentment, as if she's annoyed that her mother is overreaching. She has no idea she's already been exposed by me. Mother Liu was almost choked with rage. Rong, where are you?" Liu Ruyi took over the conversation. "Eldest sister, I'm at the school's art studio. She's lying because she's guilty. She's probably on a date with Cheng Yue. Let me check on this first." Liu Rui's voice turned cold. "We are at your school gate right now. If you're really in the studio, meet us at Professor Wang's office in 10 minutes. We'll be waiting for you there, sister." Liu Rong immediately panicked. Hearing Professor Wang's name, she naturally knew that her secret had been exposed. "How can you all just show up without telling me first? Didn't you also fail to say a single word to us?" Liu Ruyi spoke with deep meaning, displaying the full authority of an eldest sister. "Be there within 10 minutes. After saying that, she hung up and helped Mother Liu walk onto the campus. I'm afraid 10 minutes won't be enough. Liu Ruyi also guessed she was on a date, likely somewhere off campus right now. The more she thought, the more disappointed she felt. Then she heard me suddenly blurt out a sentence in my heart. She's currently busy cleaning up a rented house. Liu Rui and Mother Liu froze in their tracks, looking at each other in utter disbelief. It wasn't hard to imagine that it was Cheng Yue's rented place. The once pampered fourth young mistress of the Liu family, who should be holding a brush in an art studio right now, even if her face were covered in paint, she'd be too focused to notice. But look at her now. What exactly is she doing? It's madness. She's completely lost her mind over this guy. Hearing this, Liu Ruyi and Mother Liu were stunned once again, realizing the situation was far more severe than they thought. If I say it's crazy, how could it be anything but dire? It's not just that they've reconciled. Liu Rong isn't even staying in her dorm anymore. She's moved into a rented apartment to live with Cheng Yue. At this moment, hearing that her precious daughter is living with that blonde brat, Mother Liu, felt as if she'd been struck by a bolt of lightning, and her entire body went limp. Liu Ruyi, horrified, quickly supported her mother. I rushed forward to help as well. Who knew Liu Rong's decision to not go abroad would be such a devastating blow to Mother Liu? If she found out they're living together, she'd probably be so angry she'd end up in the hospital. Mother Liu truly couldn't calm down, her voice trembling as she spoke to Liu Ruyi. Go to Rong's dormitory and check her out of there immediately. Check out of the dorm? Good. Mother Liu must feel that. There's a serious flaw in Liu Rong's upbringing, and she needs to be brought home to be re-educated. Liu Rui's face was pale with fury. She handed Mother Liu over to me, turned to call the driver, and they headed to Liu Rong's dormitory. Using every connection and resource, pulling out all the stops, she was determined to bring Liu Rong home today. Afterward, I accompanied Mother Liu to see Professor Wang. As a middle-aged woman, whether out of respect for talent or the status of the Liu family, Professor Wang felt compelled to offer a word of advice regarding Liu Rong's irrational behavior. That's why she had contacted Mother Liu. Professor Wang was quite perceptive. The moment she met Mother Liu, she began to hint, is Liu Rong currently in a relationship? Ever since returning from her creative field trip, she's been completely listless. Lately, she can't even focus on her painting, and her assignments are all delayed. I occasionally see a young man picking her up and dropping her off. Of course, it's normal for her to fall in love, but she shouldn't ruin her future over it. After all, she's a very gifted artist. Mother Lia's face was ashen. You're right. Don't worry, this child has strayed, but we will definitely set her straight. While we were waiting for Liu Rong to arrive, Liu Ruyi finished her task and showed up as well. Then Liu Rong finally came running in, out of breath. Mom, sister, brother-in-law, Professor Wang. Liu Rong was still being polite, but right now, the looks on everyone's faces when they looked at her were quite grim, especially Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi. Mother Liu pointed to the application on the table and said, You've met all the requirements the Academy demands. Now fill out this application. Liu Rong's expression shifted, and she finally spoke up. Mom, I'm an adult now. I have the right to choose my own future. I don't want to go. Mother Liu, surprisingly, remained extremely calm. Just for the sake of a hooligan, are you willing to abandon the dream you've worked so hard for all these years? Liu Rong's face turned pale. She was just about to open her mouth when she heard my internal sarcasm. It seems Mother Liu has already guessed it. As a woman herself, she naturally knows what can destroy a woman's strongest will, causing them to change their personality almost overnight. The top choice is usually the sweet, empty promises of a man. The words on Liu Rong's lips were swallowed back, and then she heard Liu Rui speak. Rong, I just visited your dorm. There's dust all over the tables and the beds. Did you really think you could hide this from your family? No wonder you haven't come home for the last 3 weekends. We genuinely thought you were focusing on your art. Rong, you've disappointed us deeply. Liu Rong's face went completely white in an instant. Cohabiting with a man was already a huge trial for someone, as well-behaved as she had always been. Now that she's been caught, she's truly trembling with fear. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just, when we reconciled, Cheng Yue told her the Liu family would drive them apart, which is why he told her to keep it a secret. She really is quite obedient. Isn't she afraid of meeting a bad person? I never expected that between her family of 20 years and a boyfriend of 1 month, she would choose the boyfriend. Liu Rong was so ashamed she wanted to crawl into a hole. She didn't even know where to put her hands and feet, and upon hearing this truth, Mother Liu and Liu Rui's expressions became incredibly grim. So after what happened last time, you still haven't woken up. You still feel that we were making things difficult by stopping you from being with that hooligan? Mother Liu was heartbroken beyond words. As soon as Liu Rong finished speaking, Mother Liu raised her hand. If Liu Rui hadn't stopped her, that elegant lady would have truly slapped her precious daughter across the face. Mom, let's discipline her at home. Let's handle the current situation first. Liu Rong was also stunned into silence. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Mom, were you really going to hit me? From the time she was a child, even Liu Ruyan had been disciplined, but Liu Rong never had. This was the first time she'd faced her mother's true fury, and she was completely bewildered. Mother Lia's eyes were also red, wishing she could knock some sense into her daughter.
How could she no longer recognize the daughter she had worked so hard to raise? Professor Wang spoke up just in time to diffuse the mounting tension in the room. Perhaps Liu Rong should submit the application first. Tomorrow is the deadline. Any later, and it'll be too late. Liu Rui quickly nudged Liu Rong along. Stop making Mom angry. But Liu Rong only swayed slightly, her feet as if nailed to the floor, refusing to budge. Liu Rui truly couldn't believe it. Even at this stage, Liu Rong remained so stubborn. Are you really going to abandon all your hard work just for the sake of an irresponsible man? You of all people should understand the consequences. The professor's words made Liu Rong even more uncomfortable, and she instinctively wanted to defend herself. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The old Liu Rong would have surely understood this logic. But now? Those words aren't even her own. They've been completely drilled into her head by that Cheng Yue guy. She believes everything Cheng Yue says. She's become his most devoted follower. A love brain is truly a terrifying thing. Liu Rong glared at me in anger. I am capable of making my own judgments. I think what Cheng Yue says makes sense. These are all my own decisions. Did she really think I was going to help her? I avoided her gaze and made a joke. My principle regarding love brains is, if they don't listen the first time, they'll never offer advice again. The people who would risk everything for you time and again, trying to pull you out of the abyss, are only your own flesh and blood. I don't want to meddle in affairs that aren't mine, only to end up being the villain in your eyes. Liu Rong was stunned. She didn't expect that after mocking her, in my head for so long, I had no intention of intervening. This, conversely, caused her defiant resolve to waver slightly. But the image of Cheng Yue's resolute face flashed through her mind, and her mind became clouded once more. Mom, sister, professor, I'm sorry. I know I've disappointed you all, but this relationship wasn't easy to find, and I can't give it up. Her words almost caused her family members to have an actual brain hemorrhage from rage. I'm secretly glad I'm just an observer. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist the urge to give her a good beating. Professor Wang looked worried, fearing the Liu family might actually come to blows here. If you give up this educational opportunity, you'll have to work 10 times harder in the future just to catch up to where you are now. I hope you'll think carefully about your own well-being. Love yourself first before you try to love someone else. I thought Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi would keep trying to persuade her, but they seemed completely disheartened. They simply took the application and dragged Liu Rong away to go home. After getting in the car, Liu Rong noticed her belongings from the dorm were all there and asked, "What is the meaning of this? We've moved you out of the dorm. You're staying home from now on." Liu Ruyi replied curtly. Mother Liu added, "In our Liu family, there has never been a precedent for premarital cohabitation. What does that have to do with anything? You're all just being old-fashioned." Liu Ruyi couldn't help but cut her off. "You're still a college student, without an engagement or a proper introduction, living together before marriage. Do you even know what that implies? Even if you two actually have a future, aren't you afraid his family will look down on you, that you won't be respected? People won't see how great your so-called true love is. They'll only think you have no self-respect." Liu Rui's words carried weight. Back then, she had been pregnant before marriage and could never hold her head high before her in-laws. She had regretted it countless times, which is why she didn't want her sister following in those same disastrous footsteps. Sister. Liu Rong was in tears, biting her lower lip hard, staring at Liu Ruyi with wide eyes, seemingly blaming her in silence. Liu Ruyi was exhausted. Liu Rong was even more deluded than she had been. The atmosphere in the car was stifling. No one spoke a single word on the way home. Upon getting out, Mother Liu intended to confiscate her phone, but having never done such a thing, she was at a loss as to how to proceed. Liu Rong ran to her room and locked herself in. Actually, a child raised in such a strict household usually possesses a kind and innocent heart, and as long as life goes smoothly, they won't make any major mistakes. Ironically, the romantic fortunes of the Liu children are all remarkably poor. They all stumble and fall in this regard. Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi began contacting other members of the family. With nothing to do, I headed back to my room, only to find the balcony door wide open. As I was about to close it, I saw a crumpled ball of paper flying from the neighboring balcony, faintly glinting with a glitter logo. It was that very application form. I blinked and quietly shut the door. Soon everyone in the family had rushed back home, leading to another round of harsh questioning. But this time, Liu Rong seemed determined to resist until the very end for the sake of her love. I'm curious to see how this will play out, so I've decided to sit back and watch the drama unfold. At this point, Lu Ming couldn't help but speak up first. "Damn it, I told you that hooligan was no good, didn't I? And yet you still moved in with him. Is your brain filled with trash?" Liu Ming was so furious he was cursing in every sentence, even as his sister turned pale from the scolding. He had no intention of stopping. "Tell the truth, did he mistreat you while you lived together?" Everyone's expression became a bit awkward. Although they knew Liu Rong was living with him, Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi hadn't asked for many details. As a brother, he shouldn't meddle in private matters, but the mere thought of that piece of garbage touching his sister made Liu Ming almost want to vomit up a meal he had 10 years ago. Liu Rong was too ashamed to look up, but still insisted. "We live together, but in separate rooms. He truly loves me and said he wouldn't do anything before we're married. He just wanted more time to be with me. He's actually a very good man. Then she added that since she's an adult, it wouldn't matter even if something did happen with her boyfriend. Many of her classmates were doing the same thing. By comparison, Cheng Yue, on the other hand, truly cherishes me. These words from Liu Rong left everyone else stunned. A normal man living with a woman who wouldn't understand what's on his mind. Liu Ming's first reaction was that Liu Rong was lying, but the next second, he heard me murmuring in my heart, "Wait, it's actually true. How strange." Everyone's expression was almost identical. This is absolutely bizarre. A hooligan who would grope a girl's thigh in broad daylight, who tricked her into living together, is now playing the part of a pure, chaste lover. I share everyone's skepticism. I can't help but dig for some more gossip to see if there are any other details. This makes no sense. A vigorous young man living together and doing absolutely nothing. Is he impotent? The look on everyone's faces became quite subtle. Interrupted by these thoughts, Liu Rong's cheeks flushed as she recalled, he definitely isn't. There was a time when Cheng Yue hugged me, and I could feel it. It was only because Cheng Miao interrupted us. Otherwise, we might have. At this moment, a sound of shock erupted in my heart. Oh my goodness. Everyone heard my internal gasp, their hearts jumping as they held their breath to listen. Liu Rong was also starting to panic, remembering my previous attitude. Truth be told, she had always wondered, if I really know everything, then why would I hate Cheng Yue so much? Right then, I said in a voice that was almost purely incredulous. No way. Is Liu Rong completely blinded by grease, or is her head just buried in the mud? Liu Rong was left dazed by the insult. Cheng Yue said, I'm good enough to you already. Look at other men's girlfriends. They move in, do the laundry, cook the meals, and take care of their boyfriends. They even hand over all their money for him to manage. That's what a good woman does. But you're my precious treasure. So I don't mind that you're immature or clueless. So Liu Rong actually felt she wasn't good enough as a live-in girlfriend for him. Cheng Yue said, I let you hand-wash my jersey, and you ruined it. What kind of girl doesn't know how to wash clothes? And yet, I'm not even mad at you or disgusted by you. From now on, I'll just wash the jerseys myself for you. Where else could you find a boyfriend who pampers you like I do? And so, Liu Rong apologized, and even felt like it was all so sweet, thinking that this was what it meant to be pampered. In my eyes, I literally cannot watch this any longer. My moral compass is being contaminated. My IQ is being dragged through the dirt and trampled. Never mind me, everyone else's face was shifting like a traffic light, their burning gazes all fixed intensely on Liu Rong. That was no longer the look one gives a family member. It was the look one gives to a strange, new species. Liu Rong froze. Those conversations, that she had previously found so sweet, now hearing them mimicked by me, suddenly made a wave of shame surge through her heart. She wanted to say something more. Liu Ming couldn't take it anymore, pointed directly at Liu Rong and barked, You are a total love-brain fool. Liu Rong hurriedly replied, I am not. Oh, right. Love-brain is for people in love, but clearly that guy doesn't love you at all. Therefore, you're just a brain-dead idiot. Liu Ming spoke without the slightest hint of politeness. When Mom had a difficult labor with you, did she accidentally leave your brain behind in the womb? How could Liu Rong ever match Liu Ming's fighting spirit? Her charge for love collapsed halfway through. She could only emphasize through her tears, no, he loves me. But what about all of you? When it comes to love, do any of you actually have a successful example? None of you have the right to lecture me on this subject. To prove she was right, she began attacking her other siblings. The three siblings looked on with varied expressions. Father Liu and Mother Liu couldn't stand it anymore. As they were about to speak, I muttered in my heart, actually, she has a point. They really don't have the right. The rest of the Liu family was stunned. Hey, whose side are you on? Liu Rong immediately felt a surge of courage. But then again, it seems the whole family is unfortunate in love. With their sweet but dim natures, they're either being tricked right now or on their way to being tricked. Is it genetic? I wonder how Father and Mother Liu were when they were young. Father and Mother Liu were startled at once, feeling that this topic was inappropriate to continue. Mother Liu coughed twice. Since we can't talk sense into you, Rong, you'll just stay at home for a while. Liu Rong couldn't believe it. Are you going to imprison me? I'm an adult, you can't. Do you expect us to just watch you continue living with that terrible man? Unless you are no longer my child. This time, Mother Liu played her ultimate card. In the end, Liu Rong could only weep in heartbreak and disappointment, afraid to say another word. Father Liu's face was cold. Fine, we won't mention anything else. Fill out the application. It goes out tonight. I don't want to. Liu Rong suddenly refused. Say that again. Father Lia's voice turned icy. I don't want to go abroad. Since Liu Rong had already compromised with her mother, so she resists everything else even more. I've already thrown away the application form. Father Liu gasped. You Liu Ming couldn't hold back anymore. Did that thug perform surgery to remove your eyeballs, or did he polish your brain smooth for you? Liu Rong stubbornly refused to answer. Liu Ruyan suddenly spoke up. Fine. Everyone looked toward Liu Ruyan. Liu Rong asked in disbelief, Older sister, are you willing to understand me? No, I'm just respecting the choice you've made for your own future. Liu Ruyan looked at her seriously. Whether you want to cherish it or throw it away, as long as you have thought it through yourself, this is your choice. Don't blame your family later for not advising you. Liu Rong's heart skipped a beat. It felt like something was being lost, making her want to reach out and grab it for a moment, perhaps because she herself was a bit confused. Everyone else in the Liu family seemed to understand Liu Ruyan's meaning. People always have to pay for their youthful stupidity. Although the Liu family's presence had lessened the painful price, Liu Rong still needed to pay for her own mistake so that she would remember this lesson. After she had been locked away for 3 days, someone finally came looking for her. We didn't take the initiative to find Cheng Yue because he still didn't have that status. The one the butler let in was actually Cheng Miao, a beautiful girl who was polite and graceful. The Liu family used to treat her quite well, but ever since her brother and Liu Rong got together, everyone had taken a dislike to her. She stood in the main hall, somewhat awkwardly receiving those unfriendly gazes. Among them was one particularly piercing gaze, and that was mine, but she didn't know me. Mother Liu intended to say a few words, but Liu Rong came rushing out. Cheng Miao, Liu Rong. They acted as if they were very close the moment they met. Liu Ming directly scoffed. The girlfriend risks everything for love, yet the boyfriend is too cowardly to show his face and sends his sister instead. Just how pathetic of a man is he? Liu Rong hurriedly explained. I didn't want everyone to give Cheng Yue a hard time, so I was the one who told him not to come. Cheng Miao also said awkwardly. I just came to see how Liu Rong is doing. My brother is worried about her, but he knew everyone would be angry, so he didn't dare to come. The fact that he lived together with her without informing the Liu family beforehand, my brother was in the wrong for that. But he truly likes Liu Rong very much, which is why he did it. I apologize on behalf of my brother. After saying that, she bowed. The Liu family had no intention of making things hard for a girl, so naturally, they didn't say much. Liu Rong pulled Cheng Miao toward her room. In the living room, Liu Ming kept mocking Cheng Yue, saying that while he might look like a person, one look was enough to tell he was up to no good. The Liu family members sighed, not knowing how to handle the situation. I sat on the sofa, watching all of this in silence. Liu Ruyan brought over some yogurt, and seeing me frown, she couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? It's nothing, I said, but my expression was complicated. The Liu family members were puzzled. What is it? Don't just say half of it, you're making our hearts race. A moment later, they finally heard my inner thoughts. I thought he was just a common thug who snagged a rich beauty from our family. I didn't expect there to be a much deeper conspiracy. The Liu family members became even more panicked. What conspiracy? Just then, there was a noise from upstairs as Liu Rong escorted Cheng Miao down to leave. Everyone's gaze toward Cheng Miao became even more wary. Liu Ruyan suddenly spoke up. Liu Rong has given up her international exchange student slot, and I heard it just so happened to be transferred to you. I was suddenly startled, looking at Liu Ruyan with admiration. The others, upon hearing this, immediately had their eyes turned sharp. Could it be because of this? Facing Liu Ruyan's imposing aura, Cheng Miao's expression almost slipped. Yes, I just happened to be ranked right after Liu Rong, but I had tried to advise Liu Rong before that. She was merely making a reluctant excuse, and Liu Ming sneered. What a coincidence. Have you two siblings planned this all along? One tricks her feelings, while the other steals her spot. Exactly. It's all been planned, conspiring together to deceive this sweet, naive girl. At this moment, under the Liu family's pressuring words, Cheng Miao's eyes immediately reddened, as if she were suffering a great humiliation, and she gently tugged on Liu Rong's sleeve beside her. Liu Rong's face looked a bit troubled, as she hurriedly explained. My choice has nothing to do with Cheng Miao. Please don't make things difficult for Cheng Miao. This scene truly made me unable to hold back a laugh. Isn't this just an idiot who got scammed and is now helping the scammer count the money? Liu Rong was stunned by my words, stealing a glance at me. She was thinking to herself, why does everyone feel that? What brother-in-law says must be the truth. Such a mysterious and unpredictable thing is hard to explain. She still trusted her friend, and seeing this, Cheng Miao suddenly spoke up. The exchange student thing really was a coincidence. I know you all have an issue with me because my brother and Liu Rong are seeing each other. I also know my brother isn't worthy of Liu Rong, but he truly likes Liu Rong and wants to treat her well for the rest of his life. I hope you can give them a chance and not cruelly tear them apart. Liu Ming immediately exploded. Truly likes her? Then have you shown any sincerity? You're just a bunch of scammers, so stop being fake in front of our family. Let me make this clear today. The Liu family will absolutely not allow a thug like that to be Liu Rong's boyfriend. Never. Liu Rong immediately stiffened up. Although Liu Ming was hot-tempered, the others didn't object. which showed that this was the will of the entire Liu clan. Cheng Miao glanced at Liu Rong, a corner of her mouth secretly curling up. So you've already made up your minds. Why do you all have to be so heartless? Even if you don't like it, can't you at least give them a single chance? Liu Rong's eyes welled up. Cheng Miao hurriedly supported Liu Rong, quietly comforting her, like two isolated people with nowhere to turn, standing together against an evil force. I originally didn't want to say anything to worry everyone. But you all are truly being too much. Do you know that last time when I went abroad for research, if Cheng Yue hadn't saved me, something terrible might have happened to me? What? Father Liu and Mother Liu were immediately so shocked they couldn't sit still. What happened? Liu Rong began to recount why she gradually opened her heart to Cheng Yue. Before, she was only absorbed in her painting, often getting so hungry from painting that she became dizzy. In serious moments, she would even faint from low blood sugar. One evening, she fainted from hunger in the studio, and it was Cheng Yue who found her and carried her back to the dorm. When she woke up, the room was filled with the aroma of food, as if she had been pulled out of a dark and cold place. Cheng Yue didn't usually cook, but that day, he used the kitchenware in the rented house to cook 3 dishes and a soup for her. After that, he kept an eye on her every day. As soon as she forgot to eat, he would bring her food. If she missed out on such a good person, who else would treat her like that? While Liu Rong was deeply moved, Liu Ming couldn't listen to any more. That's it? Even our housemaid could make you 7 dishes and a soup. Liu Rong immediately retorted. It's not the same. It's a feeling of warmth. In those dishes, there was care and love. Even if it wasn't the best tasting, I could taste the difference. This was the first time I've ever had that. Liu Ruyi couldn't stand it either. Little sister, have you forgotten? When we were kids, our mother also tried to go into the kitchen to cook for us. But Mom was a kitchen killer. One time she even gave you food poisoning, which is why we didn't let her cook anymore. What do you mean, first time? What do you mean, care and love? Did our family give you so little? The whole family looked at Liu Rong, and that reproachful gaze made her unable to stand steady, frozen in place. But as she was about to say something, she suddenly heard my inner thoughts, laughing exaggeratedly. Ha 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 ha, this is killing me. So this was the turning point? Because of this, Liu Rong is planning to elope with that greasy, overconfident guy. She doesn't even know that the meal was nothing more than takeout, that scumbag ordered and then just plated. Silence. A strange silence. The Liu family members almost jumped up from the sofa in unison. What? Eloping? I seemed to feel the vibration on the sofa, but when I looked back, everyone was still sitting there, just staring intently at Liu Rong. They were stunned with anger at her foolish way of thinking. Now, Liu Rong's face was full of panic. She hadn't expected that even an unformed pact would be something I'd know about. She didn't actually want to elope. She didn't have the guts for it, but Cheng Miao kept talking until she began to hesitate. She hoped she could persuade her family, but that fierce attitude from just now really provoked her into thinking that if she just took a chance, her family would have no choice but to accept Cheng Yue. By then, they would gradually find out that Cheng Yue wasn't as bad as they thought, but at this moment, facing her family's looks of disbelief, Liu Rong felt she had no face left, almost ignoring my next sentence. At this time, unaware, Cheng Miao even gave her a shove. Cheng Miao didn't want this idiot to be swayed. This action of hers caught my attention. I sneered in my heart. The takeout was actually ordered by this demon best friend. The thug only knew how to reheat that takeout. Then, when Liu Rong woke up, he pretended as if he had cooked it himself to deceive her. Liu Rong's chaotic brain was hit with another heavy blow. It's impossible. How could it be fake? No way. Liu Rong then said she could taste the care and love. Well then, she should really thank the chef at that Chinese fast food joint. 3 dishes and a soup for less than 30 yuan. Good, cheap, and convenient. Liu Rong's eyes gradually widened. Although she didn't believe it, my words were too consistent. How do I remember that we also have this chain of restaurants in the country? Maybe while she's still here, I should order it for her every day so she can truly feel all that care and love. Eat it for a month straight, and I bet she'll be puking. Liu Rong's body swayed, nearly unable to stay upright. Cheng Miao hurriedly caught Liu Rong, speaking with a sorrowful look. Please stop making things hard for Liu Rong. Perhaps in your eyes, my brother cooking for Liu Rong means nothing. But that was his sincere heart. He's never been like that with anyone else. Pfft, ha. Isn't that just because he doesn't know how to cook in the first place? Cheng Miao continued indignantly. Even if you don't like my brother, please don't just casually trample on someone's true feelings. Such righteous words, speaking out without fear of power. If it weren't for my inner thoughts, they really might have been fooled. Now, hearing this girl talk nonsense, everyone was almost laughing from pure anger. At this point, Liu Ruyan spoke up. Fine. Since you've said so much, then please invite your brother over for a visit. This sentence caused Cheng Miao, who was full of emotion, to freeze. Tell your brother to come here and personally cook a meal. If we also feel his sincerity, we will no longer stand in the way, Liu Ruyan said with deep, cold eyes. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. Liu Ruyan is truly a genius. I don't know what she's up to, but asking him to come cook a meal is the perfect way to expose the lie instantly. Ha ha ha, you're breaking out in a cold sweat now, aren't you? Cheng Miao's face changed drastically. She didn't know how to answer and was panicking. Liu Rong, like grasping at a lifeline, grabbed onto her. Tell Cheng Yue to come over. As long as he cooks a meal, we can be together. Cheng Miao's face had turned a bit pale. Liu Rong, you know my brother's personality. He won't agree to this. Why? Can't he cook for me? Doesn't he want to be with me? Cheng Miao's face immediately darkened. Because my brother knows that everyone here is just looking for a way to make things hard for him. Cook a meal and we might agree. How could that be possible? Even though my brother loves you, he cannot endure such an insult. Besides, how can you bear to watch him be played with like this? Don't you love my brother? Liu Rong's expression changed again, appearing to fall into endless confusion. Lu Ming scoffed coldly. What? My sister living with him and taking care of his needs isn't an insult, but asking him to cook us? One meal is an insult? Their living together is their business. Cooking for everyone is. Cheng Miao was extremely panicky, not knowing how to turn the situation around. Father and Mother Liu were too bothered to pay attention to this clown. Liu Rong, look at this. He won't even agree to such a small request. This is the man you chose. You say he loves you, but in what way does he actually love you? Just with his words? Love that is all talk and no action, not willing to put in even a tiny bit of effort to gain the approval of your parents. He only thinks about tricking you into a secret affair and living with him. This is irresponsibility. This is a lack of character. In your father's eyes, he doesn't even qualify as a qualified man. From start to finish, as your boyfriend, he has never once bravely stood up for you, not even once. It was always you fighting, sacrificing, and yielding. He just wants to sit back and reap the benefits. Do you really want to choose this kind of person? Without waiting for Liu Rong to react, Cheng Miao became anxious again. You all can't talk about my brother like that. That heartfelt protection left the Liu family stunned for a moment. The next second, they heard me. It truly is true love after all. Protecting him like that, it's just a bit kinky. Wait, what did they just hear? True love? Between whom? Everyone's eyes shot toward Cheng Miao in shock. Cheng Miao was seen overcome with rage, her eyes turning red. This appearance could be explained as protecting a relative. Or it could be explained as, hey, no way. How bizarre. Liu Rong was also stunned, her pupils contracting as she shook her head in disbelief. What kind of absurdity is this? She even felt like I had gone crazy. Suddenly a voice broke through this strange atmosphere. Although you two siblings share no blood relation, it seems your relationship is better than that of biological siblings, Liu Ruyan said casually, striking down like the hammer of the thunder god. Everyone fell silent, contemplating. This was some gossip they had just accidentally overheard. Liu Ruyan had investigated the records beforehand. Now, combined with my inner thoughts, it meant this non-blood-related pair was in that kind of relationship? A bolt from the blue. Liu Rong, did you know they have no blood relation? Mother Liu asked Liu Rong in disbelief, only to find that Liu Rong was dazed as if her soul had left her body. Clearly, she was completely unaware of this secret. Furthermore, what I said had a massive impact on her. She fell into a state where she couldn't process any information due to the shock. Why are you only saying this now? Father Liu asked Liu Ruyan. When the families merged, they were very young and moved away. Publicly, they were always just a close family. Liu Ruyan had always felt this wasn't important, ever expecting such a bizarre thing to happen. She just felt that since they grew up together, they must surely be like biological siblings. Now the Liu family finally understood why my expression was so complex after meeting Cheng Miao. This truly was a relationship twist, like a roller coaster. If those siblings were really a couple, then what on earth was Liu wrong in this relationship? You all. Why are you suddenly talking about these things? How can you just casually investigate other people's private matters? Cheng Miao's forehead was beaded with sweat. This reaction of hers wasn't feeling offended, but feeling guilty from start to finish. Take a guess. Liu Ming laughed wickedly. Cheng Miao's face was deathly pale, her body shaking uncontrollably. I was also quite surprised. Liu Ruyan suddenly brought this up. Did she find something out? Did she suspect their sibling relationship was abnormal? But didn't they hide it very well? And yet she found a clue. How impressive. I was speechless with admiration. She even managed to dig this up. I blame myself for not thinking far enough. The Liu family also sighed in their hearts. Who could have guessed such a thing? Liu Rong is truly unfortunate. I continued to curse in my head, running into such a bizarre pair of siblings. Although the status of a merged family was an obstacle, they lived together completely as one family, so they were afraid to face their parents and friends and dared not stand against the world's rumors. Cheng Yue didn't care for honest work all day. His family hoped that after marriage he might grow up a bit. Dragging Liu Rong into this scheme was only because she was a sweet idiot and very easy to deceive. Because Cheng Miao didn't want anyone else to steal her brother, she came up with this wicked plan. Everyone's heart turned cold, and their gazes swept over to Liu Rong in unison. Her face was full of numbness and bewilderment, as if she were listening to someone else's story. How could this be happening to her? Cheng Miao looked at Liu Rong in terror, only to find her eyes empty and lifeless, not looking at her at all. Cheng Miao thought to herself, someone that stupid couldn't possibly notice anything wrong, so she said, Liu Rong, my brother and I grew up together from childhood. Although we aren't blood related, we are still the closest of relatives. You are my best friend. I just wanted to help you guys, but if your family is going to make things this hard for us, then I'll be going now. I sneered inwardly. Oh, she's helped all right. I can't stand to watch this. How could such a good girl be so blind? Is it all because of a single meal? Cheng Miao never took the initiative to introduce Cheng Yue. But with this best friend acting as a mole, Cheng Yue learned about Liu Rong's preferences and habits. He disguised himself well, only showing flaws when his emotions were unstable. Liu Rong probably never suspected that those passionate pursuing messages were actually sent by Cheng Miao borrowing Cheng Yue's phone to text her, making it easy to win her over. Living together in separate rooms wasn't out of true love for her either. It was because Cheng Miao wouldn't allow it. She didn't want to see them together with her own eyes, so she acted spoiled and told Cheng Yue to wait until she went abroad before laying a finger on Liu Rong. She even wanted both career and love, tricking Liu Rong into giving her the study slot, sending her abroad for advanced studies while finding a way to secure the marriage between Cheng Yue and Liu Rong. Compared to other women, Liu Rong will always be brainless, and she won't become a stumbling block on the path of her affair with Cheng Yue. The Liu family members were beyond furious. It was all a scam aimed directly at Liu Rong. Those two siblings have some nerve. They really treated Liu Rong like a fool for their amusement. As expected, you must be careful when choosing a boyfriend, but even more careful about who you call a friend. Bo Liu asked Liu Rong with a grim face. Your friend wants to leave. Will you let her go? Cheng Miao was stunned. What does that mean? Is it possible they won't let her leave? She turned around only to see Liu Rong's bloodshot eyes. Her pupils were trembling and her head shook slightly. Clearly, she couldn't process such conflicting information. Cheng Miao couldn't help but want to pull her hand away. Wrong, my brother wouldn't cook for just anyone. He only cooks for you. So stop thinking about making things hard for him. It's an insult to your relationship. He'll come see you another time. After saying that, she actually broke free and ran off. Liu Ming jumped up in anger, but Liu Ruyan stopped him. Liu Ruyan said to Liu Rong, we suspect you've been fooled from the very beginning, but you just don't want to admit it. All color drained from Liu Rong's face. She scanned everyone lifelessly, then silently walked back to her room, step by step. The other members of the Liu family knew exactly what Liu Rong was struggling with. They had struggled too because all the truth was just one-sided words from me, without any evidence to back it up, unless they were actually caught in the act, or the two of them admitted it themselves. But I couldn't help myself. I purposely ordered from that restaurant chain 3 dishes and a soup rearranged on plates, tricking the auntie into saying I went into the kitchen to cook for my unhappy little sister. The auntie kept praising me. Even though others would praise me too if they saw, their expressions were quite subtle. 3 days later, Liu Rong ran out of the estate. I don't know if it was because those 3 dishes and a soup triggered her, or if her head still wasn't clear and she wanted to elope with someone. But looking at the surveillance footage, there was absolutely no one meeting her. It clearly wasn't an elopement. The Liu family quickly located Liu Rong, but they didn't seize her immediately. They wanted to see what she was actually up to. The parking lot of an ordinary residential area. The Liu family brought me along, a spectator on the scene, and we sat together in the car. Looking toward the figure near the hallway entrance not far away, she seemed to be waiting for someone. Bo Liu and Mi Liu's eyes were full of disappointment. Liu Ruyan said slowly, maybe she's here to confront them or to end it. Either way, Liu Rong's expression is no longer that face longing for love. It's a cold one. Between the parking lot and the residential area, a group of elderly folks gathered to gossip. Getting bored with the wait, I decided to listen to their idle chatter. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the car grew heavy because those people were gossiping about Liu Rong. Did Cheng Yue's mother really say that? That's right, she said. Marriage isn't even certain. Living together is fine. Her precious son needs a woman to amuse him before he gets married anyway. He can bring home any woman he wants. These words instantly made the Liu family in the car darken their expressions. Even though they knew rumors were unavoidable, hearing it for real was still heartbreaking. I squinted at Liu Rong, wanting to see if her expression at this moment was the same as before these words were spoken. Someone continued, last time Cheng Yue's mother was so close to that girl, doting on her like her own beloved daughter. It was all an act. The moment the girl left, she started bragging. That person even sarcastically mimicked Cheng Yue's mother. saying how that girl kept clinging to Chung Yue, insisting on staying at their house, saying she'd give money for marriage, and even buy a car, a house, and find a job for her son. Before the sentence ended, the others were rolling with laughter, unsure if they were mocking her or Chung Yue's mother. Spreading so many rumors like that was the result of the mother of Chung Yue and Chung Miao working together to broadcast them, likely wanting to ruin Liu Rong's reputation. Add in the elopement, and if Liu Rong were a bit more muddled, she'd be forced into a point of no return. I turned my head to see Mi Liu holding back tears. Bo Liu comforted her. It's all my fault for not being stricter with Liu Rong, raising her to be so naive and simple. Mi Liu replied with a choke in her voice. It's because I overprotected her. It's all my fault. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. This isn't your fault, Mom and Dad. People always have to go through a few experiences before they can grow up. The Liu family gives you everything you need physically, but with all the praise outside and a harmonious family, it's natural to be easily taken advantage of in relationships. All I could say was, luckily, Liu Rong seems to have come to her senses. Although from what I can see, she seems to be doing this just because the other guy wouldn't come to the Liu house to cook, or because she discovered the secret of that meal. Before I could finish, 3 pairs of eyes looked at me at once, their expressions softening considerably. What is it? I wondered. Then suddenly Liu Ruyan spoke. Rong is gone. I turned my head to look, and sure enough, after answering her phone, Liu Rong had run out as fast as she could. At this moment, Chung Miao looked at Liu Rong doubtfully. Rong? What's wrong? To everyone's surprise, Liu Rong's face suddenly turned cold. I won't be advancing any money to you, and don't even dream about that slot anymore. Chung Miao's face changed drastically. Rong, what do you mean? Cheng's parents also grew tense. Cheng's father frowned. Aren't you my son's girlfriend? And my daughter's best friend, so what's the harm in helping a little? Why are you being so rude? If it weren't for our temporary money shortage, we wouldn't even need you. It's not like we won't pay you back. After saying that, he looked at Cheng's mother unhappily. To think she wants to marry my son acting like this. Cheng's mother also spoke up displeased. Rong, we treat you like family. Is it because Chung Yue hasn't come to see you lately that you're throwing a tantrum? You should also look at your family's attitude. Your family has no respect for others, so of course my son can't marry into that. Even if you're mad, you can't just sabotage Chung Miao at such a critical moment. And here I thought you two were best friends, she finished with a sneer. It's fine to throw fits other times, but don't be so stubborn when things are this urgent. A woman who had been dating for less than a week and had already moved in with her son. Cheng's mother felt she had complete control over her and had already started acting like a mother-in-law. Liu Rong's expression stiffened. What kind of trash is your son exactly, that my family would give him any respect? He wants respect from my family? Is he even worthy? The moment those words were out, the 3 Chengs were stunned. Cheng Miao, in disbelief, tried to pull Liu Rong's sleeve, only to be shrugged off by her. I came here today to break up with Chung Yue, and to take back the painting I left at his rental house. I didn't come here to be the fool you all exploit. She practically screamed those words. The entire office and even the hallway could hear it. The 4 of us from the Liu family, having just stepped off the elevator, heard it too, and we all froze in our tracks. The water in her head has finally been poured out. The Liu family members' faces immediately regained some color. This was the first time they'd heard Liu Rong shout like that, but very soon after their hearts skipped a beat because Chung Yue happened to walk through the door. We hurried to follow. Rong, what are you talking about? Chung Yue questioned her, suppressing his anger. Liu Rong finally saw Chung Yue, the one with the handsome, rugged, and unrestrained look who used to make her feel incredibly happy. Now, in her eyes, he was just someone, with no upbringing and no manners, a self-righteous thug. She knew she had been too infatuated before, as if she were under a spell, until the successive revelations shattered her world. Once she regained her senses, she discovered there were traces of everything. She had really been too foolish. Chung Yue saw Liu Rong just staring at him intently, not knowing what to say. His gaze swept toward Chung Miao. Chung Miao hurriedly signaled him with her eyes to coax her. Chung Yue was annoyed, but he still held up the lunchbox in his hand. Hey, stop being mad. You're hungry, right? I made this for you. Eat up, then we can talk. Every time he used this trick, he could make Liu Rong remember the time he saved her years ago and keep her obediently by his side. This time, Liu Rong took the lunchbox, but she didn't wait for anyone to react. Liu Rong opened the lid, raised her hand, and slammed the lunchbox hard into Chung Yue's face, with food flying everywhere. A miserable scream echoed throughout the entire floor, attracting even more people to gather and watch. Chung Yue screamed from the burn, messily wiping the hot food off his face. The Chung family stood there in a daze. Chung Yue was in so much pain he couldn't control his anger and raised his hand to strike her. But just as his hand was about to come down, it was grabbed by an arm as hard as iron. Before Chung Yue could even see who it was, he was kicked away. With a groan, he fell onto the ground. Looking up, he saw behind Liu Rong a couple, with an extraordinary aura. The person who kicked him looked very familiar. This person was supposed to be his backer. Now that his backer had turned on him, Cheng Yue's legs were shaking so much he couldn't even stand up. Cheng's mother looked at her darling son, and heartbroken, she started shouting, "How could you people do this? Every single one of you. You're all so ill-bred. The meal my son kindly cooked." Wait, that plastic bag for the lunchbox looks like it's from a Chinese restaurant chain. I happened to pick it up while standing at the door. Oh boy, not long ago my little sister didn't want to eat, so I tricked her by saying I'd cooked it myself, but I'd actually just ordered takeout and pretended I made it to get her to eat. Coincidentally, it was from this exact restaurant, I said with a wink and a smile. Your son had the same idea as me, but he's pretty dumb too. If you want to fake it, you should at least change the bag. This remark made everyone around burst into laughter. Cheng's mother's face turned beet red. Even though she knew it was takeout, she didn't expect to be exposed on the spot, but she remained stubborn. He's just reusing the bag. That mouth is even more stubborn than a dead duck's. How about I just call them right now and order the same thing to compare? I continued with a grin. What's it to you? Cheng's mother said furiously. Cheng Miao awkwardly pulled at her mother's arm. Stop arguing, those are members of the Liu family. Cheng's mother was immediately silenced. Cheng Miao felt that perhaps because I had accidentally exposed it, that's why Liu Rong was so angry. Cheng Miao tried to mediate. Wrong, even if my brother lied about the cooking, his feelings for you are real. After all, you've already lived with my brother, you must have felt it. Seeing that the situation was getting bad, I hurriedly took out my phone to record everything that was happening. This action immediately caused a chain reaction, and the watching crowd followed suit by taking out their phones. I didn't do it to leave a stain on Liu Rong's name, but because I was worried about people spreading rumors. Liu Rong had finally come to her senses anyway. Everything could be cleared up later, but without a complete video record, given the deceptive nature of Cheng Miao and Cheng's mother, they would surely cause some trouble. Although the Liu family wasn't afraid, we still needed to guard against such disgusting behavior. While I was thinking, Liu Rong suddenly dropped, a bombshell revelation. Living together was just a trick to get me to act as a nanny to take care of your brother, yet you wouldn't allow us to have a physical relationship. Everyone was stunned, and whispers immediately broke out. Cheng's parents didn't know what was going on. Cheng Yue and Cheng Miao also looked at Liu Rong in a daze. They never expected that the usually gentle Liu Rong would dare to speak so bluntly. Liu Rong took a step forward and glared at the two of them fiercely. And then you two were fooling around behind my back. The both of you are disgusting. This sentence was like a thunderclap that instantly exploded the entire scene. Silence fell inside and outside the office. Everyone stood there completely frozen, staring at that family of four in disbelief. Facing Liu Rong's accusations, Cheng Yue and Cheng Miao found their minds going blank. Then, feeling those burning stares, it seemed as though they could turn into hellfire and incinerate them. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Are you out of your mind? You've gone crazy with jealousy, haven't you? Cheng Miao's expression was panicked, yet savage. Cheng Yue's face was pale as he immediately started shouting, Liu Rong, if you keep this up, we're through, huh? I already wanted to break up with you anyway. Now that I've seen you two, I'm just repulsed. Jealous? Are you even worth being jealous of? You're nothing but cockroaches in a sewer. Stay tangled together until the sun comes up and burns your filth into ashes. Liu Rong's eyes were bloodshot as she roared. She seemed to want to scream out all the resentment in her heart. My God, she really is a white rabbit with steel teeth. Once she loses her temper, even the idiots are left wide-eyed. Who knew that a person this honest, when pushed to the limit, could be so difficult to deal with? Not only were the Cheng siblings staring in shock, but even the Liu family was stunned. They never expected their daughter to turn out like this. Cheng's parents' faces were constantly changing, but they quickly formed a united front against her. This girl is talking nonsense. Such irresponsible talk. How can you make up such stories? Be careful, or we'll sue you. Cheng's mother wouldn't be outdone either. Crazy? She's absolutely crazy. Slandering a respectable family like ours. She's trying to use rumors to drive my children to their deaths. The people around them also began to react. If this is slander, it's way too much. You shouldn't talk about family and siblings like that. Someone mentioned that Liu Rong had done some crazy things before. Maybe she really is just being irrationally jealous. Another person chimed in. Cheng Yue and Cheng Miao have a good bond, and she's just jealous. It's possible something like this is happening to her. Hearing everyone talk like that, the Liu parents were anxious. They knew Liu Rong was saying this because she could hear my inner thoughts. But in this situation, she couldn't just say that, so she had to find another way. Liu Ruyan asked in a low voice, You're a blended family with no blood relation between you. Didn't you all find it at all unusual? When the sister went to college, why did the brother insist on renting a place nearby? Clearly without a job, why didn't he stay with his parents to save on costs? One logically sound sentence with a clear point of doubt immediately turned the situation around. It was as if everyone felt a sudden bolt of clarity hit them. If they were biological siblings, it would be hard to accept, but since it's a blended family, everyone immediately bought into the rumor, especially after that last part. Yeah, Why did he have to move so close to his sister? I have a brother, and he doesn't look after me like that. Being that close means no freedom. Someone guessed. Could it be they wanted to do something shady behind the family's back? Another chimed in. Living together for so long with nothing happening, no wonder people are suspicious. Maybe Liu Rong saw something, which is why she's acting this crazy. If it were me, I'd go crazy too. Hey, are they a blended family or not? Give us a straight answer, someone shouted out of curiosity. The 4 members of the Cheng family grew flustered and uneasy. Cheng's mother looked at Cheng Miao, while Cheng's father stared intently at Cheng Yue, their expressions constantly shifting. Liu Rong, just because I didn't touch you, you're making up these lies about me. Cheng Yue got scared and started lashing out wildly. Cheng Miao also started with the smears. My brother not touching you was out of respect. Is our sibling bond really something you can't tolerate? Liu Rong stared them down, then raised her head and spoke softly. I saw it. She slowly revealed the coldest truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you dare say you didn't do anything in my room at that rental house? This sentence left both the Cheng and Liu families stunned. The Liu family couldn't believe it. There's no way. If she really saw it, why did she only blow up now? No matter how simple or easy to trick Liu Rong is, she wouldn't lie to herself to this extent. No, she didn't see it with her own eyes. I get it, she's bluffing them. Look at how their guilty eyes are darting back and forth. Their minds must be completely blank right now. It seems Liu Rong made a lucky guess. They really did something in the room where she was staying. Liu Rong's eyes welled up with anger. Actually, it was because I had mentioned it. Only then did she remember a few suspicious details. How, whenever she returned, she would notice that the things in her room were slightly out of place. As an art student, she was naturally more sensitive to visual compositions than most. She had arranged that room herself and cleaned it herself, too. How could there have been any visual discrepancies unless someone had used the room while she wasn't around? The moment she thought of that possibility, she really just wanted to burn that room to the ground. Liu Rong is so sure of it. The two of them really did it. For a moment, their brains short-circuited and they didn't know how to fight back. Cheng's parents looked at their children, their gazes turning fierce. No, you're making it up. You're talking trash. Do you even have proof? If not, we'll sue you for damages. Even though Cheng Miao's expression had betrayed her, she still stubbornly continued to deny it. But no one believed her anymore. Liu Rong took out her phone and said, Did you forget I have a habit of recording my painting process? I had a hidden surveillance camera in my room. Do you want to see the video? I can show everyone. This action drew the excited gazes of everyone present toward Liu Rong's phone. This is some massive drama. Wait, why is she so certain? Could it actually be true? I want to see it. Wait, no, what if it burns my eyes? But I still want to see. The Liu family was also in shock, staring at her in disbelief. Liu Rong did indeed have this habit. Even her art studio at home had surveillance equipment. Cheng Miao knew about Liu Rong's habit, but she didn't expect her to bring it to that shabby rental house. Seeing Liu Rong's phone screen light up, Cheng Miao didn't care about anything else anymore. She lunged forward in a panic, trying to snatch it. Liu Ruyan stepped forward and blocked Cheng Miao. Meanwhile, Cheng Yue took the opportunity to rush toward Liu Rong to grab the phone. The next second, Liu Rong suddenly pulled her hand back and swung her other hand in a wide arc. A resounding slap landed right on Cheng Yue's face. Cheng Yue looked tough but was actually weak. The blow made him stagger immediately. Before he could even react, Liu Rong slapped him again. Everyone was stunned. I was so shocked that I forgot to stop Cheng Miao from rushing over. Who gave you the right to hit my brother? The result was 2 more loud slaps, left and right. Everyone was speechless. The weak white flower actually delivered 4 thunderous slaps. Looking at the 2 red marks on Cheng Yue and Cheng Miao's faces, everyone fell silent. Indeed, being betrayed makes one grow up. Youth is priceless, slapping the scumbag's mouth like crazy. I couldn't help but applaud Liu Rong. Surprisingly, the others also started clapping. Someone even whistled and shouted, "Well done," as Cheng Yue and Cheng Miao stared blankly at Liu Rong. Liu Rong gave a desolate yet mocking laugh. I tricked you. Thanks for being so guilty that you proved it yourselves. That one sentence triggered a burst of laughter all around. The 2 from the Cheng family were like jumping clowns, looking at Liu Rong with eyes full of venom, still wanting revenge. But before they could act, 2 people from behind rushed forward. Father Cheng punched his stepson right in the face. Then he started kicking him frantically. Damn it, how dare you touch my daughter? I helped you and your mother, and this is how you repay me? You ungrateful beast! Mother Cheng grabbed her stepdaughter's hair and slapped her repeatedly. You little bitch! I'm sure you seduced my son. Otherwise, how could my son ever do something like this? It's all because of you, you shameless thing, just like your birth mother. You've disgraced our entire family. Cheng Miao begged for mercy. Father, don't hit my brother. Brother, save me. Cheng Yue tried to protect his mother. Mother, don't hit my woman. Let go. The 4 of them were practically entangled, a family that was united against outsiders just moments ago. The 4 of them were arguing uncontrollably. The Liu family hurried to shield Liu Rong and stepped back to avoid getting caught in the mess. The office staff had to call for a stop, even though they wanted to keep watching the drama. But if something serious actually happened, they would be the ones in trouble. This is the office for exchange student procedures. If you don't have the money, go raise it. The deadline is 6 p.m. tonight. Don't make trouble here. Otherwise, I'll call security. That one sentence pulled the entire family back to reality. Mother Cheng roared, I knew it. You were just using my son to have him help you cheat for an overseas slot and money. Now you can't go anymore, can you? Keep dreaming in broad daylight. Father Cheng wasn't one to back down. Who said she can't go? We're selling the house as soon as we get back. My daughter is definitely going, just to stay away from your son, so that beast won't lust after her anymore, Mother Cheng screamed. Don't even think about it. We agreed that house is for my son. A son will take care of you in old age and your funeral. If you give it to a daughter, she'll just fly away. Who will you rely on then? Father Cheng countered. At least she's my own biological child. Unlike your son, who wants my money and also lusts after my daughter, he's truly greedy. The parents argued endlessly. Cheng Yue watched with an irritated expression, not caring about anything. The most worried one was Cheng Miao. She looked left and right in despair, staring fiercely at Liu Rong. Liu Rong picked up her phone and typed a message, signaling Cheng Miao to check her messages. Cheng Miao frowned suspiciously and looked down to read it. As she read it, her face changed instantly. Liu Rong's message read, Actually, your brother has secretly dated me a few times. He even told me not to tell you. I happened to be standing behind Liu Rong and saw the content of the message. I pondered for a moment, then looked toward Cheng Miao and Cheng Yue. Cheng Miao turned pale and grabbed Cheng Yue. Brother, no matter what, just let me go abroad first. If I stay, people will always point fingers at us. This opportunity is hard to come by. Hurry and stop, mother. Cheng Yue was slightly stunned. If you go abroad, what about me? He'll also be insulted behind my back. Besides, the house is being used for you, so what about my life later on? You're not trying to run away and leave me behind, are you? Cheng Miao grew anxious. Brother, don't you trust me? How could I do that? Cheng Yue gave a cold laugh. You're more cunning than anyone else. How can I believe you? Facing their own self-interest, they ended up arguing after all. That message just now made Cheng Miao doubt Cheng Yue's feelings for her, and she began to think only of her own schemes. In my heart, I thought what Liu Rong said was true, recalling when Liu Ming first met them. If he weren't coordinating with his sister to put on an act, why would he do such things where no one can see? This Cheng Yue kid was never honest to begin with. With Liu Rong as his girlfriend, even if he temporarily had lustful thoughts, he didn't have the guts. But with such a base nature, how could he have much deep affection? Finally, the staff really couldn't take it anymore and sent security to kick them out. Only then did this drama come to an end. Liu Rong still had paintings left at the rental house, and Cheng Yue still wanted to act like a thug and not return them. Liu Ruyan directly helped by calling the police. Once the police arrived, the ownership of the items was naturally undisputed. In the end, Liu Rong hugged her paintings and cried all the way home in the car. As for the Cheng family, they had a huge fight. Eventually, Father Cheng, with a face full of scratches, sold the house for a pittance to secure the chance for his daughter to go abroad. Cheng Miao swore that once she started school, she would sell paintings and definitely repay her father. Father Cheng waited for his daughter to become a great artist, but he turned into enemies with Mother Cheng and Cheng Yue. The next day, Cheng Miao received another phone call. The school abroad suddenly decided to cut its quota. Since she was the last one on the list, her eligibility was cancelled and the money was refunded. For the Cheng family, this was truly a bolt from the blue. They couldn't buy their house back at the original price, and the remaining money could only buy a tiny, dilapidated house where all four of them had to live together. Mother Cheng and Cheng Yue were gloating internally. Outwardly, they argued loudly, but soon their joy turned to sorrow. Cheng Yue ran into some thugs and was beaten until he was disabled. Treating his injuries cost quite a bit of money, and in the end, they couldn't even afford the tiny, dilapidated house. The whole family crowded together, arguing every single day. Cheng Miao wanted to go back to school, but the school forum had already circulated the video from that day. Everyone at school knew about her scandalous deeds. She couldn't stand the strange looks from others and had no choice but to drop out. Eventually, the whole family moved away to who knows where. When Liu Ming told these stories to Liu Rong, she was still immersed in her misfortune, and after hearing it, she couldn't help but say, "Is it really a case of evil deeds bring evil results?" Liu Ming was about to nod, but then my inner thoughts came through. Of course not. It's because your father and siblings acted as messengers of justice. Should the kind people of the Liu family suffer the bullying of these petty people? That would be way too frustrating. Power should be used when it's needed to show them the reality of the world. Liu Rong was stunned for a moment, and finally, a smile bloomed on her face. That evening, she came downstairs to have dinner with everyone. After the meal, she solemnly bowed and apologized to the family, repenting for her stupidity. I thought to myself, being blinded by love is truly infuriating. I just wanted to send her off to dig up wild vegetables, but her waking up was also quite fast. I suppose she's teachable after all. The Liu family members coughed to hide their embarrassment. With sparkling eyes, Liu Rong looked at her brother-in-law, then turned to secretly ask her second sister, Liu Ruyan. I want to thank brother-in-law. Do you know what he likes? Liu Ruyan was about to say it wasn't necessary, since for saving the fourth sister, the family had found every excuse to send me red envelopes. It felt like at this rate I was about to gather enough for the 200 million divorce settlement, but fortunately, all the money was transferred to me. Then she heard Liu Rong muttering, in the past, brother-in-law was obsessed with you, so giving him things related to you was enough. But now it seems that's not the case anymore. Brother-in-law has changed so much. When Liu Ruyan heard this, it felt like an arrow to the knee. Liu Rong didn't realize she had accidentally stabbed her second sister. What should I give him? She couldn't find the answer. She turned to ask the eldest sister and received the correct answer. Your second brother-in-law now doesn't like your second sister. He likes money. And so, I received a transfer and a message from Liu Rong. Thank you so much, brother-in-law. The bank account received 2 million, unexpectedly. In just a few short months, I had followed all the drama of the Liu family. To witness even more intense drama as a nameless minor artist, I decided to return to the entertainment industry. The CEO wife gave a wave of her hand and arranged for me to go straight into her top star brother's studio. When I heard manager Gao Hao saying that the other guests joining the variety show this time were all very dramatic, I was immediately excited. A film queen in a secret marriage and her former on-screen partner from national class. The top historical fantasy goddess and the current girlfriend of her ex-boyfriend, a veteran actor with a wife-loving image, and the most beautiful Yang Guifei boycotted by the circle of wives, a rising starlet who just broke up with her boyfriend, but was forced to team up with her ex-boyfriend's mother. With so much major drama, if I didn't get to follow it on the scene, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Gao Hao acted very quickly. After finishing discussions with the show's production team, he immediately used Lu Ming's studio account to post 2 consecutive announcements. The first announced that Lu Ming's studio had signed its second artist, Mu Gi. The second stated that the rookie Mu Gi would join my acting. Once the official announcements were out, their online popularity exploded instantly. Just as Gao Hao said, none of the guest groups were simple. I aimlessly scrolled through rumors on Weibo, unable to stop smiling. Although these rumors might not be true, they seemed very interesting. First was the cold film queen and the actor who was once her on-screen partner. They were originally senior and junior from the same company. Years ago, when their pairing was popular, the junior was arranged to develop his career abroad. After several years without results, he has now returned to the country. His first move upon returning was to join the hottest live variety show alongside the film queen, reviving the old couple image. With the film queen supporting him, the two of them quickly became the most watched group on the show. The slogan "My Youth Has Returned" revived the fans of the original pairing. The show's views were almost entirely dominated by them. Not long ago, paparazzi even captured photos of the two of them going in and out of many public places. There were photos of the film queen linking arms with him, smiling at each other in a restaurant, and photos of the actor holding the film queen in his arms. Though blurry, the ambiguous atmosphere was palpable, giving the feeling of old lovers reunited. A sense of ultimate success made everyone expect them to rekindle their old romance. I stared at the leaked photos, grinning from ear to ear. I simply didn't dare to think about it. If it were revealed that the film queen was married, yet had no boundaries with another man like this, she would surely be roasted by the entire internet. Gao Hao and Xiao Tao were both busy with their work. Even Liu Ming was in a meeting, but as soon as gossip was mentioned, everyone responded enthusiastically. Gao Hao adjusted his glasses. Being secretly married for years without it being revealed, that's some real skill. Daring to join a variety show together, they must have tacitly agreed to this couple marketing. This method is especially beneficial for the male side, but useless for the female side. But now, the one who can make decisions in the company is the film queen herself. So, Xiao Tao asked curiously, so do they really have an affair? After all, photo angles can be very deceiving sometimes. Gao Hao shrugged. Either way, I don't see what about that actor is worth the film queen doing all this. Perhaps she has her own reasons. I sighed inwardly. The big shots in the entertainment industry are so generous, being able to endure their wives being intimate with other men like that. Gao Hao said with a laugh. I heard her husband also has shares in the company. That's how it is in the industry. They probably each have their own fun. Once they divorce, the losses would be heavy, so it's not worth it. After some gossip, I didn't find any new information, so I could only wait silently for the next development. Returning to the Liu family home that evening, everyone knew we would be joining the variety show together. Mother Liu was extremely excited. This is Muga's first time on a live variety show. I will definitely watch the whole thing. Liu Ruyi and Liu Rong also chimed in saying, well, watch along too. Liu Ming had a look of helplessness. When I was on shows before, I didn't see everyone being this excited. Mother Liu rolled her eyes. Well, you're not as handsome as Muge, Father Liu instructed. Don't be nervous. Whatever happens, let Liu Ming handle it. If you're not having fun, just come back anytime. He didn't forget to add, your third brother will pay the contract penalty for you. Liu Ming was speechless, wondering in his heart if he was actually their biological son. I smiled and responded to each person, but in my heart, I thought, no matter what, I must persist to the very end. After all, there's so much drama waiting for me to follow on the spot. These 2 months will definitely be very fun. Everyone in the Liu family was amazed. There's big drama to follow again. Everyone looked toward Liu Ming, staring at him until he was startled. Liu Rong spoke up first. Brother 3, I'm almost done painting. When I have free time, I can be an assistant for the two of you. The corner of Liu Ming's mouth twitched. Sure, come whenever you're free. Mother Liu and Father Liu also said enthusiastically, then can we visit the set? Liu Ming narrowed his eyes at them. Fine, but you can't go every day. The parents high-fived each other, overjoyed. Liu Ruyi was helpless. She still had to look after the baby, so she could only hold Liu Shi and look at Liu Rong and Mother Liu pitifully. The two women gave her a reassuring look, expressing that they would definitely share the gossip. As for Liu Ruyan, who was always neglected by the family, she could only silently act as a money-making tool, watching all this with sorrow. Liu Ming suddenly reminded me. Gao Hao said that for now, there are no brands sponsoring the clothes, so you'll have to prepare your own outfits. I thought for a moment and said, I have quite a lot of clothes in my closet. I'll just have a stylist see which ones are suitable. Mother Liu immediately defended me. That won't do. Participating in such a big show, you definitely need the latest items of the season. Tell the Liu Corporation partners to send over some clothes, Liu Rui suggested. I happen to need to take Xiaoxi clothes shopping. Let's go shopping together tomorrow. I immediately looked toward Liu Ming. Liu Ming reluctantly agreed. Consider it a bit of sweetness for the effort this salted fish has put in lately, Liu Rong said regretfully. I have to paint, otherwise I would have gone with everyone. Mother Liu comforted her. Next time then. Then she spoke to Liu Ruyan, who was drinking tea with her head down. Liu Ruyan, can you go shopping with us tomorrow? Liu Ruyi also added, after all, we're going to the shopping mall of the Liu Corporation. It's right next to your office building. Liu Ruyan didn't think much of it and agreed. All right, I'll handle company business first and then come find you all. The next day, I finally slept until I woke up naturally, had a simple meal, and then went to the mall with Mother Liu, Liu Ruyi, and Xiaoxi. After browsing through 2 children's clothing stores, it was almost time for lunch. We chose a restaurant, and as soon as we entered, we met a man looking very awkward. Liu Ruyi stopped him. Mr. Mu, why are you here? I took a look. The man was about the same age as Liu Ruyi, wearing a black hat, and his complexion didn't look very good. Mu Baichuan gave a forced smile. Dr. Liu, what a coincidence. Liu Ruyi was serious. You shouldn't be here. Mu Baichuan looked awkward. You'll leave right after I finish shopping. I won't bother you while you're eating. Goodbye. After saying that, he hurried away. Liu Ruyi was helpless. Don't run so fast. Mother Liu was curious about who he was. Liu Ruyi's mood darkened. A hospital patient. He's been hospitalized for a long time. The hospital Liu Ruyi manages is a private one, filled with wealthy or influential patients. Her low mood suggested that the patient's illness might be difficult to treat. Everyone said no more and started ordering food. Right after ordering, Liu Ruyan arrived. After eating, we split up for activities. Mother Liu went with Liu Ruyi and Xiaoxi to browse children's clothing stores. Liu Ruyan came with me to browse men's clothing stores. In the VIP room of the first store, I saw Mu Baichuan from earlier and a red-haired man wearing sunglasses arguing, while the sales clerk beside them looked awkward. When I heard Brother Baichuan, I was stunned. Liu Ruyan looked down at me. Is this the husband of the film queen in The Secret Marriage, Leng Qingqiu? I was inwardly amazed. She even knows such secret information. Liu Ruyan awkwardly looked away. Since you're joining the show, I naturally had to look into the partners. It seems they're having an argument. My attention was immediately shifted as I pulled Liu Ruyan closer to eavesdrop. The film queen's secret husband versus her public couple partner. This is major drama. It seems this wasn't pre-ordered by you, Brother Baichuan, but he was the one who picked it up first. Maybe it wasn't meant for you to wear in the first place. Xiao Jibo spoke calmly, grinning and acting all carefree. Besides, I've already decided to buy it. So that's how it was. It's not a coincidence. You came here on purpose just to snatch it from me. Mu Baichuan's face turned pale, clearly quite enraged. Truly shameless. Even wearing sunglasses, you could still see Xiao Jibo's expression momentarily twist. I'm not snatching anything.
Some things are destined to belong to whoever they were meant to belong to. Forcing it is useless. He spoke while gently stroking the gray suit, his eyes full of smugness. Was he talking about the clothes or the person? The salesperson holding the clothes was dripping with sweat. Who wouldn't understand the war of words between the two when both were people they couldn't afford to offend? Liu Ruyan looks at me lying prone beside her, excitedly leaning over the counter. Then she looks at the salesperson who is forcing a smile beside her and signals for her to wait a bit before serving so that I can finish watching this drama first. The salesperson sighs in relief and also secretly watches the battle from the side. One look at this scene and you know it's a conflict between the legal wife and the mistress. They see this kind of thing all the time in this business. Just as she's thinking that, the salesperson keenly senses something unusual behind her. She turns her head to look. She's startled. Oh my god. Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi, leading Xiao Shi, are hiding behind a counter further away, looking over here, and even waving at her to move so they can see better. People who can enter the VIP room must have status, so the salesperson obediently follows orders and makes way for them to enjoy the drama. Liu Ruyan turns her head to look and is immediately speechless with frustration. She sees Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi making a shish gesture, signaling her to be quiet. Only Xiaoxi looks completely bewildered. Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi wanted to see how things were between the two of them alone, but they walked right into a major drama, so how could they not stay and eavesdrop? The argument on the other side is still going on. I managed to piece together some sort of conclusion. Xiao Jibo's online persona is a handsome, kind, and intellectual top student, yet he dares to provoke the legal husband with such arrogance. It seems Xiao Jibo and Leng Qingqiu really are having an affair. I just happened to meet them in person today, so we'll check it out. The Liu family members immediately prick up their ears. So that's how it is. What kind of melodramatic story is this where a childhood sweetheart can't compete with someone who just appeared out of nowhere? They loved each other for years and were married for 3, then Leng Qingqiu met a junior who just joined the company. They starred in a movie together, playing lovers. As it turns out, their acting became a little too real. The elders of both families noticed Leng Qingqiu taking special care of Xiao Jibo. For the sake of family harmony, they nipped it in the bud and sent Xiao Jibo abroad to develop his career. Xiao Jibo chose his career, but his career abroad didn't take off. Instead, he married a wealthy woman there. After wasting 4 years, he finally got a divorce and came back to seek Leng Qingqiu's protection. He feels that Mu Baichuan ruined his entire life. He believes that with his potential, if he hadn't been sent away, he would have become a movie king long ago. Now that he's a failure, he wants to steal back the career and the woman that belonged to him. I'm furious. Are other men so arrogant these days? It was all his own choice. Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi are also very angry, especially Liu Ruyi. She knows Mu Baichuan's situation best and deeply sympathizes with him. And I finally see Mu Baichuan's information. I gasp. Even my internal thoughts go silent. I look at Mu Baichuan with a complicated expression. This is a partner of many years. How could she be so heartless? Leng Qingqiu doesn't directly respond to Xiao Jibo's displays of affection, but she protects him at every turn. Isn't this an ongoing entanglement? They're just one step away from making it official. Are they just waiting for a chance to cheat? This variety show is definitely going to have some major drama. Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi are furious and really want to expose that fake man's true face on the spot. Liu Ruyan also frowns slightly. Truly, if women are trustworthy, then sows can climb trees. Love is worthless. I glance absently at Liu Ruyan. She looks helpless. Please don't attack my gender. At this point, the clerk, fearing the situation will escalate, hurriedly brings up the rules to handle it. If Mu Baichuan pays, he can take the clothes. I thought Xiao Jibo would keep making trouble, but unexpectedly, after hearing the price from the clerk, he asks with a smirk, "That's so expensive. Can Brother Baichuan even afford it?" Mu Baichuan's face turns pale, and he takes out a black card to give to the clerk. But the clerk's face quickly stiffens, and she says awkwardly, "I'm sorry, sir, your card won't swipe. It seems to have been locked." Mu Baichuan almost loses his footing. The only person who could lock his card is Leng Qingqiu. Xiao Jibo says smugly, "No money? It seems some things just aren't meant for you." Mu Baichuan grits his teeth and pulls out all his cards and cash, but he still doesn't have enough. The onlookers nearby are all shocked. The tables have turned. I'm angry. Xiao Jibo already knew Mu Baichuan's card was locked, because Leng Qingqiu handled it right in front of him. She said it was a lesson for Mu Baichuan. The Liu family is stunned. How can this be? I'm so pissed. Let's see what this bitch. Why on earth is the movie queen such a brainless idiot? But before I can dig any further, Xiao Jibo reveals it himself. He says smugly, "Who told you to trick me into going to that banquet? Letting those women get me drunk, almost causing something bad to happen to me. Senior sister said that if you have money to arrange such a banquet, then she'll lock your card so you won't have a way to hurt anyone anymore." Mu Baichuan's expression changes drastically.
That wasn't my doing, Xiao Jibo sneers. I don't have any other enemies. The only person here who wants something bad to happen to me is you, so if it's not you, who else could it be? Listening from the side, I'm indignant. It's obvious he set it up himself, pretending to follow Mu Baichuan's arrangements to go to the banquet. Halfway through, he sent a message to Lang Qingqiu saying he didn't feel right, asking her to come save him. It was entirely a self-directed performance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jibo isn't just a simple other man. His schemes are so deep. He made himself look miserable and almost violated just to gain Lang Qingqiu's pity and trust. Lang Qingqiu is a complete idiot too. Then she interrogated Mu Baichuan but wouldn't listen to his explanation, as if she'd already decided it was his fault. Truly, once a person's heart is biased, their IQ follows suit. She only questioned him to force him to admit fault. Seeing that he wouldn't admit it, she left in cold disappointment, starting a cold war and locking his card. The Liu family, hearing this, are all speechless. They feel so frustrated they want to curse, but they can't speak up. It's their private business, so it's not right for them to interfere, but this behavior is truly stifling. She's a cheating woman protecting her lover while neglecting her husband. Mu Baichuan didn't expect the card was locked for this reason. He thought Lang Qingqiu understood him. He thought she knew he wasn't that kind of person, and he was willing to believe that she and Xiao Jibo wouldn't cross the line. It turns out she never believed him from the start. She feels he would intentionally hurt Xiao Jibo. Mu Baichuan doesn't care that years of affection couldn't even buy simple trust. He just knows he doesn't want to lose face in front of Xiao Jibo right now. Mu Baichuan can't scrape together enough money, so he calls Lang Qingqiu, but no one answers. He has to contact the assistant, and the assistant answers. After the call, Mu Baichuan's face turns ashen. Seeing this, I really can't help but pound my chest in frustration. Truly, one cannot rely on a woman's card. Look at what this so-called wife has done. Locking her husband's card because of someone else? Is she crazy? It's clearly joint marital property, yet she acts like she's the only one who can control it. Is that fair? Mother Liu and Liu Ruyi nod, agreeing that it's unfair. Liu Ruyan feels a chill down her spine, feeling like her reputation is being tarnished. Xiao Jibo says mockingly, "If Brother Baichuan doesn't have the money to buy it, then I want stand on ceremony." Mu Baichuan retorts, "I don't have money, but do you? You returned with nothing and don't even have a job. Do you even have the means to buy this outfit? You're just doing this to pick a fight with me." Xiao Jibo smiles and takes out a membership card. The clerk recognizes it as a supplementary card for one of their super VIP cards and hurries to verify it. Mu Baichuan's face changes immediately. He remembers that this store often provides exclusive outfits for celebrities. Lang Qingqiu has a super VIP card for this store. Since she rarely buys this kind of clothing, she never made a supplementary card. She just swipes her black card directly. Mu Baichuan's eyes tremble and cold sweat pours down until the clerk speaks up awkwardly. "It's Ms. Lang's supplementary card. You can just sign for the purchase." The crowd of onlookers is jaw-droppingly shocked. Because they have to participate in a show, Lang Qingqiu knew Xiao Jibo had no money, so she made him a supplementary card to use. Damn, the husband has no card, but the homewrecker does. This is truly a huge insult to the legal husband. Mu Baichuan's breath hitches. A second later, Xiao Jibo laughs triumphantly. "What's wrong? Senior sister didn't give Brother Baichuan a supplementary card? Isn't that just tragic? I'm so angry." Liu Ruyi and Mother Liu also think it's just awful. As it turns out, it gets even worse. Xiao Jibo holds the clothes up against himself, takes a picture in the mirror, and then sends it. He sends a voice message saying, "Senior sister, what do you think of this set?" The phone replies almost instantly, and Mu Baichuan's pupils contract. So the reason no one answered his call earlier was because she was busy replying to Xiao Jibo's message. Xiao Jibo taps his phone screen, and a clear, cold voice comes through. "It's beautiful. It suits you." Mu Baichuan's body sways, trembling all over from rage. What a piece of trash. Liu Ruyi and Mother Liu think she's trash to the extreme. Xiao Jibo says with a laugh, "I think this suits brother-in-law, so I plan to give it to him. He's definitely unhappy because of us." Lang Qingqiu replies, "No need to give it to him. It won't suit him. You look better in it. He should apologize to you." But in the next second, Mu Baichuan suddenly makes a move. A loud smack. He hits Xiao Jibo so hard his sunglasses and phone go flying. Everyone is stunned at first. Then they sigh in relief. That was satisfying. He deserved it. Xiao Jibo screams, "You hit me?" Xiao Jibo reacts and prepares to hit back, but I shout at the top of my lungs, "Do you guys still want to do business here?" The clerks hurry to intervene and separate the two of them. Xiao Jibo glances at us. His focus is still on Mu Baichuan as he sneers. "Since senior sister thinks I look better in this, I'll take it." He knows exactly how to make someone angry. In the future, he just needs to wear this on camera, and every time he appears before Mu Baichuan, it will be like stabbing him. But then, I raise my voice and say, "I'm snatching this outfit. Wait, no, I want it." I roar, "I'm taking this set." Before acting, I whisper to Liu Rian, "Are you the ultimate boss of this mall? Liu Ruyan is taken aback. Yeah, meaning you can do whatever you want, Liu Ruyan says, pretty much. So, do you want to steal that outfit? Liu Ruyan probably knows what I'm planning as she immediately takes out her phone to text her special assistant. Actually, Liu Ruyan feels that if they don't act now, the two people behind them won't be able to hold back any longer. Who told them that everyone in their family is so passionate? Right after I shout like that, a sigh of relief comes from behind us. Because of my shout, the people in front all look over in disbelief. They probably didn't expect a random person to jump in out of nowhere. Mu Baichuan looks at me with some suspicion. For a moment, he doesn't recognize me until he sees Liu Ruyi behind me. Only then does he remember that we ran into each other at the dinner table earlier. Even though it's embarrassing to be seen in such a pitiful state by acquaintances, he understands that we're helping him. Meanwhile, Xiao Jibo looks at me in surprise, not understanding what I'm doing. Mu Baichuan's friend? Xiao Jibo says tentatively. I don't know him, Mu Baichuan replies. Xiao Jibo is even more speechless as he looks at me. He feels these words are just like what he said to Mu Baichuan earlier. The meaning is the same. Sir, I've already reserved this outfit. You haven't paid yet, so how can it be reserved? I think this outfit suits me better, I say with a smile. Xiao Jibo's face stiffens and he can't help but turn to the clerk. He'll sign for it. Wrap it up. But before the clerk can agree, an order comes through the headsets of all the clerks present. The clerk about to print the invoice turns pale and immediately returns Xiao Jibo's supplementary card. What's the meaning of this? I'm sorry, sir. Our store manager has instructed that this outfit is not for sale. To apologize, we can offer a 10% discount on other items. You won't sell it to me, but you'll sell it to him? Xiao Jibo asks in disbelief, pointing at me. The clerk is in a tough spot. I step forward and take out the membership card Liu Ruyan gave me. The clerk's eyes light up as soon as she sees it. This is my first time seeing a top-tier membership card. Sir, do you want this outfit? I nod. No problem. Would you like to try it on? Hey, wait, this is... Xiao Jibo is stunned with rage. This is our store's highest-tier membership card. Any items that are not generally for sale are available to this cardholder. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, but even if it were Miss Lang's primary card, it still wouldn't be enough. The rank of a supplementary card is definitely not high enough. That one sentence makes Xiao Jibo's face flush deep red. He can only give me a resentful look before walking away. Mu Baichuan was going to thank Liu Ruyi, but she's already gone when he looks up. So he just nods at me, a stranger, and Liu Ruyan as a sign of gratitude. After Mu Baichuan leaves, I prepare to try on the outfit. Do you really want this set? Do you actually like it? I love it. Liu Ruyan is very surprised. Has your taste changed or something? The truth is, just thinking about Xiao Jibo's face when he sees me wearing this while filming the variety show makes me love it even more. Ha ha ha. Liu Ruyan is speechless too. So it's that kind of liking it. On the other side, Mu Baichuan leaves in a daze and his phone rings as soon as he steps out of the store. Mu Baichuan sees who's calling and his face turns ice cold as he answers. A cold voice comes from the other end. You hit Jibo. So he's already tattled. Leng Qingqiu, if it weren't for this, I'd probably never get a call from you, and I can't even reach you, can I? Mu Baichuan, it seems you still haven't reflected on yourself. Reflect on what? On something I never did? On why the two of you keep throwing mud at me? On why my wife locked my card because of another man? Then I really should reflect carefully about whether it's time to change wives. Mu Baichuan, you've really changed so much that I don't recognize you anymore. Do you really distrust me that much? Everything between me and him is completely innocent. We already owe him so much. I just want to make it up to him on your behalf, so can you stop targeting him? If you continue like this, let's get a divorce. Hearing divorce, Mu Baichuan's whole body stiffens. Now go and apologize to Jibo. Mu Baichuan stands frozen in shock, stunned for a long time. You didn't even ask what happened. No matter what happened, it's not an excuse for you to use violence. I don't recognize you anymore either. Leng Qingqiu, since you suggested it, then fine. Let's divorce. Mu Baichuan says wearily, and the other party pauses for a moment. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I'm serious too. The other party seems extremely impatient, taking a deep breath. How long are you going to keep making a scene over nothing, Mu Baichuan?
You're truly on the verge of exhausting all my love for you. Forget it. Your mistakes will eventually be for me to make up for. Calm down on your own while I put Xiao Jibo back in the position he deserves. We'll talk later. Mu Baichuan wanted to say something more, but she already hung up without giving him any chance to explain. Mu Baichuan feels a sudden tightness in his chest. His vision goes dark and he falls backward, but two people catch him. He turns his head and sees Liu Rui's awkward smile. It turns out Liu Rui and Mother Liu were just hesitating in a corner outside the store about whether to keep following us or go their own way. They happened to run into Mu Baichuan calling nearby and heard every word of the conversation. They were furious. Seeing Mu Baichuan's awful complexion, Liu Rui doesn't feel it's appropriate to say anything else. Let me take you to the hospital. When we returned that evening, Liu Ruyan and I only picked up Mother Liu and Xiaoxi. We learned that Liu Ruyi had taken Mu Baichuan to the hospital. Mother Liu found someone to share the drama with and hurriedly told me everything she'd overheard from the call. I'm in disbelief, my eyes widening. Liu Ming, sitting at the table, is even more shocked. We only went for a short stroll. How did we manage to dig up all the dirt on the first group of guests? Waiting for Liu Ruyi to return. Although everyone feels it's inappropriate to pry into a patient's privacy, they still stare at her with intense curiosity. Liu Ruyi says helplessly, "He's a pitiful man. He's been completely alone since he was hospitalized. I heard his parents passed away and his wife." "Did he not tell his wife about his illness?" Mother Liu asks worriedly. "He told her, but she didn't believe him. She even said he was just acting to deceive her, that he was cursing his own body out of jealousy. After that, he felt such a wife didn't deserve to know the truth." Liu Ruyi shakes her head and sighs. "It's a terminal illness. We don't even know how many days he has left. Why does it feel like he's risking his life just to throw a tantrum? Isn't that just foolish?" Although Liu Ruyi doesn't say anything, I've accidentally revealed the truth. Everyone feels uneasy about it, and Liu Ruyi can't help but complain. He's essentially refusing to cooperate with treatment, even though there's little hope, even with treatment for his condition. It feels like he's just given up. The greatest tragedy is that his heart has already died. Mother Liu shakes her head regretfully. A few days later, my acting group has to film the promotional video first. This is the first time everyone is gathered together. Everyone officially meets, and there might even be a joint dinner. I happily bring that suit with me. When Gao Hao comes to pick us up, he sees the outfit I've prepared. Tell me I have good taste, right? I also think it looks very handsome. My smile broadens even more, while Liu Ming, who's with us, shudders inexplicably. He pulls Gao Hao aside. "Remember to stay alert during social interactions later." Gao Hao is bewildered. "Why?" Liu Ming pats Gao Hao on the shoulder without another word. Gao Hao doesn't understand and turns to look at me, only to see me already intensely focused on scrolling through various dramas on my phone. Arrived at the filming building, the chief director and the producer personally greeted us, knowing that Liu Ruyan had revealed our identities beforehand, so we were met with warm hospitality. I didn't find it surprising at all and behaved very humbly, just like a modest and polite newcomer in the industry. They were immediately reassured, feeling that I didn't look like a troublemaker. Today we'll take a set of photos and do some simple individual and group interviews. The producer gave a brief explanation and then led us to the makeup room. All 5 of our groups share the same makeup room, so there won't be any issues of favoritism. The facilities are fully equipped and the space is large with partitions. Each person has their own small area, allowing many people to have their makeup done simultaneously. The chief director hopes everyone spends more time together to get acquainted quickly so the live stream won't be awkward. Everyone arrived at different times. When Liu Ming and I entered, 3 groups were already there. Gao Hao was like a fish in water, moving around everywhere. I was dragged around by him to greet everyone, barely managing to match each person with their respective drama. But none of them paid any attention to me. After all, I'm a complete newcomer in this industry. "I see scandal fruit ripening on their heads, just waiting for me to pick," someone said. "Only movie queen Leng and Xiao Jibo's group haven't arrived yet." An insider said with a smile, "They'll probably be a bit late. That's just how the youth are nowadays. Who knows, maybe this show of ours will really become the work that seals their love." Someone teased. Some had heard rumors about the movie queen's secret marriage, but hearing about it and actually knowing it are 2 different things. Those who heard the rumors doubted that the secret marriage was anything more than gossip. Otherwise, with the rumors being so scandalous, her legal husband couldn't possibly stay silent like this. Running to Xiao Jibo's apartment complex in the middle of the night, staying there all night, they're really not hiding it from anyone. I have to see what this movie queen is really all about. Does she know that while she's spending the night with another man, her husband is alone, enduring side effects of his treatment? Liu Ming originally thought Leng Qingqiu wasn't so bad, but now he just wanted to sneer. After the movie queen's staff entered, Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo were nowhere to be seen. Gao Hao and the female manager of that period drama Heartthrob proactively went up to greet the movie queen's manager and showed some professional courtesy regarding the absent star. They said, "We came ahead to prepare. Those 2 will arrive later." Upon hearing that, everyone naturally began to speculate. The 2 of them were coming from elsewhere together. The manager didn't even try to hide it, openly linking the 2 of them together like that. It seems this isn't just some impulsive whim on the movie queen's part. This manager is quite tactless too. Gao Hao and the female manager exchanged looks, as if they were looking at a total fool. Even if the other party is a veteran who built the movie queen's career, they are now being arrogant and ignorant. They should know that the higher you climb, the colder it gets, leaving such a huge vulnerability for the public to see. If a rival truly wanted to bring Leng Qingqiu down, she would crumble in an instant. While Liu Ming and I were getting our makeup done, we overheard a quiet conversation between the makeup artists across from us. "Be careful with the contouring later. Jibo's face is still a bit swollen. The marks are still visible. I heard Miss Leng even apologize to Xiao Jibo. After all, he was the one who got hit." Hearing this, I checked the gossip system. Turns out, just so Leng Qingqiu would remember him, Xiao Jibo slaps himself in the exact same spot every single morning. Gasp.
Liu Ming's lip twitched. This homewrecker is truly a pro. Everyone was chatting while getting their hair done. At that moment, I suddenly whispered to Xiao Tao beside me, "Help me out in a bit, okay?" Xiao Tao immediately put on a sharp expression. Amidst the bustling noise, a scent of fresh gossip suddenly flared up. Without realizing it, everyone gradually went quiet, pricking up their ears to eavesdrop on our conversation. I intentionally snatched that outfit of mine. Why was that? Because between the two people fighting for it initially, one was the legal husband and the other was the homewrecker. Xiao Tao played along, saying, "Ah, Mr. Mu, you're truly carrying out heaven's justice." Among the guests, there was an actress who had been labeled as the ultimate mistress, the notorious homewrecker. Hearing this, she thought I was indirectly mocking her and turned to look. The veteran actor's wife shot an unfriendly glance her way. The actress paid no mind. With a joyful face, I described the whole process. She was also curious to hear the tea. The head director and producer arrived and joined the crowd to eavesdrop. After I finished my long gossip session, everyone gradually went back to their noisy business. After all, it was just ordinary people's drama, worth a quick listen and nothing more. There was a noise at the door. Clearly, someone had arrived. I seized the opportunity to head to the dressing room first with my assistant. The artist's clothes had all been sent to the dressing room to be organized. Seeing Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo, whom I just missed, walking in, Liu Ming felt so secondhand embarrassment that he curled his toes tightly. When I change and come out later, I don't even want to imagine that scene. Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo were the last to arrive. Everyone greeted them warmly, showing interest and getting acquainted. Then everyone returned to their spots to continue styling. The director and producer went over to Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo to explain things. Others couldn't help but whisper, gossiping about the ambiguous relationship between those two. Seeing the chemistry when they looked at each other and smiled, it really felt like good news was on the horizon. Among the staff present, there were a few who, in their youth, had joined those days of nationwide shipping for that couple. Seeing the two of them sitting together, they couldn't help but wear knowing, motherly smiles. The atmosphere was very harmonious when suddenly the dressing room door nearby swung open. When I appeared, shining in that gray suit, every eye in the room was drawn to me. Though my makeup and hair weren't finished yet, my tall and upright posture and naturally pale, cool skin made everyone marvel inwardly. So handsome, truly worthy of his model background. Even without acting skills, just appearing would catch everyone's gaze, except for a few people. For instance, the tense Liu Ming, a frowning Leng Qingqiu, and a stunned Xiao Jibo. Before Xiao Jibo could react, Leng Qingqiu knit her brows and spoke up directly. Wasn't this outfit prepared by Xiao Jibo? Sir, have you perhaps worn someone else's clothes by mistake? After arriving, everyone's costumes are sent straight to the dressing room for the assistants to handle, so everyone's clothes are in the same place. She had seen this outfit before. Xiao Jibo bought it for the recording. How could it be on someone else, unless someone did it intentionally? Leng Qingqiu's expression darkened. A newcomer, regardless of ties to the Liu Corporation, cannot use their status to bully others, bullying someone under her protection. Normally, she wouldn't attack directly, but Xiao Jibo had complained to her so many times, it made her incredibly sensitive. As soon as Leng Qingqiu finished speaking, the staff in our group were a bit dazed. The manager looked at her with suspicion, and the others were even more bewildered. Recording a show inevitably involves all sorts of conflict. After all, everyone has status and their own temper. But no one expected the first conflict to break out, between the movie queen and a newcomer, and over a set of clothes at that. Gao Hao saw the situation and reacted quickly, being the first to speak up. Well, Miss Leng, could there be some misunderstanding? This outfit was purchased by our artist himself. Did he happen to clash with Mr. Xiao? Ha ha ha, that must be fate. Only then did Xiao Jibo recover from the shock of the coincidence. He never expected the person he met that day would be recording the show with them. Thinking back to that day, Xiao Jibo's face changed immediately. While he was at a loss for words, I suddenly looked at him with an expression of disbelief. It's you, so you're Xiao Jibo. The atmosphere instantly became bizarre. Everyone looked back and forth. What's going on? It seems there's a conflict between them. Earlier the movie, Queen mentioned the clothes, and something felt off. Now Xiao Jibo looked me up and down. Seeing me standing there looking uneasy, his confidence surged. He figured since I didn't even know who he was, I probably didn't know the details of that day either. My current awkwardness must be because I'd offended someone. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. I did have my eye on this outfit earlier and showed it to my senior. I was just about to pay for it. But apparently Mr. Mu has connections and had the store cancel the order. The outfit was taken by Mr. Mu. Xiao Jibo gave a forced smile, playing the helpless victim. At this moment, everyone's brain was working at high speed, practically smoking from the effort. Slowly, everyone's mouths dropped open, pupils shaking with shock, overwhelmed by emotions yet unwilling to miss a second. In a moment of high drama, they just stared at the two of us. After speaking, Xiao Jibo looked apologetically at Leng Qingqiu. Sorry, senior. I didn't get a chance to tell you. Leng Qingqiu frowned, sensing something was off, but they really had fought over clothes in a different context before. That person had been arrogant and overbearing too. Leng Qingqiu looked toward me. I wore an unnatural expression, seemingly embarrassed for having snatched someone else's clothes. But Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo both felt that if I had any manners, I should apologize right now. However, I didn't react at all. Even Gao Hao seemed distracted, making Leng Qingqiu frown in doubt. Is his EQ really that low? Though Xiao Jibo was annoyed, I was wearing the suit. He maintained a facade of generosity and politeness, not wanting to make things difficult for his senior. It's fine. I can see that Mr. Mu really likes this outfit, and it suits him well. Think of this as a case of family members not recognizing each other. Pfft, don't go drowning later. This gloating thought, heard only by Liu Ming, nearly made him spit out his drink. Others, oh boy, my toes are curling. The secondhand embarrassment is acting up again. I really should have apologized. I didn't understand the situation earlier and thought you'd accidentally worn Xiao Jibo's clothes. Leng Qingqiu didn't see the expressions of the other groups behind her as she continued sarcastically. No, my friend. Even now, you still don't understand. Everyone, what should we do? I want to laugh so bad my chest hurts from holding it in. The two of them saw I was still fumbling and awkward, wondering how someone could be awkward for this long. Leng Qingqiu could only give a hollow smile. Let's look out for each other from now on. Everyone was debating whether or not to warn her, but it seemed even the people in her own team hadn't recovered yet. After all, they were just enjoying the gossip a moment ago, never expecting the drama to be about their own house. On the day my CEO wife forced me to divorce, now I couldn't help but evaluate the movie queen in front of me. Truly the cold movie queen, the public's dream, lover in appearance. Her fake aura gets a perfect score. I wonder if she'll be able to maintain this persona in a bit. I'm afraid I'll burst out laughing if I don't leave. I quickly nodded politely, then retreated to my spot, putting on an innocent face as if breathing a sigh of relief. Gao Hao beside me was completely turned to stone. Did his artist just cause a massive disaster? Gao Hao looked incredibly anxious, seemingly searching for a way out. If he couldn't find one, this would be the biggest scandal in management history. Liu Ming shot Gao Hao a sympathetic look, though he was also feeling the pressure. Once things are exposed later, the people in their group wouldn't want to miss the spectacular scene in the mirror. People from other groups felt the same. Some even intentionally moved the partitions, and by now, Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo, though unhappy with my reaction, seemed to let the matter drop. They were about to continue talking with the director and producer, only to see that the director and producer looked very strange, their eyes full of panic. I just remembered there's something I haven't organized yet. The director bolted. I also remembered I need to help the director with something. The producer slipped away too, leaving Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo standing there dazed. When they turned around, they saw that everyone in their team, except for the manager, was hanging their heads and pretending to be busy. The manager's face was pale, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. He didn't like that Mr. Mu, the person who frequently clashed with him. He only wished he could find a partner with higher commercial value for the movie queen. He never expected the story about the male green tea I told, battling the legal husband. It was actually them. What's more, everyone had already heard it. Xiao Jibo felt a surge of unease, and the manager, drenched in sweat, quickly dragged the two away. If there's something to say it outside. Once the door closed, the makeup room fell silent until a girl's scream was heard from outside. Damn it, someone couldn't help but curse out loud. Immediately after, everyone burst into laughter. The whispers turned into a roar, and quite a few people shot me looks of admiration. They couldn't believe I'd done it on purpose all along, thinking instead that this coincidence was just terrible luck for Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo. They were grateful I'd given them such a huge drama to enjoy. In all these years, the domestic entertainment industry had never seen such a dramatic plot twist. The show hadn't even started filming, but shocking news was already spreading through the industry. Though the movie Queen's Pure team moved quickly, the damage had already been done. The public square, once spammed with my youth, has returned, gradually saw differing opinions in the couple's super topic. Anti-fans began to emerge. Gao Hao looked at me, his face pale, pointing a trembling finger at me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Look at how sincere my eyes are. I widened my innocent eyes and smiled. If Leng Qingqiu hadn't been so wholehearted about standing up for Xiao Jibo, and if Xiao Jibo hadn't snitched on me to her in the first place, they might have had a way out. Who knew they'd dig their own graves? There's no saving them. Liu Ming coughed once, pulled the shaking Gao Hao aside and said, "You can't blame this on Mugi. They brought this upon themselves. This is what you call digging your own grave." I shot Liu Ming an appreciative look. The commotion from the makeup room reached the hallway. Xiao Jibo burst into tears. "It wasn't like that. How could Muge make up a story like that? It's completely untrue." A numb sensation washed over Leng Qingqiu's face. It wasn't hard to imagine how the people inside were mocking them. Leng Qingqiu asked Xiao Jibo, "Jibo, didn't you say you'd only meet Mu Baichuan later? Did he find out his card was blocked and hit you to vent his anger?" Xiao Jibo's sobbing paused for a moment before he looked even more aggrieved. Senior, do you not believe me? How could I ever do something like that? My ex-wife was bothering me with calls, so I went out for a walk. I saw a beautiful outfit and thought about sharing it with you. What? Your ex-wife contacted you again? Why didn't you tell me? Leng Qingqiu recalled how he looked when he was bullied, feeling nothing but heartache and guilt. Xiao Jibo shook his head. I've already troubled you and your husband. I didn't want to bother you more. If I were photographed again, your husband would surely cause another scene. I really don't know why Muge is targeting me like this. Could Bai Chuan and he be acquainted? Leng Qingqiu frowned and searched for a number to call. She realized that Mu Baichuan hadn't called her in a long time. She didn't realize that she herself hadn't called him in quite a while either. The phone rang for a long time before he finally answered. Why did it take you so long to pick up? What, do you want to explain how innocent last night was? Mu Baichuan asked hoarsely. Leng Qingqiu was speechless, her embarrassment turning into anger. Enough! How many more times do I have to explain this? I don't have time to argue with you. I have something to ask. Do you know Muge? Mu Baichuan was stunned for a moment. He did indeed know the name, as Liu Ruyi had mentioned him. The other party's hesitation made Leng Qingqiu's voice drop even lower. So you do know him? And so what? Mu Baichuan didn't understand why she was asking. Xiao Jibo breathed a sigh of relief but also felt angry. He really does know him. It was an intentional setup that day. Mu Baichuan, I warned you last time. Did it go in one ear and out the other? You're beyond help. Hearing Leng Qingqiu's fury, Mu Baichuan frowned even deeper. What on earth are you talking about? The clothes, Leng Qingqiu said, and Mu Baichuan was stunned. I get it now, Mu Baichuan. If this happens again, we're getting a divorce. I simply cannot communicate with you. This time, Leng Qingqiu hung up first. Mu Baichuan stared at his phone in a daze, not understanding what had happened, before suddenly suffering another dry heave. After Leng Qingqiu hung up, she looked utterly disappointed. She never expected Mu Baichuan to become someone who would stoop to such unscrupulous methods. She turned to Xiao Jibo. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Mu Baichuan. He's truly lost his mind. You'll definitely have a serious talk with him another time. Xiao Jibo felt a surge of excitement when Leng Qingqiu mentioned divorce. It seemed this disaster was actually a blessing in disguise. Leng Qingqiu was showing even more favoritism toward him. His eyes darted over to look at Leng Qingqiu, but Leng Qingqiu avoided his gaze. Xiao Jibo put on a pitiful, innocent look. Seeing this, Leng Qingqiu's heart softened, and in a moment of impulse, she grabbed Xiao Jibo's wrist. I'm taking you to set things straight. Xiao Jibo's expression suddenly changed. In his haste to hold her back, Leng Qingqiu had already walked away. The main door to the makeup room was shoved open. What had been like a bustling market just a moment ago suddenly went so silent that you could hear a pin drop. No one expected them to come back. Leng Qingqiu, her face pale, dragged Xiao Jibo toward me. Looking at that face, she must be forcing herself. Except he had turned his shame and embarrassment into anger directed at me, attacking directly. Mr. Mu, it was one thing when you snatched Jibo's clothes. But now you're making things up without knowing right from wrong. Aren't you going too far with these stories to smear the relationship between my junior and me? After Leng Qingqiu finished speaking, her gaze swept over Gao Hao and Liu Ming as a silent warning. Xiao Jibo's face was ashen, filled with guilt, but suddenly his eyes darted around, realizing that regarding what happened that day, there was basically no evidence. It was entirely a matter of their word against mine. So he resolved to keep up the deception to the end, putting on a face of absolute suffering as he looked at me. Everyone's eyes lit up again. Could there be drama within the drama? I truly give up. This adulterous pair actually dares to bite back at me. Liu Ming immediately stood up, shielding me. Just as he was about to unleash a venomous retort, Gao Hao stopped him. Gao Hao said with a smile, Miss Leng, it's all just a misunderstanding. Mugi was talking about someone else. How could you take it personally? Leng Qingqiu's manager arrived as well. It seems the movie queen's prestige really cannot be compromised. Otherwise, she'll have no place in the industry. Everyone knows who Mr. Mu was talking about. We don't go looking for trouble, but we aren't afraid of it either. We'll be filming together, so it's best to clear this up now. Now's the time for a clear explanation. Mr. Mu might have met the wrong person and been used. If Mr. Mu agrees to a sincere apology, we can end this matter here. Asking our person to apologize? Liu Ming sneered. Are you kidding me? The atmosphere instantly became tense. The onlookers from the other groups were even more excited, barely containing their urge to shout. Fight, fight! The expressions of Leng Qingqiu's trio changed. Are you all trying to cover for him? Leng Qingqiu was completely enraged. Liu Ming and Gao Hao were about to speak, but I cut them off. I don't understand. Ms. Leng, you say I'm lying, but are you really innocent? Leng Qingqiu replied coldly. I acted confused. So, you aren't married then? Leng Qingqiu was immediately choked up. She didn't understand why this question was suddenly being asked. I curled my lip into a smile. Or is it that you didn't block your husband's card and didn't give it to Xiao Jibo to use? Leng Qingqiu's pupils contracted. Or that you didn't intentionally ignore your husband's calls while replying to Xiao Jibo's messages instantly? Leng Qingqiu's face gradually turned red. Did your husband and Xiao Jibo not meet that day either? Leng Qingqiu recalled that slap and finally found it hard to breathe. I added fuel to the fire. Miss Leng, exactly where did I lie? Liu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, only his brother-in-law bullies others. There's no chance for others to bully him. Everyone was initially doubtful, waiting for her rebuttal, but they waited in vain. Just a moment ago, she was shouting accusations that I was lying. Now she doesn't even dare to utter a sound. Everyone looked at her in astonishment, thinking to themselves why she'd come back just to invite such humiliation. Where did she get her confidence? What a total fool. Leng Qingqiu felt she was upright and honorable regarding certain matters, so she didn't bother lying at all. But when a matter is brought up over and over again, even if you feel you haven't done anything wrong, the judgmental glares from those around you still sting like a slap to the face. I'm not talking about these things. I mean, Leng Qingqiu suddenly lost all her confidence, not knowing how to handle my words. I directly gave her no chance to speak. Not about these things? So all of these things are actually true? Actually, I wasn't entirely sure just now that the people I saw arguing were your husband and Mr. Xiao. But now... The words trailed off. Leng Qingqiu was completely flustered, hurriedly trying to explain herself. There were reasons for all of that. It was because he made a mistake that... I immediately pressed her. What mistake did he make? Xiao Jibo was anxious, terrified that Leng Qingqiu would spill the truth. After all, he had a guilty conscience. He could only step forward himself. Stop trying to change the subject. We are talking about you fabricating stories about me, fighting with someone else over clothes. No such thing ever happened. Someone instigated you to do this, didn't they? As soon as he said this, a few awkward coughs broke out. Everyone silently showed their disapproval. It seemed as if everyone was silently saying no. Their main concern now wasn't this, but whether film queen Leng actually bullied her husband to protect that immoral homewrecker. Yet she still dared to question me so boldly. Did she really have no shame? Xiao Jibo immediately looked as if he'd been insulted, his entire body trembling. Even Leng Qingqiu could feel the contempt from the crowd, but she didn't understand. Why did she feel she had done nothing wrong? Before she could lash out, I deliberately acted as if I were the one offended. Frowning, I said, "What? You're saying it never happened? And you say someone instigated me? Who? That legal husband? Has he already admitted to instigating me to frame you?" The manager, sensing things were going south, immediately reacted and said, "Exactly. He admitted that he knows you. I am an artist, and an artist who is part of the same show as his wife. Is it not normal for him to know me?" I spoke with feigned astonishment. I only asked if he admitted to instigating me. That one sentence left both Leng Qingqiu and her manager speechless. Who would ever admit to something like that? Xiao Jibo spoke up immediately. I sneered at Xiao Jibo. Lies just flow out of your mouth so naturally, don't they? Miss Leng, I am not lying. Do you believe me or him? My sudden outburst left everyone stunned for a moment. Xiao Jibo was dazed for a while, then reacted, almost bursting into laughter. Leng Qingqiu was also brought back to her senses, looking at me in surprise. We seem to be discussing right and wrong, but you expect me to trust you over my own junior? Are you and I even close? Everyone. Muge, this rebuttal of yours really isn't very clever. Quick, try a different approach. To everyone's surprise, the next second I said irritably, "You're right, it was a pointless question. Miss Leng doesn't even trust her own husband, so how could she believe someone she's meeting for the first time like me?" That one sentence made Leng Qingqiu's face stiffen instantly. Oh, Mr. Xiao is still the impressive one. He just opens his mouth and gets Miss Leng's absolute trust with no need for evidence at all, unlike me. I'm afraid I'd actually have to provide proof to prove myself. Comparing people like this is just infuriating. Xiao Jibo wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. His face simply grew paler. Sigh, I continued. I'm not even that upset. After all, Miss Leng's husband was wronged, and he wasn't even given a chance to present evidence. He could be framed at any moment with the crime of bullying Mr. Xiao. It actually makes me feel more balanced. The manager was stunned. Everyone. Damn, nice, this sarcasm is absolutely brilliant. The temperature in the dressing room rose, making some people anxious, their faces flushing. But Xiao Jibo still had a trump card, surviving in desperation, he said while sobbing aggrievedly. I know, you're just indignant on behalf of Mu Baichuan. That's why you're targeting me like this. But my senior sister and I are truly innocent. He really did wrong us. What should I do for everyone to finally believe me? Do you want me to die? As soon as he said this, everyone felt a bit intimidated. They were just here for the gossip, but now it had turned into this. Leng Qingqiu immediately snapped back to her senses. Xiao Jibo has psychological issues and a tendency towards self-harm. It was so hard to get him treated. If he weren't being wronged, why would he suddenly have such thoughts? Enough, you're defending Mu Baichuan so much, yet you claim you don't know him. Leng Qingqiu completely ignored all previous doubts, warning with a stern gaze. I've already warned Mu Baichuan. If he continues to fabricate stories targeting Xiao Jibo, then don't blame me for standing with justice over family. Standing with justice over family? I've truly never seen anyone twist the truth so blatantly while still thinking they were in the right. Liu Ming, knowing the truth, was also shocked at this point and blurted out, "Miss Lang, haven't you got things backward?" This sentence was inadvertently even more sarcastic, making everyone else cough along. One by one, they gave Liu Ming the thumbs up. Whether out of pride or a guilty conscience, Lang Qingqiu decided to go all in. "That's because you don't know what my husband did to Xiao Jibo. He's suspicious, he doesn't trust me, and he's always trying to target Jibo. Jibo has never been disrespectful to him, yet he refuses to let it go." She hadn't originally wanted to say anything. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. But to protect Xiao Jibo, to not let him suffer through this anymore, she continued speaking. "Muge, I don't care what Mu Baichuan told you. I will pursue these fabrications to the very end." I hadn't expected that even at this stage, Lang Qingqiu would still believe Xiao Jibo unconditionally. I was truly disgusted enough by then. I immediately thought of calling the police. Although that shop wouldn't provide the video due to their reputation, they would have to if the police were involved. At critical moments, you have to trust the laws of the land. At that very moment, all sorts of phone notification sounds filled the dressing room. Nobody wanted to pay attention at first, but it was so noisy, everyone couldn't help but steal a few glances. As soon as they looked, their pupils dilated in shock. Both Lang Qingqiu's phone and her manager's phone were practically blowing up. The manager picked up the phone to look. His face turned pale as he looked towards Xiao Jibo. Lang Qingqiu was still protecting Xiao Jibo, using a warning gaze on me, hoping I'd know my place and stop aiding the villain. Then she noticed I suddenly had an expressionless face, followed by a strange and excited smile. Gao Hao suspiciously took out his constantly vibrating phone. On Liu Ming's side, they didn't care about their phones, but they heard my inner thoughts. It seems the netizens' power for digging up gossip is truly unmatched. Because that teaser information just got released, netizens are itching for more, and they actually found a hidden camera video from the store. Oh, it turns out an employee recorded it secretly back then. Afraid of being caught by the boss, they couldn't prove they took it, so they shared the weird customer experience online as they usually did. The video doesn't show faces, but it matches the details of the story, from the marketing accounts, and it's spreading like wildfire online. The image of the homewrecker bullying the legal husband is vividly portrayed. Fans are starting to panic. Mu Baichuan and Lang Qingqiu's marriage certificate has also been leaked. Plus, there are traces of their childhood sweetheart history, from elementary school all the way to work, all over the internet. At the same time, there's a photo of Mu Baichuan sunbathing at the hospital. People are starting to guess that Mu Baichuan is terminally ill. The tide is turning rapidly. Original couple fans are dazed, as rumors of an affair with a married woman spread like crazy across the web. Affair rumors, the husband's illness, the homewrecker, bullying the husband, the film queen's image has shattered to pieces. Ha 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 ha, this batch of netizens is truly the best batch I've ever led. Wait, I need to watch Lang Qingqiu closely to see her reaction after she watches the video. Without waiting for the manager to pull Lang Qingqiu back, the producer and director finally stopped hiding and rushed over to find them. After all, this is a serious incident. Film Queen Lang, what is going on here? Please give us a reasonable explanation. At this point, the producer and director could no longer contain themselves and rushed over shouting, "Miss Lang, Mr. Xiao, the two of you must give us an explanation." Lang Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo were both stunned, feeling the atmosphere in the entire dressing room instantly become turbulent and uneasy. People around them were in shock, constantly checking their phones and looking at us with strange expressions. "What's happening on the internet now?" Lang Qingqiu asked, completely unaware of what had occurred. The manager took out his phone to show Lang Qingqiu, but his hands were shaking uncontrollably, clearly in shock. He hadn't expected that from beginning to end, the one lying all along was Xiao Jibo. At this moment, the projector in the dressing room, that was usually never used, suddenly lit up. Lang Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo were both confused. Then, a segment of familiar audio and visuals appeared. Can Mu Baichuan even afford something this expensive? The familiar voice and name caused Lang Qingqiu to suddenly whip her head around to the large screen. On the screen, only two male customers were visible, from the neck down. One of them was wearing a gaudy outfit, identical to the clothes Xiao Jibo was wearing in the photos he took. The person opposite him, being excessively thin, wore clothes that looked baggy and oversized, making him unrecognizable. One could only rely on the black card and the voice to confirm it was indeed Mu Baichuan. Seeing Mu Baichuan anxiously unable to get through on the phone, Xiao Jibo finally took out his secondary card, and then the sound of a slap. "Stop!" Xiao Jibo screamed in desperation, shouting loudly. "Turn it off! Turn it off! Whoever did this, turn it off now!" Liu Ming looked at Xiao Jibo's reaction and silently put his phone away. I merely lamented one thing. If only we could have a public trial, that would be great. I didn't expect him to come up with this trick. After all, this Xiao Jibo did something bad himself and then tried to frame me for it. The Liu family is very protective of their own. Someone, unable to stand Xiao Jibo's noise, complained, Mr. Xiao, there's no point in rushing. This video has already spread all over the internet. Everyone has seen it. That one sentence caused Xiao Jibo to collapse to the ground. As for Leng Qingqiu, she looked like she'd lost her soul, staring blankly as the video continued to play. I almost couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud. I had to strike while the iron was hot. I walked up to Xiao Jibo and said, Mr. Xiao, do you still want to die too? Prove your innocence? Xiao Jibo's face stiffened, his expression a mix of rage and shame. I blinked with a look of admiration. I must say, being from a proper academy really makes a difference. This acting is truly professional. Xiao Jibo's face instantly distorted. Everyone recalled his previous performance of utter desperation and suddenly felt like laughing, but they couldn't help but admire his acting skills. I turned my head to look at Leng Qingqiu. And there's one more person. To catch a thief, you need evidence. To catch a cheater, you need to see it. You can escape this either. That's exactly what you said, Miss Leng. Jibo has never been disrespectful to him. I mimicked Leng Qingqiu's earlier words, blunt and direct. Leng Qingqiu's face gradually turned pale. The footage in the video continued to play. I pointed to myself on the screen. This is me. See that? Your husband really didn't say a single word to me. And so, Leng Qingqiu staggered, looking completely lost. It turned out we had never actually met, so there was no instigation and no instruction. It was all just a coincidence. I smiled. I will pursue these fabrications to the very end. Unless you give me a sincere apology. I threw back everything Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo had done to me and finally said, I believe that after seeing the truth, Miss Leng will surely stand with justice over family. As soon as those words left my mouth, everyone finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their manager's face was ashen. The arrogance he had when he arrived had completely vanished. He hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Muge, it's all a misunderstanding. We can settle this amicably. Gao Hao lifted his head and replied, No, we need an apology from you. If it hadn't suddenly exploded online, our Mugi would have been wronged to death. The manager hurriedly pushed Leng Qingqiu, but Leng Qingqiu had collapsed. Not caring about others' mockery, she looked down at Xiao Jibo and asked in a trembling voice, What is this? You lied to me? Xiao Jibo wept and trembled, not daring to lift his head. Leng Qingqiu grew furious. Tell me why you lied. Xiao Jibo finally broke down, burst into tears, and ran away. His assistants and staff followed behind, utterly ashamed as they hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqiu remained frozen in place, her face full of bewilderment, her whole body shaking. The manager was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The situation was beyond salvation. Weibo was paralyzed by the explosion of news. Netizens shifted to short video platforms. Within half an hour, the news had spread all across the internet. A disaster for Leng Qingqiu's career had arrived. However, the situation was far more complicated than the video suggested. This was a question of morality and character. The director and producer were both waiting for them to provide a solution. The top star of the show, my acting card, had gotten into trouble. While it might bring temporary traffic, it also dragged the show into a whirlpool of scandal. Online, there was a continuous stream of verbal abuse, cursing them for aiding the villain and helping the homewrecker. Thus, the director and producer were worried. They had to quickly come up with a countermeasure. The manager also knew that if it wasn't handled well, the consequences would be unpredictable. He wanted to rush Leng Qingqiu back to handle the situation. As a result, before they could even take a step, they heard Gao Hao cough, as if reminding them of something. So anxious he was about to spit blood, but he didn't dare to offend another power further. Sorry, we haven't investigated this matter thoroughly. Our apologies, Muge. The manager displayed a professional attitude, being adaptable to the situation. But the other party had no reaction at all. He could only try to pull Leng Qingqiu away. Leng Qingqiu came to her senses, feeling utterly ashamed and furious. After all, she was a film queen. Her status was much higher than mine. How could she accept having to apologize, under pressure to a newcomer like me? Leng Qingqiu couldn't save face, but in this room, she had already been crushed multiple times. No matter how ugly her expression was, it carried no threat. After being prodded by her manager, Leng Qingqiu could only manage to open her mouth with difficulty. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. A film queen bowing to a newcomer. This was truly a rare sight in the industry. The other cast members looked at me in a different light, feeling that I was truly magical and mysterious. But they also felt I was offending others too much. I should have kept the peace and saved her some face. However, in the next second, their conclusion was completely shattered. I sighed. I am also a magnanimous person. Even though I was hit by an unexpected disaster, I won't be petty about it. But there's still one more person you haven't apologized to, so I cannot forgive you just yet. Everyone, didn't you just say you wouldn't be petty? Leng Qingqiu didn't expect that I would actually say I wouldn't forgive her, leaving her completely stunned. In the end, she was pulled away by her manager. The Film Queens group couldn't film the commercial, so the other groups filmed first. But everyone was distracted. All of them focused on browsing the internet for the latest gossip. Everyone was very curious about how the Film Queen would resolve this crisis. But by evening, even after all the groups had finished filming and gone home, the Film Queen's side had still not responded. The film crew was busy distancing themselves, stating they knew nothing about it. Everything was waiting on a response from the film queen. Online, the loyal fans and couple fans were still demanding the truth, refusing to accept reality. Ordinary fans and casual onlookers joined in on the fun of tearing down the cheating film queen and the homewrecker. At the Liu house, everyone gossiped about me after dinner. The earthquake in the entertainment industry was caused by my very first day on the job. Besides me, who was chatting while browsing for gossip, the others were pretending to browse the internet, but were actually listening to my inner thoughts. After all, internet news isn't guaranteed to be true, but my thoughts certainly were, and far more intriguing. Hearing that I was about to check on Xiao Jibo's side, everyone immediately perked up their ears. Damn, he committed suicide. Everyone was startled. Turns out it was fake? Just a pretense to trick Leng Qingqiu? That's truly impressive. He said because they tricked him into that banquet at first, he harbored resentment, and his unstable mental state led to this. He regretted his impulsiveness deeply and lied only because he was afraid Leng Qingqiu would hate him. Throwing this blame on the psychiatry department, did you ask the doctors for their permission? If Leng Qingqiu believes this, she's no different from a pig. Everyone nodded. This excuse was indeed forced. Furthermore, they had all heard that the banquet was actually Xiao Jibo's own doing. After this lie happened, Leng Qingqiu still didn't reflect on the situation. But surprisingly, Leng Qingqiu actually didn't believe it. Everyone breathed a small sigh of relief, feeling that he could still be saved, suddenly. Suddenly they heard me curse in my mind. What a total pig. Xiao Jibo went all out and confessed his feelings directly. Saying it was because he loved her, haunted by the year, he was taken away and separated from her. His emotions were uncontrollable. Everyone was listening in shock. Hearing this commotion, they wished they could just grab me and ask what was going on. But I revealed it quickly enough. He lunged forward to kiss her. Leng Qingqiu didn't dodge. She was kissed for a long time before pushing Xiao Jibo away, stating she couldn't return his feelings because the person she loved was Mu Baichuan. Oh my god, shut up already. Just like that, one confession and one kiss, and Leng Qingqiu stopped pursuing the matter of Xiao Jibo bullying Mu Baichuan. Feeling it was something forgivable, she even comforted Xiao Jibo, telling him not to feel bad and that she'd find a way to resolve the current difficulties. She even dared to call Mu Baichuan while staying in Xiao Jibo's room. Fortunately, Mu Baichuan didn't answer. Damn it, Mu Baichuan is in a drug-induced coma. She thought he was intentionally not answering, and in an instant her guilt turned into feeling that he was being unreasonable, deliberately throwing a tantrum. Big sister, you know you're in the wrong. Did you forget how you didn't answer Mu Baichuan's calls before and gave him the cold shoulder? The Liu family was furious hearing this. No wonder keyboard warriors had to go online to blast away for the sake of justice. They also wanted to blast her with a torrent of insults. Suddenly, my heart was filled with shock and rage, and my expression changed. Everyone held their breath. Could there be something even more outrageous? This manager is actually instigating Leng Qingqiu to blame Mu Baichuan, telling Mu Baichuan to issue a statement admitting fault, then officially being with Xiao Jibo, using this as a way to save the situation. Is the word immoral carved into your forehead to be used as a spotlight? Everyone was in a state of shock and disbelief. Though they didn't know how the manager would pull it off, it was truly beyond unethical. On the other side, on the apartment balcony, the manager said, "You need to make a decision now. Divorce him and tell Mu Baichuan to release a statement admitting his mistakes. Only then can being with Jibo help you weather this storm." "I can't," Leng Qingqiu said. "You're crazy. He is my husband. When I mentioned divorce, I was only threatening him. I just didn't want him to cause any more trouble. I never actually considered getting a divorce." The manager spoke to Leng Qingqiu earnestly. "If it weren't for the interference 4 years ago, you two probably would have been together a long time ago. Why keep lying to yourself?" Leng Qingqiu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. "I never thought about having an affair or doing anything to wrong Mu Baichuan. But netizens don't see it that way now. What's been exposed now absolutely cannot be labeled as infidelity within a marriage. Otherwise, both you and Xiao Jibo are finished." Leng Qingqiu interrupted, her shame turning into anger. "My conscience is clear. I am innocent. But your endorsement deals and the company's stock price have already taken a hit. Just saying your conscience is clear isn't going to change anything," the manager reminded her. "You cannot be the party at fault. Only by being the victim can you protect everything you have. Just listen to me. Divorce is the only way." "Stop it. I won't get a divorce," Leng Qingqiu replied firmly. "Then you tell me, how do we solve this? That video is out there. Xiao Jibo can't clear his name. If we let it go cold, the result is the same as letting him take the fall. But do you have the heart for that? Xiao Jibo is talented. If we actually take this path, he will be completely destroyed. He's already been ruined once. Aren't you afraid he'll try to take his life again? Haven't you always said that you and Mu Baichuan owe him?" The manager continued to apply pressure. Leng Qingqiu's body stiffened. Her gaze went blank and her lips trembled. "I can't treat Mu Baichuan like this. He hasn't done anything wrong." But the manager's expression changed as he said, "That's not necessarily true." Leng Qingqiu looked at the manager in shock. "What do you mean?" The manager analyzed calmly. "What about those photos of him being sick? Lang Qingqiu seemed to just remember this detail. A flicker of worry flashed through her mind. Could he really be sick? Didn't you say Mu Baichuan was faking it just to stop you from helping Xiao Jibo? Things don't just happen coincidentally like that, the manager said. Besides, after everything happened, why hasn't he been answering his phone? Doesn't that seem suspicious? Lang Qingqiu frowned. You mean he intentionally set up those photos to add fuel to the fire? Isn't he just trying to get revenge by playing the victim, standing on his moral high ground and forcing you to leave Xiao Jibo and come back? The manager said contemptuously. Lang Qingqiu's expression shifted. You're right. He couldn't have suddenly gotten sick. Those photos were clearly staged. He's so disregardful of the big picture, causing us so much trouble. Qingqiu, you really should teach him a lesson. If he can help your career, fine, but he shouldn't be holding you back. The manager knew Lang Qingqiu's acting was at its peak. At her age, she should pivot for greater development. So, his plan was for the film queen and film king to advance together, aiming for a midlife career peak rather than an ordinary husband, hiding in the shadows, constantly worrying about being exposed. Lang Qingqiu held her ground, making his plan impossible to complete. But he felt that Lang Qingqiu would eventually follow her heart and choose true love. Perhaps this is the opportunity. The manager noticed Lang Qingqiu's expression, looked off, and tended to call Mu Baichuan. But no one answered. You can coax Mu Baichuan into the divorce process first. A fake divorce, just until the storm blows over, the manager suggested. Lang Qingqiu paused for a moment. Pretending to divorce and a real divorce had different meanings. Make it clear to Mu Baichuan. I'm not targeting him. It's just that having Mu Baichuan play, the villain will minimize the losses. He's just an ordinary person. Even if the whole internet curses him, he can just take refuge abroad for a while and come back once things settle down. He loses nothing, which is better than ruining you, Xiao Jibo, and the company. We can just compensate him handsomely later. If he truly loves you, he'll cooperate with you. The manager continued to persuade her. Lang Qingqiu's eyes flickered slightly. At that moment, the call finally went through. Where are you? Why did it take you so long to answer? Lang Qingqiu asked in a cold tone. I'm at the hospital. If you have something to say, say it. Lang Qingqiu froze, feeling a surge of anger. She was already very frustrated, and she felt Mu Baichuan was just lying. Enough. Can you stop this? Mu Baichuan, the video incident where you were wronged was my fault. But do you really need to add fuel to the fire? Lang Qingqiu said angrily. I've made it clear to you. There's nothing between Xiao Jibo and me. I would never do anything to betray our marriage. Why are you still faking an illness? On the other side, Mu Baichuan fell silent. Lang Qingqiu immediately felt stifled, but she still ignored any signs of something being wrong. Fine, I won't argue with you anymore. The situation online is very serious. Jibo almost died just now. We've come up with a solution on our end. Having said that, Lang Qingqiu quickly outlined the pros and cons. But when it came to the fake divorce, she was too panicked to speak. But Mu Baichuan suddenly exploded. Lang Qingqiu, am I hearing this right? You want me to take the blame for the provocative video? Tell everyone I'm faking an illness? And apologize to the entire internet? You're crazy. You clearly know that I've been bullied and wronged, yet you're still protecting Xiao Jibo, forcing me to admit to things that aren't true. And you claim you haven't betrayed our marriage? Then what counts as a betrayal? Did you sleep with him? At this moment, a wretched Mu Baichuan lay incapacitated on the bed, drenched in sweat, trembling with pain and anger, almost screaming until his voice went hoarse. Lang Qingqiu felt like she'd been stabbed at the mention of sleeping together and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Mu Baichuan, you've been wrong this time. They'll make it up to you, just listen to me. Don't even think about making me a sacrificial lamb to pave the way for you two. It's impossible. If he likes to commit suicide so much, why doesn't he just die? Just die already. Lang Qingqiu didn't expect Mu Baichuan to be so vicious, so angry. She didn't hear him sobbing. She directly questioned him. If you won't cooperate, then let's divorce. She thought that threatening Mu Baichuan, who loved her deeply, would be enough. But Mu Baichuan replied coldly, I'd rather die than cooperate. Dream on. If it's divorce, then let it be divorce. After saying that, he hung up. Lang Qingqiu stared at her phone, her expression extremely grim. The company was already pushing for a deadline. There was no more time to think. At the Liu family residence, everyone grew tense hearing my inner thoughts while they scrolled through the trending searches. Soon, the first explosive piece of news appeared. Mu Baichuan's health checkup report surfaced on the Film Queen's studio homepage. It clearly stated healthy in green. Public opinion exploded instantly. Where did this health report come from? Is this a forgery? Liu Hui asked suspiciously. After all, he was currently receiving treatment at her hospital. This is truly shameless. The report doesn't look fake. But there's no date on it. Liu Ruyan also leaned over to look at my phone and spotted the problem immediately. Let me check. Just as I thought. This report is a health checkup for Mu Baichuan from a year ago, but the date has been cropped out. This is to mislead netizens into doubting those photos of him in hospital clothes, so they think that Mu Baichuan directed the whole thing himself. This is absolutely despicable. It must be said, the Film Queen's PR team is truly formidable. Turning black into white is their specialty.
they used the health report to sway the spirit of the netizens who were condemning them. Then they posted a notice admitting the mistake of the secret marriage, stating they would tell the whole truth during a live broadcast, while hinting that both the film queen and Xiao Jibo were innocent. Damn it, they even want to use the show to clear their names. If Mu Baichuan cooperates with them, it's a different story. If not, they'll use this method. It's so cunning. The Liu family was also amazed, not expecting such a maneuver was possible. Will that Mu Baichuan come forward to prove his innocence? Mother Liu asked in surprise. Liu Nuhui frowned. Mu Baichuan has been adamant about not wanting anyone to know about his illness, Liu Rong said impatiently. Eldest sister, maybe you should go and talk to him. Liu Nui felt that as the hospital director, it was only normal to show some concern for a patient, so she went to check on him. But the hospital staff said Mu Baichuan had already seen the news online, was heavily devastated, and had locked himself away. Neither nurses nor doctors could communicate with him. If Mu Baichuan didn't come forward, there was nothing anyone could do. The next day, the promotional video of Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo was finished. The couple's fans felt a surge of hope again. In public opinion, they had now become a pair of tragic lovers. Mu Baichuan became the cruel ex-husband, refusing to let go and tormenting others. Although this news wasn't officially announced, one look was enough to tell it was a deliberate marketing campaign. The Liu family watched in disbelief. Liu Rong couldn't help but ask me, why do the heartless always live better than the devoted? I smiled and said, because the devoted are bound by more moral constraints than the heartless. They overthink things. Too much thinking leads to illness. This also teaches us a lesson. You should relentlessly exhaust others and spend less time exhausting yourself with self-reflection. That is the secret to a long life. While I was complaining, I received a call from Gao Hao saying the filming schedule for the first day was set. I don't know if it was accidental or if the production team was intentionally creating hype, but we're going up against the Film Queens group. The performance theme is true love. They perform first and we follow. The competition format favors us, but it's clear that no one cares about us anymore. It's obvious the production team is giving the Film Queens group a chance to hold their public clarification. Everyone else in their group is just cannon fodder, only able to wait calmly for the storm to pass, to avoid being collateral damage. I asked curiously, why was our group chosen specifically? Gao Hao gave a cold laugh. Probably a deliberate act of revenge. I said thoughtfully, true love, huh? I already have some ideas for the script. On the day of filming, in the waiting area, Leng Qingqiu held her phone, lost in thought. She had been waiting for Mu Baichuan to contact her. She thought that once Mu Baichuan saw the news, he would come to find her in a fit of rage, but Mu Baichuan did nothing, which instead made her feel uneasy. Senior sister, maybe we should stop. It's all my fault. Xiao Jibo put on a pitiful act. Leng Qingqiu closed her eyes. The manager reminded her, things have reached a point where there's no turning back. When the show is broadcast, the divorce announcement must be released. Xiao Jibo's eyes flickered. What if Mu Baichuan doesn't sign it? Leng Qingqiu avoided Xiao Jibo's gaze. It'll reassure him it's a fake divorce. Once I've settled everything for you, from then on, I won't get involved in your affairs anymore and stay with him forever. He probably won't cause any more trouble then. A flash of hatred crossed Xiao Jibo's eyes. But I'm just afraid he'll be angry with you. What if he doesn't forgive you? Leng Qingqiu smiled. He won't. We've been together since we were kids. He loves me very much. Even if he's angry for a while, he'll eventually forgive me. Leng Qingqiu actually smiled, believing she'd made the most decisive choice and that the future would be bright. What kind of twisted logic is this? I was eavesdropping in the waiting area, complaining. Liu Ming and Liu Rong listened in silently. Father Liu and Mother Liu in the audience couldn't hear my thoughts and were extremely frustrated. The live broadcast quickly began. After the host announced the competition format, the Film Queens group took the stage first. At the same time, Mu Baichuan received a call from an unknown number. Hello, we are the legal representatives for Miss Leng. May I ask where Mr. Mu is currently located? Mu Baichuan guessed in his heart the purpose of Leng Qingqiu's call. He actually knew that Leng Qingqiu was just threatening him every time she mentioned divorce. But what if it's real this time? Leng Qingqiu was like a foul thing in his mind. If he didn't dig it out, he would die, but the process of digging it out was too dangerous. With no parents left, he had long forgotten the dreams that once supported his faith. For years, his life had revolved around Leng Qingqiu, and the pain of being separated from her was something he probably couldn't endure. In the hospital room, the TV was on. Mu Baichuan stared at the live broadcast. Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo walked in hand, and a beautiful love story began. The light in Mu Baichuan's eyes gradually faded. Millions of netizens were once again being utterly fooled. The short stage play performed a segment of a love story filled with helplessness, childhood sweethearts, elders from both families urging marriage.
The female lead, devoted only to her career, had no other desires and just went with the flow. Realizing the marriage was a mistake, she wanted a divorce. The ex-husband clung on and wouldn't let go. The female lead soft-heartedly relented, only able to rely on work to numb herself. Secretly married for many years, the company grew strong thanks to the female lead's commercial value. The ex-husband lived in luxury without effort. The female lead owed him nothing. 4 years ago, she met a soulmate, her true love, and wanted to start a new life. In the end, the ex-husband used his power to drive the true love away, forcing the true love to suffer abroad, his career destroyed. He finally managed to return. The female lead only wanted to make amends and offer some care, never once thinking of having an affair. But the ex-husband grew paranoid and suspicious, not only framing her during the banquet incident, but also faking an illness to deceive people. The female lead finally decided she'd had enough and officially announced her divorce from the ex-husband. Based on the recent investigation into the actual situation of the three, fans immediately understood the meaning of the play. This was the truth they had been waiting for. The comments section was instantly overrun. Is it a capital crime these days to divorce when there's no love left? At least the film queen hasn't actually had an affair. Can my sister just be set free? She has the right to pursue her own happiness. Ever since Leng, the film queen, acted as a couple with Xiao Jibo 4 years ago and sparked dating rumors, she's kept herself clean all these years. You can see that this is true love. Being separated by an obsessive person is so tragic for the lovebirds. Xiao Jibo is the most pitiful one, driven away, targeted, and framed, all for loving another pitiful soul. It's just two lonely hearts drawing close. It's Mu Baichuan who's clinging on, refusing to let go, and constantly tormenting the film queen. There were also some passers-by with differing opinions. Having a change of heart and still claiming to be right? Am I the only one who pities the ex-husband? Is homewrecker logic taking over now? But they were quickly drowned out by a flood of comments. It was almost a completely one-sided trend. The play's ending had the two getting a divorce, true love staying together, and the cruel ex-husband leaving their world. By the time the performance ended, the comments were still thick. It seemed no one cared about the next performance. Liu Nui watched the broadcast with horror in her heart, worried about Mu Baichuan's condition, and rushed to his hospital room. She saw a lawyer going in. "Mr. Mu, we have been commissioned by Ms. Leng to deliver this divorce agreement to you. We hope you will sign it." The lawyer looked up at the man on the hospital bed and his professional composure immediately crumbled. That's just a script. You don't need to take it seriously." Liu Hui looked at Mu Baichuan's appearance and took a sharp intake of breath. It was as if his soul had been sucked out. At that moment, the live broadcast screen flickered. A new group of guests took the stage. The screen immediately went dark, as if someone were in total darkness. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "Why aren't you actively seeking treatment? Do you want to use your own death to punish the person who hurt you? You're not afraid of dying, but you're afraid of living?" In the darkness, a beam of light shone upon him. He lay on a hospital bed all alone, looking as if he were at death's door. "I don't know. If you were given a chance to do it over, what would you choose?" The clear voice continued. "Choose what?" Mu Baichuan remained dazed. "Your health or that person? Which do you choose? Your living parents or that person? Which do you choose? Being a famous photographer abroad or that person? Which would you choose then? Actually, you have many choices, don't you?" The light gradually grew brighter. He slowly sat up, a spark flickering in his eyes, as if he had finally understood, and the answer was found. While in the hospital room, Mu Baichuan was in a state of stunned silence. Leng Qinghu's expression shifted slightly as she watched the performance. Probably because the cameraman saw the opening was unusual, the comments also stopped for a while, before gradually losing interest. But in the next second, the lights went out and then flared up again. A resounding slap echoed through the hall, so shocking that even the comments ceased. Mu Baichuan snapped back to reality even more. "You cheating slut! If you're gonna cheat, then just cheat, but don't try to sugarcoat it with lies. You think someone like you can ruin my life?" Sounds like he's scolding someone. The comment section is blowing up again. The lines are aimed directly at them, instantly causing a massive stir. The camera pans toward Leng Qinghu and Xiao Jibo backstage, and their expressions are beyond unsightly. It's clearly a deliberate jab at them. They're probably calling me crazy right now. What does this have to do with us anyway? Yet they keep picking fights with them. Aren't they afraid it'll get ugly once everything's out in the open? The other teams have mixed expressions, all in different modes of watching the drama unfold. After all, the Film Queen's team intentionally chose to face off against the rookies, precisely because they wanted to teach them a lesson for their earlier reckless talk. Now the entire internet is focused on Leng Qinghu and the truth Xiao Jibo just revealed. Whoever's in the same group as the Film Queen is basically a sacrificial lamb. This show is meant to boost popularity. Who would want to waste an episode just being background noise? Everyone thinks I'm not being sensible. The Film Queen gives you an inch, but you can't even give her a yard back. If you can't grab the spotlight, then stop pulling stunts. Just accept your bad luck and move on. As it turns out, I started with a mocking performance. Even if it's a scripted setup, netizens and fans will definitely lash out. Not only will they fail to get attention, but they'll be hounded and smeared once it's over, truly asking for trouble. The guests in the waiting area and the audience, everyone watching feels secondhand embarrassment for us. No one is particularly interested in the next performance, thinking we were just acting up at first and would perform normally after that. Only Father Liu, Mother Liu, and Liu Rong, the three of them, are staring intently at the stage, their smirks harder to suppress than an AK-47. The stage style has changed, becoming a short campus romance play. An actress and I play the male and female leads. Our families are neighbors, and we grew up together since childhood. In elementary school, the boy brought breakfast every day. In middle school, he picked her up and dropped her off. In high school, they tutored together and played around together. From the initial carefree days to the blossoming of youth, the most important melody in their lives was each other. Later, she enters the entertainment industry, and I carry a camera everywhere to take photos, then send them to magazine publishers. The screen behind the stage is divided into two scenes. On the left, the girl is filming, eventually going on stage to receive an award. On the right are various photographs, awards, and invitation letters. My acting is stiff, but there's no denying the story is compelling. This is another childhood sweetheart story. Different from the ex-wife's one-sided clinging, this pair are the real childhood sweethearts. Childhood friends, each flourishing in their own way, giving off the vibe of a control group. The whole hall smells the drama and everyone sits up straight and attentive. Unbelievable that we're being this stubborn. This is the rhythm of an impending brawl. Watching drama live is so thrilling. But online comments are exploding. It was originally an unpromising performance, but it turned out to show them that this was only the beginning. This is like a splash of acid. The production team is stunned too. This is different from the submitted script, and rehearsal wasn't like this either. Just as they're about to intervene, they hear that the backstage livestream data has surpassed even the Film Queens group, and it's still steadily rising. The production team is shocked. How many random passers-by are there? Turns out everyone loves some drama. Quick-thinking netizens start searching. There's no reason to deliberately include a photographer character. It's probably not a coincidence. Upon searching, rock-solid evidence of the clash between the Film Queens group and the Top Star group emerges. Wu Baichuan really was once a photographer. His works can still be found. The ones displayed on the stage's big screen were fictional materials for the play's story, but no one expected the Top Star group to be so bold as to use her husband's actual works. The award-winning records are all real too, and those photos were posted 7 years ago. After Mu Baichuan married Leng Qingqiu, he produced no more works. In the Film Queen group's performance, the ex-husband, who wasn't even mentioned to have been an excellent photographer, was only shown frantically clinging to the Film Queen, like some brainless, love-crazed lunatic. In the hospital room, Mu Baichuan's eyes aren't focused on the stage, but on the photos on the big screen. Tears slowly begin to flow. The phone beside him lights up. Some live-stream viewer sent him a message. "I see your lock-screen wallpaper is a photo of Leng Qingqiu. Your original wallpaper was of the aurora that you captured for the first time when you waited in the Arctic Circle for a whole month to take it. You were once so full of spirit. How did you end up like this now?" Mu Baichuan suddenly freezes up as if his heart has been shattered. Lines from the play echo in his mind. Fame and glory everywhere. The photographer and her. Which one do you choose? Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo are both trembling. Xiao Jibo is shaking with rage. Leng Qingqiu feels as if a sledgehammer hit her chest, a sharp pang of pain radiating through her. Although the performance is somewhat exaggerated, it truly reflects the past of her and Mu Baichuan. She recognizes those photos. They must be Mu Baichuan's. After the pain comes panic. She suspects that Mu Baichuan was waiting for exactly this moment. Not bowing down means he's been waiting. He must still be in contact with Mu Ji. Otherwise, this play wouldn't exist. This is meant to ruin her and Xiao Jibo. Targeted clearly by Mu Baichuan for the first time, Leng Qingqiu cannot accept that the man who loved her so much, her own man, would treat her like this. She starts to doubt herself. The performance on stage continues. When the supporting actors take the stage to play the elders of both families, they clap happily. The girl hugs the boy. "Let's get married. Be my husband." The boy is surprised. "But as an artist, wouldn't waiting a bit? Get married later be better for your career?" the girl says. "It's definitely going to be you for the rest of my life anyway. Sooner or later makes no difference. Besides, we can have a secret marriage. It's just that you'll be the one losing out." The boy has a moment of hesitation, but both sets of parents are overjoyed. The girl is so sincere and the boy finally nods in agreement. Suddenly, on the right side of the big screen behind them, regarding the male lead, his life photos instantly turn into shattered black and white images, then keep shrinking and moving upward. New images start appearing below, looking like the company's stock data charts. The girl on one side of the stage performs a filming scene with a group of people, while the boy is in an office making calls and handling documents, giving the feeling of a husband and wife working together to build their career. Suddenly, all the lights go out, then they all focus back on me. I step out of the initial role, slap the air toward the female lead in the darkness, the sound echoing through the hall as if a future version of myself rushed back to hit that ungrateful brat. You married me only because you were worried I'd chase my photography dream, travel the world, and never come back. You were afraid you couldn't keep me. You broke my wings, so I'd have to live depending on you, being the one standing behind you. I was so stupid too, thinking that true love meant sacrifice, compromise, and yielding. But by what right, after I sacrificed my dreams for your career, am I the one discarded by you? Where is your conscience? Did a dog eat it? I scream my questions and curses. Though the performance is still stiff, everyone is completely captivated. No one can tell what's real and what's fake, but everyone is willing to believe a conspiracy theory. So maybe it wasn't the parents of both sides pushing for marriage. It wasn't the film queen being casual about marriage, but the film queen herself who proposed to make him stay and sacrifice for her. And after that, she never even thought about divorce, while he wasn't the one clinging, but was wholeheartedly supporting her. And this is what they call a freeloading husband? Is the one who lost everything? If what the rookies are performing is the truth, then that so-called clarification from the film Queen Group, that statement is truly disgusting. It's a complete distortion of the facts, sheer slander and defamation. Is a woman's heart really the most wicked of all? He gave up everything for her, yet she slanders him just for some side piece. Everyone at the scene is stunned. Even the style of the comments has been warped. Half are insults, while doubts, discussions, and guesses fill the other half. On Weibo, people start searching for evidence everywhere. In the hospital room, Mu Baichuan hears my final monologue, as if being scolded into an epiphany, his eyes widening in disbelief. That's right, I was planning to leave back then. I hesitated because we were in love, but why was I the one who had to sacrifice from the start? If Leng Qingqiu truly loved me, shouldn't she, like I supported her, have wanted to support me in chasing my dreams too? But from beginning to end, Leng Qingqiu never said a word. She completely ignored my dreams, which were also my career. It's often said that some things shouldn't be calculated too closely, like a cold math problem, because once you stand on opposite ends of a scale to think, you won't be able to carry on. But when someone gradually becomes desensitized to your sacrifices, doesn't know gratitude, and takes it all for granted, then that person is no longer worth your continued sacrifice. At this moment, Leng Qingqiu in the waiting area feels as if she's been slapped countless times from afar. When the two clear and distinct comparisons appear before her eyes, she's almost angry enough to stand up. She's moved past the anger of the truth being exposed. Now she just wants to argue back. It's not what you think. Loving each other and being together means someone has to yield, or how could we become a couple? You love acting, you only want to act, you have no other choice. Father Liu and Mother Liu watch the audience, around them starting to whisper, some simultaneously watching the waiting area livestream. A rebellious cameraman points the lens toward Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo. Everyone analyzes their facial expressions frame by frame. Is this a guilty conscience or anger from being wronged? On stage, Liu Ming comes up to support the performance. Everyone holds their breath, even the comments pause for a moment. Everyone realizes who Liu Ming is going to play and stares in tense anticipation. Staff from various groups gather backstage to eavesdrop. Liu Rong's face turns red as she watches, extremely excited. Seeing Gao Hao beside her looking like he has nothing left to live for, she asks worriedly. Are you okay, Brother Gao? Xiao Tao knows the script we planned to perform, having hidden part of it from Brother Gao, and she's quite sympathetic to this. She can only sigh. Some people look peaceful on the outside, but they've actually been gone for a while. The female manager of the historical drama god nearby glances at Gao Hao and complains, Your artist is performing so well, don't they want to live anymore? Just as she speaks, Leng Qingqiu's manager rushes over to Gao Hao, her hair standing on end from rage. What on earth do you people want? Stop it now, the mistress is about to show up. Are you planning to perform the whole thing? Gao Hao coughs. Although he wants to pull the ears of the two up there, he can't let his family lose face. Oh well, it's all just a play. You guys are cruel and lawless, and we're shameless and lack class. We're pretty much the same. A single sentence that insults himself too, making the other person choke on their words instantly. Others secretly give Gao Hao a thumbs up. This extreme close-range stunt is absolutely explosive, even by entertainment industry standards. The director and producer are about to get Parkinson's from the stress, the comments trembling as if having a seizure. Gao Hao adds another infuriating line, Good thing you chose us, and even provided such a great subject. I can only say thanks to Miss Lang and Mr. Xiao for bringing us this heaven-sent fortune. Especially the senior over there, you really deserve it. If no one were holding her up, the manager might have fainted. But he doesn't have the luxury to faint, because an even more explosive part of the play has begun. Just then, on the girl's side, a different male supporting character appears. The two are filming, interacting ambiguously, while the boy over here is busy working, seemingly unaware of what's happening. Suddenly, 4 elders appear before the male supporting character. The girl continues acting. The male supporting character leaves the stage, looking dazed for a moment with no other reaction. The boy keeps working, but as the documents on his desk pile up, he feels overwhelmed and gradually leaves the stage. The company images on the big screen transform into his parents' hospital room, and the boy appears again to take care of them. Until the parents leave the stage, then the male supporting character rushes crying into the girl's arms. Both of them look toward where the boy appears, glaring at him with angry eyes. Then the lighting changes again. I jump from my initial position and deliver a slap. You wolf-hearted beast. No common ground, my foot. You just didn't want to have common ground with me. I could have been an artist, but you're the one who made me reek of money. How do you still have the nerve to look down on me? On what basis do you change your heart, cheat, and then still act all righteous? If you don't have the resolve to restrain yourself, then don't enter a marriage and harm others. Saying I drove him away, I didn't even know who the hell he was back then. Every day you scream that I owe him my ass. As from our company, he knew you had a husband. Since when is seducing a married woman considered reasonable? And immoral love, and you call it true love? And soulmates, your hearts are truly filthy. Another resounding slap. And you're really something. Even a master swordsmith would see you and praise you for being such a sharp slut. You were the one forced to leave initially. The elders saw you intended to break up a family, wanted to be a homewrecker, and tried to protect the family, and they even gave you a choice. You chose to go abroad yourself, to seek better opportunities. If you were actually forced, couldn't you have contacted this woman to ask for help? Did you ever do that even once? You had great resources abroad, yet you lived poorly yourself. After returning, you dragged that woman along to criticize me, blaming me for not leaving space for a backup mistress like you. Or maybe you're blaming me for not being abroad, in the entertainment circle to escort you to becoming a film queen? I really don't know what I did wrong to you, that my wife even needs to help you. The live stream room lags. The Weibo server crashes. The audience area at the scene is in an uproar. Everyone in the waiting area looks at the two in the middle. Those 4 slaps seem to have landed right on their faces, making their complexions turn pale and flushed, their bodies swaying and pupils shrinking. At this moment, the comments in the live stream room suddenly explode. No one is a fool. My logic was very clear while I was cursing them out. Anyone with a normal brain can see that the Film Queen group's performance completely falls apart, relying entirely on emotional manipulation and unable to withstand any scrutiny. The audience at the scene looks at the live stream screen, unable to stop themselves from complaining. If there's no love, then why get married in the first place? Exactly. Once you're married, then control yourself and don't cheat. Using true love as a shield, isn't that just disgusting? Another person chimed in. If this play depicts the truth, then it means Mubai Chuan wasn't some useless rich playboy. He worked hard to start the business with his wife and always retreated to the background so the film queen wouldn't have any worries. After their career became successful, he wasn't greedy for power, but instead went back to live with his parents, gradually disappearing from the public eye. This is exactly what allowed the Film Queens group to smear him so easily, since finding evidence would be difficult. Someone who used to follow Xiao Jibo interjected, I used to follow Xiao Jibo back then. Thinking back now, he went abroad at that time, with everyone's blessings. In the first year, he got a big project. In the second year, he got married. And after that, there was no more news. His resources weren't bad at first, so how can he blame others? If it's really like that, and Leng Qingqiu just made everything up, doesn't her conscience bother her? What a waste that I liked her so much. The top star group is really tough. Who gave them the courage? Father Lu and Mother Lu sit in the crowd listening, noticing that public opinion is starting to lean toward me and Lu Ming, and they hold their heads high with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the backstage area, everyone's gazes make the two, in the middle, feel like they're on pins and needles. Leng Qingqiu has been scolded into a state of numbness, seemingly never having been so pathetic before. Her mind is a mess right now, and she doesn't even care anymore if these things were made up by me or not. She can help but ask Xiao Jibo, didn't you say that Mu Baichuan drove you away? Because of this sentence, Leng Qingqiu has always felt that Mu Baichuan overreacted, being recklessly jealous, which ruined Xiao Jibo's entire life. Back then, she clearly had no intention of cheating. It was only later, seeing her junior's struggling career, that she felt she hadn't protected him well enough at the time. And Xiao Jibo is already shaking with rage, unable to believe I know so much. Hearing Leng Qingqiu ask him, he can only speak with panicky and aggrieved eyes. Those elders came and said it was for Brother Baichuan. Isn't that Brother Baichuan forcing me to leave? Leng Qingqiu opens her mouth, but finds herself unable to retort, only feeling her head throbbing more and more. So Mu Baichuan really didn't know you, Xiao Jibo says sulkily. Our CP was so popular back then, how could Brother Baichuan not know? Wasn't he managing the company at the time? Leng Qingqiu is speechless. Mu Baichuan was indeed busy during that period, because he was looking for someone to take over the management work. She's also not sure if Mu Baichuan was paying attention to her at that time, and she can't help but lean towards Xiao Jibo's version of the story. Mu Baichuan is your husband and loves you so much. The whole country was shipping our CP back then. He must have known. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Why didn't she just ask her parents for the truth? Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo suddenly turned their heads in a panic, as if the veil of their shame had been ripped away. Everyone was staring at the big screen. It seemed as though those words weren't directed at them, but were just part of a discussion about the play. Even if her parents told her, would she believe them? She might even think her parents were lying just to protect her husband. Leng Qingqiu suddenly felt a chill run through her entire body. Someone nearby spoke up. She doesn't trust her parents or her husband, yet she chooses to believe an outsider. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Leng Qingqiu felt so guilty she wanted to disappear into the ground. The main point is that the homewrecker chose to leave on his own. He never even tried to contact that woman at all. Leng Qingqiu's face changed drastically. She remembered asking Xiao Jibo back then why he hadn't contacted her sooner, and he said he didn't want to involve her in his mess. Back then, their relationship was vague and ambiguous. She thought Xiao Jibo liked her but didn't want to ruin her family, so she cared for him even more. But now, her resolve was wavering. At this point, Xiao Jibo finally couldn't take it anymore and snapped angrily. You guys look like you're about to cry, while the one speaking acts so innocent. We're just discussing the script. What's wrong? Muje's acting is truly amazing. Someone lied through their teeth, praising my fake performance. Inside the hospital room, Liu Ruyan already knew the gist of it. From hearing my inner thoughts, and now watching me and Liu Ming perform, she felt even more satisfied. The lawyer beside her was also stunned, forgetting that he even had a job to do. Mu Baichuan stared intently at the screen, his gaze blank and hollow. That's right. What did I do wrong? They've always been the ones in the wrong. So why am I the one being punished? On stage, the final scene began. The second lead male made a secret phone call, pretending to be the male lead contacting her, but in reality, on the other side of the stage, the male lead was holding a medical report, looking panicked as he consulted a doctor at the hospital. The second lead tore his own clothes to beg the female lead for help, while the male lead, seemingly having realized something, desperately tried to reach the female lead, but she was already on her way to save the second lead, too busy to answer the phone. Finally, the female lead shielded the second lead and lashed out at the male lead. How could you be so cruel? To go as far as plotting to frame him. The male lead tried to explain, but she wouldn't listen and immediately froze his black card. The male lead said he was sick, but the female lead accused him of faking it. Eventually, the male lead sought treatment alone, only to be photographed and have it posted online. The female lead brought the second lead to threaten the male lead. You're just an ordinary person, but we are celebrities. We have to sacrifice you to help us clear our names. Since you love me so much, you'll surely agree, right? If you don't cooperate, they'll divorce you. This time, the lights didn't shift. I, playing the patient, leaped straight out of the wheelchair, mock-slapped the woman to the ground, and kicked Liu Ming into her arms, and proceeded to stomp on both of them repeatedly. You despicable, low-life couple. Framing me? Even the police need evidence to solve a crime. You condemned me based on nothing but hearsay. You're truly something else. Does the police station know about you? Should I hand you over to the state? After all, you don't need evidence to sentence someone. Someone in the audience was whispering. My God. That banquet scandal with the film queen was so shady. Was there really no evidence at all? Just because Xiao Jibo said so, Leng Qingqiu believed it was her husband's doing? Let's see if they actually dare to present any proof later. Leng Qingqiu and Xiao Jibo, called backstage, overheard the people whispering. Leng Qingqiu's entire body went stiff. Her expression was numb, like someone in their final death throes. She truly had no evidence. But on stage, the woman spoke up angrily. You don't have evidence either to prove your innocence. I kicked her straight in the face. The intensity made the actress genuinely doubt me, wondering if I was actually kicking her for real. Do you even hear what you're saying? You demand evidence from your husband, but never from that outsider. Just because he's weak and triggers your protective instinct, you assume he's innocent. If he just claimed without any proof that I was a murderer, would you throw me in jail too? Because I'm not weak and I don't know how to sweet talk, I'm automatically the bad guy. Leng Qingqiu felt numb all over, barely able to walk. When she looked at Xiao Jibo, she saw that his face was pale, and the crowd of onlookers backstage were still actively gossiping. I know this. I remember that time frame. It must be one of those scandals caught by the paparazzi. Quick, look up where the husband was at that time. Maybe we can find some evidence. But even if we find it, the film queen might just pull what she did with the medical recovery photo and call it fake. They even provided a comprehensive medical checkup report too. Do you think the film queen knows her husband might actually be sick? Leng Qingqiu's figure swayed, and if her manager hadn't supported her, she would have collapsed. Sick? No way. There's no way he's actually sick. That's absolutely impossible. Mu Baichuan must be scaring her just to get revenge. She tried her best to deny it, but she couldn't silence everyone else. I'm totally convinced by the top star team now. It feels like their version is the truth. The film queen has truly wronged her husband. Leng Qingqiu couldn't control her expression. Why is everyone talking about me like this? I'm not in the wrong. Their performance is just a lie. Leng Qingqiu wanted to argue back, but her mind was blank, and she didn't know where to begin explaining. She just felt incredibly wronged. Mu Baichuan actually wants to deal with me without even caring to find out the truth. I never even thought about betraying him. I still wanted to make things work with him. Even if my heart wavered once, I still love Mu Baichuan. And on the stage, lines similar to her inner thoughts began to play out. I didn't betray you. I love you. I grabbed the actress by the collar and landed a slap. Oh, so you feel wronged, do you? You're over there hugging and kissing him, yet you say you love me. To boost him up, to protect him, you trample on my self-respect, yet you claim to love me. To shield him, you smear and lie, letting me take all the abuse, all because you love me. As long as you didn't end up in bed with him, you're not at fault. It's not cheating. It's all honorable. And if I ever fight back, I'm just being unreasonable. The actress's performance was actually quite good. With every sentence I spoke, a slap followed, slap after slap. Her head snapped back and forth, almost giving her whiplash, but she quickly put on an expression of mixed shame and anger, still feeling that she wasn't in the wrong. So I asked her directly, if I found another woman right now and did exactly what you've done, but said that I love you, would you be happy? The actress's face went stiff, looking both embarrassed and furious. Ha! How low can you get? You two-faced bitch! Do you even deserve to speak of love? Your love is truly enough to make anyone sick and disgusted. In my past life, I must have been a murderer and an arsonist to have to endure your kind of love. Leng Qingqiu suddenly couldn't breathe, clutching her head in such pain she had to lean against the wall to gasp for air. Xiao Jibo looked at her with panic and helplessness, fearing that his deception would no longer work. This commotion immediately caught the attention of the gossiping crowd backstage. Everyone's eyes lit up like thirsty people finding water, dying to get closer and ask some questions. But seeing her in so much pain she wanted to bash her head against the wall, they decided to take it slow. Everyone gradually got the feeling that the film queen's team was finished. Lu Rong whispered to herself, "She looks like she's having a bit of a headache." Xiao Tao analyzed the situation. Her brain must be itching. Something's about to sprout in there. The manager was a mess of worry. "Qingqiu, don't let them lead you on. Where did you ever go wrong with him? You're the victim here." On stage, the actress happened to show a look of being wronged. I sneered. "Do you feel like you've controlled yourself? Cheating is already a huge betrayal of me, and I should be grateful for your loyalty? Since you've given up your true love anyway, just to give me a complete family, you shoulder a responsibility that makes your life so miserable. You've sacrificed enough. And yet I'm the one screaming, you're truly beyond reason." I let go of her, watching her collapse limply onto the floor. The actress couldn't help but scream. "Is it not true? For your sake, I sacrificed my true love. I'm a victim too." I spoke with fury. "Are you out of your mind? I could have had a much better life without you. If you want to cheat, just go. Why drag me down with you? Don't stand there feeling so touched by your own bullshit. Is this moral kidnapping? Who even wants your sacrifice? Do you think you're air? That I can't live without you? I can. You are nothing but a pile of rotten dog shit." This time, even the manager couldn't keep his footing. Leng Qingqiu stared at the big screen with growing panic. Her face turned pale as ash. She no longer had the sanity to wonder why. I could guess her thoughts so accurately. Those insults hit her like a barrage of lightning, making her vision go dark. The entire audience, online and offline, was listening with intense interest. The heavy swearing was mostly censored, leaving only the Liu family there to fully enjoy the scene. Finally, the lights gradually dimmed, with only a single beam shining on the large screen. Scenic photos began to appear on it one by one. I didn't show my face. My voice slowly echoed out. "Without you, I could have met someone who truly respects, understands, and supports me, someone who loves me with all their heart. I deserve to be treated that way. Even if I never find them, I can take back everything I wasted on you and use it to love myself instead. Love yourself well. This is the highest form of true love." All the people who were excitedly gossiping were stunned for a moment by the final sentence. They thought that we, the top star team and the film queen team, were just in a head-to-head clash, deliberately creating the stage drama. No one expected the theme to be highlighted so well at the end. After all, the theme of the PK was true love. There's no rule saying true love can't be about loving oneself. Everyone felt strangely inspired, unable to help but give me a mental thumbs up. You really are a clever one. Truly a savage move, not just talk. When the lights went out completely, just when everyone thought the performance was over, my voice rang out once more with a playful tone, seemingly addressing someone. In life, you'll always encounter a few psychopaths. Just crush them and move on. Otherwise, how could you call life extraordinary? Look forward, a new life has already begun. When we took our bows, the applause from the audience was like thunder. Papa Liu and Mama Liu waved their hands excitedly. From the reactions of the people on site, it wasn't hard to imagine the online trend. The live stream content shifted to the host, interviewing other guests in the waiting area, asking for their thoughts on the two teams' performances. Everyone gave some dignified remarks about the acting, then quickly found excuses to leave the waiting area. The excitement on their faces couldn't hide the fact that they were all rushing backstage to catch the drama. Damn, they're definitely going backstage to gossip. Is there something a VIP like me isn't allowed to see? Quick, take us backstage too. The Film Queens team went backstage first. Okay, now the top star team is heading down too. Backstage must be incredibly lively right now. Let me in on the gossip. Let me in. The host was checking the comments while awkwardly trying to maintain the interview. He wanted to go join the gossip too, but his job was making him miss out on the chance. Since all the guests had run off, he could only follow the schedule and head over to the professors from the Professional Drama Academy who had been invited. But the professors weren't focused either, constantly checking Weibo on their phones. The top 10 trending searches were almost entirely taken over, and the real-time homepage was being refreshed with wave after wave of exposing news, creating ripples one after another. It had reached the point where everyone was kicking them while they were down. Through such a stage play, aside from the die-hard fans, everyone else had already figured out the truth. A little bit of thought was enough to understand. This was just a story about an unfaithful woman and a third wheel teaming up to deceive the legal husband. Backstage, Leng Qingqiu was lost and dazed, plunging into a massive spiral of self-doubt. The manager was still struggling in his final moments, barking orders to try and save their public image. After all, there wasn't much concrete evidence. Most of it was just implied by the stage play. The manager only needed to stick to the point that Leng Qingqiu had no feelings for Mu Baichuan, and it was always Mu Baichuan clinging to her. And key point, that Mu Baichuan wasn't sick at all, then they might still win some support. At this moment, the manager didn't believe that. What we performed was actually the truth. He just thought it was a collaborative scheme to set them up. The most common trick in the entertainment industry is spreading rumors that are half true and half false. He felt that Mu Baichuan was doing exactly that. Mu Baichuan is truly vicious. He's trying to completely crush you. The manager, furious and ignoring the surroundings, said to Leng Qingqiu, "Contact him right now." Xiao Jibo's face was white as he looked at his senior, Leng Qingqiu, for help. Leng Qingqiu seemed as if she couldn't hear the sounds outside, her head filled with nothing but my insults. Had I really wronged Mu Baichuan that much? I was just neglectful for a bit, took care of someone else for a bit. How did it turn into this? Suddenly, Liu Ming and I entered the backstage area. The space, previously full of whispers, fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes turned toward us simultaneously. Liu Rong and Xiao Tao greeted us happily. Gao Hao forced a smile to welcome us, but seeing Papa and Mama Liu following right behind us, he immediately pulled back his claws and could only manage an awkward smile. Though he could lecture Liu Ming and me when facing the former power holders of the Liu Corporation, Gao Hao knew how to behave. The old couple came over here, of course, to witness the drama firsthand. At this moment, everyone's eyes were lingering on us. The next second, Leng Qingqiu's manager made his move, rushing furiously in front of us. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Those who needed to sit sat straight. Those who needed to stand stood tall, waiting for the great show to begin. The manager's phone kept ringing, the situation becoming more dire by the minute. He could only resort to desperate measures. If you release a statement right now saying, "The stage play has nothing to do with us," we'll act as if nothing happened. I burst out laughing upon hearing that. Liu Ming's lips also twitched as he looked at Gao Hao beside him. There was no need for us to handle this situation. Gao Hao stepped forward directly. "What are you saying, senior? This is just a script, just a normal performance. Why are you taking it so personally? One shouldn't be so heartless in this business." The manager spoke through gritted teeth. Gao Hao smiled and said, "We're just performing as requested by the show's producers." The manager finally roared, "Are you all insane? How much did Mu Baichuan even pay you to frame us like this?" Liu Ming looked at the manager with pure disdain. "Framing you? Framing you how? Aren't you the ones framing someone else?" The manager looked like he was being strangled. The onlookers were pinching their thighs to keep from laughing. "You think you can win like this?" The manager spoke fiercely. "You don't have any evidence either. Don't forget that Mu Baichuan is Leng Qingqiu's husband. A husband and wife's quarrel is settled in bed. He still hasn't come forward to provide any evidence that would hurt Qingqiu. That proves he can't bear to leave her. He just wants to force her to submit. You've been used as his tools. Once Qingqiu coaxes him back, you'll be the ones left looking like fools. People will think then that you intentionally slandered Qingqiu. Don't dig your own grave. We're giving you a chance to save yourselves now." Talk about a bluff. He wasn't sure at all if he could still control Mu Baichuan, since he hadn't been able to reach him by phone. But he could still try to deceive us, hoping to make us doubt and back down, leaving them a way out. But, it has already begun. The Liu family focused on listening. What has begun? The others, upon hearing this, were immediately lost in confusion.
That's right. If we were really helping Mu Baichuan, shouldn't Mu Baichuan be providing even more helpful evidence? Could it really just be a domestic dispute? How disgusting. Even Leng Qingqiu suddenly had her eyes light up, seeming to gain confidence as her cheeks flushed. Love him, hate him, but in the end, she couldn't bear to let him go. Leaving a way out meant wanting to save his love. Just a moment ago, she almost thought Mu Baichuan was being so ruthless because he wanted to cut ties completely. She knew Mu Baichuan was just acting out, not knowing if she was truly foolish or just afraid to face the truth. Leng Qingqiu had actually comforted herself, even standing up confidently before us, saying with a serious face, Mu Baichuan and I will reconcile. He will help clarify everything. I hope you all stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Watching Leng Qingqiu's confident display, I really wanted to laugh. Doing all those things to hurt him, and then having the nerve to ask for his help. I hope you can still be this confident in a little while. At this point, all sorts of doubts arose in the hearts of the audience. If Mu Baichuan could still be coaxed back by Leng Qingqiu, then we're truly about to witness one hell of a grand drama. Right then, the director and producer ran over, drenched in sweat. They were already numb, unable to tell truth from lies. We can only let nature take its course. After all, they must hold on to this God-sent wave of traffic at all costs. Following the procedure, the two teams take the stage for the results, including judges' scores and audience votes. Before scoring, the guest teams will give their statements, but the large screen behind them has turned into a live comment feed. At a glance, most of them are bashing the Film Queen's team. However, the manager's temporary redirection has slightly calmed the situation. Combined with the hired commenters, the comment war isn't completely one-sided. There are still many voices defending the Film Queen's team. The host lets the top-tier team speak first. Liu Ming and I casually say a few nice words, but no one notices new information quietly appearing on the comment screen, repeatedly spamming the entire screen. Now it's the Film Queen's team's turn. Xiao Jibo's eyes are red and puffy, appearing as if driven to tears as he takes the stage. Leng Qingqiu puts on her cold film queen persona, acting as if she is pure and untouched by the surrounding filth. She takes the microphone and speaks. A clear conscience fears no accusation. After she speaks, the entire hall falls into an eerie silence. The audience members below keep looking up and down, switching back and forth between their phones and the stage. Leng Qingqiu frowns deeply, forced to hand the mic to Xiao Jibo. Xiao Jibo looks incredibly aggrieved, choking back tears as he apologizes. I have caused so much trouble for everyone, but I have no regrets and no complaints. Then he bows, looking miserable yet remaining silent. The comments are flooded with words of support. One shouldn't care too much about the opinions of others, but just at that very moment, a figure rushes onto the stage and lands a sharp slap right on Xiao Jibo's face. You shameless, rotten excuse for a man. Xiao Jibo is hit so hard he can barely stand. Luckily, Leng Qingqiu catches him in time. Oh no, this is a total live broadcast disaster. The audience has been completely stunned by the constant stream of scandals, so much so that no one steps forward immediately. Everyone clearly hears Leng Qingqiu's shocked voice. Mother, why are you here? Father Leng also rushes up, slapping Leng Qingqiu twice, supporting Mother Leng, who is trembling with rage and says, Qingqiu, do you think this is fair? To Mu Baichuan's parents? We are truly and utterly disappointed in you. To destroy your own husband for this man, how could we have raised a daughter like you? Leng Qingqiu is completely dazed. She never imagined her parents would stop believing her. This was only supposed to be a temporary plan. Who would have thought the two elders coming from the sea would be so shocked by the live stream right off the yacht and rush straight to the scene, hoping their daughter would repent, only to witness the two of them being exposed for real. Mother Lang sees her daughter holding the pitiful Xiao Jibo, and with bloodshot eyes, she yells in fury, We were kind enough to send you away back then, and that was already far more than you deserved. I didn't expect you'd still be the same, even daring to come back and seduce another man's wife. Mother Lang grabs Xiao Jibo by the hair and delivers 2 hard slaps across his face. Leng Qingqiu hurries to stop her. Father, Mother, please stop making a scene. Did Mu Baichuan tell you to come here? I'm still covering for you. What a sin. If he hadn't helped cover for you, Baichuan would have left you long ago. Mother Lang is so angry she's crying. If I had known you wouldn't repent, we should never have gotten involved. Leng Qingqiu feels a deep sense of panic, suddenly forgetting she is still on a live broadcast, forgetting the public image she had built up, and says bluntly, He won't leave me. I will have a proper talk with him. It's too late, my daughter, far too late. Turn around and look for yourself, Father Leng says in extreme agony. Leng Qingqiu turns around. The screen full of comments has completely turned. The manager holds the phone, ready to intervene, but upon seeing the situation, their hand trembles and the phone drops and shatters. Mu Baichuan used his photographer account to post a series of photos. Everyone, hurry and go look. Photos of childhood sweethearts. This is the definitive proof.
The woman doting on the man, the director at work. There are also photos of project activities and investments he was involved in, evidence as solid as a mountain. Former company employees are also speaking up. Without Mu Baichuan supporting the rear, how could film queen Leng have achieved all this? And now she's burning the bridge after crossing it. Xiao Jibo ignores the live stream and his pain, pulling out his phone to check the news online. It's all true. Xiao Jibo is completely dumbfounded. In his heart, he always relied on how important Leng Qingqiu was to Mu Baichuan, knowing Mu Baichuan couldn't bear to ruin Leng Qingqiu. But now, the situation has changed. Leng Qingqiu looks at the evidence that completely nails her down. Her first reaction is that this couldn't have been released by Mu Baichuan. Everyone, Mu Baichuan just posted the complete medical report from the film Queen's studio. It's from a year ago. A master of time manipulation, twisting words and taking things out of context. May I ask if the film queen feels slapped in the face? Is it fun deceiving your fans? Are the brainless fans still supporting her? Only Mu Baichuan had that report. It could only have been him who posted it. Leng Qingqiu's face turns deathly pale in an instant. She hurriedly calls Mu Baichuan, but no one answers. None of us can reach him. He must be hiding. What do we do now? Father Leng sighs in despair. Leng Qingqiu immediately calls her lawyer. The lawyer speaks first. Congratulations, Miss Leng. Mr. Mu has signed the divorce papers. These words are broadcast through the mic. The entire hall falls silent, and even the comments stop for a moment. No, that's not real. We didn't actually want to divorce. Did you tell him? Leng Qingqiu loses all composure, practically screaming. The lawyer says, I have fulfilled your instructions, but Mr. Mu doesn't think so. He has entrusted us with full authority to handle the division of assets. Leng Qingqiu's face turns pale, hurriedly crying out, No, we haven't divorced yet. Cancel the agreement. I'm sorry, Mom. Mr. Mu has just entered surgery and will be unreachable for the next 10 hours. By the time he comes out, the two of you will already be divorced. Oh, and due to the high risks of surgery, Mr. Mu has also authorized the handling of his estate, so we may need you to cooperate on asset division soon. Leng Qingqiu is stunned, her hands trembling as she speaks in a hoarse voice. What did you say? The lawyer replies. Mom, were you unaware that Mr. Mu was ill? He has been hospitalized for several months. The film crew and audience are all shocked. Turns out Liu Ming and I weren't exaggerating. The comments explode again. Diagnosis and surgery consent forms from Hospital X, signed by Mu Baichuan himself. It's for today's surgery. Baichuan was sick and you didn't even know? Father Leng is driven to madness, giving Leng Qingqiu a severe beating. Mother Leng stands there in shock, saying in anger, Baichuan's parents are both gone. He only has you left. And yet you let him get this sick, you absolute beast. He also slaps Leng Qingqiu, so angry he can barely stand. A grand film queen, in front of everyone, beaten so miserably by her own parents. The manager doesn't want things to worsen and rushes forward to intervene. But the director and producer take the opportunity to boost views and are in no hurry to cut the live stream. After all, in their eyes, the film queen is completely finished now. I didn't know. He didn't tell me. Leng Qingqiu mutters to herself in disbelief. Liu Ming and I are stunned hearing this, only able to curse her silently in our hearts. Still shifting blame at a time like this? How truly shameless. Liu Ming gives a cold laugh. Looks like our performance earlier was for nothing. The comment screen is a constant stream of curses. The film queen's phone is still on, and from the other end comes the voice of eldest sister Liu Ruyi. It's clear that the lawyer and Liu Ruyi are right outside the surgery room. Film queen Leng still wants to throw mud at the victim even now. When Mu Baichuan was admitted, we told him he must inform his family. He called you in front of the medical staff. Have you forgotten how you answered him, Ms. Leng? Leng Qingqiu seems to remember something, her breath hitching. You said he was acting to deceive you and hated him for using his health to manipulate you out of jealousy. Liu Ruyi says coldly. Leng Qingqiu panics, making excuses. That was while we were fighting. I thought he was just talking nonsense. Why didn't he say anything afterwards? If he had shown me the report, Does Mr. Mu Baichuan lie to you often? When he says he's ill, must you doubt him time and time again? Father Leng hears the doubt over the phone and says while weeping, Baichuan was never that kind of person. Mother Leng thumps Leng Qingqiu's chest. How did you become like this? We don't even recognize you anymore. Leng Qingqiu's head buzzes with a loud ring. Liu Ruyi continues to twist the knife. After Mu Baichuan told you, the very next day you were photographed with Xiao Jibo at the hospital. Mu Baichuan probably felt it was no longer necessary to tell you anything. Leng Qingqiu's face turns ghost white. Xiao Jibo's face turns even whiter. I couldn't resist taking the chance to mock them. Mu Baichuan has been sick for almost 3 months. Last time I saw him while shopping for clothes, I already saw that he looked unwell. The film queen doesn't see her husband for 3 months because she's always with someone else, I guess. Liu Ming scoffs and says, maybe her eyesight is just poor, only panicking when she sees another man hurt. Who knows? Maybe it really is a vision problem. If she thought the secret hospital photos were fake, then she naturally wouldn't recognize a real illness. I pretend to whisper to Liu Ming, but the whole hall hears it. Leng Qingqiu can barely stay on her feet, her lips trembling, wanting to deny something, but she can only shake her head, wildly with a look of pure misery. Such a revelation causes the audience, both online and offline, to explode. The more I think about it, the more disgusting it is. I thought what I was shipping was sweet. Turns out it was just trash. I want to vomit. All those who loved the film queen and shipped them, and those who cursed the husband, come out and apologize right now. I'll apologize first, kneeling down to apologize to Big Brother. It was my poor judgment supporting a trashy woman and a cheap man. Trash woman and cheap man, get out of showbiz. The lawyer maintains his professional tone and says, Ms. Lang, I have completed your commission, so I'll hang up now. Leng Qingqiu suddenly seems to wake up. No, where are you guys? I want to go and watch over him. How can he undergo surgery all alone? I'm going to be with him. I don't want a divorce. It's not real. Leng Qingqiu is so desperate that tears stream down. Acting out this deep love, does she still intend to cling to Mu Baichuan? I can't help but think to myself. The lawyer replies, regardless of your original intentions or whatever else you might try to do, this is legally binding. You signed first and gave it to Mr. Mu, so the power to decide on the divorce lies with him. And he has decided to divorce. The lawyer decisively hangs up. This is absolutely hilarious. Leng Qingqiu planned to fake a divorce with her husband to clear her and Xiao Jibo's names. Is her brain not fully developed? How could she be so overconfident? Thinking her husband would agree to something so absurd, she's truly been blinded by men. The mocking comments toward Leng Qingqiu are non-stop, and the big screen has become unbearable to watch. Leng's parents, in deep grief and anger, drag her away. After Leng Qingqiu leaves, the screen is filled with insults toward the shameless green tea man. Xiao Jibo can't stay a second longer, running off the stage while crying. Without even a vote, the top-tier group has solidly won their first peak match. Back home, the Liu family and I can't help ourselves, continuing to follow the gossip online, seeing more news about Leng Qingqiu and revelations about Xiao Jibo's illicit affairs. They still have the nerve to claim they weren't cheating. I'm honestly speechless. Before bed, 2 pieces of news arrive. 1. Mu Baichuan has finished his surgery, but he hasn't woken up yet. The Leng parents and Leng Qingqiu went to the hospital, but without a legal relationship, the hospital won't let them care for him, so they can only wait outside. 2. The authorities issued an announcement. The film queen and Xiao Jibo, for slander and immoral conduct causing a negative impact, have been publicly criticized. All endorsements and collaborations were cancelled overnight. Their past works are being torn apart by netizen comments and have to be temporarily taken down. The film queen and Xiao Jibo have become, like rats crossing the street, everyone wants to hit them. Many are praying for Mu Baichuan, hoping he recovers soon and can start his life over. 3 days later, I was sleeping in. These are the 3 days off I requested after finishing the show, so I don't have to go to the studio to study. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Drowsily, I opened the door to find Liu Rong and Mother Liu standing there anxiously. Mother Liu said excitedly, Liu Ruyi said in the group chat that Mu Baichuan is awake. I was immediately startled awake. He's awake? That's wonderful. Good things happen to good people. But Mother Liu and Liu Rong were way too excited, worried I'd sleep through it and miss the news, intentionally waking me up. Normally they wouldn't care how late I slept. But he's lost his memory, Mother Liu added excitedly. After Mother Liu dropped that bombshell, she and Liu Rong looked at me tensely. Sure enough, in the next second, my inner thoughts swept through like a storm. Amnesia? For real? Let me check. Holy crap. It's really true, and it's that specific kind of amnesia you only see in movies. The kind where you forget only one person. He's completely forgotten Leng Qingqiu. Mother Liu and Liu Rong's expressions are priceless. Liu Ruyi's doctors are still looking into it. Of course, my gossip system is faster. This is way too dramatic, forgetting only Leng Qingqiu. How much must he have loathed her, for his body's self-defense mechanism, to choose to wipe out every memory of her? But will he be tricked by Leng Qingqiu like this? What if she shamelessly begs for remarriage? I mutter to myself. Mother Liu and Liu Rong show their empathy, so the 3 of us look at each other with the silent understanding. We haven't visited the eldest sister's workplace yet. Mother Liu and Liu Rong nod repeatedly in agreement. So I suggest, then let's go visit eldest sister together. Mother Liu and Liu Rong hurry to get ready to leave. At the hospital, Liu Ruyi just got the call to come down and meet us. We were actually feeling a bit guilty, but then Liu Ruyi says excitedly, the 3 from the Leng family found out about Mu Baichuan, and they're in the patient room visiting him right now. Our gossip-loving souls are instantly triggered, so we hurry over to Mu Baichuan's room, pretending to just be visiting the patient. Right at the door, we already hear Leng Qingqiu's raspy voice, speaking with such deep and painful emotion. Mu Baichuan, do you really not remember me? I am your wife. Our group of 4 eavesdroppers can't help but shiver in worry. But Mu Baichuan's voice is clear and full of life, sounding just like a college student who is wary of a stranger. I have no memory of you. But I'm not stupid. I know your uncle and Aunt Leng's daughter, my childhood friend, and that we were married. But we are divorced now. I have the divorce agreement and the property settlement photos on my phone. The wedding ring is in the trash. Stop trying to deceive me. You're nothing more than my ex-wife. Leng Qingqiu won't give up. That was an accident. It was a fake divorce. I never intended to actually leave you. Stop. Mu Baichuan cuts her off decisively. I don't care what you think. I know myself. I wouldn't play such boring games with you. If I decided on a divorce, then I definitely don't want you anymore. It's impossible to trick me. When we walk in, we see Mu Baichuan looking quite alert, his head wrapped in white gauze, but his eyes are bright and lively. He's no longer focusing on Leng Qingqiu like before and shifts his attention to us as soon as he sees us. Ah, it's you, Teacher Mugi. Hello, I remember you. You helped me out at the mall, and I've seen your acting online. Thank you for helping me so much. Mu Baichuan smiles radiantly, offering his sincere thanks. That stage play of yours kept him from feeling terrified by the amnesia. I smile and say, I heard you were awake, so I came to visit. Who knew life without Leng Qingqiu's interference could be so full of vitality for him? The trio from the Liu family also find it unbelievable, as if they're meeting a completely different person. The Mu Baichuan they saw before was like a withered flower, but the current him is like a seed that has just sprouted. Seeing this, my gaze sweeps over, only to find Leng Qingqiu kneeling by the bed, pleading pitifully. The Leng parents stand by, wiping away tears, while Mu Baichuan, upon seeing us, immediately speaks coldly to Leng Qingqiu. I loved you for many years, so I must have been blind. You're a trashy woman who cheated 4 years ago. What part of you did I love? Love your infidelity? Your lack of respect for me? I even gave up my dreams for you. Did you put a spell on me? Having said that, he disgustedly touches his head. Leng Qingqiu is stunned, her dark secrets exposed. The Leng parents still can't help but speak up, carefully saying, Our unfilial daughter has wronged you. She was confused and lacked restraint, but she truly loves you in her heart. She hasn't eaten or drunk for days, looking like a living corpse. We believe she has a place for you in her heart. We hate her unfilial behavior as well. But could you give her one more chance? Since you've forgotten all the unhappiness, let her take care of you for life. The group of 4 eavesdroppers is speechless. Luckily, Mu Baichuan is clear-headed and no longer confused. Uncle, Aunt, if she has wronged me, I won't be accepting any more apologies. You've watched me grow up, so you must understand my personality. I cannot be with someone I don't love, especially knowing she has done so many things to hurt me. I don't want to see her ever again. If she shows up every day, I feel like I'm about to need surgery all over again. Mu Baichuan clutched his head with a pained expression. Mu Baichuan's words made the 4 of us burst out laughing. Leng Qingqiu, an ex-lover, should act as if they were dead. If we break up cleanly and don't linger, then I might still have a shred of respect for her. Mu Baichuan waved his hand and said, Uncle, Auntie, please take her away. I don't want to be disturbed while I'm resting. Leng Qingqiu almost collapsed on her knees, screaming with all her might. Mu Baichuan, I truly know I was wrong. Only now do I realize that in my heart there is only you. The others were just illusions. Is that so? Mu Baichuan raised an eyebrow, picked up his phone, and opened the entry for October 10th. I finally know the reason. Leng Qingqiu has been so cold to me. She got drunk, hugged me, and called out, Xiaobo, don't go! Then kissed me, even wanted to hold me. That wasn't me. I have never called anyone Xiaobo. I find it disgusting. So I did a little digging. A year ago, someone named Xiaobo left. Mu Baichuan continued speaking with a serious face. As soon as he said this, Leng Qingqiu's face turned deathly pale, her pupils trembling with shock. As a small-time, nameless artist in the entertainment industry, I've gone head-to-head with a film queen in a variety show until she was forced to withdraw. Since the film queen's team withdrew, only 4 groups of members remained, so the production team adjusted the competition rules. In the next match, we will go head-to-head with the 2-god duo. This is a direct PK match between the current boyfriend and the ex-boyfriend. I immediately perked up. The 3 gossip hounds immediately pricked up their ears. The Xiangxia god Sun Mo is famous for his cold, stoic, and overbearing face. The man is single-mindedly focused on his career, never engaging in fan service couples. He's a true workaholic. On the other hand, the campus god Yang Hong is surrounded by rumors and is very approachable, passionate, and proactive. With some capital backing him, he's been subtly dropping a lot of hints of affection for his current girlfriend, Xu Meng. The combination of these 2 is awkward. One can't help but look forward to seeing them share the stage. During the promotional shoot last time, even though I was busy watching the film Queen's Group, I still noticed that Sun Mo barely acknowledged Yang Hong's existence. Yet Yang Hong kept grinning and leaning in close. During the group photo, Yang Hong forcefully put his arm around Sun Mo's neck. As a result, as soon as the photo was taken, Sunmo shrugged him off without a word, forcing even his manager to rush over and apologize. But Yang Hong was still happy, like a mischief maker looking for fun on purpose. Gao Hao told us to let Sunmo and Yang Hong resolve their internal conflict themselves. On our end, we just need to perform our roles well and try to salvage our image in the industry a bit. But my mind had already drifted far away. I just used the gossip system to scan Sunmo and Yang Hong, and I uncovered some earth-shattering news. Yang Hong wants his girlfriend Xu Meng to be the guest performer for the upcoming PK match. But Xu Meng didn't agree. So Yang Hong made an appointment with Sunmo to ask him to convince Xu Meng. Sunmo didn't respond, but drove straight to the meeting place. At this moment, Sunmo's manager, Pei Mingxuan, was also looking for him. She would never allow such a combination to happen. To get a front row seat for the gossip, I suggested. Should we go to the Starlight Club and join in the fun? Mother Liu, Liu Ruyi, and Liu Rong immediately responded, unanimous agreement. When Gao Hao learned we had gone to the Starlight Club, he immediately became tense. It turns out this is a high-end private club that industry insiders love. Gao Hao had already built a good rapport with the staff, so whenever his artists appeared, they would notify him. This place even offers host services with handsome men and beautiful women. I directly called for 10 handsome guys for the Liu family, in all sorts of styles. This time, it's big trouble. Liu Ming immediately sent out a warning signal, signaling for Father Liu and his second sister to come home quickly. After the 3 Liu family members and I arrived at the Starlight Club, we felt shy at first, but since we're already here, let's just be calm. Might as well relax a bit. When the manager asked if we wanted to call for hosts to sing along, I immediately got interested. This is something I've always wanted to do. I shouted excitedly, and the 3 Liu family members crowded around to look. When the manager showed photos of the handsome guys, all their faces turned red. Even though they're a top-tier family in high society, the Liu family's tradition has always been very strict, never indulging in such luxury. Half an hour later, the 3 tipsy women and I had completely forgotten the original purpose of this trip. Mother Liu sang old hits in a duet with a handsome guy, even taking photos to send to her group of old friends, sighing. I finally understand why men love socializing so much. Liu Ruyi was surrounded by 2 handsome guys playing dice, joking around and taking all sorts of photos. Then she posted them to her divorcee group, lamenting, "Understand men, envy men, become a man." Liu Rong's face was flushed and her heart racing, peeking through her fingers at the 3 guys in front of her, whose sexy dancing made her scream with excitement, hurriedly sending it to her close friends group, exclaiming, "These brothers are so talented." As for me, I also called for 10 girls to play cards and drink. Just then, someone got tired and went to the door, saw Xiao Tao waiting by the door, and said enthusiastically, "Come on in and play with us, girl." Xiao Tao refused with a stern face, "I'm not interested in handsome guys." While we were in the middle of our fun, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Pei Mingxuan is here, she's already gone inside. I was hazy and drunk. Wait until someone comes out first." Then I went back to playing hide-and-seek with the girls. After finishing a song, Mother Liu happily handed out tips. But right at that moment, the Liu family men and Liu Ruyan walked in. They saw the scene of decadence and debauchery. The music was deafening. I saw the people at the door about to get angry. Not far away, a beautiful woman was standing in a daze, and I, blindfolded, was about to catch her. Liu Ruyan quickly stepped into the room and stood in front of me. I immediately grabbed her arm. "Caught you. You have to drink now." As I spoke, I took off my blindfold and looked up. An ice-cold face was staring back at me. My brain short-circuited. I am seeing Liu Ruyan. It's really Liu Ruyan. Why is she here? I feel like I'm about to throw up. Not out of fear, but because I really drank too much and want to vomit. Liu Ruyan's expression changed unpredictably in an instant. I rushed into the bathroom. Liu Ruyan followed closely behind. After I was done, she helped me wash my face. I wiped my face. "Thanks." Liu Ruyan's expression softened. "Let's go home," I thought to myself. It's no big deal. I glanced at her full chest and felt a bit secretly pleased. Just as I was about to go out, I heard footsteps and a shout. "Stop right there. Xu Meng? Xu Meng? No way." I pulled Liu Ruyan into a bathroom stall, unable to believe what would happen next. After entering, the music from the next room immediately drowned out Liu Ruyan's cold expression, her face quickly filling with shock because I suddenly pulled her behind the door, covering her mouth with one hand and signaling for silence with the other. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened, and although her imposing aura of authority had vanished, her eyes, deep as the night sky, remained incredibly captivating. But this only lasted for a second, because in the next moment, the noise outside the door caught my attention. I excitedly leaned my head over to peek through the crack in the door, and to see better, I didn't even mind pressing up against Liu Ruyan. Our bodies were almost completely pressed together. Liu Ruyan felt my firm chest leaning against her, and she couldn't help but blush, especially since my arm, without her realizing, had wrapped around her waist. I was wearing a comfortable, well-fitting tracksuit today. Even through her shirt, she could feel the heat from my body. This made her feel even more flushed and hot. Just as Liu Ruyan was about to turn away, from my hand covering her lips, I was staring intently outside without blinking. Through the inner thoughts in my mind, she finally realized that the reason we came here wasn't really to join in the fun, but to catch some gossip. At this moment, a classic beauty with black hair and fair skin, wearing a cheongsam, rushed in wearing white high heels. I was excited, so this is Xu Meng. She's indeed beautiful. The pitiful, tragic roles she plays really suit her. After Xu Meng entered, her eyes were red, her expression confused as she lost her sense of direction, until she heard the sound of the door opening. She turned around abruptly, and seeing Sun Mo walking in, she backed away in a panic. "How can you come in here? This is the women's restroom," she screamed, her steps constantly backing away, until she hit the wall, looking completely helpless. I couldn't help but complain to myself. If you didn't want to be found, why didn't you hide in a stall and lock the door? Sun Mo's face was grim, his eyes slightly bloodshot as he stood before Xu Meng without saying a word. I was so excited. This scene is so melodramatic. It's like something out of an idol drama. Liu Ruyan wanted to be dismissive, but given the situation, she could only complain in her head. This is basically an espionage film for us. Wait, no one followed them. I whispered in my mind, and Liu Ruyan also found it strange. Where are the current boyfriend and the manager? I quickly checked the gossip system. Yang Hong is taking care of Pei Mingxuan. What's going on here? It turns out that before Pei Mingxuan arrived, Sun Mo had been treating the enthusiastic Yang Hong and Xu Meng with silence. Until Pei Mingxuan arrived, and Xu Meng, with teary eyes, expressed she didn't want to perform. Pei Mingxuan also showed her support, but then Sun Mo suddenly spoke up. "You'll follow whatever Xuan says." He even publicly humiliated Xu Meng, saying, "She has no right to stand beside me." It was like a reenactment of their breakup years ago, leaving Xu Meng stunned and trembling on the spot. Yang Hong only mentioned the company was happy with the proposal. Wait. The topic shifted to Yang Hong proposing after winning the POC. What I didn't expect was this. It was actually Yang Hong who sent the coordinates to Pei Mingxuan. Is he orchestrating this whole drama to watch it unfold? My mood was like a roller coaster. How could Yang Hong dare to arrange things like this? Proposing in front of the ex-boyfriend, but how exactly did this Sun Mo get so triggered? I continued to watch further. It turned out that Xu Meng had no idea about Yang Hong's plan to propose. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. Pei Mingxuan calmly asked Yang Hong, "What happens if you lose?" Yang Hong replied, "If I lose, I won't propose. If I win, I'll propose to boost the hype. This is also to pave the way for a transition in my career." He even expressed a genuine desire to marry Xu Meng. I whispered in my heart, so fake. Liu Ruyan calmly analyzed the situation. In the entertainment industry, for the sake of profit, contract marriages are not uncommon. But getting married will affect his traffic. Unless Yang Hong has decided to transition into being a serious, talent-based actor. Ha ha ha, Yang Hong even sought a blessing, on the spot from Xu Meng's ex, Sun Mo. The looks on Sun Mo and Xu Meng's faces must be priceless. My heart was blooming with joy. Sun Mo heard that and immediately started mocking Xu Meng, calling her vain, saying she was tossed aside by many sugar daddies before finding Yang Hong to take the blame. Yang Hong didn't get angry, even saying Xu Meng is great and he would trust her unconditionally. This only made Sun Mo even angrier, as he directly demanded as a condition that Xu Meng kneel and kowtow an apology, and drink an entire bottle of wine before he'd agree to cooperate. Sun Mo is truly the archetypal overbearing CEO, saying things like that without a shred of shame. I couldn't help but complain to myself. Unable to bear the humiliation, Xu Meng ran out. Pei Mingxuan scolded Sun Mo, but he impatiently made an excuse about chest pain and left alone. Pei Mingxuan tried to hold him back but couldn't, and even sprained her ankle. So Yang Hong stayed to take care of Pei Mingxuan, leading to the scene right before us. Right now, Sun Mo is questioning Xu Meng. "What are you running for? Are you afraid to face me?" Xu Meng was cornered against the wall, pushing him away to no avail. Sun Mo grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head. She wanted to struggle but had no strength, able only to look at him piteously. This scene is just like a TV drama, and now it's playing out in real life. My feelings are incredibly complicated. 1/3 shy, 1/3 embarrassed, 1/3 excited. Then, Sun Mo said fiercely, acting like this again, "Who are you trying to seduce? Do you think you'll be fooled again?" Xu Meng spoke softly. "I am Yang Hong's girlfriend now. Please let me go." Her voice was so soft I couldn't help but scratch my ear against Liu Ruyan's hair. Liu Ruyan's heart was also starting to feel restless. Xu Meng struggled slightly, so Sun Mo pinned her even tighter. "Girlfriend, do you really want to marry him? Can you really bear to give up someone better?" Xu Meng said with a sob. "Sun Mo, you bastard," Sun Mo sneered. "Can someone like you even know how to love?" Xu Meng started crying. "I love Yang Hong. I truly love him." Sun Mo punched the wall. My heart skipped a beat. "Doesn't that hurt?" Sun Mo continued his mockery. "Yang Hong is on the same level as me, yet you love him? Why don't you love me?" Xu Meng opened her mouth but no words came out. She could only shed tears. Sun Mo was so angry, he was speechless. "You owe me a debt. You can't repay in a lifetime." I won't let you live in peace. I also plan to marry Pei Mingxuan. How about we serve as the backdrop for you, and you offer your blessings to us? Xu Meng was devastated, her voice trembling. Do you really want to marry her? Sunmo was suddenly agitated. What did you say? Xu Meng's face was full of terror. I didn't say anything. Sunmo lost control, grabbed her waist, and kissed her forcefully. Xu Meng began to struggle. Seeing this, I instinctively wanted to rescue her, but while I hesitated, Xu Meng gave in, and her hands quickly wrapped around Sunmo's neck. The two of them kissed passionately. Liu Ruyan suddenly covered my eyes. I didn't really want to watch anyway. It's just that one has a boyfriend, and the other just said he wants to marry his manager. This behavior is way too bizarre. I couldn't help but gossip, secretly checking the backgrounds of Sunmo and Pei Mingxuan. Just then, a sound came from the door, and Sunmo and Xu Meng hurriedly pulled apart. The looks on their faces were different. Xu Meng frantically wiped her mouth, while Sunmo's face turned pale, as if he didn't understand what he had just done. What are you doing here? Sunmo, this is the women's restroom. A clearly displeased voice rang out. Pei Mingxuan limped inside. Pei Mingxuan was in professional attire, her short hair neat, her cool, fair skin making her look very capable. Her gaze fell upon Sunmo and Xu Meng, her expression complicated. But Sunmo remained silent, his face so grim he didn't even bother to explain. Why are you two here together? Yang Hong's surprised voice echoed. He walked in, tall and bright, looking like an 18-year-old college athlete. Yang Hong asked Xu Meng worriedly, Xu Meng, why are you crying? Now the drama field is complete. I watched the scene with great excitement. Liu Ruyan looked at me helplessly. Are we really going to have a meeting in the bathroom? I'm fine, I just tripped and fell. Sunmo heard the noise and came to help me, Xu Meng said while carefully glancing at Sunmo. Sunmo watched gloomily as Yang Hong pulled Xu Meng into his arms. Yang Hong asked her gently and kissed her forehead. Sunmo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Pei Mingxuan gave him a tug, and he finally snapped out of it. This is quite the spectacle. I praised the scene in my heart. Pei Mingxuan frowned and said, This isn't the place to talk. Let's go outside. Yang Hong helped Xu Meng out. Sunmo said coldly, You might want to ask Miss Xu's opinion first. She doesn't seem very willing. Xu Meng's whole body trembled. Yang Hong gently asked Xu Meng, performing as a guest is a great opportunity. Didn't you say you were willing to marry me? Isn't it good for me to propose publicly? But if you say no, I'll drop this plan immediately. Sunmo stared coldly at Xu Meng. Xu Meng bowed her head, not daring to look up. I agree, Xu Meng whispered, and Yang Hong was overjoyed. I knew it. He looked up at Sunmo. Sunmo, there shouldn't be any more problems this time, right? Sunmo said coldly. Yang Hong, don't push your luck. This is a group stage, not your one-man show. I am not a stepping stone for you. Pei Mingxuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least Sunmo hasn't completely lost his mind. She said, Ms. Xu's performance and the proposal are your stage. Sunmo cannot be a supporting actor for you two. Otherwise, our company will firmly refuse, Yang Hong explained. I don't mean to steal the spotlight from you, but this is a critical stage in our career transition. We need to seize this opportunity, otherwise it'll be hard to grow. Pei Mingxuan was worried that past romantic history would be dug up and firmly refused, but Sunmo suddenly changed his tune. A proposal is out of the question. Guest performance is fine, but I want to balance the hype. Xu Meng looked at Sunmo as if she'd been stabbed. Yang Hong hurriedly asked, What is it? We can negotiate. Sunmo looked tenderly at Pei Mingxuan and pulled her into his arms. I also plan to propose to Xuan, using the stage to receive the blessings of the whole country. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Pei Mingxuan's face darkened, but she finally spoke calmly. We've never discussed this. Let us talk about it first. Yang Hong led Xu Meng away. Pei Mingxuan pushed Sunmo away. Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Sunmo looked at her seriously. Xuan, let's be together. What? I said. Let's be together. Xu Meng will be the guest performer, and I will propose to you, making it official. Are you doing this just to spite Xu Meng? I hate her, and I want to find happiness before she does. You've been with me through my hardest times. My heart only has you. Let's not waste any more time. Sunmo confessed passionately, Xuan, I love you. Pei Mingxuan pushed him away. Are you serious? Sunmo nodded firmly. I'm not afraid. Are you willing to face everything with me? Pei Mingxuan looked at him suspiciously for a long time, then said, You're drunk. Go sober up first. Forget about the proposal. He'll handle the negotiations for the stage. Pei Mingxuan remained calm, maintaining her professional composure. Don't you believe my heart? Sunmo's face immediately turned cold. My proposal is a one-time offer. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Pei Mingxuan looked at Sunmo in disbelief, and I was frantically trying to hold back my laughter, my whole body shaking uncontrollably, tears welling up in my eyes. Liu Ruyan glanced at me, obviously curious about what was so funny, but I kept holding back my laughter, no inner thoughts coming out. After a while, Pei Mingxuan took a deep breath and spoke. This career transition is incredibly important for us. If you cause a relationship scandal, are you ready to face a mass exodus of fans? Hearing this, Sunmo's expression softened slightly. He knew how much Pei Mingxuan loved him. He's probably still weighing his future options. This makes his inner resolve even more. Determined to marry Pei Mingxuan. After all, Xu Meng has already agreed to marry Yang Hong. Why can't I just marry Pei Mingxuan instead? He thought to himself. Liu Ruyan felt me trembling even more violently, causing both her and the door behind us to shake slightly. At that moment, Sunmo spoke up firmly again. With my current status, do I still need to be so cautious? Do you think I rely solely on girlfriend fans or something? I stand firm on my work. Don't underestimate me. Pei Mingxuan's expression was grim, but she held back and said, Sunmo, give me one reason why. You insist on making your own career. So much more difficult. What's wrong with getting married? Yang Hong can use this to boost his popularity, so why can't I? That's a double-edged sword. He has capital backing him up so he can get jobs without relying on fans, but we can't do that. We have to rely on the fans. Once the past is exposed, it could ruin your entire image. Pei Mingxuan quickly analyzed the situation. Sunmo's eyes turned cold as he listened. But he also knew that Pei Mingxuan had a point. Finally, he said coldly, Fine, I won't propose on stage, but I absolutely must defeat Yang Hong. Pei Mingxuan breathed a sigh of relief. If you want to win, then follow my lead. Sunmo finally gave his silent consent. Pei Mingxuan turned to leave, but he noticed that she had sprained her ankle. He rushed forward and scooped her up in a princess carry. What are you doing? Pei Mingxuan cried out in surprise. You twisted your ankle. I'm carrying you out. Are you crazy? What if someone sees us without waiting for Pei Mingxuan to say anything more? The door swung shut. The restroom meeting finally came to an end. Inside the black business van, all 7 members of the Liu family were present. Since the 2 of them had disappeared for so long, an explanation was naturally expected. So, I started spilling the tea I'd gathered the whole time. Of course, I could only share what I'd seen in the restroom. As soon as I finished, Lu Ming said with a grimace, No wonder I saw what I saw earlier. Everyone immediately leaned in and asked, What did you see? Liu Ming's lip twitched. While I was looking for the 2 of you earlier, I saw Yang Hong and Xu Meng in a deep embrace, kissing. Everyone immediately felt a wave of disgust, thinking about Xu Meng and Sunmo's passionate kiss. In the restroom that I had just described, only for her to turn around and... They're really putting that one mouth to multiple uses. Does Yang Hong know he's basically tasting Sunmo's spit? I don't know whether to be nauseated or to feel sorry for Yang Hong. Liu Ming continued, and then I saw Sunmo carrying Pei Mingxuan past them. If I'd known, I would have chased after them immediately. It's all because Liu Ruyan took forever to fix her pants. Everyone was stunned. Facing everyone's intense stares, Liu Ruyan maintained an innocent expression. I laughed and explained, We spent forever trying to unhook her clothes from the doorknob. It totally ruined my gossip session. I don't even know how she got stuck in the first place. The Liu family members silently looked away after hearing that, selling fake gossip with clickbait titles. How outrageous. Liu Ming went on with his story. When they saw someone coming, Xu Meng panicked and pulled away from Yang Hong, but Sunmo just kept walking right past them, still carrying Pei Mingxuan. Yang Hong tried to show concern, but Sunmo just said a Xuan's leg hurt, and that he couldn't bear to let her walk. Then he kissed Pei Mingxuan on the forehead and said, Be good, stop making a fuss, before carrying her out of the club by force. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They all lamented over how complicated this 4-way relationship was. Yang Hong might be unlucky, but Sister Pei has it even worse. Liu Rong, who was quite fond of Pei Mingxuan, said, Sister Pei is a great person. She takes such good care of her assistants. Will she actually accept the proposal? Should we tell her the truth? I really feel sorry for her. After staying by his side for so many years, he only wants to marry her to make another woman jealous. Liu Rui frowned. That kind of man is absolutely disgusting. He'll probably keep getting entangled with his ex even after marriage, dragging an innocent woman into his mess. As they were talking, they noticed that I hadn't voiced an opinion yet. They all looked over at me. They saw me struggling to hold back my laughter, until finally, I couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, everyone actually thinks Pei Mingxuan likes Sunmo. At this, the Liu family members were completely taken aback, each one of them shocked internally. What? She doesn't like him? Actually, Liu Ruyan had already guessed something when she saw how wide I was grinning, and had already guessed part of it. As for me, I continued thinking to myself, a manager who gives her all for her artist, caring for his every need so meticulously, serving him like a king for all these years. Is this unwavering loyalty really supposed to be love? If we ignore gender for a second, then Liu Ming's Gao Hao must be head over heels for him too. Ha ha ha! Liu Ming almost spat out his drink. He was so shocked, he could barely breathe. But everyone else was also left stunned by that comparison. They all had to agree that a high-quality manager is exactly what Pei Mingxuan is. Because she's young and beautiful, and works for a male artist, it's just too easy for people to assume it's romantic. Liu Ming coughed a few times, trying to help out. I think Pei Mingxuan is just a very professional manager. She probably doesn't like Sunmo in that way, right? I glanced at him with a smile. We'll give it to you, kid. You're pretty sharp. If Sunmo had even half your brains, my stomach wouldn't be hurting from laughing so hard tonight. Sunmo actually has the gall to think that Pei Mingxuan has always been in love with him, which is why she does so much for him. In the eyes of an egomaniac like him, if a woman sacrifices that much for him, it's definitely because she's head over heels for him. Is there any chance he'd consider that Pei Mingxuan just loves the empire she built with her own hands? She doesn't even see him as a man. She's basically raising him like a son. She just didn't expect him to be such a rebellious one. At that moment, the driver felt the car vibrate slightly. He thought something was wrong with the vehicle. Little did he know it was the gossip-starved crowd, in the back, nearly exploding from trying to stifle their laughter. When everyone heard me call him a rebellious son, they all started snickering. Just because he has a love brain, does he think everyone else is the same way? He actually thinks that proposing to her is a form of repayment, something Pei Mingxuan has always dreamed of. That's why he was so upset when she turned him down. The Liu family members muttered while holding back their laughter. This rebellious son is truly out of control. What's even funnier is that Pei Mingxuan wasn't even entertaining him, yet he still somehow managed to think that she was just too in love with him, too humble, to dare accept the chance to spend her life with him. As soon as everyone heard the word humble, they completely lost it. He's actually serious about marrying her, thinking he shouldn't let Xu Meng lead him by the nose anymore. He wants someone who loves him unconditionally, like Pei Mingxuan, so in his own mind, he's already decided that Pei Mingxuan is his fiancée. The Liu family members were on the verge of bursting out into loud laughter. They quickly chimed in after Liu Ming, pretending to have doubts about the couple's feelings. Liu Rong asked with concern, but what if Sister Pei actually believes him? Will her feelings be toyed with? Liu Ruyi analyzed the situation. Pei Mingxuan is so professional, maybe she'll be able to spot the red flags. Actually, that's exactly the problem. Pei Mingxuan doesn't have an all-seeing perspective. Otherwise, she would have slapped him back to reality a long time ago. Seeing Sunmo so heartbroken after being tossed aside by Xu Meng, she truly felt sorry for him. But with a self-sabotaging person like him, she couldn't quite tell for sure if he was being genuine or not. Everyone was worried about Pei Mingxuan. What if this brilliant girl has a moment of weakness and ends up being fooled by Sunmo? Sister Pei doesn't actually care about any of that. She just wants Sunmo to work hard and keep his head down, and to not cause any trouble. She'd actually prefer it if he truly liked her, since that would make him easier to control. It's much better than him still being hung up on Xu Meng. At least it saves her from more headaches. Her only requirement for him is for Sunmo to perform well now, and not to mess things up. Liu Ruyan spoke up suddenly. Pei Mingxuan is extremely professional and highly ambitious. She won't be distracted by emotional matters. Liu Ming asked curiously, is it because of the career transition? Liu Ruyan gave him a helpless glance. You should pay more attention to industry news. Pei Mingxuan is leading Sunmo in a battle of wits against the agency to start their own company. She can't afford any scandals or setbacks right now. It was only then that everyone realized why Pei Mingxuan didn't immediately reject Sunmo's proposal. It turns out she was afraid of rocking the boat. She's using delay tactics to keep Sunmo from losing it at such a critical moment. Despite their serious faces, everyone was laughing their heads off internally. Pei Mingxuan is all about her career, while Sunmo's head is filled with nothing but love. It's true what they say, lean on a mountain and it might crumble. A love brain like his won't survive for more than 3 seconds. Over the next few days, the jokes just kept coming. Sunmo suggested a date with Sister Pei, only to be taken to see an acting coach instead. He saw Yang Hong and Xu Meng, glued to each other's side. So that night, he rushed over to Sister Pei's house only to be pumped full of coffee, and forced to study scripts all night long. He even thought Sister Pei was just feeling insecure, fearing that his feelings weren't genuine. The next day, he showed up to a meeting with heavy dark circles under his eyes. When asked where he'd been last night, he replied that he was at a Zhuan's house. He actually thought they were getting closer. He had no idea that the higher-ups had already called Sister Pei for a meeting. Before rehearsals, the production team arranged a venue and a coach to assist with the training. There were even some behind-the-scenes segments during the shoot. But despite all that, under Brother Gao's strict pressure, I barely had time to practice properly, let alone find time to hunt for gossip. Then, out of nowhere, Liu Rong came running over and said, "A fight broke out next door." Instantly, I dropped everything. Brother Gao, I'm taking a break. Liu Ming, Brother Gao, and I, along with everyone else, rushed over to see the drama. There was a long glass window on the wall of the practice room, making it easy to see everything happening inside. Sunmo and Xu Meng were standing on one side, their faces looking grim. Pei Mingxuan's face was pale with rage, and Yang Hong was right there with her. I mentally gasped in shock. They were already making out during practice, and were caught red-handed by those two. Liu Ming and Liu Rong were using every ounce of their strength to keep from laughing. Gao Hao, who can't read minds, was a bit dazed, unable to understand why everyone was suddenly acting like they'd lost it. When Sunmo arrived, he found Xu Meng alone. The moment Xu Meng saw him, she panicked and tried to leave, clearly not wanting to be in the same space as him. Triggered, Sunmo questioned her coldly. Why are you running? Didn't you come here to practice? Xu Meng replied, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be alone right now. I have a boyfriend. And don't you have a fiancé now too? Xu Meng kept her head down, trying to pull away with her eyes turning red. She looked every bit the part of someone struggling to suppress their inner sorrow. A wave of emotion surged within Sunmo, leaving him feeling as though he couldn't breathe. You're right. I have a fiancé. I love her very much. She's been by my side for years, and she's a woman of deep loyalty and character. We're getting married after we finish filming this show, so don't flatter yourself too much. Do you really think anything could possibly happen between us if we're alone? Sunmo said harshly. Xu Meng immediately trembled and fell silent. The condition for you playing a supporting role this time was that I would be the male lead of the stage. You're all just supporting me. I don't expect you to mess up my main business. Or is it that you dumped me back then, and now that you have to support me, you just can handle it? Xu Meng suddenly looked up at Sunmo. Her tears began to fall. Sunmo's gaze darkened, but he acted as if he didn't even see her crying. Stay here and practice properly. Xu Meng was forced by Sunmo to stay, compelled to begin the training. I scanned through the latest gossip. How manipulative. Sunmo, how can you say you didn't do this on purpose? Of all the scenes, he specifically chose the one with a kiss. He even wants Xu Meng to take the initiative and beg for it. You claim it's not to humiliate her? Who's going to believe that? He's so driven by gain that he's even lying to himself. Liu Ming and Liu Rong were speechless as well. I continued my mockery. The drinker's heart is not in the wine. If you're so tough, don't force a kiss on her later. Just the sight of Xu Meng's reluctance is enough to get you going. Liu Ming and Liu Rong immediately cursed under their breath. Shameless, low-life, disgusting. Everyone watching could only sigh. Pei Mingxuan was trembling with rage. Sao Qi Nge Li Da Dung Huang Koton Mak. She almost laughed from pure fury. Practice? Who on earth practices like this? Training? Sunmo, do you even know where you are? Pei Mingxuan glared intensely at Sunmo. This is a public place. Do you think you can just act like this whenever? Sunmo lost his patience. He'll say it again. It's just practice. But that's not what the netizens will think. The moment a photo is leaked, you'll be branded as someone who uses filming as an excuse to harass women. Sunmo immediately flew into a rage at her taunt. Enough, stop being so jealous. You're acting like a complete shrew. Pei Mingxuan was stunned. Ha ha ha. He actually thinks Sister Pei is jealous. Sister Pei's blood pressure must be through the roof right now. Pei Mingxuan pointed at herself, speechless. I'm jealous? I'm a shrew? Sunmo, do you have the guts to say that again? Sunmo was taken aback. This was the first time Pei Mingxuan hadn't given him any face. He doubled down, saying, Look, I've already explained everything. Stop trying to start something. He thought Pei Mingxuan was losing it, only because he had kissed Xu Meng. So, he threw another tantrum and tried to walk away. Stop right there, Sunmo, Pei Mingxuan shouted in anger. You think you can just cause a mess and then walk away? Unexpectedly, the one who tried to mediate was Yang Hong. Sister Pei, please don't be angry. It really was in the script. He probably just got too carried away in the moment. The way everyone looked at Yang Hong instantly changed. What kind of modern-day cuckolded knight is this? Making excuses for the man who just took advantage of his girlfriend. Both Sunmo and Xu Meng stared at Yang Hong in shock. Pei Mingxuan looked at Yang Hong in total disbelief, but she quickly snapped back to reality. Wait a second, there are no romantic scenes in the script. That's our sister Pei. Even in this chaos, she managed to spot the glaring hole in the story. The theme for this PK was conviction. To ensure everything went smoothly, Pei Mingxuan had chosen a revolutionary theme. He was playing a hero with a deep conviction for his country. Yang Hong was the villain, and Xu Meng was the victim. There shouldn't have been any romantic scenes at all. They added it. Liu Ming whispered in confusion. They added this scene? Liu Rong said in surprise. Gao Hao said with disdain. They probably didn't add anything. It's just an excuse. I added. They didn't just add a scene. They changed the whole script. Liu Ming and Liu Rong were shocked. How could they change the script without the manager knowing? Pei Mingxuan was now a single step away from a volcanic eruption. The right to choose the script is yours. Did you decide to change it? Pei Mingxuan asked Sunmo through gritted teeth. Sunmo looked away guiltily and said, I just thought the current script was better. Pei Mingxuan scoffed. Behind my back, you changed the script I carefully picked for you into some fantasy love triangle drama. Do you really have no intention of rebranding yourself? Feeling humiliated by the questioning, Sunmo snapped, I just thought I could use my strongest suit to pull in some fans. We can do the other stuff in later POCs, Pei Mingxuan said sternly. Sunmo, do you think I'm an idiot? Every single fan knows you're here to rebrand. Do you really think you need this to attract fans? People are watching this show. specifically to see your transformation, not to see you clinging to your past roles. Sun Mo's face turned pale and then flushed as he argued, but this stage will be at a disadvantage if we don't include any romance. Our script fits the theme as well. It's just for this one time. Pei Mingxuan was already uncertain about the situation between Sun Mo and Xu Meng. Now she was 100% certain. This was clearly Sun Mo acting out of personal interest for Xu Meng and deliberately causing trouble. Right now, every single opportunity is incredibly precious. Are you really going to gamble with your future and your fans' expectations just to pay the price for your own immaturity? Pei Mingxuan scolded him angrily. Change it back. Sun Mo didn't want to be scolded by her, like a child in front of Xu Meng. So he shot back, enough, it's my stage, and I'll decide. You don't need to say another word. For the sake of Sun Mo's rebranding, countless fans have been working day and night to support him, both emotionally and financially. They're terrified of him being mocked for lacking talent and only being able to play expressionless fantasy roles. They believe in his potential, thinking that the market was the only thing holding him back. His transition to more serious roles is something they've supported and anticipated wholeheartedly. They've already cleared a path for him online, even worrying about what to do if his new acting style isn't well received or if he gets slandered. They've wondered what would happen if the rebranding failed. Everyone has poured their hearts into Sun Mo, carefully protecting their shared dream. But the moment he appears on the live stream, he's still that same old expressionless fantasy hero. How are the fans supposed to feel about that? Pei Mingxuan was so angry she was almost speechless. She had laid out a clear, broad path for Sun Mo, yet he insisted on crawling into a narrow valley. Pei Mingxuan felt like she was seeing Sun Mo for the first time. This was the same Sun Mo who used to work so hard for every role, treating every script with serious care, even through a high fever. He used to say that his work belonged to both him and his fans. How did he turn into this? Sun Mo is now nothing but a ticking time bomb, and it's been planted by his own love brain. It's been so hard on Sister Pei. Hit by one disaster after another, no manager, no matter how good, could withstand this. Finally, with a dark expression, Pei Mingxuan turned and left. Our group immediately withdrew as well, skipping out on whatever happened next. But Liu Ming, Liu Rong, and I knew that Sun Mo had probably left too. How could he possibly show his face to Yang Hong? After all, even if it were a romantic scene from the new script, there was absolutely no reason for them to be mauling each other like that. Xu Meng was left alone to explain herself, but Xu Meng also felt a pang of guilt. After all, in a public place like this, it would have been very easy to avoid such a situation. Claiming she was just immersed in the role didn't hold any water. On the surface, she acted like she was being forced, but in reality, she was also immersed in the tug-of-war. Liu Ming and Liu Rong both felt that Yang Hong's comment about being immersed earlier was just a way to give everyone an out. He didn't want to make an ugly scene right then and there, fearing it would affect their cooperation, but once he was alone with Xu Meng, he'd likely make things difficult for her. I was curious to see what Yang Hong would do when I heard a piercing scream erupting from deep within my own mind. What? Yang Hong didn't even ask for an explanation. He just pulled her over and started mauling her too. Xu Meng's mouth isn't full of sweetness. It's just full of the previous guy's spit. Could a man's possessiveness really reach such an extreme level? Isn't he disgusted? Never mind me. Liu Ming and Liu Rong both wanted to scream. Could he really love Xu Meng that much? Wait, he really isn't disgusted at all. After the kiss, he even patted Xu Meng's face approvingly and said, "So sweet. No wonder Brother Mo likes it. Great, I'm nauseated all over again." Liu Ming and Liu Rong were the same. Is this guy actually normal? Xu Meng was also stunned. She thought Yang Hong would blame her, so she quickly apologized, playing the tearful victim. But Yang Hong truly wasn't angry. He said he understood Brother Mo's lack of self-control. Oh my god, seriously? Are those really words a boyfriend should be saying? Sure enough, there's always something crazier.
It only gets crazier. You're not some cuckolded knight. You're the one who's truly insane. What on earth is this guy thinking? He definitely has an ulterior motive. Let me look into it. Liu Ming and Liu Rong also perked up their ears in curiosity. Strange, I can't find anything at all. What's the situation here? Damn it. I only paid attention to their love triangle before and didn't notice this. It turns out Yang Hong is a secret fan of Sun Mo. Liu Ming and Liu Rong were instantly shocked. What? No one else knows about this. But he actually dedicated a room in his villa specifically to fill it with items Sun Mo endorsed. He collects every single bit of information related to Sun Mo. He's a real diehard fan. No wonder, despite Sun Mo's rudeness, his attitude has always remained so good. Wait, that's not right. Even a fan wouldn't let their idol cuckold them. Hold on, something seems very off. Liu Ming and Liu Rong also felt that something was seriously wrong.
I keep feeling like things are getting a bit twisted. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. Thinking back to after they filmed the commercial, a small group of shippers suddenly appeared online. No, it can't be. If that's really the case, it's a massive bombshell. My devious, drama-loving grin starts to show. To Liu Ming and Liu Rong, it was more than just a bombshell. It's truly unimaginable.